Chapter 446. Hami. The phrase "although the road is long, one will eventually arrive" finds its perfect embodiment in this military campaign. As May approaches, the forces of the Ming Dynasty have truly reached Hami in the western regions. Hami, while part of the greater expanse of the West, is merely a small segment, at best referred to as Eastern Xinjiang. Though the territory is not vast, it undeniably represents a significant domain for the Ming Dynasty. Thus, the long and arduous journey has reached a pivotal juncture. Hami is now fully under the control of the Ming, allowing the soldiers to finally relax. The 3,000 warriors breathed a collective sigh of relief, grateful for the opportunity to rest. After a hearty meal, the soldiers succumbed to deep slumber, while Li Qing and his companions, although significantly eased, had no time for such indulgence. Once the soldiers were settled, they convened with the loyal and obedient Wang of the Ming, who also serves as the commander of Hami, Bai Yaji, to deliberate on critical matters. In light of cost control, the Ming Dynasty has adopted a strategy of using foreign powers to counter foreign threats in the East. And the leader of Hami is not of Han descent. In truth, this so-called king holds a status inferior to that of a Ming noble, a title that merely sounds grand. However, during tribute exchanges, the Ming court bestows exceptionally generous rewards. The Ming assists Bai Yaji in stabilizing his regime, and in return, Bai Yaji displays unwavering loyalty, particularly as he currently feels a looming threat and yearns for the Ming to dispatch a formidable army. Following an exchange of dialogue, Li Qing gained a more comprehensive understanding of the power dynamics in the region. "I have only heard of the Turpan raisins, let alone the entire Khanate," Li Qing mused. Bai Yaji, serving as an official of the Ming, naturally comprehended the Han language. Hearing this, he feigned indignation, portraying himself as a victim, and grumbled, "Please, your excellencies, act on behalf of Hami. The Turpan Khanate has frequently harassed Hami. Were it not for their fear of the Ming court, Hami Wei might have ceased to exist." Li Qing, taken aback, inquired, "Has the enemy invaded Hami?" Bai Yaji replied, "Well, not yet, but they harbor such intentions." Li Qing and Hu Zongxian exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Perceiving their skepticism, Bai Yaji grew anxious and asserted, "While large-scale warfare has not occurred, insidious schemes abound. I stake my life on this. There is not a word of exaggeration." Hu Zongxian pressed, "Has Hami suffered tangible harm?" "Indeed, and significantly so," Bai Yaji affirmed, nodding vigorously. "Had it not been for the visit from the Ming officials last year, they might have taken action against us." To dispel any doubts, Bai Yaji added, "You gentlemen represent the court, embodying the will of His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming. How could I deceive you?" Li Qing inquired with a smile. "What does the loyal Wang propose?" "Strike them," Bai Yaji declared through clenched teeth. "Until the Turpan Khanate is eradicated, Hami will know no peace." Li Qing, exhaling deeply, reassured him, "Rest assured, Hami Wei is a territory of the Ming not to be infringed upon. Now that we have arrived, we will certainly advocate on your behalf." After a brief pause, he added, "However, our army has traversed a long distance and will require a few days of rest." Bai Yaji expressed his understanding, responding with a smile, "Of course, at that time, I shall cooperate with the Ming forces in the campaign against the Turpan Khanate." Li Qing smiled warmly. "We will address the issues at hand, but the manner in which the Ming resolves them is a matter for the Ming alone. Loyal Wang, please remain patient." The Baijia spoke thus, "There is an ancient saying among the Han people, if you cut the grass but do not remove the roots, it will grow back again with the spring breeze. If we do not eradicate them with force, I fear that once the troops of the Ming Dynasty depart, they will seek vengeance against the Hami Guard." Before Li Qing could utter another word, Baijia continued, "The Hami Guard belongs to the Ming Dynasty. The strength of the Hami Guard is the strength of the Ming. Our lineage has remained loyal to the Ming since the reign of Emperor Yongle, unwavering for over a century. I believe the Ming and the esteemed officials here understand this well. In the future, my Baijia will continue to pledge allegiance to the Ming, and I ask you, esteemed officials, to advocate for me." Baijia harbored no desire for the Ming to mediate. He only wished to eliminate the opposition. The arrival of the Ming army was indeed a rare occurrence, and to merely flaunt their power would be a disservice to the great effort of the Ming in coming so far. Li Qing spoke with righteous fervor. "The Hami Guard is a part of the Ming. An invasion of Hami is an invasion of the Ming. The Ming shall never stand idly by." Yet, the loyal Wang, "The emperor has his own considerations," Hu Zongxian replied nonchalantly. Baijia was momentarily taken aback, begrudgingly assenting. and inquired, "What if the Turpan Khanate proves obstinate?" Li Qing chuckled lightly. "Those who recognize the times will receive their due rewards, while those who do not will face the consequences. In any case, the interests of the Hami Guard shall remain unscathed." On this journey to the western regions, Li Qing had no intention of engaging in bloody confrontations, nor would he assist Hami in expansion. While Hami belonged to the Ming, an overly powerful Hami would be challenging to manage. Desire often races ahead of strength. It shall never lag behind. Bai Yaji sighed in resignation, accepting the reality. After his departure, Li Qing turned to Hu Zongxian and asked, "Is the Turpan Khanate more inclined towards bravado or practicality?" Hu Zongxian replied, "Given the relative scarcity of resources here, bravado often stems from practicality. However, the Khan of the Turpan does possess some ambition. Bai Yaji may have exaggerated, but their intentions to lay claim to Hami are real. Previously, I had noticed some signs, yet due to the Ministry of Rights and the Supervisory Office's difficult negotiations, it was not appropriate to escalate the situation." Li Qing nodded slightly and remarked, "The Turpan Khanate must be subdued, but we cannot allow Bai Yaji to take control. Does the Khan have many sons?" Yu Dayo asked in astonishment. "Are you suggesting we devise a plan to eliminate him?" Li Qing responded, "There is no need for such ruthlessness. What I mean is that the cost of instigating a coup is far lower." "Is that so?" Yu Dayo replied sheepishly. "Then how does that compare?" I had prepared to play the role of a cunning pig. Li Qing laughed heartily. "Of course, it is a comparison worth making. These matters will come after the fact. A coup can only alter the upper echelons, while true victories in competition will win over the lower ranks. Rest assured, there will be opportunities for you to shine." "Oh, the Lord is indeed thoughtful." Li Qing stretched lazily, groaning, "This journey has not been easy. Let us rest and rejuvenate ourselves, so we may properly meet the Turpan Khanate." "Humph, they should be content drying their raisins instead of meddling in state affairs." Yu Dayo quipped, "Are you craving raisins, my lord?" Li Qing retorted with irritation, "You are quite the joker." "It was you who said it," Yu Dayo muttered. "I take my leave." Qi Jiguang also clasped his hands in farewell, following Yu Dayo out. Hu Zongxian did not hasten to leave. Instead, he inquired, "My lord, how long can you stay here?" Without any time constraints, since it was a rare opportunity, one must naturally see matters through before departing. Li Qing replied, "I intend to encompass the eastern, western, southern, and northern borders, leaving not a single one behind." Hu Zong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly comprehended the implications of the cardinal directions, pondering, "This is no small feat. Did you not mention earlier that there were other matters to attend to by the year's end?" "Matters possess varying degrees of urgency. This is paramount," Li Qing asserted. "As for my end-of-year concerns, they can be postponed. You need not feel pressured. Until we have resolved our affairs here, I shall not abandon your side." A warmth spread across Hu Zongxian's face as he replied, "It is not that I fear trouble, nor do I lack confidence. Rather, there are many matters beyond my control. With your presence, my latitude for maneuvering increases significantly." Li Qing nodded with a smile. "Regardless of whether it is through literary debate or martial confrontation, ultimately, it all comes down to negotiating interests and conditions. I understand that you cannot act unilaterally, nor do you possess the requisite authority." Days later, the weariness of the soldiers from their long journey dissipated, and they regained their vigor, setting forth towards the Turpan Khanate. There was no longer a need for the court to undertake the lengthy transport of supplies. Instead, the Hami Guard would provision the army, thereby accelerating their pace significantly. Bai Yaji harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Turpan Khanate, having suppressed his frustrations for so long with the arrival of the Ming army. He could not remain idle at home and insisted on joining the expedition. Li Qing was not inclined to refuse. In matters concerning the Turpan Khanate, the combined knowledge of the four of them could not rival that of Bai Yaji. The march was now considerably more manageable than before. During the journey, through Bai Yaji, Li Qing gained a deeper understanding of the Turpan Khanate. Despite being referred to as a Khanate, its power structure remained disorganized, resembling the tribal confederations of the northern steppes. The Khan's authority was far from that of the Ming emperor, lacking the capacity to orchestrate the entirety of the Khanate. This was a common affliction among the powers of the northwest, presenting both advantages and disadvantages for the Ming. For instance, if the Khan of the Turpan Khanate were to issue commands unilaterally, it would suffice to subdue him. However, the current situation necessitated considerable effort. When Li Qing heard Bai Yaji speak of faith, he was suddenly intrigued and asked, is the entire populace of the Turpan Khanate adherents of Islam. What is the extent of its influence? This is a complex matter, Bai Yaji replied. The Turpan Khanate's adherence to Islam was not voluntary. It was enforced after the Eastern Xinjiang Khan accepted Islam and imposed it 200 years ago. Li Qing found little interest in this historical narrative, especially regarding the notion of a holy war. Observing Bai Yaji's lengthy discourse, he directly inquired, "Just tell me which faith resonates more deeply, shamanism or Islam? Which does the Khan of the Turpan Khanate adhere to?" Bai Yaji, momentarily pausing his discourse, stated, "Islam." "And which faith do the people predominantly follow?" "Also Islam." Li Qing nodded slowly and remarked, "This religion holds considerable influence, doesn't it? It can even sway the will of the common people, correct? The ancients were inherently superstitious, and in places where life is arduous, this belief is even more pronounced. In such harsh circumstances, there is little choice but to seek solace for the soul to alleviate the burdens of existence." Indeed, Bai Yaji concurred. Even the Khan treats the Alul Bayt with utmost respect. At times of crisis, he must rely on them to mediate. Yu Dayo expressed his astonishment, saying, "Is the Khan truly so ineffectual?" Bai Yaji offered a wry smile. "From the vantage point of the Ming Dynasty, it may seem peculiar, but it is a necessity. This is not the Ming. Resources are scarce here, and when the heavens show displeasure, many cannot survive. Such circumstances easily lead to upheaval. After all, who desires death? The Khan can maintain order, but it comes at a steep price, and employing violence to quell violence is not sustainable." Qin Jiguang inquired curiously, "Can the Alul Bayt truly resolve such situations?" "Indeed," Bai Yaji replied. Li Qing, surprised, asked, "How so?" Bai Yaji chuckled softly. "Those who possess faith harbor fears that surpass the fear of death itself." Li Qing paused, his eyes suddenly alight with understanding. At last, he had discovered the true point of leverage. Bai Yaji felt an unsettling air from this youngest, yet highest-ranking official of the Ming Dynasty, whose smile bore a hint of cunning, making him uneasy. "Sir, what is this?" "Oh, ahem, nothing." Li Qing cleared his throat and stated, "One must have faith. It fosters peace and can avert many conflicts." Bai Yaji, while uncertain of Li Qing's intentions, remained skeptical of his lofty rhetoric. Yet, Li Qing spoke from the heart. During a respite, Hu Zongxian seized the opportunity to approach Li Qing, asking, "My lord, have you devised a strategy against the Turpan Khanate?" Li Qing nodded slightly. "It is simple. Win over the Islamic faith." "Ah?" Hu Zongxian was taken aback. "Is that even possible?" "Why not?" Li Qing countered, then chuckled. "The world thrives on profit. All actions are driven by gain, which transcends mere monetary wealth." "What do you mean?" "Proselytization," Li Qing declared. "Regardless of the faith, who would not wish to enter the Ming? The world is vast, yet which nation can rival our population?" Hu Zongxian was astonished. "Are you suggesting we permit them to preach in the Ming?" "What of it? We already have this faith in the Ming," Li Qing replied cheerfully. "It's merely a matter of adding more chopsticks to the table. It's no great concern. We have foreign monks. What is the harm in having other monks?" Hu Zongxian, bemused, felt this notion was rather frivolous. "My lord, this is no trivial matter. The implications are far-reaching. Just the concept of fearing something more than death cannot be taken lightly. Should it spiral out of control, it could jeopardize the very foundation of the Ming." Li Qing laughed heartily. "You are overthinking it. Buddhism, Catholicism, Christianity, and even Islam have all, if traced back, entered the Central Plains long ago. And what has been the result?" Li Qing asked with a smile. "Which of these has thrived the most?" "Naturally, Buddhism," Hu Zongxian answered. Li Qing nodded. "But has Buddhism ever posed a genuine threat to the regime?" Hu Zongxian awkwardly shook his head. "During the Tang Dynasty, Buddhism flourished remarkably. Yet even the revered Guanyin Bodhisattva chose to avoid the name of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, opting instead for the title of Guanyin. Conversely, indigenous Taoism posed a genuine threat to the imperial authority. The heavens have perished, now the yellow sky shall rise. In the year of the rat, the world shall prosper." This rallying cry led to the downfall of the Han Dynasty, which endured for 4 centuries. Although the Han was already in decline, its former strength and prestige were such that even the formidable warlord Cao Cao refrained from claiming the title of emperor until his dying breath. Yet the Taoist Zhang Jiao boldly proclaimed his revolutionary intentions and acted upon them. Li Qing remarked, "These various sects, when compared to Taoism, are merely docile lambs, posing no real threat to governance. Despite their differing doctrines, they ultimately seek a spiritual haven for their followers, devoid of violence. Ever since the first emperor unified the realm, our vast and fertile lands have failed to nurture a faith-based regime. He continued, as for the Ming Church, it is but a facade. Otherwise, why would Han Shantong change his surname to Zhao and go to great lengths to associate with the Zhaosong dynasty? The root of the matter lies in the White Lotus sect, which cannot sustain the faith of the populace. The common people have always desired a nation, not a religion. Li Qing added, isn't Buddhism powerful enough? Yet it still requires our Lord Guan to be enshrined in temples to maintain order. Whether it's the guardian deities or the ancient Buddha, it ultimately means that within our domain, the dragon coils around me, and the tiger lies at my feet. No one will do otherwise. Hu Zongxian chuckled in astonishment, nodding in agreement. Your Excellency speaks truly. My understanding was indeed shallow. After a pause, he added, however, regarding such significant matters, should we not first seek the emperor's approval? Li Qing replied nonchalantly, if I am unable to make a decision, I would not have come here. Hu Zongxian appreciated Li Qing's assertiveness, as it promised substantial savings, yet his inherent traditionalism made it difficult for him to fully embrace such dominance. Hu Zongxian came to comprehend why Li Qing was so often despised. However, upon reflection, he realized he was being overly greedy, desiring both sides of the equation. In the end, he could only manage a wry smile and nod in agreement. Li Qing sensed Hu Zongxian's thoughts, but chose not to elaborate. It was not due to a lack of willingness to explain, but rather because the fundamental contradictions were irreconcilable. After a brief respite, the Ming army set forth once more. The scenery had improved considerably. The days of endless dust storms were behind them, and the march was no longer as monotonous. Bai Yaji eagerly awaited the arrival of the Ming forces, intent on making full use of their presence. Adhering to the principle of maintaining a low profile in their absence while still being cautious in their presence, Bai Yaji dispatched a trusted contingent to Turpan Khanate to assert their might and alleviate his frustrations. Should the Turpan Khanate fail to recognize the situation, all the better. A violent purge would then be in order. Of course, deep down, Bai Yaji did not believe that these 3,000 Ming soldiers could dismantle the Turpan Khanate. But did that truly matter? 3,000 is insufficient. Make it 30,000, or even 300,000. Should the adversary dare to wage war against the Ming Dynasty, the imperial court will undoubtedly retaliate without hesitation. In the days of the illustrious Yongle Emperor, merely the dispatch of an envoy from Annam prompted a change of their state title to Jiaoji. To confront the Ming forces in a bloody clash would be as futile as attempting to scramble an egg. Bai Yaji, harboring the misguided hopes of the obstinate Khan of Turpan, smiled like a blooming rose. However, his expectations were soon dashed. After more than half a month, the Ming army arrived at the capital of the Turpan Khanate. Not only was there no fierce engagement, but the atmosphere was one of cordial welcome. It was evident that the Khan was not foolish. Esteemed emissaries from the Celestial Empire, we have prepared a sumptuous feast and sweet wines. Please allow us to extend our sincere goodwill to His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming Dynasty and accept our hospitality, said a middle-aged man dressed in coarse linen. Standing at the forefront, his Mandarin slightly unrefined, his demeanor exuding humility. Bai Yaji was taken aback. Where has your former arrogance and defiance gone? Please, continue. Several of the high-ranking officials were caught off guard, suspecting a ruse. Bai Yaji was filled with frustration and resentment. Li Qing, Hu Zongxian, and Qi Jiguang exchanged bemused glances, feeling a measure of sympathy for the loyal Wang. Patience, Wang Zhongshuan. Whether feigned courtesy or cunning plots, before our Ming forces, they are but insignificant entities, easily vanquished. Hu Zongxian reassured him softly, dismounting and approaching with measured steps. Chapter 448. The indignant Khan Li Qing, Yu Daiyou, and Hu Zongxian held back. Observing the conversation from a distance, Li Qing inquired, has the Turpan Khanate ever shown such deference before? Qi Jiguang shook his head, replying, they were polite, but never to this extent. They maintained a certain demeanor. Yu Daiyou chuckled, the civil officials may wear themselves thin with their words, but in the end, it is we, the martial generals, who must take action. Damn it. Ultimately, we must resort to our fists. Bai Yaji nodded in agreement, but Li Qing declined to engage with him. There had never been an intention for a bloody confrontation. The other party was willing to recognize the situation, so why insist on a grand battle? War is no child's play. It brings death, and many shall perish. Approximately 15 minutes later, Hu Zongxian returned to the Central Army and informed Li Qing. Their Khan has been awaiting us for quite some time. Let us enter the city. Bai Yaji interjected. The esteemed officials represent the Ming court and His Majesty the Emperor. It is only fitting that the Turpan Khan personally come forth to greet us, lest we diminish the dignity of our celestial empire. Li Qing found Hu Zongxin's reasoning compelling, as did Yu Daiyou and Qi Jiguang. One may forsake personal pride, but the Ming Dynasty cannot afford to do so. The emperor must not be disregarded. Li Qing felt somewhat helpless, but refrained from voicing any objections. Hu Zongxian ordered a halt for rest, and, after conversing further with the man, the latter was agreeable, allowing the musicians to continue their performance while he mounted his horse and swiftly rode into the city. By late May, the over 3,000 men could only endure the sun's harsh rays. After a considerable time, the Khan of Turpan arrived with his eldest son. Without approaching closely, he dismounted and walked forth. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Qing and his companions dismounted and stepped out of the grand army formation. The diplomacy of the Ming Dynasty, or indeed that of any dynasty in the Central Plains, has always adhered to the principle of maintaining face, while simultaneously embodying the grace befitting a nation of etiquette. All present were martial generals, not particularly eloquent. Fortunately, their counterpart was a rugged individual, which spared them from excessive formalities. After the emperor's representative received the customary greetings and exchanged a few pleasantries, the preliminary welcoming ceremony came to a close. The 3,000 elite soldiers, each armed with formidable weaponry, though lacking artillery, were nonetheless equipped with powerful crossbows, firearms, and rockets, far surpassing standard provisions, all donned in armor. With one hand wielding a sword and the other a gun, and carrying additional weaponry on their backs, they presented an imposing sight. The Khan of Turpan was taken aback, fearful of allowing them into the inner city, and thus claimed it was too small to accommodate the troops of the Ming, offering to host them in the outer city instead. The group chose not to expose the Khan's trepidation. Hu Zongxian readily agreed, assigning the disguised Yu Daiyou to oversee the army while he, along with Li Qing, Qi Jiguang, and the loyal Prince Zhongshuan, made their way to the inner city. For the Khan, 3,000 soldiers was no trivial matter, and the provision of adequate hospitality was a considerable burden on his already strained resources. The arrival of this Ming army was indeed a heavy blow to his already meager household. In the short term, it was manageable. However, the thought of their prolonged presence was daunting. Turpan was no longer the prosperous land of the Han and Tang dynasties. Even the Khan's residence bore an air of destitution, with only a few agate and jade decorations to maintain appearances. Nevertheless, the banquet was genuinely lavish, replete with a variety of meats, and the wine was delightful, far surpassing the fermented mare's milk of the northern deserts. After feasting to their heart's content, a bevy of exotic young women began to dance gracefully, a truly enchanting sight, particularly for the youngest among them, Qi Jiguang, who observed with keen interest. Li Qing jested, "If you truly fancy her, once our business is concluded, let this Khan send you back with one as a concubine." Qi Jiguang gently shook his head. "Not enough? It cannot be." His expression grew somber. Li Qing, intrigued, inquired, "What do you mean? My wife wouldn't approve?" Qi Jiguang stammered. "Are you afraid of your wife?" Qi Jiguang blushed deeply. "How could you say such a thing?" At this, he felt utterly embarrassed. Li Qing chuckled. "Is your wife quite formidable?" Let us just drink." Qi Jiguang hastily diverted the conversation, though his gaze remained fixed. Li Qing's curiosity flared, but he refrained from further probing, mindful of the important discussions ahead. After a brief interlude, the dancers departed, and the meeting turned serious. The Khan of Turpan was the first to express his stance, stating, "This Khan harbors no intention of enmity towards the Ming, nor dares to show disrespect to His Majesty. The Khanate of Turpan has long desired to pay tribute and acknowledge allegiance to the Ming. I wonder if the Ming would be willing to accept this?" Li Qing replied with a smile, "Since you wish to pledge allegiance to the Ming, why not simply become subjects of the Ming?" The Khan, taken aback, stammered, "Ah?" The Khanate of Turpan struggles to be self-sufficient. It hardly merits such favor from the Ming, and it may even burden the Ming court. Hu Zongxian remarked, "Bowing to the Ming dynasty is far inferior to becoming a subject of the Ming. The treatment one receives is indeed worlds apart, and Hami serves as a prime example. How much larger is the Turpan Khanate compared to Hami? Yet, in terms of prosperity, it pales in comparison. The generosity of the Ming is reserved solely for its own people." The Khan scoffed, "The subjects under my rule are mere barbaric savages, difficult to educate. I fear they might burden the Ming. The Ming does not disdain. The Khan of Turpan insisted. I am willing to present the finest offerings to His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming, not seeking rewards, but merely desiring an opportunity to demonstrate loyalty. As for becoming a part of the Ming, I have no such intention. The Ming has always treated the vassal states with leniency, and I believe His Majesty would not stoop to threaten me. Li Qing smiled and nodded, then gave Bai Yaji a knowing glance. After enduring a lengthy wait, Bai Yaji finally seized the opportunity, coldly smiling as he said, "Surely, His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming would not deign to regard the Turpan Khanate. But what of your bullying of the Ming's subjects? When have I ever bullied the subjects of the Ming? Not to mention, I would not dare. Given the vast distance between the Turpan Khanate and the Ming, do not slander me." Huh. So, according to your reasoning, Hami is not part of the Ming? The Khan of Turpan was momentarily taken aback, then vehemently denied. I have never trespassed upon Hami. You may not have done so overtly. But what of your actions in secret? Bai Yaji retorted with a cold laugh. What do you make of your encroachment upon our borders under the guise of trade? What do you say to that? I have done no such thing. The Khan insisted. Is that so? Bai Yaji mocked. Have you not heard the ancient saying of the Ming? To wish for others not to know, one must do nothing wrong. Do you think I lack evidence? The Khan of Turpan, feeling cornered, stated, I believe there is a misunderstanding. I have never intended to invade Hami. Of course, I cannot rule out the actions of a few radical individuals acting on their own. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation. He then turned to Li Qing and the others, speaking earnestly and sincerely. I request some time from you three. Qi Jiguang chuckled. And how long might this some time be? 5 days, no, 1 day? By tomorrow, I shall unearth the transgressors, the Khan of Turpan vowed passionately. Qi Jiguang was rendered speechless. Truly, how barbaric to so brazenly shift the blame. Li Qing declared, if Hami is bullied, then the Ming is bullied. His Majesty cherishes his subjects as his own children. Our purpose here is to assist Lord Zhongshuan in seeking justice. You need not concern yourself, Khan. We will investigate thoroughly, meticulously, and with the utmost seriousness. Hu Zongxian's face darkened with intensity. Whoever is found culpable shall face extermination. At this juncture, the Khan of Turpan, despite his foolishness, comprehended the intentions of the Ming. He wished to retaliate but dared not. He was vexed, feeling the weight of indignation, and could not help but exclaim, is this how the Celestial Empire, a nation of propriety, treats its friendly vassals? The Ming naturally extends favor to those vassal states that are amicable, yet it must teach a lesson to those that covet its territory. Li Qing remarked, do not even mention the Turpan Khanate, as it lacks the qualifications to be a vassal state of the Ming Dynasty. Even as a vassal, should it act in defiance, the Ming would deliver a severe blow. I wonder if the Khan has heard of a certain nation? Which one? Annam. Oh no, it is now known as Jiaoji, Li Qing said with a smile. A flash of white teeth appeared before the Turpan Khan, a chilling aura emanating from him. Does the Ming truly wish to strike against us? Not at all. Li Qing interjected, halting Qi Jiguang's speech. Our intention is not to wage war upon you, but rather to uphold justice for the subjects of the Ming. Should you suffer, it is not due to our tyranny, but because of your prior transgressions. The Khan, feeling aggrieved and indignant, replied, I have never considered opposing the Ming. I have treated your esteemed officials with sincerity. How can you accuse us so? Li Qing replied coolly, if the Ming had not dispatched envoys, Hami would have long been devoured by you. The Turpan Khanate is well aware that Hami lies within Ming territory, yet you still covet it and take action. What wrong have we committed in response? But I have never truly invaded Hami. Ah, admit it. Bai Yaji laughed heartily. You have acknowledged that you have employed underhanded tactics to bully Hami. Haven to you? I have not. The officials urged, enough of this dialogue. Let us strike him down. Some people only come to their senses when faced with dire consequences. We have hundreds of thousands of troops at our disposal. Defeating him would be as easy as dispatching a chick. Bai Yaji opened his mouth to speak, yet the Turpan Khan seemed to believe him. You all wish to drive me and the Turpan Khanate to the brink of destruction? Facing Li Qing's icy gaze, Bai Yaji faltered and fell silent. Li Qing chuckled softly. Do you truly believe you can contend with the Ming? No, but I am not made of clay. I would rather die fighting. No one has called for your demise, unless you seek it yourself. Li Qing smiled. How about we wager? The Turpan Khan paused, stammering, wager on what? You decide. Li Qing said, if you win, this matter is finished. If you lose, You shall become a part of the Ming. Rest assured, I will keep my word, he added, producing a jade token that bore no restrictions. Chapter 449. Who believes in whom? The Turpan Khan stared blankly as he received the token, glancing at it without comprehending its significance. Although he could speak Mandarin, he recognized few characters. Of the 11 words, he only understood 100, leaving him perplexed as he looked toward Li Qing. Li Qing, exasperated, instructed, "Turn it over." The Khan complied. Instantly, his eyes widened in disbelief. You are His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming? The onlookers murmured, "Barbarians are still barbarians," while Bai Yaji, filled with a sense of pride, scoffed. "How monumental must your face be to have the Emperor of the Ming himself present?" The Khan, taken aback, replied sullenly, "I implore Prince Zhongshuan to clarify this for me." He handed over the jade token. Bai Yaji accepted it with both hands, and upon a single glance, his expression shifted dramatically, filled with awe as he gazed at Li Qing, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Li Qing remarked coolly, "Does Prince Zhongshuan believe it to be a forgery?" "Ah, no. No, I would never imply such a thing." Bai Yaji hastily shook his head. "What a jest!" In the Ming Dynasty, the forgery of an official seal is an egregious offense. A token bearing the true dragon insignia could warrant the annihilation of 9 generations. Who would dare to forge such a thing? The Ming army is genuine, and thus, that jade token cannot be false. Bai Yaji felt as though the jade token in his hand was akin to a searing iron, far beyond mere discomfort, and promptly returned it to Li Qing with both hands, addressing the Khan of Turpan. "This is a precious item bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming Dynasty, granted only to the most trusted ministers. Only those who are truly close to the heart can attain such an honor." The Khan of Turpan scrutinized Li Qing intently, as if recalling something, and ceased to harbor doubts. "What does the little Khan decide?" Li Qing nodded. "Has the little Khan truly triumphed? And will the Ming Dynasty indeed hold no grudges?" Hu Zongxian replied calmly, "Do you question who you are conversing with? We hail from the Ming Dynasty, representing the imperial court and His Majesty the Emperor. Whom do you dare to challenge?" The Khan of Turpan hesitated, repeatedly stating he did not dare. Just moments ago, he had been cornered, contemplating a desperate stand, yet now, the tides had turned, leaving him unexpectedly elated. The Khan of Turpan inhaled deeply, confirming, "Is it truly the little Khan who holds the final say?" Li Qing replied with a smile, "I understand your lingering doubts. The Ming Dynasty could easily overpower and even obliterate you. Why then do we choose to gamble? Allow me to enlighten you. Firstly, we do so because we possess unwavering confidence in our victory. Secondly, it is because the Ming Dynasty does not condone barbaric violence." Li Qing continued, "Should we lose, we will concede. If you refuse to acknowledge your defeat, rest assured, we have ample strength and means to compel you." The Khan of Turpan swallowed hard and nodded slightly, inquiring, "May the little Khan have a few days to prepare?" "Certainly." Li Qing assented, "I grant you 3 days for preparation. During this time, I must visit a certain location. Where does your excellency wish to go?" "To the mosque." Li Qing responded, "I seek the largest mosque in your vicinity, and I also require a guide and translator." "I believe he is suitable," Li Qing remarked, pointing at the Khan's eldest son, smilingly inquiring if the Khan would consent. The Khan of Turpan hesitated, but upon considering the numerous Ming soldiers stationed outside, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Even a mere 10,000 of them would suffice to obliterate his forces. Even these 3,000 could pose a significant threat. "Very well." Li Qing smiled, "Thank you." The following day, Li Qing conformed to local customs, indulging in a hot bath and donning traditional attire, and accompanied the Khan's eldest son to the mosque. As it was not a day for worship, the temple was relatively tranquil, and with the endorsement of the Khan's son, Li Qing was granted an audience with the imam. The imam, a man nearing 60, possessed bright eyes and a vigorous spirit. "Are you of Han descent? Do you speak the Han language? A Han representative from the Ming?" "Indeed." The elder imam conversed with the Khan's son in a dialect that Li Qing did not comprehend, leading to a moment of hesitation from the son. The imam then directly addressed Li Qing in Mandarin. "May we converse privately?" "That is precisely my intention," Li Qing replied with a smile, nodding to the Khan's son. "You need not continue as a guide." The Khan's son sighed in relief, bowed to Li Qing, gestured to the imam, and then turned to depart. The cleric inquired, "Your Excellency has come here for the purpose of the Turpan Khanate, am I correct?" "Not quite," replied Li Qing. "To be precise, I am here for the benefit of the people of Turpan, so that they may lead better lives." The The cleric appeared somewhat taken aback, then offered a wry smile. You always manage to adorn your actions with grandiloquent justifications. Please do not harbor such animosity. I come with a sincere heart, Li Qing responded. I may not be well versed in your doctrines, yet I firmly believe that your God would wish for the happiness and fulfillment of his followers, would he not? The cleric retorted, if we were unwilling, what then would you do? Nothing, Li Qing smiled. I am not here to stir trouble. I merely seek collaboration, which, of course, is entirely voluntary. Upon hearing this, the cleric visibly relaxed. I apologize, but we do not interfere in the governance of the Khanate. You need not be so wary. Li Qing chuckled. The Ming Dynasty harbors no animosity towards you, nor did any before it. Upon hearing the mention of the Ming Dynasty, the elder's expression shifted slightly. But he quickly regained his composure and replied, we have never regarded the Ming as adversaries. Indeed, they have never been enemies, Li Qing affirmed with a smile. As early as the Tang Dynasty, your presence was noted in the Central Plains. Throughout the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties, up to the present Ming, we have always been amicable. Li Qing endeavored to foster rapport, stating, our founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty held a great fondness for the culinary delights of your faith and offered many accolades. Furthermore, our emperor Wuzong is a believer in your God. Li Qing was not fabricating entirely, yet his words held a grain of truth. Zhu Hozhao's faith was eclectic, embracing various beliefs for the sake of amusement. The string of Buddhist chants still eluded Li Qing's memory. Wuzong had once recounted a parable of Muhammad, seemingly stating, if the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. Am I mistaken? Li Qing inquired with a smile. His demeanor was gentle, and his amiable conversation significantly eased the elder's wariness. The cleric remarked, if I recall correctly, we are now in the 32nd year of the Jiajing reign of the Ming. Are you suggesting that this was recorded in the annals of Emperor Wuzong? Li Qing chuckled lightly. Indeed, Emperor Wuzong did utter such words. Pausing briefly, he continued, would you be interested in propagating your faith in the Ming? The cleric responded, does not the Ming already possess the Islamic faith? Indeed, it has always existed, which serves as evidence of the Ming's acceptance of you, Li Qing stated. I perceive you as a wise individual, so I shall speak plainly. The Ming is willing to embrace this land and all that resides within it. You must understand that the Turpan Khanate and the entirety of the western regions, in blunt terms, are perceived as barren lands by the Ming. If the Ming desired to reap benefits from the West, the appropriate course would be to exert forceful exploitation rather than integrating the West into the Ming fold. This is a losing endeavor, Li Qing remarked, yet the Ming persists in this course. Do you know why? The cleric chuckled softly. Emperors are most fond of expanding their territories. Indeed, Li Qing nodded, but let me clarify. The western regions have always belonged to the Central Plains dynasties. This is not colonialism by the Franks, nor is it an act of aggression. It is simply a matter of an elder brother improving his own fortune, unwilling to see his younger brother suffer. Li Qing, with heartfelt sincerity, proclaimed, we are, after all, one family, are we not? The fervent and genuine gaze of Li Qing stirred something within the elderly imam. In this land, resources are scarce, and the overwhelming presence of serfs, who suffer greatly and are mercilessly exploited, begs the question, can you bear to witness this? Can your God bear to witness this? Li Qing continued, I believe you too wish to liberate them from their suffering. Now that I have arrived, now that my Ming Dynasty is here, willing to assist them, and you as well, is this not a fortuitous occurrence? The imam gazed into Li Qing's eyes, which were so pure, so radiant, and so profound. You are a kind-hearted individual, he remarked. Li Qing smiled and replied, I believe you are as well. The imam chuckled softly before asking, would you care to learn more about us? I would be eager to hear, Li Qing responded. For a full hour, the imam elaborated on the origins and tenets of Islam, providing Li Qing with a clearer understanding of the intricate relationships between Islam, Catholicism, and Christianity. The imam recounted, over 2 centuries ago, upon the death of Emperor Qingzong of the Yuan dynasty, his empress contemplated appointing Prince Anshi, Ananda, as his successor due to the absence of an heir. Had he ascended the throne, it is conceivable that the Central Plains would have embraced the worship of the one God. Is this Ananda a follower of your God? Queried Li Qing. Indeed, the imam affirmed. With a smile, Li Qing interjected, pardon my frankness, but even so, it seems improbable. The imam paused momentarily, then chuckled ruefully. Yes, indeed. The likelihood is lamentably slim. The beliefs in the Central Plains are too varied, too eclectic. and the followers too fickle, believing only when it is beneficial and readily shifting faith when it is not. But one cannot put it this way, Li Qing countered, ultimately. It boils down to differing values. Values? Inquired the Imam. It refers to how one assesses the worth of things, Li Qing explained. The people of the Central Plains pursue pragmatism. Pragmatism does not refer merely to eggs, does it? The Imam asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Li Qing chuckled. Shaking his head, eggs are but one manifestation of pragmatism, not its entirety. Li Qing then composed himself, stating, to put it plainly, this pragmatism can be encapsulated in one character, spirit. If you possess spirit, I will believe. If you lack spirit, I will seek that which possesses it. Li Qing elaborated. For instance, if you perceive a lack of spirit, it is due to your own heart's insincerity. While the people of the Central Plains might believe that the deity is simply ineffectual, the gods they worship are meant to serve humanity, not the other way around. He continued, whether it be local Taoist priests or foreign monks, they all gain followers based on their efficacy, which is the fundamental reason for the multitude and diversity of beliefs. The Imam, taken aback, soon found relief in understanding, expressing his gratitude for the enlightenment. He then inquired, given this, do you still consider it an enticing prospect to spread your faith in the Central Plains? Li Qing paused, then responded with a question of his own. Must it necessarily be enticing? Chapter 450. The inexhaustible sea. Li Qing remarked, in China, we have a saying, the sea accepts all rivers, which has held true throughout history. The Imam, momentarily speechless, was at a loss for words. Li Qing continued, if we were to embrace this spirit of inclusivity, how could there be a holy war? After a long silence, the Imam sighed deeply. You are indeed an extraordinarily kind person, yet your strength ultimately remains too limited. One cannot save thousands alone. I desire to assist you, but I fear that my aid may lead many more into perdition. Li Qing laughed heartily, declaring, I am indeed striving to save thousands. I have been doing so all along. The cleric, possessing remarkable composure, chose not to refute, but merely remarked, you are, after all, quite young. Li Qing, with a silent sigh, responded, in truth, I am not young at all, I am quite old. If I were to claim I am 200 years old, would you believe me? The cleric replied, naturally not. Yet, the reality is as such. Li Qing insisted, I truly am 200 years old. Upon hearing this, the cleric could not conceal his disappointment, shaking his head as he prepared to depart. Li Qing inquired, what do you envision a deity to be like? The cleric, with a wry smile, responded, I am unfamiliar with your conception of the divine. Perhaps it is one who possesses great supernatural powers. Does this count as possessing such powers? Before the cleric could finish his sentence, he was rendered speechless. Li Qing ascended gracefully, resembling a radiant sun rising in the sky. His long hair flowing without the need for wind, and his garments rustling like the wings of a celestial being. Even the steadfast cleric was taken aback by this spectacle, astonished beyond measure, as it transcended his understanding. Li Qing hovered in the air, declaring, a deity exists to serve humanity. Submission, peace, submission, peace. He continued, though our paths diverge, our goals remain aligned. I hold respect and understanding for you, and I am willing to embrace your beliefs. I trust that your God will not reject me. The sea accommodates all rivers. Reiterating this, Li Qing prepared to take flight. Wait a moment. Li Qing paused midair, gradually descending. His flowing hair fell naturally behind him, with only a few strands resting upon his chest, enhancing his extraordinary appearance. Li Qing approached slowly, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at the cleric. The elder inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes as his lips moved, seemingly reaffirming his convictions. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled and stated, I believe in you, but I shall only believe in you. Li Qing, enlightened, retrieved a jade tablet from his robe, asking, do you recognize the characters inscribed upon this? The cleric accepted it, and in the next moment, his pupils trembled with shock. The emperor of the Ming Dynasty is aware of your presence. The cleric pondered for a long time, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, finally stating, does the emperor of the Ming Dynasty not comprehend your capabilities? If not, from whence did this jade tablet originate? Li Qing countered, then earnestly declared, my power is vast, far greater than you can imagine. You need not worry. Once I depart, the policies of the Ming will shift. Li Qing continued, I am confident that your God and your faith will not allow you to refuse. The cleric remained silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement, saying, we can. to a certain extent, influence the decisions of the Khan, but it is merely influence, not a change. I do not require your influence over the Khan. I will manage him myself. As for you, I simply wish for you to pacify the populace, to prevent them from harboring animosity towards the Ming. Li Qing articulated. Those who have been harmed repeatedly often become wary, even hostile toward kindness. I only desire for the people here to accept the Ming. The cleric, astonished, queried. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. Li Qing affirmed, then added. The Ming seeks to rescue the Turpan Khanate, and not just that. There are also plans to aid the Yarkand Khanate. Will you lend your assistance? Before the elder could respond, Li Qing continued, I believe you will agree. Your faith does not permit you to decline, does it? The cleric, with a wry smile and a nod, sighed. I must admit. You are not only kind-hearted but also possess great wisdom. You are indeed a true sage. After a brief pause, did you truly live for 2 centuries? Li Qing merely smiled, offering no further explanation. The Khan, however, harbored no doubts any longer, and after a moment of contemplation, inquired, Forgive my impertinence. Do you possess a faith? If by faith you mean a sect, I adhere to Taoism. Li Qing replied, I am a Taoist priest. The Khan, familiar with Taoism, curiously asked, as a Taoist priest wielding such power, do you not desire for the people of the Central Plains to embrace Taoism more fervently? Li Qing laughed heartily and remarked, Our pursuit in Taoism is that of nature. Simply put, it is a matter of belief or disbelief at one's discretion. The Khan was taken aback, subsequently feeling a profound respect. Though our faiths differ, you are a person worthy of reverence. Li Qing smiled gently and said, Is not the evolution from the Old Testament to the New Testament the finest embodiment of inclusivity? Your respect for me, which has led to a shift in your view of Taoism, is also an act of inclusivity, is it not? The Khan was left speechless, yet Li Qing chuckled, adding, Exclusivity is unacceptable. Embracing diversity is the rightful choice. With that, he turned and strode confidently towards the exit, proclaiming, Seeking common ground while reserving differences. Harmony and joy are paramount. The Central Plains are not solely inhabited by the Han people. The Khan gazed at Li Qing's retreating figure, rendered momentarily speechless. Lord, how did the discussion go? Upon Li Qing's return, Hu Zongxian and Qi Jiguang approached him eagerly. It went rather well, Li Qing replied with a smile. Those who hold a belief are generally quite reasonable. Qi Jiguang, with a hint of skepticism, asked, My lord, are you certain you merely engaged in reasoned discourse, without resorting to force? Li Qing retorted with irritation, What an absurd notion. Am I truly so violent? The two exchanged glances. Li Qing, feeling a twinge of guilt, defensively replied, My use of force is only to ensure proper discourse. If others can engage in conversation, why would I resort to violence? Ah, indeed. My lord speaks with reason, they reluctantly flattered. Hu Zongxian then inquired, My lord, you truly intend for them to spread their teachings in the Central Plains? Li Qing shook his head, I am not opposed to it, but they show little interest in missionary work in the Central Plains. What? Qi Jiguang exclaimed, incredulous. Such a significant temptation, yet they remain unmoved? Not entirely. The primary issue is the lack of feasibility, Li Qing chuckled. Our soil does not yield a single type of grain. Beliefs are diverse and plentiful. Consider, Taoism has the 3 pure ones and the Jade Emperor, while Buddhism boasts Shakyamuni and Guanyin, yet they adhere to one true deity, exhibiting strong exclusivity. How could such a belief flourish? Our Ming Dynasty is not devoid of mosques, yet they have remained lukewarm, with followers far fewer than those who believe or disbelieve in Taoism. What motivation do they possess to preach in the Central Plains? Hu Zongxian chuckled awkwardly. Did you not previously state, the world thrives on profit, and the masses bustle for gain? Ah, I only learned of this today. Li Qing replied with a playful scoff. This is not a rebuke, merely a matter of knowledge gaps. Qi Jiguang, with a cheeky grin, teased, You too have knowledge gaps? Li Qing rolled his eyes. I have lived through 11 dynasties, yet I am not omniscient. Where would I find the leisure to delve into such matters? Oh, by the way, Li Qing suddenly recalled something and remarked, The Khan has yet to draft the regulations. There's nothing pressing to attend to. Why not share your tales of being henpecked, since we have some idle time? Qi Jiguang immediately ceased to smile. Come on, do share. Consider it a diversion. Li Qing urged, his curiosity reignited. Even the usually stoic Hu Zongxian found himself intrigued and echoed, Indeed, indeed. Qi Jiguang, feeling both frustrated and resigned, thought to himself, "While you find amusement, this is a painful chapter of my past." Reluctantly, he began a more nuanced recounting under their persistent encouragement. Hu Zongxian found it amusing. But for Li Qing, it was far more enjoyable than listening to a storyteller. The thought that a historical hero against the Japanese pirates was actually intimidated by his wife made him suppress a laugh. This laughter, however, was not rooted in mockery, but rather stemmed from the delightful irony of the situation. After a while, Qi Jiguang concluded his tale, somewhat sullenly asking, "Your Grace, upon my return, do you think the emperor will promote me?" Li Qing responded confidently, "With such significant contributions in the western regions, a promotion is a certainty." "That puts my mind at ease," Qi Jiguang replied. "Once my rank surpasses that of her father, let us see if she dares to give me the cold shoulder again." Hu Zongxian jested. "At this point, your rank seems to exceed that of your esteemed father-in-law, does it not?" "Well, it's not entirely certain," Qi Jiguang retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "Once I am more secure, I shall show her what it means for a husband to lead." The two men responded, "You certainly talk big. This is no idle boast. That was in the past. Now, I fear nothing." "Well, fearing one's wife is nothing to be ashamed of." "We are not mocking you," Qi Jiguang exclaimed. "Then what are you laughing at?" "Did I laugh?" Li Qing replied, casting a humorous glance toward Hu Zongxian. Hu Zongxian shook his head with a smile. "Not at all. There is nothing humorous about this." Qi Jiguang, feeling disheartened, rose and said, "I shall go check on General Yu in the outer city. You two continue your conversation." "Why the rush?" Li Qing, feeling unsatisfied, pressed on. Hu Zongxian, his mouth twitching in amusement, remarked, "For a military general, being afraid of one's wife does carry a certain embarrassment. Who would want to marry a fierce woman?" "Not so," Li Qing countered. "My son fears his wife, yet his love for her is profound." Hu Zongxian was momentarily taken aback, astonished. "Li Hong, the Marquis of Yongqing and the commander of the naval forces," Li Qing stated. "I see." Hu Zongxian nodded awkwardly. "In truth, it is not about fear. It is simply that the more accommodating party loves more deeply. Qi Jiguang's current power and status far exceed that of his father-in-law, so there is no fear involved." Li Qing chuckled softly. "Do you believe that if his wife suddenly became gentle and virtuous, he would not feel uncomfortable?" "That cannot be." Hu Zongxian chuckled nervously. "Is there truly someone who enjoys being mistreated?" Li Qing replied with a grin, "You do not comprehend. This is called flirting." Chapter 451. The Duel After Several Leisurely Days. The Khan of Turpan finally devised a competition format. There would be 3 events, with the winner determined by best 2 out of 3. The first event was equestrianism, also following the best 2 out of 3 format. To ensure fairness, the Khan intentionally allowed Li Qing's team to ride the war horses for a practice lap first. Following this, he permitted Li Qing's team to select 3 horses from 2 groups, distinctly categorized as superior, average, and inferior, with each horse eligible to compete only once. Through keen observation, Li Qing discerned that the Khan was indeed straightforward, and thus he casually selected a group. "Is it settled?" "It is settled," Li Qing nodded. The Khan of Turpan, suppressing his exhilaration, stated, "The war horses shall be chosen by the Ming first, and the order of appearance should also be determined by the Ming, for fairness to prevail. Is that agreeable to you?" Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile and nodded. Certainly, he was well aware of the intentions behind the Khan's words. Li Qing was unfazed by these matters. In fact, he willingly cooperated, feigning contemplation for a brief moment before making his decision. "Qi Jiguang, you shall command the superior horse and first compete against the warriors of the Turpan Khanate." "Yes." Qi Jiguang, fully aware of Li Qing's capabilities, felt no apprehension about the outcome. Observing this, the Khan of Turpan hurried off to instruct his subordinates. A quarter of an hour later, 2 riders emerged, one upon a superior steed, the other upon an inferior one. Li Qing, Hu Zongxian, the Khan of Turpan, and their entourage ascended a height to witness the path of the competitors clearly. The rules of the contest were simple. Flags were planted 2 miles apart, and the first to return with a flag would be declared the victor. The Khan of Turpan chuckled. "Let the Ming issue the commands." Li Qing, unreserved, proclaimed, "Let the contest begin." In the next moment, both riders sprang into action in perfect unison, shaking their reins and delivering sharp cracks to their horses' flanks. The horses whinnied, their hooves thundering as they surged forward. Within mere breaths, Qi Jiguang established a lead, gradually widening the gap. Li Qing, observing the galloping steeds below, engaged in light-hearted banter with the Khan of Turpan, who, despite the impending loss, was in high spirits. The distance of merely 4 miles was covered in less than a quarter of an hour, and as anticipated, Qi Jiguang returned unscathed, triumphing in the first small contest. Li Qing remarked, "We have won." "Indeed, you have won," the Khan of Turpan replied with a smile, inquiring about the participants for the second small contest. Li Qing nonchalantly pointed to one of Hu Zongxian's personal guards, saying, "You shall compete, using a medium horse." A match that was destined to be lost should not involve Hu Zongxian. The guard took a deep breath, acknowledging the challenge with difficulty. "Do not be anxious. Just give it your best. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Even if we lose, it is of little consequence," Li Qing said with a cheerful demeanor. "We can afford to lose." Yes. In the second round, the Khan of Turpan mounted a superior horse, and given the opponent's exceptional horsemanship, the outcome was unsurprising. The Khan easily secured victory. "This round, we have won," the Khan of Turpan remarked with a grin. Li Qing nodded in agreement. He then stretched his neck and expanded his chest, suggesting, "Shall we engage in a match ourselves to determine the final outcome?" The pressure is substantial for both sides. Being a Khan, he was no fool, and at just under 40, he was in his prime. Upon hearing Li Qing's proposal, he laughed heartily. "It is an honor for this humble Khan to race against you. However, I assure you, I shall show no mercy." "Huh. If you were to hold back, what would be the point? We would win outright." "Oh, huh. Very well." The Khan of Turpan glanced at Hu Zongxian and Qi Jiguang and inquired, "Which of you gentlemen shall undertake this task?" Qi Jiguang, observing Hu Zongxian's inaction, volunteered, "I shall do it." "Ah, much appreciated." The Khan of Turpan replied with a confident demeanor, gesturing to Li Qing, "Please proceed." Once the others had moved a slight distance away, Qi Jiguang muttered softly, "Is this some sort of contest akin to Tianji's horse racing? Who does he look down upon?" Hu Zongxian replied quietly, "This indicates that he too is a learned individual." Qi Jiguang nodded in agreement, then smiled, lamenting, "Alas, encountering such a person renders even the finest strategies ineffective." Hu Zongxian, intrigued, asked, "Is the Marquis Yongqing truly as formidable as you claim?" Just as Qi Jiguang was about to elaborate on the prowess of Li Qing, he noticed the two competitors had mounted their steeds and turned back to look at him. He quickly cleared his throat and announced, "Let the contest commence. Go." Suddenly, the Khan of Turpan yanked the reins sharply, causing his horse to rear up in pain, and at that moment, the whip struck its flank with force. The warhorse's front hooves crashed down onto the ground, its hind legs propelling it forward, all 4 limbs working in unison. In an instant, its power surged, rivaling even the superior horse that Qi Jiguang commanded. In stark contrast, Li Qing appeared rather casual, merely patting his horse's neck. Although it began to gallop, it lagged considerably behind. On the city walls, Hu Zongxian's expression betrayed his anxiety. Qi Jiguang felt a tinge of tension as well, but soon regained his composure, confident that Li Qing would not falter. As he anticipated, just a few breaths later, Li Qing's steed began to accelerate, gaining speed despite its inferior quality, even surpassing the Khan's horse. The Khan's eldest son watched in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. The horses had been meticulously selected. Such an anomaly should not occur. Yet the spectacle unfolded before them. Before long, Li Qing had caught up with the Khan of Turpan, and to the astonishment of a few spectators, he exchanged a casual greeting with him before galloping ahead, leaving the Khan in a cloud of dust. Even from a distance, the Khan's expression of shock was unmistakable. "How could this be? How could this be?" the Khan's son murmured, his face clouded with dismay. While Hu Zongxian was not particularly surprised by Li Qing's victory, he was curious about the method he employed. Straining to observe closely, he and Qi Jiguang were astounded to see that Li Qing's horse seemed to glide effortlessly, as if it were not merely bearing a rider, but was propelled by an unseen force. It appeared as though the horse needed only to move its legs without exerting any effort, racing like the wind. The two on the wall observed intently, while the Khan of Turpan remained oblivious. His attention was primarily focused on controlling his warhorse, and as he was trailing in the dust, he could not discern what transpired ahead. This brief distance required little time to traverse, and before Hu Zongxian and Qi Jiguang could fully express their astonishment, Li Qing returned, planting the banner of the Ming Dynasty into the ground. He then turned his horse around, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Khan of Turpan. After a short while, the Khan arrived, his demeanor marked not only by disappointment, but also by profound confusion, staring blankly at the inferior horse beneath Li Qing. The horse, with its large, bewildered eyes, seemed equally perplexed as to why it could run so swiftly. Soon, however, it took on an air of pride, letting out a resounding snort, raising its head high, and casting a haughty glance at its peers, as if to say, "You cannot match me." Li Qing smiled and remarked, "It appears we have triumphed in this round." The Khan of Turpan nodded in disappointment, sighing, "In this contest, the young Khan has lost. What about the next round? How did you achieve this?" The Khan of Turpan, filled with curiosity, pondered the horse's remarkable speed. Li Qing grinned and simply replied, "Treat it well." Without further explanation, he declared, "Let us commence the second round." The Khan of Turpan took a deep breath and pointed towards the nearby arena, stating, "In the second round, we shall compete in personal combat, with 10 participants from each side. Stepping down signifies defeat, and the victor may continue to challenge until one side is entirely eliminated. A fair contest." Li Qing nodded with a smile. Suddenly, an uneasy premonition gripped the Khan of Turpan, prompting him to inquire, "Will you participate?" Though uncertain of Li Qing's capabilities, he sensed something extraordinary about the young man. "Do you not wish for my participation?" Li Qing replied, "As a distinguished figure. If you take the stage, my men may hesitate. In that case, I shall refrain from participating." "Very well, let us select our fighters." The Khan of Turpan felt a wave of relief wash over him, stating, "The young Khan is ready. Take your time to choose." Li Qing subtly nodded and pointed towards a row of loyal soldiers beside Hu Zongxian, saying, "All of you, come down." "Yes," came a resounding reply, particularly striking. The Khan of Turpan couldn't help but gaze more intently at the individual who had spoken. A single glance left him astounded by the man's robust physique. Yu Dayo was tall and sturdy, yet not overly so, exuding an aura akin to a small mountain, solid, unyielding, and immensely strong. The Khan of Turpan felt fortunate that among the 10 or so individuals, there was only one such figure. Reflecting upon the group of strong men he had nurtured, he felt considerably reassured. As the group descended from the city, Hu Zongxian and Qi Jiguang also joined them. Yu Dayo looked at Li Qing with eager anticipation, silently pleading, "Choose me, choose me. I can hardly contain myself." You, Li Qing said casually, pointing at Yu Dayo as if selecting a chick. "Maintain a calm mindset. Do your utmost, but do not endanger lives." This caution was directed solely at Yu Dayo, for if he unleashed his full strength, it could prove lethal. The 10 men clasped their hands in agreement. "Yes." Yu Dayo quickly stepped to the forefront, anxious that someone might compete with him. The arena was only a foot high and measured 10 feet square, presenting a significant advantage to those skilled in wrestling. Shortly thereafter, the second round of combat officially commenced. Yu Dayo, unabashed, was the first to take the stage, his eyes gleaming as he beheld the imposing Turpan strongman, who was taller and considerably heavier than himself. As the gong sounded, the opponent charged fiercely towards Yu Dayo, his large and hefty body surprisingly agile, reminiscent of Huang Jin's headbutt attacks. "Bring it on!" Yu Dayo shouted with enthusiasm, as he extended his arms and lowered his body, preparing to absorb the opponent's wild charge directly. Upon witnessing this, the spirit of the Turpan Khan soared, yet just as a smile began to form, it quickly froze. A corpulent strong man was unexpectedly halted in his tracks. Despite his vigorous momentum, the opponent, utilizing only one foot for balance, suddenly unleashed a force that drove the giant backward, step by step, devoid of any finesse. Merely a contest of raw strength. Before long, the strong man found himself with no ground left to retreat. In a moment of desperation, he surged forward, attempting to counter Yu Dayo's force while executing a sidestep to leverage his own strength against him. However, Yu Dayo's skills were far superior. He took a half step forward in harmony with the opponent's momentum, then twisted his sturdy waist, maintaining the inertia while exerting his own force. The 200-pound behemoth was unceremoniously flung over a yard away. The Khan and his entourage, who were prepared to cheer, stood dumbfounded. Hu Zongxian and Qi Jiguang wore expressions of astonishment. Although they knew of Yu Dayo's extraordinary martial prowess, such valor was beyond their expectations. Even Li Qing could not suppress his awe, recognizing that this individual had grown even more formidable since their last encounter. It seemed he had fully assimilated the martial arts treatise he had authored. Li Qing's previously tense demeanor relaxed further. "Next," muttered another strong man as he ascended the arena. Yu Dayo, possessing exceptional martial attributes, retreated a few steps to afford his opponent ample space. The two engaged, grasping one another's shoulders as they began to wrestle. In no time, the outcome became clear. Yu Dayo, steadily pressing forward, gradually forced his opponent out of the ring, denying him any opportunity to employ technique. After catching his breath, Yu Dayo called out, "Next." Another strongman entered, this one considerably more cautious, opting to employ tactics and engage in a war of attrition, occasionally testing strength, but mostly avoiding direct confrontation, aiming to wear down Yu Dayo's patience and stamina. Yet, he was sorely mistaken. Yu Dayo's choice to wrestle was not due to a lack of skill. He simply found such encounters exhilarating. As the opponent resorted to strategy, Yu Dayo, feeling discontented, unleashed his combat techniques, flying kicks, precise strikes, grappling, and redirecting force. After a series of combinations, the adversary remained on stage, but his fighting spirit was extinguished, leaving him nearly incapacitated. Taking a deep breath, Yu Dayo announced, "Next." Below, the Turpan Khan's expression darkened as he glanced at the remaining untested soldiers of the Ming army, his earlier tension easing somewhat. Apart from one particularly robust soldier, the others appeared unremarkable. Once this individual was exhausted, victory would surely tilt in his favor. The fourth strongman lasted a quarter of an hour. The fifth managed just over 15 minutes. The sixth held on for nearly 90 seconds. The seventh endured for close to 2/4 of an hour. Yu Dayo's breathing grew increasingly labored, clearly running low on strength, yet he persisted, refusing to be ousted. With 7 consecutive opponents defeated, the Khan began to feel a sense of urgency. Reluctantly stepping onto the arena to rally his comrades, Li Qing spoke, not words of encouragement, but with concern. "You have performed admirably. Do not overexert yourself and risk injury." Yu Dayo grinned broadly, replying, "Such a thrilling contest is a rare occurrence. I still have the strength to continue." Li Qing remarked, "Hu Zongxian believes that a clean sweep would be rather embarrassing. Do allow the other brothers a chance to shine." Yu Dayo laughed heartily. "I shall compete in 2 more matches." Just as Hu Zongxian was about to respond, someone tugged at his sleeve. Noticing Li Qing's subtle shake of the head, indicating that Yu Dayo should proceed, he chose to refrain from further comment. The essence of gambling lies in victory, and a decisive win serves to utterly dismantle the opponent's confidence, psychologically rendering them incapable of resistance. The 8th match proved exceptionally challenging for Yu Dayo, while the 9th was a true test of limits. By the time the last strongman entered the fray, Yu Dayo found himself utterly drained, yet still brimming with fighting spirit. "Come forth." The Khan of Turpan had already shut his eyes in anguish. What difference would winning this match make? Could he truly achieve a clean sweep? Unexpectedly, the outcome was even more disheartening. Exhausted, Yu Dayo managed to engage in a draw, relying solely on his sheer skill. Following this, a personal soldier of Hu Zongxian ascended the stage, surveying the crowd, and inquired, "Is there anyone else?" The arena fell silent. No one dared to speak. The Khan of Turpan gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, remaining silent for a long moment before articulating, "I have lost." Not only had he lost, but he had done so comprehensively, leading him to question whether he had even managed to win a single match by virtue of his opponent's leniency. His strategy had been derived from the Han people's tactics, which his adversaries surely knew. "I concede," the Khan of Turpan said slowly. "I am willing to submit to the Ming Dynasty and become a subject of His Majesty the Emperor." Li Qing smiled faintly, but suddenly his demeanor shifted dramatically as he intoned, "Hear my decree." These 2 seemingly gentle words struck the Khan's heart like powerful blows. After a moment of silence, he gradually knelt, and soon, a number of royal members, either voluntarily or by being urged by those beside them, followed suit. Qi Jiguang produced the imperial edict, and alongside Hu Zongxian, they slowly unfurled it. Li Qing stood at the center of the 2, stating, "The western regions have always belonged to China. Today, I reclaim the western regions not to expand territory, but to spare our people from suffering." After delivering some formal statements, Li Qing continued, "From this day forth, the Khanate of Turpan shall be renamed Turpan, and the Khan shall be bestowed the title of Duke of Loyalty and Brilliance. You shall diligently govern Turpan. Should you waver in your commitment, I shall appoint someone else in your stead. The Duke of Loyalty and Brilliance must cooperate with the court to develop Turpan and report to the capital every 18 months. Thereafter, you shall enjoy equal treatment with the Duke of Loyalty and Order. The Duke of Loyalty and Brilliance accepts the decree." "I receive the decree." Li Qing's imposing aura softened as he gently inquired, "What shall we compete in for the 3rd match?" "What?" The Duke of Loyalty and Brilliance responded in astonishment, then smiled ruefully. Is there really any necessity for further competition? Absolutely. Li Qing replied with a smile. If you find it troublesome, I shall decide. With a sigh, the Duke of Loyalty and Brilliance nodded. I shall defer to your arrangements. Summon all your subordinates swiftly. I grant you time, but do not tarry. Li Qing commanded, insisting that those factions who heed not the edicts must also be summoned. Do not be anxious. You are a minister of the Ming Dynasty, and I hold no ill will towards you. Rather, I am extending assistance, Li Qing stated earnestly. Very well, the loyal and bright king nodded slowly. Li Qing smiled gently, assuring him that with cooperation towards the court, he would retain his title, and even his descendants would continue to hold power. However, should there be any treachery or duplicity, I would not dare, the young king replied. That is for the best, Li Qing remarked. As time is of the essence, you should expedite your actions. Indeed. Cheer up, this is a fortuitous development, is it not? The loyal and bright king forced a smile, though it appeared rather strained. Li Qing chuckled softly, instructing him to make preparations. My lord, how many individuals should we gather? How many do you deem appropriate? We cannot exceed 1,000, Hu Zongxian stated, as we still have the Yarkand Khanate to consider, and our resources must be judiciously allocated. Qi Jiguang nodded in agreement, noting that the Yarkand Khanate is significantly larger than the Turpan Khanate and will require more resources. Conflict may not be out of the question. Let it be 1,000 then, Li Qing decided, asserting that 500 troops would suffice in terms of firepower. This is indeed a safer approach. The two men nodded in unison. Li Qing turned to Qi Jiguang, saying, General, you cannot remain here. You will guard this place while we attend to our affairs. And once we conclude our tasks, we shall return together. The subsequent stationing of troops is a matter for the emperor and the ministers to deliberate. Our elite force must return. Hearing this, Qi Jiguang felt a great sense of relief. As the governor, Hu Zongxian would not be left to serve as a mere commandant of a garrison, whereas his own retention was quite likely. Li Qing instructed, you should go to the outer city, inform the soldiers of the situation, and prepare them. Once the loyal and bright king is ready, we shall proceed with a brief ceremony and depart swiftly. The sooner we complete our duties, the sooner we can return. Understood. Qi Jiguang clasped his hands in a salute and turned to leave. Li Qing then addressed Hu Zongxian. In the coming days, I will frequently visit the mosque. Please take extra care of matters here. My lord, you are being overly courteous. This is indeed my duty, Hu Zongxian replied sincerely. Before my arrival, I never anticipated things would unfold so smoothly. Li Qing smiled. Many endeavors seem daunting until one engages in them. In practice, they often prove more manageable. Hu Zongxian nodded thoughtfully, expressing, one need not fear a slow pace, but rather stagnation. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Precisely. That is the principle, Li Qing chuckled softly in agreement. By the way, do check on your personal guard. He must be utterly exhausted today. Yet he certainly made a striking impression. Hu Zongxian paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Continues with Chapter 453. The Ming army unveils its sword. The following day, Li Qing and Prince Zhongshuan again visited the mosque. The imam, upon learning of the Turpan Khan's submission to the Ming Dynasty, was utterly astonished and reassessed Li Qing's influence and capabilities. This is truly remarkable. You have genuinely succeeded, the imam murmured, his gaze laden with complexity. Li Qing smiled. Do you still harbor doubts? The imam remained silent for a moment before responding. This is a lengthy process. Results cannot be expected in the short term. I understand that the construction and management of this land by the Ming is not a matter of mere days or months. Li Qing expressed his understanding, stating, for the suffering populace, you serve the Almighty, and I serve the world. Let us strive together. The imam nodded thoughtfully and inquired, you cannot remain here for long, can you? In due time, you shall journey to the Yarkand Khanate. Li Qing asked, the people there also revere the mosque. Would you be willing to assist me? The imam replied, indeed. Li Qing clarified, what I mean is, could you compose a letter of recommendation to facilitate my endeavors? It was evident to Li Qing that this venerable imam wielded considerable influence and was profoundly learned, earning the respect of even the prince, which attested to his esteemed status. Though the two regions were governed differently, their faith remained unwaveringly alike, suggesting that cooperation would be feasible. That can be arranged, the imam responded. Though we may not reside in the same place, we certainly have avenues for communication. Please wait a moment. Emerging from the mosque, The prince could not restrain himself from commenting. The Yarkand Khanate is far more powerful than us. Not only is their land more extensive, but their population is also greater. Are you not concerned they may act irrationally? Li Qing chuckled. In the Central Plains, we always prioritize diplomacy before resorting to arms. If courtesy can resolve matters, that is ideal. If not, then we may have to resort to military action. He paused and added, do not feel as though you have lost something. Reflect upon it. What is there here that would entice the Ming Dynasty? The prince was taken aback, rendered speechless. Thus, there is no need for despondency. This incident is a blessing rather than a curse, Li Qing smiled. Moreover, you shall gain the opportunity for tribute trade. Your relations with Hami are already quite close. Once you comprehend the benefits of tribute trade, you will see its value. The prince pursed his lips, feeling invigorated, and asked, can we engage in mutual trade? Realizing this might be overly presumptuous, he quickly added, do not misunderstand. I am merely inquiring, not imposing conditions. Li Qing laughed softly. It is not that we are unwilling to trade, but rather that your capacity is too limited. Focus on development first. Once you have grown sufficiently, mutual trade will undoubtedly be possible. Is that truly the case? The prince inquired, to which Li Qing replied, of course. You are also subjects of the Ming. The current lack of trade is merely due to capacity constraints, not because I regard you as outsiders. Now we are all one family. One family, the prince murmured. We are also Ming subjects. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Our Ming dynasty is prosperous and strong, currently in a phase of development. Though the foundational conditions here are quite inadequate, trust me, life will eventually improve. The prince nodded gently, feeling a newfound closeness to Li Qing. Could you explain why you wish for my father, the Khan, to gather armed forces? Surely, you do not intend harm upon us? That is not the case. The prince replied pensively. If you truly wish to harm us, 3,000 men from the outer city could easily destabilize the royal family. Their presence would be detrimental to you. Of course, I am merely curious. If it burdens you, you need not divulge, Li Qing said. It is not a great secret, and I do not mind sharing. My actions are for your father, and you may say, for the stability of your royal lineage. Li Qing continued. Your father may be the Khan, yet his authority lacks sufficient weight. I fear that once we depart, they might rise against your father. The prince exclaimed, surprised. Do not be astonished. Such occurrences are indeed plausible. Li Qing remarked that until one comprehends the strength of the Ming dynasty, individuals might perceive your father's submission to it as a sign of weakness, leading to a growing discontent among the populace. Those with ambition may grow restless, inciting unrest in hopes of usurping power. Li Qing inquired whether the prince believed that his father could genuinely command absolute loyalty, or whether the myriad factions of Turpan would unconditionally obey him. The prince's expression shifted, ultimately culminating in a weary sigh and a shake of his head. Do you wish to eliminate those individuals? No. How could I ever harm them? Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head, and stated solemnly. Turpan has already pledged allegiance to the Ming dynasty. All that exists within this land is welcomed by them, especially its people. And you? To establish authority, Li Qing declared, emphasizing the might of the Ming army to support your father, thereby quelling any thoughts of rebellion. Is that so? The prince exhaled deeply, genuinely expressing, you are quite remarkable. Not only do you possess good looks, but your heart is also kind. Li Qing laughed heartily. You are rather admirable yourself. Your heart is quite generous. The prince felt that something was amiss. After waiting for several days, King Zhongming finally managed to consolidate the scattered factions, though not entirely. The remaining forces amounted to merely 1/5, which was not detrimental. Upon learning of Li Qing's intentions from his son, King Zhongming felt both relieved and deeply moved. Your Highness, when shall we commence? Tomorrow, outside the city, for a display of martial prowess. Everyone must attend. Of course, I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. King Zhongming replied cheerfully. I shall take my leave, esteemed gentlemen. Do continue your conversation. Li Qing stretched and turned to Qi Jiguang. Are preparations in order? Everything has been arranged long ago. Qi Jiguang chuckled. Tomorrow, I assure you, they shall witness the true might of the celestial soldiers of the Ming. Li Qing nodded gently. After the demonstration, we shall depart. You will remain here to maintain order. Should any significant upheaval arise, notify us at once. In dire circumstances, retreat to Hami without hesitation. Do not be reckless, nor fear accountability. Rest assured, my lord, I am fully aware of the stakes. Qi Jiguang replied earnestly, bowing to Hu Zongxian before departing for the outer city. Very well, go, Hu Zongxian said as he watched him leave, then turned to Li Qing, pondering. Do you believe King Zhongming may betray us? Not at all. It is merely a precaution, Li Qing sighed. 1,000 soldiers, no matter how skilled, are still just 1,000, and they are on another S territory. It is wise to be prepared. These soldiers of the Ming have traveled thousands of miles, pledging their loyalty to the nation. They should not be treated as expendables. Though Turpan may have temporarily faltered, it can be reclaimed, but a life lost is irrevocable. 1,000 men cannot prevail, Hu Zongxian admitted, feeling ashamed. I have been too utilitarian. There is no shame in that. Your utilitarianism serves the greater good. Li Qing replied gently. I have witnessed too many wars, each more brutal than the last, leading me to increasingly revere them. Your Excellency is truly virtuous. Huh, I am no paragon of virtue. I have taken many lives. Should there be a hell, I would undoubtedly reside in its lowest depths. Li Qing said with a light-hearted smile, shaking his head. I have never been a good person, merely a stubborn and cunning politician. Hu Zongxian neither agreed nor disagreed, simply smiling as he remarked, with the eternal Qing marquis in the Ming, the dynasty is fortunate indeed. Enough flattery. After tomorrow's drill, we shall depart. Let us rest, said Li Qing with a languid stretch. A lengthy period of tedious marching awaits us. Hu Zongxian, smiling, replied, having traveled such a distance, a little more time is of no consequence. Your Excellency may rest. I shall take my leave. The following day, at the break of dawn, an expanse outside the city was filled with 500 Ming soldiers, assembled and poised for action. Above, the walls were teeming with spectators, including Li Qing, Hu Zongxian, and the loyal Ming king, alongside nearly 100 various armed leaders, each commanding forces ranging from a few hundred to over 1,000. At the makeshift command platform, Qi Jiguang stood at the center, flanked by 2 adjutants signaling with flags. Beneath the sunlight, the armored Ming warriors exuded an aura of palpable menace. Even before the drill commenced, the onlookers above wore grave expressions, their hearts heavy with anticipation. This formidable force resembled a walking engine of violence. Even with merely 500 men, the thought of opposition was utterly daunting. After a brief interval, the flag bearer on the platform signaled readiness to the city above, inquiring if they should commence. Hu Zongxian raised his arm and made a subtle chopping motion, prompting the flag bearer atop the walls to signal the start. In the next moment, the Ming soldiers sprang into action, unleashing a barrage from their improved hand cannons, reminiscent of explosive fireworks, as they swiftly discharged a torrent of ammunition. As the echoes of gunfire faded, a swarm of whistling rockets erupted into the sky, followed by a flurry of arrows shot forth from crossbows, creating a cacophony of sound. Just as the hail of arrows began to relent, nearly 100 cavalrymen surged forward, brandishing long spears held firmly under their arms, while wielding blades in their other hands. Resembling a spear of unparalleled sharpness, fierce as tigers and swift as dragons, their momentum building to an overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the infantry advanced, forming a square formation with shield bearers at the periphery, their spears glinting in the sunlight, steadily moving forward. Though their pace was unhurried, each step felt as though they were treading upon the very hearts of the leaders above. Suddenly, the tightly knit square formation of soldiers transformed, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that left the onlookers momentarily at ease, only to be struck with paralysis. The previously chaotic display vanished, replaced by 5 distinct formations, which quickly multiplied to 10, each uniform in size, number, and arrangement. After a quarter of an hour of fierce combat, the formations shifted once again, evoking awe, trepidation, and fear among the assembled leaders. Initially, they had gazed enviously at the Ming army's weaponry, thinking that if their own forces possessed such arms, they might rival the might of the Ming. Yet, their perspective swiftly transformed. The formidable power of the Ming firearms far exceeded their expectations, and the proficiency and skill exhibited by the Ming army in wielding these weapons left them utterly astounded. At that moment, they believed that to engage in a real confrontation, they would need at least double their numbers to contend with such might. However, their perspective soon shifted dramatically. 1 became 5, and 5 became 10. The harmonious coordination of the Ming forces reached an astonishing level, one that was beyond their wildest imagination. They began to think that to overcome the Ming army, They would require at least 4 times the enemy's strength. Yet again, the Ming army shattered their preconceived notions with their ever-changing formations, each tailored to the specific circumstances of the battle and the condition of the enemy, both numerous and precise. Particularly remarkable was the synergy among the cavalry, infantry, and artillery. Alongside their seamless maneuvers on the battlefield, which was nothing short of artistry, a terrifying yet efficient art of killing. What further unsettled them was the Ming army's remarkable ability to comprehend and execute flag signals. The soldiers could morph into whatever the commanders desired, not only swiftly, but with unfaltering accuracy. As their forces doubled, then quadrupled, and further increased, they despairingly realized that to triumph over this contingent of 500 Ming soldiers, they would need an overwhelming tenfold advantage. Who, besides the Khan, could muster such numbers? Their despair deepened as they learned that the Ming army actually comprised 3,000 troops. Oh no, to be precise, only 3,000 had arrived. What if 5,000, or even 10,000, had marched forth? With just 10,000, this army could sweep through the Turpan Khanate with brute force. Even if the Khanate stood united in resolute defiance. Setting aside such hypotheticals, 5,000 would suffice. Indeed, these 3,000 could very well topple them. No one dared to envision the fate that awaited them if they faced those 500 soldiers below the city walls. The might of the Ming was well known to them, but its magnitude exceeded their imagination. At that moment, the leaders felt as if a humble village militia stood before the world's most formidable army. How could one even begin to articulate such a crushing defeat? They realized that warfare could be conducted in such a manner, that firearms could wield such power, and that a true commander could inspire soldiers to execute his every wish. In an instant, all their arrogance was rendered to dust. Once intent on showcasing their strength, their heads hung low, as if they wished to bury themselves in the earth. Suddenly, the notion of submitting to the Ming seemed more palatable, and they found themselves regarding the Khan with newfound respect. The display of martial prowess concluded, yet all hearts remained ensnared in the lingering terror of the recent spectacle, replaying like a relentless slideshow in their minds, over and over again, without end. The loyal Wang Zhongming wore a dazed expression. He understood the ferocity of the Ming army better than anyone among his ranks. Yet he had never anticipated their strength to be so overwhelming. As the elder brother of Turpan, he knew well the caliber of his subordinates. They could never unite as a cohesive force. Should a battle ensue, these 3,000 might struggle, but they could certainly fight. Wang Zhongming sighed inwardly, thinking, no wonder His Majesty the Emperor only dispatched 3,000 men. It was a reflection of our worth. Li Qing cast his gaze over the crowd, a sudden smile gracing his lips as he inquired, why are you all so tense? Do you truly believe that the Ming army would open fire on you? The faces of the crowd stiffened. Do not be alarmed. How could the Ming possibly harm its own people? Li Qing continued with a warm smile. We are like family now. No, we are indeed a family, and as family, we must care for one another. Yet, as if struck by a thought, his smile vanished, and his expression grew increasingly stern. The already uneasy expressions of the crowd morphed into palpable fear. With a chilly gaze, Li Qing asked, do you harbor hostility towards the Ming, wishing to strike at the Ming army? How could you say such a thing? Even if we had such intentions, we lack the courage. And even if we had the courage, we lack the capability, protested one among them. Indeed, esteemed sir, we have no such thoughts. We are merely awed by the might of the Ming's heavenly soldiers. Yes, yes, they all chimed in, hastily defending themselves, their words tumbling over one another. Those who could not speak Mandarin stammered in confusion, their faces drenched in sweat, resorting to bowing in the traditional manner to express their innocence. Li Qing's icy gaze swept across the crowd, and whoever met his eyes quaked in fear. After a considerable pause, he let out a deep, resonant hum. Wrong. The voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder on a clear day, causing everyone to shudder. Even the loyal Ming king felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, in a surprising turn, Li Qing smiled again, this time warmly proclaiming, it is our Ming. Ah, yes, yes indeed. Our Ming, our great Ming's heavenly soldiers. The crowd quickly corrected themselves, each one wearing a cautious smile that felt forced, yet it also bore a hint of relief and even a touch of pride. The thought that the formidable Ming army, which inspired awe and dread, was now akin to family, suddenly made their situation seem less dire. Listen closely, Li Qing commanded. The Ming king hurriedly translated in the local dialect. After a brief moment, The crowd grasped the message and fell to their knees. Li Qing declared, by the emperor's decree, those who voluntarily submit to the Ming shall be rewarded. All leaders, great and small, will be granted titles ranging from the 9th to the 7th rank, to be determined by the Ming king, along with official robes and annual stipends. Among the crowd, many understood Mandarin and, upon hearing this, their spirits soared, elation blooming in their hearts. I am now an official of the Ming. I have achieved a position in the Ming. How remarkable! Though the highest rank was merely 7th, it was still a legitimate official title, one of the Ming. While they cared little for the stipends, the official robes held great allure, and the title even more so. The temptation of an official position was irresistible, even for those who had little exposure to the world. Moreover, this was a genuine official post, ensuring that their current status would remain secure after their allegiance to the Ming. The Ming king was equally pleased. He no longer needed to worry about opposing factions. This resolution would effortlessly mend internal conflicts and even bolster his authority. Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming, for your great benevolence. The Ming king bowed deeply, and the leaders who understood Mandarin followed suit, while those who did not, seeing the joy on the faces of others, also bowed their heads in reverence. As the explanations unfolded, the listeners became increasingly delighted. Their gazes towards the former Khan softened with newfound respect. Initially, they had approached with intentions of admonishment. Yet now they perceived the former Khan, now the loyal and illustrious Wang, as truly sagacious. Li Qing silently exhaled in relief. Thus, the mission to the Turpan Khanate could be deemed a resounding success. Of course, the journey to fully integrate Turpan into the Ming Dynasty remained arduous. Yet Li Qing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It was utterly implausible to compel all vested interests to acquiesce immediately. So what Li Qing needed to do was to set the tone. Once established, everything else could be negotiated gradually, allowing for a slow assimilation. This was not a matter to be resolved overnight. Li Qing smiled warmly, addressing the assembly. Please rise. From this moment forth, we shall be comrades. The crowd nodded in agreement, grinning broadly, their fierce visages softened by an air of sincerity. Li Qing murmured softly, we were never adversaries. We should have always considered ourselves family. Moved by Li Qing's heartfelt words, the loyal Wang responded earnestly, rest assured, I shall never betray the Ming court, nor His Majesty the Emperor. Li Qing regained his composure, nodding with a gentle smile. We must depart today, and General Qi will temporarily remain here. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. Must we leave so urgently? Might we not linger for another 2 days? I wish to properly host our Ming warriors. The loyal Wang implored. Li Qing shook his head lightly. We come at the behest of the Emperor, and time is of the essence. I appreciate your hospitality. We can relish it upon our return. Very well, the loyal Wang replied, somewhat regretfully. Li Qing affectionately patted his shoulder, saying, we will attend to military supplies for the Yarkand Khanate, and your assistance will be invaluable. Do not mention it, it is my duty. After all, serving the Emperor is to alleviate his burdens, the loyal Wang replied with a smile. Li Qing chuckled heartily. Indeed, you are quite the cultured man. Cultured? You flatter me. My lord, such matters are mere common knowledge. They hardly qualify as culture, the loyal Wang responded with a wry smile. For instance, the strategy of Tianji's horse racing. Li Qing laughed. The loyal Wang exclaimed in surprise, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Qing chuckled again, waving his hand dismissively. As for the costs of military supplies, I will compensate you in ready silver. There is no need for such formality. We are family, the loyal Wang insisted. We are indeed family, yet the Emperor, as the patriarch, would not wish to see his children suffer, Li Qing replied. I have roughly calculated the necessary expenses. General Qi will oversee the silver, and upon our arrival at the Yarkand Khanate, he will provide it to you. If it proves insufficient, we shall address that upon my return. This is what you rightfully deserve. There is no need for embarrassment, Li Qing asserted firmly. As I have stated, our Ming Dynasty's presence in the western regions is not for personal gain, but to ensure that you also enjoy a prosperous life. Ever since the Han and Tang dynasties, we have been one family, have we not? Tears welled in the loyal Wang's eyes as he humbly admitted, I have truly underestimated your noble intentions. Li Qing smiled. Work diligently and do not disappoint the goodwill of the Ming. The loyal Wang took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. Have the provisions been prepared? Well, young Wang will send someone to fetch it immediately. Prince Zhongming stated that the troops responsible for transporting military supplies are also prepared, so young Wang can rest assured. There will be no delays in the march of our Ming army. Li Qing nodded, expressing gratitude for the hard work, promising to report everything back to the emperor. Prince Zhongming wiped his face with his sleeve, sighing. On the other hand, Hu Zongxian was genuinely impressed. Chapter 455. Review. As the Ming army set out once more, their numbers had diminished from 3,000 to 2,000, with the remaining 1,000 left in the care of Qi Jiguang to guard Turpan. The June weather had turned notably hot. Fortunately, military supplies were sourced locally, resulting in significantly improved efficiency and freshness compared to before. The route from Turpan to the Yarkand Khanate was not particularly distant, and the remarkable success of the first phase greatly alleviated the psychological pressure on the Ming soldiers. The atmosphere during the march was exceptionally positive. The soldiers were neither fearful of battle nor eager for it. Achieving victory without bloodshed was a tremendous blessing for all. Li Qing was in good spirits, humming an unknown tune, his face radiating enjoyment. Meanwhile, Udayo chattered incessantly, perhaps reminiscing about the previous triumph or contemplating another similar victory upon reaching the Yarkand Khanate, his dark complexion reflecting excitement as he immersed himself in his thoughts. Hu Zongxian, however, did not share Udayo's carefree demeanor, nor Li Qing's leisurely elegance. He frequently glanced at Li Qing, appearing hesitant to speak. What troubles him now? Li Qing remarked lazily. While foresight is commendable, there is no need to fret over events that have yet to occur. We have prepared our contingencies, after all. Hu Zongxian gently shook his head, replying, I am not worried about anything. Then why the stern expression? Li Qing inquired. Is there? Udayo interjected with a chuckle. Governor Hu, why is your brow furrowed like that? If you're not troubled, I truly wonder what could possibly concern you. Hu Zongxian chuckled softly. This is merely a habitual gesture. I am not worried about anything. I am simply a bit curious. Curious about what? Udayo asked. Hu Zongxian turned his gaze toward Li Qing. Li Qing slowly straightened his back, shifting from a reclined position to sitting upright, and asked, You are curious about the progress of events? It has been remarkably smooth, correct? Indeed, Your Excellency. Hu Zongxian nodded, adding, I have been reviewing the past few days and still find it unbelievable. I wish to inquire about Your Excellency's methods to learn from you. Udayo, puzzled, remarked, Isn't it quite normal for Turpan to be agreeable? You should just continue enjoying yourself. Hu Zongxian retorted. The reason for our success is not that the situation was simple, but rather that Lord Yongqing's methods are so extraordinary that they lead you to believe this is to be expected. In truth, it is far from ordinary. Before our arrival, did you ever anticipate completing the task without losing a single soldier, all while in such high spirits? It seems that way. Udayo scratched his head, glancing at Li Qing. Since we have some free time, could you enlighten us, Your Excellency? Why has it been so effortless? Li Qing laughed, saying, In truth, it is not as mysterious as you might think. The essence of great principles is simplicity. I have not employed any cunning strategies. Udayo was momentarily taken aback, making a fist gesture towards Hu Zongxian, saying, Just as I throw this punch, it may seem unremarkable, yet anyone who receives it will surely fall. This is the essence of simplicity. Hu Zongxian replied, Could you refrain from excessive chatter? Do you not see that I am attempting to learn? He shot a glare at Udayo before turning to Li Qing, cupping his hands in respect, and inquiring, Would the esteemed Marquis Yongqing be willing to enlighten me? Li Qing pondered briefly and responded, General Yu's statement holds merit, yet it is rather vague. Allow me to elaborate. Certainly. Hu Zongxian listened intently. Li Qing continued, To excel in any endeavor, particularly in an efficient manner, one must remember two essential points. First, focus on the core. Second, embrace reduction. Hu Zongxian paused, a flicker of understanding crossing his features, though not entirely grasping the concept. He chuckled awkwardly. Might the Marquis elaborate further? Very well. Li Qing organized his thoughts and said, Let us review this thoroughly. Although the political structure of Turpan may seem complex, it ultimately resembles any ordinary regime when unraveled, consisting primarily of three components. First, the ruling authority. Second, the foundation of power, which is the military. And third, the common populace. All my strategies revolve around addressing these three core elements. Udayo contemplated for a moment, perplexed. Your Excellency, your lack of explanation was preferable. Now, I find myself even more confused. Hu Zongxian's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet he refrained from displaying his excitement. choosing instead to maintain his attentive demeanor. Perhaps there lay an unexpected revelation ahead. With nothing else to occupy them, and all being men of talent, Li Qing patiently delved deeper into the subject. Regarding the Khan of Turpan, or rather, it is more fitting to refer to him as King Zhongming. Li Qing cleared his throat and posed a question. What do you believe is the most terrifying prospect for King Zhongming? Death. Yu Dayo responded without hesitation. Li Qing nodded in agreement. This assertion is not entirely incorrect, yet it warrants further specificity. What he truly fears is the annihilation of his governing authority. Previously, during a banquet, Bai Yaji's aggressive demeanor nearly provoked King Zhongming into a fit of rage. While he certainly fears death, he is far more terrified of losing his grip on power. Such an individual cannot be subdued solely through the threat of death. And how then shall we proceed? Create an illusion for him that he is on the verge of losing his authority but has not yet lost it, instilling a sense that with some effort, he may retain his current benefits, Li Qing explained. In such a scenario, he will find it exceedingly difficult to summon the courage to rebel. First, we must minimize his hopes, then gradually offer him glimpses of hope. Throughout this process, he will unwittingly be led by us until he ultimately resigns to his fate. Li Qing continued. As for the various armed factions, the approach is quite similar. They must comprehend that the Ming Dynasty can obliterate them at any moment, yet simultaneously convey that the Ming will not hastily take action against them, followed by bestowing favors. Under these circumstances, they will naturally submit. Yu Daio's eyes widened in realization, and he laughed heartily. In simpler terms, it is akin to delivering a blow followed by a sweet reward. Li Qing slightly shook his head. To be precise, it is about displaying the sword without striking. The true power lies not in the sweet reward, but in the sword that is always poised to strike. Pausing for emphasis, he added, while the three elements are interconnected, interpreting them merely as a club and a sweet treat is inadequate. Li Qing remarked. Take the public display of martial prowess as an example. It is the most straightforward and blunt form of revelation. However, it transcends mere exhibitionism simultaneously. It safeguards the interests of the loyal Ming king. Thus, the loyal Ming king remains steadfastly devoted to the Ming dynasty. Furthermore, this strategy serves to fragment his armed factions while simultaneously undermining his actual control over this territory. As time progresses, his desire to govern this region will compel him to increasingly rely on the Ming dynasty. With a smile, Li Qing continued. One thrives by utilizing the resources of their surroundings. This is the inherent laziness of humanity. The Ming dynasty's support not only reduces his governance costs, but also effectively strengthens his grip on power. Under such circumstances, how could he not depend on the Ming dynasty? Yu Daio furrowed his brow and queried, but what does the Ming dynasty gain from this? He recognized that, as time goes by, the loyal Ming king would become ever more reliant on the Ming, for without their backing, his position would be precarious. Li Qing, with an amused expression, replied, to protect his own interests, he must remain unwaveringly loyal to the Ming dynasty. Throughout this process, the contradictions between the ruler and the components of power will deepen, compelling the loyal Ming king to seek continuous assistance from the Ming. This very process signifies the gradual ascendancy of the Ming's control over Turpan, until they ultimately exert complete dominion. Yu Daio swallowed hard, suddenly perceiving the shrewdness of the broad-browed and large-eyed Duke Yongqing. What if the loyal Ming king desires both? Simple. Li Qing chuckled. Just replace him with another. Is it truly that easy? Indeed, Li Qing replied with a grin. Setting aside the inevitable deepening of contradictions, let us consider the present. Are the people within the city more fearful of the loyal Ming king or the Ming dynasty? Yu Daio, taken aback, then raised his thumb in admiration. Your Grace, you are quite devious. Li Qing responded. I am merely paying you a compliment. Hu Zongxian posed a question. Why wield the power of faith against the common populace? To ensure a smooth transition. The powers that be and the components of authority have been established. Why then must we still rely on the mosque? Hu Zongxian contended. I still believe this model is unhealthy. Li Qing sighed. It is indeed unhealthy, but not due to this approach. Rather, it is because the situation was already quite dire before our arrival. We are merely acting in accordance with the prevailing circumstances. Hu Zongxian pondered. It is not that I possess a narrow-minded view. I perceive significant hazards in this. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. Do not be so hasty. Have you not heard that Bai Yaji took root here 2 centuries ago and has flourished ever since? Furrowing his brow, Hu Zongxian countered. Should we then allow it to develop unchecked? Its influence is already substantial. If left uncontrolled, it will only grow, potentially rendering the regime a puppet. Indeed, such a risk exists, but now is not the time for drastic measures. Nor should we act recklessly in the future, Li Qing stated. It already possesses considerable influence over the regime. The momentum is established, and we must resort to gentle measures. To confront a faith embraced by the populace with violence is to declare oneself an enemy of the people. We must adopt a gentle approach with the common folk. We cannot reveal our swords nor resort to brutality. Otherwise, we will become adversaries. Li Qing insisted, we must remember that we are not here to colonize, nor to seize wealth. We are here to reclaim lost territory. Our aim is to integrate this land into the Ming Dynasty and to make it part of the Ming, not through force. Hu Zongxian pondered for a moment before asking, may I inquire, my lord, what do you mean by gentle means? To which Li Qing replied, once the situation stabilizes, we shall systematically and gradually introduce Confucianism and legalism, allowing it to evolve into a mosque unique to the Ming Dynasty. Li Qing, with a broad chest and slightly tilted head, softly stated, as the spring and autumn annals proclaim, when the barbarian tribes enter China, they become part of China. Our culture, our profound heritage. Who could enter China without becoming Chinese? Not a single soul. Upon hearing this, Hu Zongxian and Yu Daiyou could not help but feel a surge of patriotic fervor. Hu Zongxian was reminded of the Buddhist tradition of inviting Guan Yu into temples, honoring him as the guardian deity, and his worries dissipated like mist. Indeed, who could escape the customs? One can only become a reflection of Chinese characteristics. Chapter 456. A single man breaches the city by sourcing supplies nearby. The costs of long-distance transport and time were significantly reduced, greatly enhancing the marching pace of the Ming army. Turpan and the Yarkand Khanate shared deep ties, having emerged from the Eastern Xinjiang Khanate, and though theoretical shortcuts were scarce, the distance was not great. With the efficient supply efforts of the loyal Ming Wang, Li Qing and his entourage reached their destination before July, the city of Yarkand. Earlier, they had sent word to Turpan, yet their message was disregarded. There was no cacophony of drums nor a welcoming procession. Even as the Ming forces approached the city, the gates remained firmly shut. The guards atop the walls were both anxious and hostile, brimming with suspicion, continually urging Li Qing and his companions to depart swiftly. These guards, though hesitant to confront the Ming army directly, displayed little fear. Hu Zongxian spoke kindly, yet they remained indifferent, their warnings growing more pronounced, and tensions escalated. Yu Daiyou, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, damn it, they really think they can disregard us. Duke Yongqing, Governor Hu, do they truly see our 2,000 men as mere 2,000? Should we not teach them a lesson? Hu Zongxian surveyed the city, noting the complete array of defensive equipment, clearly indicating that the defenders were prepared for the worst. To force an entry would only result in needless casualties, especially since they had not brought siege artillery for the march. This earthen wall was, in fact, quite sturdy. Hu Zongxian reflected, let the troops withdraw 100 paces. I shall attempt to parley once more. Yu Daiyou, grudgingly acquiescing, ordered the army to retreat. We come with no ill intent. We merely wish to meet your Khan. The emperor of the Ming Dynasty has sent a decree. Hu Zongxian extended a gesture of goodwill, invoking the authority of the Ming emperor, hoping that at the very least, the Khan would make an appearance. However, the guards atop the walls showed no signs of response, merely declaring, we have no quarrel with the Ming. Depart at once. Hu Zongxian was about to speak again when Li Qing interjected, enough. When reason fails, let us resort to force. We shall negotiate afterward. Yet, he lamented, this city will not be easily breached. The archers, catapults, and all manner of defensive mechanisms are fully prepared. It seems they are ready for a bloody confrontation. Li Qing smiled faintly and said, you return to the central army first. I shall breach the city. What? Go ahead. Li Qing spat into his hand, cracking his knuckles as he stepped forward. My lord, hurry back. When the fighting begins, I cannot look after you. Li Qing retorted impatiently. Do you really think that the reputation of the eternal Qing Marquis, able to face 1,000 foes alone, is merely an exaggeration? Hu Zongxian was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled that this man was indeed a true immortal, one who had lived for 200 years. Although he was skeptical about Li Qing being able to breach the city single-handedly, he was not overly concerned for his safety and could only clasp his hands in acknowledgement, advising him to be cautious. Quickly leave. The leader on the city shouted in Mandarin, "If you remain obstinate, we shall release the arrows." Li Qing chuckled coldly and replied, "Hasten to let your Khan come out to meet me. If you persist in your folly, I shall breach the city." The leader, furious, gritted his teeth and warned, "I shall count to 10. If you do not, boom." A deep, resounding crash suddenly echoed, causing the surface of the earthen parapet to tremble thrice. The shouting leader stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing?" Boom. Another thunderous noise, even more powerful than the first, rang out. The leader leaned out to look down and, upon seeing the scene, was gripped with terror. A large hole had been smashed in the city gate. Bang, bang, bang. A series of thunderous booms reverberated, raising clouds of dust that obscured the view. Yet through the haze, one could still faintly see Li Qing below, surrounded by a scattered array of broken wooden planks. "Release the arrows, quickly!" The leader screamed frantically, seeing his men still frozen like wood. He repeated his command in a different language. This time, his subordinates understood, but they dared not act. For the Khan had decreed that it was best to avoid conflict with the Ming. "What are you waiting for? The situation is dire. If we do not strike now, he will truly breach the city." The leader shouted, "Quickly release the arrows. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Do not forget, I am the Khan's nephew. Hurry." "Yes." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, the Ming troops stood ready, with Hu Zongxian growing increasingly anxious, his palms sweating. Yet Yu Daio remained remarkably calm, continuously comforting Hu Zongxian and boasting of Li Qing's remarkable prowess. However, Hu Zongxian could not afford to be complacent. If the eternal Qing marquis fell here, the ministers would undoubtedly rejoice, but the emperor would not spare him. Losing his head would be a light punishment, and he might even implicate his family. Moreover, on a personal level, Hu Zongxian truly did not wish for any harm to come to Li Qing. In the midst of his anxiety, he saw Li Qing extend a hand and lightly tap the city gate. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what this was about. The next moment, a deep sound resonated. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Yu Daio's excited shout rang out, "Incredible! Truly worthy of the eternal Qing marquis. Governor Hu, look! The city gate has a hole." Hu Zongxian focused intently and indeed saw it. Before he could ponder further, Li Qing continued to clap his hands, as if tapping cotton. Each slap was light and playful, yet terrifyingly. The hole in the city gate grew larger and larger. Hu Zongxian was left in disbelief. Could it be that the city gate of the Yarkand Khanate was made of paper? Yu Daio shook his head and remarked, "It is not that the city gate is too fragile, but rather that the strength of Duke Yongqing is overwhelmingly immense. You have yet to experience the sheer force concealed within that seemingly soft slap." Hu Zongxian, feeling considerably relieved, retorted with irritation, "You make it sound as if you have first-hand experience." Yu Daio chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed, I have endured a similar soft slap, though I assure you, it pales in comparison to the might of the one just delivered." Suddenly, Yu Daio's expression shifted dramatically, and he cursed, "That despicable scoundrel resorts to sneak attacks." Hu Zongxian, equally alarmed, intoned coldly, "All soldiers, hold your positions. Do you not see that Duke Yongqing is unharmed?" Yu Daio let out a sly laugh. "Goodness! This Duke Yongqing is indeed extraordinary, able to withstand arrows." As Hu Zongxian stared blankly at the unfolding scene, he realized that Yu Daio and Qi Jiguang had not been exaggerating about Li Qing. They had underestimated him. Before long, the city gate lay in ruins, along with the boulders and wooden stakes behind it, effortlessly cleared away by Li Qing as if he were gathering firewood. Were it not for the dust that momentarily obscured the view, Hu Zongxian might have doubted whether those boulders and stakes were made of cotton. "All soldiers, heed my command. Do not rush, my lord," Yu Daio cautioned. "Duke Yongqing has yet to signal us." Hu Zongxian frowned. "The gate has fallen. If we do not attack now, when will we?" Although the gate was breached, numerous defenders and fortified siege equipment still remained atop the walls. Yu Daio grinned mischievously. "Shall we wait until Duke Yongqing resolves the situation before we advance? Wouldn't that be more convenient?" The towering city walls left Hu Zongxian momentarily speechless, struck by profound astonishment. Even Yu Daio stood in stunned silence. The expressions of the 2,000 soldiers mirrored their disbelief. Below, the Ming forces marveled, while those atop the walls were gripped by terror, fear rendering them almost catatonic. When Li Qing ascended to the battlements, not a single soul dared to move, including the brash nephew of the Khan who had previously boasted the loudest, now pale and bewildered. Li Qing, however, was unrelenting, delivering blows without favoritism. In scarcely half a moment, he leaned forward and commanded, "Stop dawdling. Advance into the city. Advance into the city." Hu Zongxian, regaining his composure, noticed that the soldiers were still in a daze and bellowed, "Quickly, into the city." With that, he was the first to spur his horse forward. It was only at this moment that the soldiers snapped back to reality, charging ahead with fervor, their faces flushed with excitement. What an extraordinary individual to lead the charge. What battle could not be won with such a force? A single person who could match an entire army was no mere jest. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 Ming soldiers surged into the city, heading straight for the inner sanctum. Instantly, chaos erupted within the city. People ran in all directions, shrieking and causing a cacophony that frayed the nerves. Hu Zongxian attempted to explain and calm the situation. Yet his words fell on deaf ears as everyone continued to shout and flee, lamenting the absence of a few more legs to hasten their escape. Enough. The cost of explanation is too high. Let us first secure the inner city and apprehend the Khan's royal family, Li Qing stated. We have already extended our courtesy. This cannot be held against us. Hu Zongxian found himself at a loss for words, both amused and enlightened. In that moment, he truly grasped why Li Qing had managed to survive thus far, intact and unscathed. The strategic wisdom of Lord Yongqing is undoubtedly unparalleled. Yet the core reason for his survival lies in his formidable violence. Such a man, as long as he has no desire for death, who can truly defeat him? Indeed, Li Qing may not stand against a multitude, but he possesses the ability to flee once he eludes his pursuers. His revenge could be so devastating that even the emperor would find it difficult to respond favorably. Outwitted in intelligence and unable to be vanquished, he is virtually invincible. What are you pondering? It's nothing, Hu Zongxian sheepishly remarked, only now realizing that Generals Yu and Qi had indeed been conservative in their approach. Yu Daio nodded in agreement, marveling, "My lord, you could single-handedly wage war. After vanquishing your foes, you could simply escape, rest, and return to slay them again without even relying on the Ming army. You alone could resolve the matter." Li Qing rolled his eyes, stating, "Only the Ming army can represent the Ming. No matter how formidable I am, I cannot embody the Ming. Do you understand?" "What does that mean?" Hu Zongxian enlightenedly explained. "If Lord Yongqing were to fight alone, the enemy would mythologize and fear him. But if the Ming army were to engage, the enemy would respect the Ming." "It seems that makes sense." Yu Daio, enlightened, then grinned maliciously. "That king of Yarkand must be made to suffer. How dare he defy us?" Chapter 457. The unassailable. The Ming forces had already entered the city. If the Khan of Yarkand remained unaware, he would truly be incompetent. Li Qing and his party had not traveled far when the Khan's army arrived, roughly estimated to be no less than 3,000 armed men. Although termed armed, they bore little distinction from bandits. Their equipment was woefully inadequate. Some wielded dull blades while others could only manage wooden sticks, with a few archers appearing somewhat competent. As for armor, only the Khan's personal guard at the rear wore any, totaling no more than 100 men. What a splendid opportunity! Yu Daio exclaimed eagerly. "My lord, governor, shall we engage them?" Hu Zongxian gently shook his head, stating, "We must maintain vigilance. Should we engage, hopes for negotiation would be utterly dashed." "Very well." Yu Daio lamented with a sigh, muttering, "If they dare to shoot an arrow, I shall ensure they pay dearly for it." Before long, the two armies faced each other, halting at a distance of 100 paces. Moments later, the enemy forces spread out, and one man on horseback approached, dismounting before getting too close. The middle-aged man walked forward, performing a bow in the manner of the Han people, and in the Han language inquired, "Might I ask, who is the commander of the Ming army?" "I am," Hu Zongxian replied, advancing atop his horse to look down upon him. "I would ask you, who ordered the arrows to be shot at the Ming army?" The middle-aged man suppressed his anger and replied, "It seems that we did not shoot first. It was the Ming who invaded." "We invaded?" Hu Zongxian scoffed. "What a farce. The western regions have always been Ming territory. We are merely patrolling the lands bestowed upon us by heaven. How can that be construed as an invasion? Furthermore, I have made it clear that I am here in accordance with the emperor's decree. If you refuse to receive us, that is one matter. But to speak so insolently is another." Hu Zongxian, his face filled with fury, chastised, "Are you attempting to rebel? Summon your Khan." The middle-aged man trembled with rage, nearly cursing, and after several deep breaths, he forcibly restrained himself, gritting his teeth and asking, "When did our Yarkand Khanate become a territory of the Ming Dynasty? Do you even have a sense of reason?" Hu Zongxian replied coldly, "Since the moment you disdained the Ming court, reason has no longer been a luxury. Summon your Khan to meet me at once, or there will be no room for negotiation. You think we can breach a city once, but not a second time? You should carefully consider whether you can bear the weight of your words," Hu Zongxian remarked indifferently. "I advise you not to overestimate your own importance, lest you become a political sacrificial lamb when this is all over." The middle-aged man's countenance shifted repeatedly, his seething anger gradually subsiding, giving way to uncertainty. Yu Dayo scoffed. "Find someone who can make decisions, and do so quickly." The middle-aged man huffed heavily but refrained from further threats, turning on his heel to depart. A quarter of an hour later, a group approached on horseback, led by a rugged man who did not dismount until he was within 3 paces of the Ming troops, at which point he halted his steed. "What is your intention in coming to the Yarkand Khanate?" Li Qing replied, "For your sake." "For our sake?" the man questioned. "Indeed. His Majesty the Emperor, unable to bear the suffering of his subjects, has dispatched us to rescue you," Li Qing asserted. "We are well. We do not require your rescue. Your well-being does not imply the same for others," Li Qing countered. "Whether things are good or bad is not for you to decide. It is the people who will have their say." Pausing, he continued, "You are the Khan, are you not?" The rugged man's expression shifted abruptly, becoming defensive, as his companions moved closer to shield him. Li Qing smiled amiably. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no malice toward you. Had I intended to act against you, you would already be a prisoner." Yu Dayo derisively remarked, "At least you are a Khan. Your courage seems rather lacking. I wonder how you came to hold such a title." The rugged man, incensed, retorted, "Do you dare to insult me?" Yu Dayo rolled his eyes, responding curtly, "Were it not for the Emperor's decree, we would have already stormed the inner city. Use your brain, open your eyes, and see if we appear as though we have just besieged a city." The man paused, focusing intently. The 2,000 Ming soldiers stood vibrant and energetic, their shining silver chainmail glinting in the sunlight. Not only did they show no signs of fatigue or injury, but they were also entirely free of dust. "Is there a traitor among us?" This was the man's initial thought, but he quickly dismissed it. He had received news of the Ming troops' approach well in advance and had made ample preparations, fortifying the city walls and assembling a significant number of defensive implements. Led by his own nephew. How could his nephew possibly be a traitor? Li Qing smiled and said, "I suspect you are aware that the city has fallen, yet you remain oblivious to the reasons behind its fall. However, it matters not. This location is not far from the city gates. Send someone to investigate, and you will soon understand." Yu Dayo was taken aback and quietly inquired, "My lord, you did not take any lives?" "Taking lives is a last resort. Destruction is far less advantageous than allowing them to release their value," Li Qing gently replied. "I do not reject the act of killing, but I prefer not to resort to brute force without necessity." Turning his gaze toward the Yarkand Khan, Li Qing stated, "I grant you time to uncover the truth." The rugged man took a deep breath and gestured with a wave of his hand. The guards promptly dispatched several individuals, hastening towards the city gates. Yu Dayo chuckled heartily, saying, "If you are fearful, you may wait in the center of your army." The rugged man had indeed contemplated this, yet upon Yu Dayo's remark, he found himself in a predicament, caught between pride and the desire to maintain his authority in front of his subordinates. "Do you think I am easily intimidated?" Yu Dayo nodded, remarking, "Now, that is more like a Khan. Do not overstep your bounds." The man retorted, "Why do you not comprehend the subtleties of conversation?" Yu Dayo responded angrily, "My lord, governor, please arbitrate. Am I not merely praising him?" The two men, who Zongxian reprimanded, "Cease your frivolities. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? Such folly could jeopardize our mission, and I shall show no mercy." Yu Dayo sulked, withdrawing his words. After a quarter of an hour, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed, followed closely by a multitude of footsteps. Li Qing addressed Hu Zongxian, "They are coming." Although Hu Zongxian could not yet see the approaching figures, having witnessed Li Qing's extraordinary prowess, he harbored no doubts and promptly issued orders to the rear troops. Subsequently, the rear forces transitioned to the front, aligning 2,000 Ming soldiers back to back, prepared for a dual assault at any moment. Before long, several cavalrymen emerged into view. Leading the charge was the city's commanding leader, the Khan's nephew. Upon witnessing the standoff between the two factions, tensions escalated, particularly as the Khan's uncle drew within mere yards of the young man. igniting the nephew's urgency. Fight! Fight! The clattering of armor resonated as the Ming soldiers readied their firearms, drawing arrows and raising their spears, awaiting the signal to strike. Their attention fixed on the flags for commands. The rugged man's demeanor grew serious. Were they truly on the brink of battle? He had prepared for the worst, but understood the grave consequences of such an escalation. Hu Zongxian raised a hand, poised to strike. Li Qing narrowed his eyes, feeling a mix of surprise and ire. "Do not engage." The nephew shouted in alarm. "Uncle, misunderstandings abound. We cannot fight." Both sides, though silent, felt an urge to silence him permanently. Li Qing's fury simmered dangerously. If the nephew stammered any further, the situation could spiral out of control. Slowly, Hu Zongxian lowered his hand, and the Ming soldiers relaxed slightly, the gunners distancing their fuses while the archers eased their bows. Moments later, the nephew maneuvered around the Ming forces, riding up to the Khan, exclaiming urgently, "Uncle, we must not engage." As he spoke, he tugged at the Khan, attempting to distance him from Li Qing. He had learned firsthand the terrifying capabilities of the man, and this proximity was perilous. "Do not lay hands on me." The Khan's pent-up rage erupted, delivering a resounding slap, followed by a furious admonition. "How many times must I tell you not to call me uncle in public?" The nephew, cradling half his face, stared blankly for a moment before responding. "Uncle, please, we cannot fight." The nephew pleaded pitifully, "Truly, we cannot engage. Trust me." Yi Khan was certainly reluctant to engage in battle, yet the antics of his nephew left him feeling utterly humiliated, caught in a predicament. At that moment, a loyal guard approached and whispered softly, "Khan, there have been no casualties among the defenders, nor among the Ming forces. The city fell due to the actions of a single individual." The Khan was astonished. "How could that be possible? Our city walls are impregnable. This is simply inconceivable." "It is the truth," the guard insisted, gesturing towards Li Qing in the distance. "He alone breached the city, single-handedly incapacitating us." "You speak nonsense." Yi Khan refused to believe, nor could he dare to accept such a claim. "Indeed," Li Qing replied, growing somewhat impatient. "Are you inclined to fight or to negotiate?" The Khan hesitated, inhaling deeply, and retorted, "In light of the fact that no one was harmed, I shall entertain a conversation, but you must withdraw." Yu Dayo chuckled. "Do you truly consider yourself of such importance?" The Khan, incensed, huffed, "Who holds authority here?" Li Qing smiled and responded, "We can retreat. But you must clarify your stance within 2 days. Otherwise, consider it a declaration of war against the Ming." Yu Dayo, feeling somewhat reluctant, queried, having entered, "Are we to withdraw again?" Li Qing languidly replied, "Who said we would withdraw completely?" Hu Zongxian's eyes lit up as he whispered, "We can fortify our position on the outer city walls, capable of both offense and defense. We can even seize the high ground, and should reinforcements arrive from various locations, we could effectively encircle and strike." This was indeed a most prudent strategy. Yu Dayo, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded in agreement. "This is excellent, truly excellent." Chapter 458. A most benevolent strategy on the outer city walls. The Ming forces took complete control, while simultaneously, the breached city gates were barricaded with earth and stone, solidified to render them impenetrable. As a result, all of Yi Khan's previous efforts served merely to facilitate the Ming's advancement. Though it seemed the Ming had retreated, in reality, they had severed any connection between Yi Khan and the outside world. While news could not easily disseminate, the prospect of armed forces infiltrating was utterly impossible. Yi Khan and the entire inner city were firmly under the Ming's dominion, and the so-called internal armed forces posed no significant threat. Yu Dayo chuckled, "Like a turtle in a jar. If they remain oblivious to the situation, we shall stew them for soup." Hu Zongxian, in high spirits, jested, "You seem rather eager." "Oh, after this long journey, my palate has grown weary of blandness. A bit of meat would certainly be delightful." Yu Dayo turned to Li Qing and inquired, "My lord, do you believe that Yi Khan possesses any remarkable qualities?" Li Qing pondered. "I believe he will ultimately opt for negotiation, though it will undoubtedly not be as seamless as it was in Turpan. Is that not still a sign of ignorance?" Li Qing gently shook his head. "The territory and population of the Yi Khanate far exceed those of Turpan, and they will not easily concede significant ground. This pertains less to awareness of the situation." Hu Zongxian replied slowly, "Indeed, we must not indulge them too much, lest they become arrogant." The governor's words resonated deeply with me, acknowledged Yu Dayo with a huff. These barbarians should not be afforded excessive leniency. Li Qing could not help but smile bitterly, sighing, the task is formidable and the road is long. As long as the label of barbarian remains, this place cannot truly be considered part of the Great Ming. He continued, only by dismantling this notion can it genuinely become a member of the Ming Dynasty. Yu Daiyou appeared somewhat embarrassed, while Hu Zongxian seemed uneasy. My lord, that is not quite what I meant, Yu Daiyou retorted sulkily. It hasn't yet become part of the Ming. Once it does, I will certainly think differently. Li Qing merely smiled. Truly, Yu Daiyou insisted. If not, I shall swear an oath. Li Qing, with a look of exasperation, replied. Whether it is barbarian or not is not for you to decide, nor will it conform to your wishes. Only when thousands acknowledge and accept it, will it cease to be regarded as barbarian. Hu Zongxian sheepishly remarked, indeed, there is a long journey ahead to reach that point. Li Qing nodded slightly, stating, not just here, the northern deserts are the same. Even in Liaodong, which has long integrated into the Ming, the prevailing perceptions have yet to be entirely transformed. This applies to both officials and commoners. Digesting is far more arduous than simply consuming. Yu Daiyou scratched his head and mumbled, my lord, you are too benevolent. Li Qing chuckled and shook his head, saying, before the first emperor unified the 6 states, they resisted and even harbored animosity towards one another. Looking back at that mindset now, it is no different from a fractured ideology. The two men were momentarily stunned, left without rebuttal. Thus, we, the authorities, must not only focus on the present, but also on the future, Li Qing remarked. In the future, when those inside and outside the borders are united in love, might they not perceive us, the rulers, as excessively narrow-minded? Hu Zongxian replied earnestly, what you say is indeed true, my lord. We have been rather shallow. I do not intend to cast blame. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. Though the western regions once belonged to the Central Plains dynasty, it has been lost for too long, making it challenging to alter perceptions. Moreover, this place has been disconnected from the Central Plains for so long that it has indeed not been educated in our ways. This deep-seated contradiction cannot be resolved merely by lofty rhetoric. It requires substantial investment and gradual change. Li Qing added cheerfully, the 7 states fought amongst themselves in the pre-Qin era, yet after the Great Unification, as governance stabilized, they gradually merged, and the concept of unity naturally dissipated. All corners of the world became one family, sharing wine and laughter. How delightful! In the future, the northern deserts and the western regions will likewise reflect this harmony. When people from the Central Plains visit the grasslands, they will offer stewed beef and roasted lamb. When they go to the western regions, they will be warmly welcomed with skewers and wine. Similarly, those from here will receive the same hospitality in the Central Plains. Li Qing mused dreamily, murmuring, this is true unity. The two men were taken aback, filled with both hope and skepticism. Hu Zongxian questioned, will such a day truly come? Certainly, Li Qing affirmed. Though it requires a considerable investment of time, the outcome is assured. Yu Daiyou lamented, hearing you say this, my lord, I find it hard to take action. Li Qing laughed heartily, saying, there is no need for that. We must at least wait until the Yarkand Khanate nominally becomes part of the Ming before extending goodwill. For now, we are still in an adversarial relationship. If a conflict arises, we must fight fiercely, without any psychological burdens. Indeed, understood. Yu Daiyou chuckled lightly and remarked, my lord, at times I feel you embody a quality that transcends mere humanity. His unique method of flattery had become familiar to Li Qing, who responded with a smile. If I do not resemble a human, then what do I resemble? Perhaps a deity who pities the world, Yu Daiyou replied. Though I do not believe in spirits, your goodness seems almost otherworldly. At times, I wonder if you are overly idealistic, perhaps even excessively virtuous. Hu Zongxian, who seldom agreed with Yu Daiyou, nodded in profound understanding. Rumors painted the eternal youth Marquis as domineering, iron-fisted, and ruthless, a figure devoid of reverence for authority and law. Yet, through their prolonged acquaintance, he discovered otherwise. Even if the rumors held truth, they were driven by a greater good, necessitating such a demeanor. Indeed, your goodness is almost excessive, too extraordinary for a mere mortal. Hu Zongxian sighed, lamenting that such profound benevolence often goes unrecognized, rendering it unjust for the Marquis. The two men couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice for Li Qing. Li Qing chuckled lightly and nonchalantly remarked, I am indifferent to such opinions. Of course, I am not as virtuous as you claim. I merely seek to replicate the harmonious relationship that already exists. Exists already? Yes, it indeed exists. Li Qing replied with a smile. In truth, I am something of a prophet. The two men exchanged amused glances, bewildered by his audacity. As they watched him become ensnared like a cornered beast, and after hearing from their nephew of Li Qing's remarkable prowess, Yi Erqiangkan no longer dared to engage in conflict. The following noon, he sent envoys to invite Li Qing and several commanders to negotiate in the inner city. Li Qing entrusted Yu Daiyo with the defense and, accompanied by Hu Zongxian, proceeded to the inner city. Upon arriving at the Khan's palace, a lavish banquet awaited them. And Yi Erqiangkan had shed his previous fury, now exhibiting warmth and amiability. The misunderstanding from yesterday was regrettable. This Khan never intended to be at odds with the Ming. I hope your excellency will not take offense. Hu Zongxian replied, now that the misunderstanding is resolved. All is well. The core issue was a lack of effective communication, and we cannot place the blame solely upon you. Indeed, your excellency speaks the truth. Yi Erqiangkan nodded repeatedly, smiling. I hold nothing but respect for the Ming, especially for His Majesty the Emperor. I was informed that the military presence here was by His Majesty's command. May I inquire about His Majesty's sentiments? Li Qing responded. The Turpan Khanate has submitted to the Ming. King Zhongming not only received the emperor's decree, but also gained the opportunity for tribute trade, and in the future, will receive aid from the Ming. His Majesty's intent is to allow you to become part of the Ming. Yi Erqiangkan's smile faltered, a mix of anger and shock crossing his features. How could one possess such audacity to utter such shameless words with such grandeur? The Khan took a deep breath and said, His Majesty is indeed benevolent, but our land is too barren to repay such kindness. Though His Majesty's grace is vast, we are unworthy to receive it. We are all family. There is no need to speak of repayment. Li Qing interjected, feeling inspired. Hu Zongxian, influenced by Li Qing's demeanor, added, the Khan's words seem to suggest a lack of familiarity. This is not treating us as kin, nor taking His Majesty's will to heart, which is rather concerning. Khan, this humble Khan is willing to engage in tributary trade with the great Ming Dynasty and to pay homage to His Majesty the Emperor of Ming. However, this Khan does not wish to become a part of the Ming, and I hope you will understand my position. Li Qing, with a languid demeanor, replied, the Emperor's will leaves no room for negotiation. This is an unreasonable demand, an act of coercion against a smaller power, Yi Erqiangkan retorted. I refuse to believe that His Majesty the Emperor would act so. You must have misinterpreted his intent. Hu Zongxian chuckled lightly and said, if that is the case, the Khan may accompany us to the capital to inquire directly with His Majesty the Emperor. The Khan slammed the table in response. Li Qing, The Khan suddenly laughed again, awkwardly sitting back down, saying, let us not discuss such matters today. Let us feast and drink instead. Why have you summoned us then? Li Qing leaned forward ominously and asked, are you mocking us? Mocking His Majesty the Emperor of Ming? Yi Erqiangkan was taken aback. How did this suddenly involve the Emperor of Ming? Separated by thousands of miles, how could I be mocking him? Why does it always come back to His Majesty the Emperor? The Khan, filled with indignation, declared, should it come to conflict, we may suffer grievous losses. But the Ming shall not fare any better. Shall we test this? Li Qing raised an eyebrow. His nephew quickly interjected, Uncle, do not act impulsively. With a clap, they were reminded of the need for more than 200 words. Chapter 459, A Balance of Soft and Hard Approaches. Are we ready? Li Qing appeared to be running out of patience, demanding a clear answer whether we shall negotiate or engage in conflict. We have traveled a long distance and have no time to waste on idle exchanges. Yi Erqiangkan took a deep breath and asked in a muffled voice, what specific benefits would I gain from becoming a part of the Ming? Li Qing paused for a moment, then slowly smiled. What is it that you desire? Money, vast amounts of money. How vulgar. Yi Erqiangkan retorted in frustration. So the Ming seeks to gain without giving anything in return? Hu Zongxian laughed lightly, saying, do not be angered. What use is a handful of gold and silver? Then you should provide it. The nephew could no longer hold back, scoffing. We have already shown our goodwill. Can you not be more sincere? There is an ancient saying in the Central Plains, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. Hu Zongxian smiled and asked, do you understand its meaning? We do not desire fish. We seek money. Yi Erqiangkan huffed. If you bring 10 million taels, whatever the court dictates, I shall comply without hesitation. Li Qing laughed derisively, mocking. Do you even grasp the amount of 10 million taels? Have you ever seen such wealth? Uncle, That is far too much. Begone. The Khan raised his hand in frustration, declaring, 8 million taels. Li Qing's smile turned cold, and Hu Zongxian's demeanor grew equally frosty. 5 million taels, it cannot be less. The Khan huffed lightly. The Ming is a wealthy and powerful nation. Surely, you can part with such a sum? The two men fell silent, their gazes icy. The nephew rubbed his swollen cheek and asked, so what do you propose? Li Qing held up one finger. 1 million taels? No, that is far too little. We may be poor, but we are not beggars. Not a single coin. Li Qing coldly stated. This is not a business transaction, nor is it a mere trade. This land belongs to both you and us, and more importantly, to the Ming. Very well, I have extended my hospitality, and it seems all along you intended to benefit without offering anything in return. Liang Khan was filled with fury. I am aware of your prowess and know that you possess the ability to end my life, but I am not a mere pushover to be easily manipulated. If it comes to that, we shall perish together. Li Qing replied, I have no intention of taking your life. Had I desired it, you would have met your demise long ago. Furthermore, I do not seek to deceive you without merit. Otherwise, we would not be engaging in this dialogue. His nephew quietly tugged at his uncle's sleeve and inquired, what then is your sincerity? I had hoped you would propose it, but your perception is rather limited. Fixated only on material wealth, Li Qing scoffed. What good are riches if they cannot be consumed or appreciated? Merely hoarding them in your palace for show? Taking a sip of his drink, Li Qing continued, what the Ming offers is beyond monetary value. Liang Khan furrowed his brow, skepticism evident in his gaze. Such as? Power. Li Qing declared, you are indeed a Khan, but if you were to perish today, would your son seamlessly inherit your throne? Even if he does, how much true power would he wield? Can you guarantee he won't be sidelined, reduced to a puppet, or even eliminated? Political upheaval occurs frequently here. To maintain a dynasty for 3 or 5 generations is considered a long-lasting reign. Li Qing laughed. Has this title of Khan always belonged to your lineage? Was it not seized from another? Do your scattered subordinates harbor no desire for usurpation? I suspect you know this better than I. Or do you truly believe your descendants are all heroic figures capable of maintaining control? Liang Khan's complexion darkened, weighed down by the gravity of the conversation. Hu Zongxian interjected. If I were to offer you 10 million taels of silver, could you safeguard it? Could your son? Your grandson? As the saying goes, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. If your fists are not formidable, you merely craft garments for others. Consider the fortified cities and the comprehensive defenses you have painstakingly established. Liang Khan fell silent, contemplating. After a lengthy pause, he asked, are you suggesting that I, the Khan, submit to the Ming and become part of their realm, ensuring that my descendants may rule as Khans for eternity? The title of Khan does not align with the Ming's values. It may be adjusted to that of a king. Li Qing responded, as long as you are willing, your heirs may share the throne with the Ming. Why should I place my trust in this? Hu Zongxian calmly replied, are you familiar with Annam? Once, a general from Annam plotted rebellion, and upon learning of this, Emperor Yongle dispatched hundreds of thousands of troops to restore justice for their royal family. If even a vassal state receives such treatment, what is there for you to fear? Your kingship would be officially recorded by the Ming court, conferred by the emperor himself. Anyone who opposes you or your descendants would be opposing the Ming itself. Do you believe the Ming would remain indifferent? Liang Khan paused, his previously grim expression softening significantly. I trust that the Ming court would not remain passive. However, these are matters for the future, intangible and elusive. Li Qing chuckled lightly. There are tangible benefits as well. What do you mean? First, upon becoming part of the Ming, you would gain opportunities for tribute trade. Second, the Ming would invest manpower and resources to assist in the development of this land. Moreover, we can help solidify your kingship and eliminate unlawful armed forces right now. Li Qing asserted, which of these 3 advantages is not superior to cold, lifeless iron? Liang Khan's heart raced with intrigue. Is it truly so? Hu Zongxian coldly scoffed. We come from the Ming Dynasty, representing the imperial court of Ming, embodying the authority of the Ming emperor. Do you comprehend what courtly dignity entails? Or do you believe you are worthy of the emperor disregarding his esteemed reputation to send troops so far merely to deceive you? Hu Zongxian laughed in exasperation. What do you possess that could warrant such deception? Is it your poverty? Or your lack of moral education? The Khan of Yi'erqiang's face shifted through shades of red and green before he finally nodded, declaring, this Khan sincerely wishes to submit to the Ming. Is this how you pledge your allegiance? The Khan appeared bewildered. At that moment, Li Qing and Hu Zongxian rose, adjusting their attire, standing tall with an air of authority. "Uncle, kneel and pay respects to the Ming Emperor," the young nephew reminded in a foreign tongue. Taking a deep breath, the Khan slowly knelt, proclaiming, "Long live our emperor." The Yiqiang Khanate wishes to submit to the Ming, to become subjects of the Ming and the emperor, pledging unwavering loyalty. "I heed the decree," he affirmed. Li Qing and Hu Zongxian unfurled the imperial edict. Li Qing read aloud. "The western regions have been part of China since ancient times. Today, I reclaim the western regions. Not to expand territory, but to alleviate the suffering of the people." The wording and format remained unchanged, almost identical to previous proclamations. The Yiqiang Khanate was renamed Yiqiang, with the former Khan receiving the title of Shunming Wang. Henceforth, he would enjoy equal status with the loyal kings of Turpan and Hami. Granted the privilege of tribute and trade, required to report to the capital every 18 months. Thus it is decreed. "I accept the decree," the Khan replied, receiving the edict placed gently in his outstretched palm. Li Qing kindly stated, "From this day forth, you are a subject of the Ming, a king personally conferred by the emperor. Anyone who dares oppose you shall be deemed a traitor to the Ming. I thank His Majesty for this great favor." Shunming Wang exclaimed, feeling elated by what seemed a remarkably advantageous arrangement. However, he then heard Li Qing add, "Should you defy the policies of the Ming and bring calamity upon its people, the Ming will choose another worthy minister in your stead. I advise you to reflect on this." Upon hearing these words, Shunming Wang's excitement tempered considerably. He hesitated before clasping his hands in agreement. Li Qing nodded slightly, saying, "The news of your allegiance to the Ming must be disseminated swiftly, especially to your armed forces. This is a perfect opportunity to establish your authority and consolidate your power." Shunming Wang slowly nodded, realizing that while Li Qing's motives were primarily to enhance the Ming's prestige, he had no grounds to refuse, as he too stood to gain significantly. Hu Zongxian remarked, "In the future, the Ming will station troops here, not only to restore order, but also to safeguard your throne from infringement." After a moment of contemplation, Shunming Wang nodded slowly. Li Qing continued, "Do not perceive this as a loss. Aligning with the Ming will undoubtedly yield benefits. Consider yourself fortunate that the Ming is willing to accept you as part of its realm, far superior to being a mere local chieftain. Indeed, I do not feel disadvantaged." Shunming Wang chuckled awkwardly, affirming, "I am willing." Yet, this willingness stemmed not from genuine enthusiasm, but rather from the pragmatic choice between lesser evils and greater benefits. Upon reflection, this decision did not appear so grim. Rather, it seemed quite favorable. Li Qing, with a serene smile, said, "I wish to visit the largest mosque here. I require a guide and a translator." Without a moment's hesitation, the Prince of Shunming pointed to his elder nephew, declaring, "You shall accompany him." The elder nephew inwardly lamented, his heart trembling at the thought of having previously issued orders against Li Qing. Li Qing reassured him, "Let bygones be bygones. I am not one to harbor grudges, so there is no need for you to be anxious." "Ah, of course," the elder nephew chuckled awkwardly, attempting to change the subject. "Are you a marquis of the Ming Dynasty?" "Lead the way," Li Qing replied. "Yes, please," the elder nephew responded. Li Qing turned to Hu Zongxian, stating, "I shall be occupied for several days. During this period, should any unwise individuals arise, feel free to deal with them without hesitation. There is no need for mercy towards those who rebel against the Ming." "I understand," Hu Zongxian acknowledged. Nodding, Li Qing, along with the prince's nephew, proceeded towards the mosque. Meanwhile, Udayo, feeling rather bored, perused the manual written by Li Qing. Upon noticing Hu Zongxian approaching, he hastily closed the book and hurried forward, clasping his hands in greeting. "Governor, what is the situation?" Hu Zongxian smiled and replied, "The Prince of Shunming is pragmatic and has received the imperial edict." "Oh, he knows how to read the times. Are you disappointed?" "Not at all. You misunderstand, Governor. I am quite pleased," Udayo chuckled awkwardly. "By the way, where is the Marquis of Yongqing?" "The Marquis has gone to the mosque and is likely to be busy for a few days," Hu Zongxian explained with a smile. "Well, I know what you're thinking. The days ahead will not be peaceful. Conflict is inevitable." Udayo, his eyes sparkling with delight, exclaimed, "That's excellent. I mean, those who do not recognize the situation will have to face consequences." Chapter 460, The Unleashing of Fury. Li Qing resided in the mosque for several days, during which his interactions with the mosque's imam were amicable, Yet the outcomes were less than satisfactory. Xinjiang was neither Turpan nor Hami. In terms of both territory and population, it far surpassed the former and was significantly larger than the combined latter. They showed no interest in proselytization, nor did they exhibit much inclination towards pacifying the populace's emotions. However, Li Qing was not solely reliant on reason. After considerable negotiation, the imam ultimately compromised, agreeing to soothe the public sentiments, though other matters were off the table. Li Qing refrained from making further demands, yet privately resolved that once the situation stabilized in a few years, it would be imperative to introduce Confucianism and legalism to assimilate and transform it. The notion of merging church and state was unacceptable. Governance must be unequivocal, without room for ambiguity. Yet the time was not ripe for such measures, nor could they be enforced through coercion, lest it lead to a scenario where he stood opposed to the entire populace. Li Qing possessed myriad strategies for dealing with those in power, but he approached the common people with great caution, fully aware that haste could be detrimental. A subtle, gradual approach was necessary to instigate change. Transforming an individual's beliefs is a formidable challenge. Even Li Qing lacked the audacity to directly confront the faith of the masses. Upon his return to the city, Hu Zongxian and Yu Dayo eagerly approached, inquiring, "How was it?" "Fairly average," Li Qing sighed. "There is rejection, yet no desire to align with the Ming." Upon hearing this, Yu Dayo's expression radiated an aura of lethal intent, while Hu Zongxian's eyes glittered with a similar malice. "My lord, must we indulge them so? Indulgence is unwise, yet this is not the time for action. Even if we were to act, violence is not an option." Li Qing exhaled deeply and remarked, "One cannot become rotund in a single mouthful. We must progress step by step." Yu Dayo, filled with indignation, retorted, "Even the Khan has yielded. What is there to be so arrogant about? Do they truly believe that the Ming Dynasty would not dare to annihilate them?" "Enough," Li Qing interjected. "Should we pursue such a course, we would only drive the populace to the opposing side. Moreover, they harbor no intention of confronting the Ming Dynasty. They are still willing to cooperate, so let us proceed with this for now." Yu Dayo sighed heavily and nodded pensively. Li Qing, shifting the conversation, inquired, "What is the situation here?" "As of now, they seem quite prudent. No one has expressed dissatisfaction," Hu Zongxian replied. "Yesterday, the Shunming Wang visited, stating that in 3 to 5 days, several formidable leaders would arrive." "Very well, let them come," Li Qing sighed in relief and smiled. "The sooner they arrive, the sooner we can establish our authority, complete our tasks, and return home." Yu Dayo inquired with a grin, "My lord, are you yearning for home? Is it not preferable to return sooner?" Li Qing chuckled lightly. "It is only July. If all proceeds smoothly, we might still return home for the new year." After nearly a year of arduous travel, achieving merit and receiving rewards, celebrating the new year joyously is far superior to anything else. Yu Dayo was momentarily taken aback and sighed. "You truly do not resemble a human. I know you intend it as a compliment, but refrain from such flattery in the future," Li Qing responded with exasperation. "From now on, do control that mouth of yours to avoid bringing calamity upon us." Meanwhile, Hu Zongxian could not suppress a chuckle, shaking his head at the antics of Yu Dayo. After waiting 10 days, the formidable forces mentioned by the Shunming Wang finally arrived, 3 leaders commanding nearly 5,000 troops, all united as one. In Xinjiang, such a force commanded respect, even from the Shunming Wang himself. This realm was unlike the Ming Dynasty. It did not represent a singular unified power, but rather resembled a feudal system where, ostensibly, commands were issued by the Khan, yet the Khan's word was not absolute. With 5,000 armed troops at the gates, the discontent among the defenders grew palpable upon seeing the Ming army stationed above the city walls. "Quickly descend and allow us entry," one man shouted in Mandarin. "We come summoned by the Khan." Yu Dayo responded with a cold smile. "You may enter the city, but only the 3 of you leaders. Your subordinates must remain outside. Who can assure us that you are not here to incite a coup?" This seemingly casual remark struck a nerve within the trio, prompting the foremost among them to angrily retort, "You must be controlling our Khan. Otherwise, why would you deny us entry? We demand to see the Khan." "What Khan?" "Here. There is no Khan, only the Shunming Wang," Hu Zongxian replied coolly. "If you wish to meet the Shunming Wang, you may enter the city. But your subordinates must remain outside, as per the Shunming Wang's directive." "I do not believe you. I bear witness," shouted the Shunming Wang's nephew, emerging boldly. "My uncle has decreed that only the 3 of you may enter. no others are permitted. You traitor, a dog of the Ming, a cowardly wretch, bring your uncle here. The nephew, incensed by the barrage of insults, retorted vehemently, you dare disrespect my uncle and show insolence towards the Ming? You are courting death. Your Excellency. These individuals are notoriously unruly, and now that they perceive the Prince of Shunming to be a mere facade, they believe rebellion to be the truth. There is no need for further discourse. We shall strike directly. However, Li Qing remained unperturbed, responding with calmness. Since they wish to meet the Prince of Shunming, let us honor their request. Please summon him to elucidate the matter. Yet, my dear nephew whispered that it was truly unnecessary. For these individuals were merely seeking a pretext to usurp my uncle's throne. Li Qing replied, the Ming Dynasty has always upheld the principle of just cause. Even in battle, ample justification is required. The Ming embraces all of Yarkand, which naturally includes them. These people are also subjects of the Ming Dynasty. Without concrete evidence of rebellion, how can we justly take action against them? Very well. After a short while, the Prince of Shunming hastily rode in. Ascending the city to address the individuals below, Yarkand has historically been one with the Central Plains, and now, with His Majesty the Emperor graciously accepting and aiding us. This is an immense blessing. Do not act foolishly. You three must enter the city promptly to receive the Emperor's edict. The trio remained unmoved. One scoffing, what right do you have to represent the Yarkand Khanate? What authority do you possess to sell the Yarkand Khanate to the Ming? What qualifications do you hold to be the Khan of Yarkand? The face of the Prince of Shunming turned ashen with fury. Whether I have the right or not is not for you to determine. It is the will of His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming. Nonsense, the Emperor of the Ming. Hu Zongxian shouted coldly, unleashing his full force. There could be no clearer justification for our actions. Boom, bang, whoosh. The sound of gunpowder erupted, with firearms, rockets, and crossbows unleashing a torrential barrage of firepower. Simultaneously, the improved catapults of the Ming army were deployed, launching boulders that traced elegant parabolic arcs toward the armed forces below. No one anticipated the Ming army would strike so swiftly. Just moments ago, they had appeared calm and composed, exhibiting remarkable patience. Caught off guard, in the briefest encounter, over 100 were wounded or killed. Disperse! Disperse! The three leaders cried out in terror and rage. These individuals had never engaged in a proper battle. While they could intimidate the common folk, facing a regular army revealed their true colors. Thousands scattered in disarray, lacking any semblance of order, colliding and trampling over one another in chaos. The Ming soldiers were momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such disarray, but after a brief astonishment, they directed their firepower at the densest clusters of the enemy. For the sake of mobility, the Ming army had not brought artillery, yet they were amply equipped with firearms. Lead projectiles, rockets, and arrows, all capable of long-range lethality. Previously, they had only utilized a fraction of their arsenal, with many arrows still retrievable. Now, in a sudden eruption of force, the impact was nothing short of earth-shattering. In a mere quarter of an hour, among the densely stationed 5,000 armed foes, the dead and wounded reached over 1,000. The three leaders were stricken with disbelief. The good news was that the crowd had finally dispersed. The bad news was that the morale of the people had also scattered. The remaining individuals were solely focused on fleeing, completely disregarding the orders given. In no time, the initial 5,000 had dwindled to merely over 2,000. On the city walls, the Prince of Shunming, his nephew, and the entourage of loyal guards who accompanied him were left in a state of astonishment. They had anticipated the formidable combat prowess of the Ming army, yet the extent of their ferocity was beyond their wildest imaginings. Such a force was simply insurmountable in their presence. It was no wonder that His Majesty, the Emperor of the Ming, had dispatched only a small contingent. It was not a matter of underestimating their own capabilities. A sense of relief washed over the Prince of Shunming, who increasingly felt that aligning with the Ming was a wise decision. Furthermore, he no longer harbored resistance towards the stationing of Ming troops in their vicinity. Regretful reflections still left room for redemption. However, to persist in stubbornness would lead to dire consequences. "To hell with you, coward!" shouted the three beneath the city walls, cursing as they turned their horses to flee. An ancient saying among the Han people goes, "As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood." Let us see how this unfolds. One among them remarked. Li Qing chuckled, seizing the bow and arrows from a guard of Hu Zongxian, drawing the bowstring taut with the precision of a full moon. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, striking one man squarely in the back, piercing through his chest. Thud! The man collapsed heavily to the ground. The remaining two, witnessing this, were struck with terror, immediately scattering in opposite directions, neglecting their comrades in the process. Li Qing, unhurried, knocked another arrow and released it. The arrow sliced through the throng, finding its mark with unerring accuracy. Another arrow followed swiftly. The last man had already fled 100 paces, yet he too could not escape his fate. 3 arrows, 3 men, with not a single miss, and all proving fatal. Such archery skills even left Udayo astounded. Marvelous archery. Li Qing laughed heartily, declaring, "If I can shoot down an eagle, then hitting these living targets is hardly a challenge." Impressive indeed. Udayo rubbed his hands together, saying, "When we return to the Ming, do teach me." Li Qing rolled his eyes, replying, "You truly lack modesty. We all serve our country. Why should we be polite?" Udayo, unabashed, grinned widely. The Prince of Shunming, observing the over 1,000 individuals below the city, eyeing the 3 disobedient former subordinates, and then gazing at Li Qing, who was laughing and conversing with Udayo, suddenly felt that he had spoken too loudly earlier. Chapter 461. Return to the Ming on the city walls. The people of Xinjiang were stricken with horror from top to bottom. The battle, from start to finish, lasted no more than 15 minutes. Yet, in that brief span, a force of 5,000 armed men had been utterly shattered. In the course of those mere moments, over 1,000 had been slain, and all 3 leaders eliminated, while the Ming army suffered no casualties. Such a record defies description. It was nothing short of terrifying. Here, a 5,000-strong armed force could be considered a behemoth. Yet against the Ming army, they were akin to mere chaff, easily crushed. Beneath the walls, wails of anguish arose, shrouded in clouds of dust. None among the Xinjiang could maintain their composure. "Is there anyone else?" "What?" The Prince of Shunming was taken aback. Li Qing inquired, "Are there any others who refuse to listen?" "No, there shouldn't be any left," the Prince of Shunming replied, shaking his head in reverence. Xinjiang does not possess many such formidable armed groups. To dismantle one is sufficient to instill fear in those with ulterior motives. This could not be better. Li Qing smiled faintly, pointing down at the city and declaring, "These individuals oppress the populace, commit heinous acts, and are beyond redemption. Their crimes warrant execution." The Shunming king was taken aback. Hu Zongxian remarked, "Their downfall today is a consequence of their own actions. The Ming army acts in the interest of Xinjiang and the people, thus executing the will of heaven." Indeed, the Shunming king stammered in agreement, awkwardly adding, "This group of utterly wicked and rebellious villains dares to show disrespect towards the court and the emperor." Li Qing interrupted him, stating earnestly, "Their sole crime is the oppression of the populace, nothing more, do you understand?" Is that so?" The Shunming king appeared momentarily bewildered. Li Qing countered with a smile. "What else could it be?" Yes, that's correct." The Shunming king's nephew nodded repeatedly, tugging at his uncle's arm and whispering, "Your Highness, shall we convict them?" "Oh yes, they must be convicted." The Shunming king seemed to awaken from his reverie, commanding, "Bring the guards, swiftly deal with the dead, and apprehend all the living, executing them according to the law." After speaking, he cupped his hands to Li Qing and Hu Zongxian, saying, "The young prince will conclude this matter swiftly and decisively. I take my leave." The two smiled and nodded, and the Shunming king departed. Udayo, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Since this is about establishing authority, why not showcase the might of the Ming?" Li Qing merely smiled. Hu Zongxian explained, "Establishing authority is meant for those in power and any malevolent armed forces, not for the common people. If we convict them for disrespecting the court and the emperor, it would reflect poorly on the court's magnanimity and the emperor's generosity, potentially fostering a sense of resistance among the populace, who might perceive the Ming army as cruel and bloodthirsty. By framing it as oppression of the populace, we can foster a sense of importance among the people, generating goodwill towards the Ming, which aligns with our interests." "Well then," Udayo chuckled awkwardly, "it's no wonder you two are capable of being nobles and governors. Your foresight surpasses mine." The two replied, with Hu Zongxian retorting, "You should strive to flatter others less." Udayo scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, "That has never been my forte, you know." Hu Zongxian, both amused and exasperated, then turned to Li Qing and said, "Lord, our expedition to Xinjiang is nearing its conclusion, isn't it?" Li Qing nodded slightly, responding, Once the Shunming king has effectively promoted the matter and drafted the documents of allegiance to the Ming, we shall return with his eldest son. A hostage? Not at all. Li Qing gently shook his head. The Khan has more than one son. This is merely for more efficient assimilation. Li Qing continued languidly. In the future, only princes who have studied in the Central Plains will be qualified to inherit the throne. Through generations of profound assimilation of the ruling powers, we can significantly reduce the difficulties of integration and enhance its efficiency. After all, what is modeled from above will be emulated below. After a pause, he added, including the imam of the mosque, we shall take him as well. What if they refuse? If they refuse, so be it, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. Whether here or in Turpan, there are plenty of mosques, not just one. Yu Daio asked, but aren't they unwilling to preach in the Ming? It's not about having them preach in the Ming. It's about facilitating exchange with the Ming's mosques, Li Qing smiled. Allowing them to experience the Ming's mosques will enable them to learn and improve. Is that truly beneficial? Certainly. Li Qing spoke with unwavering conviction, asserting that the mosque, which harmoniously integrated Confucianism and legalism, overshadowed the primitive mosque here. To call it a dimensional strike would not be an exaggeration. Once these individuals return from their studies, those lacking ambition will inevitably feel a sense of crisis. In places where people gather, rivalries emerge. Even the self-proclaimed Buddhist sects engage in a struggle for incense offerings. Can this place be exempt from such customs? Li Qing remarked on the ongoing internal strife. The gentry, landlords, and wealthy merchants, even within a power structure dominated by a singular bureaucratic faction, continue their relentless conflicts. Once the process of internal competition begins, it becomes an inexorable cycle, ultimately resulting in a situation that is, at the very least, innocuous. Hu Zongxian, thoroughly convinced, remarked, Lord, this strategy is indeed brilliant. Truly brilliant. Yu Daio nodded in agreement. Li Qing let out a hearty laugh, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Daio, and said, at last, you have managed to flatter me appropriately. The end of July marked the conclusion of the propaganda efforts for the Shunming king, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Ming army, only to be executed in accordance with Ming law. In early August, the Ming army commenced its return journey, accompanied by the prince of the Shunming king and several local imams, heading towards Turpan. This time, military supplies were provided by Yarkand. Yet Li Qing was fair and paid for them. As late August approached, the Ming army arrived in Turpan, where they united with Qi Jiguang. After a brief respite, they set off towards Hami, carrying military provisions, the loyal prince, and several local imams, thus concluding their expedition to the western regions on a perfect note. After a short stay in Hami, where they procured a substantial amount of military supplies, Li Qing returned to the Ming Dynasty, not heading to the capital or Jinling, but rather hastily directing the supply teams that had been on standby to spring into action. The journey unfolded with an unexpectedly smooth efficiency, surpassing all anticipations. The Ming soldiers, from the highest ranks to the lowest, were filled with joy. They had not engaged in a single battle nor shed a drop of blood, achieving a true zero casualty rate while exceeding their mission's requirements. What awaited them, aside from military accolades, was monetary reward. How could they not feel elated? Under such circumstances, the Ming army's pace quickened by nearly 30% compared to their initial journey, only to slow down due to the burdens of supply logistics. Fortunately, it did not take long for the Ming's military supplies to be replenished. While their marching speed did not dramatically increase, at least they were free from concerns about logistics. Li Qing and his companions relaxed completely, yet simultaneously fell into the monotony of marching mode. The lengthy route was genuinely challenging for resupply, incurring substantial costs. Li Qing had initially hoped to return to the Ming Dynasty by the 12th month, allowing the soldiers to celebrate the new year without delay. However, as fate would have it, due to inclement weather and inefficient supply chains, they found themselves over 1,000 miles from the capital while consuming the lava porridge. Fortunately, having entered the Ming territory, Li Qing felt little to worry about and decided to journey alone to the capital ahead of the group. The other three looked down upon Li Qing's actions, but refrained from voicing their opinions. Only Yu Daio, bold in spirit, dared to chide Li Qing, only to receive a couple of slaps in return. In the imperial palace, Zhu Hozhong, draped in a grand cloak, stood beneath the eaves, gazing vacantly at the swirling snowflakes. Meanwhile, Huang Jin, resembling a penguin in his attire, had succumbed to a hunch that had once been a mere habit, and his round face now bore deep-set wrinkles. The new year was fast approaching, Zhu Hozhong remarked, puffing out warm breath into the frosty air. Indeed, it won't be long now, Huang Jin replied softly. Upon entering the Ming Dynasty, our marching speed shall surely increase significantly. I estimate the journey of 1,000 miles will take merely about a month. Zhu Hozhong gently inquired. How long do you think you will remain in the capital? Probably not for too long, Huang Jin responded with a nervous laugh. After working tirelessly for nearly a year, he will surely want to rest. Besides, he glanced towards the East Palace, leaving his thought unspoken. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hozhong's spirit sank further as he muttered. A solitary man, a solitary man. Do not speak like that. There is still Prince Yu and Prince Jing, as well as the servants and Liu Bing. Huang Jin reassured him. Li Qing's world does not revolve solely around the emperor, just as the emperor's world is not confined to Li Qing. Moreover, he is not a stranger to the capital. There will be ample time for interaction. He may have the time, but I do not, Zhu Hozhong lamented. You know his temperament. If he feels ignored, he could stay away for years. How many years do I have left? Huang Jin found himself at a loss for words. And Zhu Hozhong fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply, saying, Let us proceed to the East Palace. Huang Jin bowed in agreement, about to summon the servants, when suddenly, a figure emerged through the snow, startling him. Zhu Hozhong's gaze sharpened. Huang Jin, who is that? It is him, your majesty. You have not misjudged, Huang Jin replied, his face lighting up with delight as he hurried down the steps to greet Li Qing. Zhu Hozhong took a step forward but halted, remaining beneath the eaves to await Li Qing's approach. You returned alone? Huang Jin exclaimed as he rushed forward, panting heavily. Li Qing smiled. Having entered the Ming territory, my presence is of little consequence. It has been a year since we last met. Cough. From a distance. Zhu Hozhong's loud cough interrupted. Huang Jin quickly said, It is cold outside. Let us speak inside the palace. Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Hozhong beneath the eaves, nodded, and advanced alongside Huang Jin. You have kept me waiting, esteemed sir, Zhu Hozhong remarked, observing the weary Li Qing. Your journey must have been arduous. And the crown prince? He fell ill with the onset of winter, and his condition has worsened considerably. That is good to hear, Li Qing nodded, stepping inside the hall first. Truly, your audacity is growing. Zhu Hozhong murmured under his breath, such lack of decorum. Yet his lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he turned to enter the great hall. In the inner hall, the fine pine charcoal fire blazed warmly, with Li Qing and Zhu Hozhong seated across from one another. Huang Jin roasted sweet potatoes, his face beaming with joy, his round visage glowing. Have all matters been settled? Zhu Hozhong inquired. Li Qing chuckled. Do you perceive this as an effortless task? Ah, of course it is not easy. But is it not the esteemed Duke of Yongqing personally overseeing it? Zhu Hozhong chuckled dryly. It is well known that no challenge is insurmountable when the Duke takes charge. That is a fact. Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, It has been preliminarily resolved. I told you so, Zhu Hozhong laughed. Now, do elaborate. The Turpan Khanate has been renamed Turpan, with the Khan now designated as the loyal and bright king, while the Yarkand Khanate is now called Yarkand, with its Khan being conferred the title of the obedient and bright king. Li Qing sipped his tea and remarked that Zhu Hozhong had anticipated these changes, as the imperial edict explicitly stated so. What else? The two had already penned documents affirming their allegiance to the Ming Dynasty and expressed no objections to the subsequent stationing of Ming troops. After a long pause, Li Qing commented that, fundamentally, Turpan and Yarkand had become part of the Ming, though it would require sustained efforts to fully integrate them. The two princes had accompanied them, and it would be prudent to adopt methods similar to those previously employed with the families of the northern nomadic chieftains, focusing on persuasion and assimilation. Oh, and let us not forget the mosques imam, he added. Upon hearing Li Qing's account, Zhu Hozhong felt a surge of joy. So, legally speaking, there are no flaws. As long as we manage it well, the integration of the western regions into the Ming is merely a matter of time, is it not? Indeed. Yet this process is far from simple, Li Qing replied. As long as the label of barbarian persists, the western regions cannot truly be considered a part of the Ming in the fullest sense. This will require the efforts of several generations. Hearing this, Zhu Hozhong's smile gradually faded, and he nodded slightly. Do you have any profound insights? There are no grand insights to offer. We can only provide long-term assistance in material, ideological, and conceptual matters to gradually facilitate assimilation. There are no shortcuts, Li Qing stated, finishing his tea. Moreover, The role of the mosque's imam must not be overlooked. In the Western regions, mosques play a crucial role as a communal faith, even including royal family members. Zhu Hozong squinted slightly, his expression darkening. After a moment, he sighed gently. This matter is indeed troublesome. It cannot be forced. Li Qing reassured him, there is no need for excessive worry. Once they enter our great family, they can only become one of us. That is the inevitable outcome. In a few years, we can introduce Confucianism and legalism to gradually undermine their foundational beliefs. Zhu Hozong nodded helplessly. What about the steppe? Li Qing inquired. How is the process of assimilating the steppe tribes progressing? Relatively smoothly. There have been no significant issues. Zhu Hozong replied with a bitter smile. As you said, true integration requires considerable time and the efforts of several generations. Alas, life is too short. Li Qing remained silent for a moment before saying, I will keep watch. I too wish to witness it with my own eyes, Zhu Hozong replied. Li Qing shifted the topic. We must station troops. The initial stages of integration will undoubtedly be fraught with conflicts, necessitating a show of military strength. The sword need not be drawn, but it must be held. Zhu Hozong felt a headache coming on. Sir, if we continue down this path, we won't last 20 years before we face a genuine fiscal deficit. Maintaining a certain degree of deficit is not entirely detrimental, Li Qing countered. Zhu Hozong, at a loss for words, replied, what is a deficit? Living off borrowed resources. Is that not a bad thing? It is not so dire, after all. There are no interest payments to be made, Li Qing remarked. Once development is on solid ground, we can repay it. Zhu Hozong paused. Are you suggesting the Merchant Guild's reserves? The court will manage it. The court has its own rights to usage, Li Qing explained. As long as we keep it discreet, it should pose no problem. Additionally, there are the banknotes. What if there is a bank run? Zhu Hozong asked. The Li family will assist. Can banknotes be printed without limit? Li Qing, with a sense of resignation, remarked that all of this serves as insurance, a buffer. My intention in expressing this is to alleviate your worries, not to suggest that you cling to your current funds while inadvertently jeopardizing future resources. Very well, Zhu Hozong, with a hint of skepticism, responded, isn't your insistence on safeguarding the currency's credibility merely a means to overdraw its future worth? Li Qing nodded slowly, affirming, indeed. The court must not accumulate excessive wealth. An abundance of money breeds complacency from top to bottom. A certain degree of deficit within the court can foster economic growth while curbing laziness and extravagance. From the Yongle to the Changhua eras, the genuine effort to restore the currency's credibility was aimed at ensuring the court had resources in extreme situations. In essence, restoring currency credibility is akin to saving. While overextending it equates to spending, saving ultimately serves the purpose of expenditure. Li Qing continued, in truth, you need not fret. In the future, the economic paradigm will undergo profound transformations, perhaps even reversing entirely. What do you mean? Zhu Hozong inquired. Li Qing pondered. Consider the Western nations today. They readily expend lavish amounts to acquire Ming's silk, porcelain, and spices, lavishing silver without a second thought. Do you believe they are merely foolishly wealthy? Zhu Hozong, taken aback, asked, aren't they? Certainly not. Li Qing asserted. Silver cannot be consumed, cannot be worn. Without the exquisite goods from Ming, what incentive would they have to mine silver? Zhu Hozong was momentarily at a loss, grappling with thoughts he had never entertained before. He felt a mixture of curiosity, absurdity, and undeniable truth. Li Qing elaborated. One must not evaluate everything solely through one's own values. Such an approach lacks objectivity. To perceive the entirety, one must transcend habitual thinking and adopt a higher perspective. Zhu Hozong furrowed his brow in contemplation for a while before slowly responding. Please elaborate. I still do not fully comprehend. Li Qing explained. The Western nations are willing to pay exorbitant prices for Ming goods because they can exchange these products for greater benefits. They trade silver for goods, then use those goods to procure labor, yielding more silver, which in turn can be exchanged for even more Ming products. This creates a virtuous cycle. Zhu Hozong nodded thoughtfully, though still perplexed. If they are not at a loss, does that mean we are? He pondered. Are we at a loss? After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. What is the reality of this situation? Li Qing replied, it is quite simple. This arises from differing value systems. From their perspective, they profit. From ours, we profit. Yet ultimately, only one side can truly benefit. A scenario where both sides profit is unattainable. Zhu Hozong remarked, indeed. Li Qing nodded, affirming, correct, ultimately only one can profit. And that entity is the Ming. Why? Because the crux of the matter lies in the authority to set prices. Li Qing elaborated, and this authority undoubtedly belongs to Ming. The question of whether a piece of cloth is priced at 5 taels or 10 taels is determined by human decision, is it not? Zhu Hozhong's understanding blossomed. As he acknowledged, I see now. However, how can we contend for this pricing authority? While it is achievable through warfare, the costs of war are exorbitant, and gaining acceptance is exceedingly difficult. One misstep, and the entire world could turn into adversaries. Naturally, resorting to war is a strategy of the lowest order, and the pricing power acquired through conflict is, at best, ephemeral. Li Qing asserted that only through industry and commerce can one attain enduring pricing power. But can this truly be achieved? Zhu Hozhong expressed skepticism, remarking that the world is vast and not limited to China. The population of our Ming Dynasty has now surpassed 200 million, and such immense energy cannot be wielded by a single individual. Li Qing smiled gently and inquired, what is the current state of trade with Japan? Zhu Hozhong, perplexed by the sudden shift in conversation, replied, not much. Most of the easily exploitable silver mines have been depleted. The cost of extraction is rising, and the influx of silver is gradually diminishing, which will inevitably reduce the court's revenue. Li Qing chuckled, isn't that precisely the point? Even if silver mines are rich in resources, they are finite. As time progresses, the cost of extraction will inevitably escalate to unsustainable levels. If you were in such a predicament, what would you do? I would strive for self-sufficiency using every means possible. Zhu Hozhong asserted, we must discard this quick profit model of development and adopt a healthier economic approach. Indeed, this is the optimal solution. If you think this way, they will too, Li Qing replied. What is the most crucial element in economic development? Naturally, it is money, Zhu Hozhong responded. Money is the greatest and most effective driver of production, without exception. Li Qing laughed heartily, absolutely correct. However, the money that drives productivity has nearly all found its way into our pockets. Let us not forget that gold and silver have served as universal currencies throughout the ages. Li Qing continued, currently, money is plentiful while commodities are costly, and the pricing power resides with us. In the future, when commodities are abundant and money scarce, the pricing power will still remain in our hands. Is this inevitable? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. Firstly, the Ming Dynasty is sufficiently vast to endure longer. Secondly, as money becomes scarce, they will spontaneously gravitate towards self-sufficiency, imitating and emulating the Ming in order to reduce production costs. They will naturally progress in the direction of valuing money without any need for our intervention. Li Qing grinned. At present, commodities are expensive and we profit. In the future, when money is valuable, we shall continue to profit immensely. Therefore, you need not fret over finances. By building a better Ming, we can not only expand our economic scale, but also gain greater mastery over pricing power. Zhu Hozhong, though exhilarated, felt a twinge of hesitation. Pondering the issue of the court's dwindling finances, Li Qing chuckled softly, responding, money in the Ming is money that belongs to the Ming. Zhu Hozhong paused, then burst into laughter, repeatedly exclaiming, indeed, indeed. I have overcomplicated matters. Li Qing remarked, saving money is merely a means to spend it wisely. As long as we avoid extravagance and allocate funds judiciously, we can spend liberally, for the pricing power will always remain with our Ming. Chapter 463. Affected sentiment. Zhu Hozhong squinted slightly, reflecting on Li Qing's words. After a long pause, he softly mused, as for the foreign barbarians, perhaps this notion of barbarism is merely a perspective shaped by our own views. They are not, after all, merely primitive and foolish. Li Qing nodded slightly, stating, all are human, fundamentally similar. It is merely the laws of survival that differ. Much like the powerful figures in the realm of authority who incessantly speak of the ignorance of the common people. The truth is that the populace has never been truly foolish. Indeed, Zhu Hozhong sighed. It is a pity that the sense of superiority ingrained in us since ancient times has become deeply entrenched, making it exceedingly difficult to alter. Under the influence of conventional thinking, one naturally tends toward arrogance and a disregard for others. After a pause, he added, however, to be fair, we are indeed in a position of advantage. That is true, Li Qing responded. Times are evolving, we are progressing, and so are others. While we may possess confidence, we must not succumb to arrogance. Zhu Hozhong nodded slowly, saying, "What you have articulated today has truly opened my eyes. I believe it is not only I who feels this way. Others, such as Yin Song and Su Jia, would feel the same." Curious, Zhu Hozhong inquired, "How is it that, despite sharing the same meals, drinking the same water, and reading the same books, you possess such remarkable intelligence?" Zhu Hozhong, who held himself in high regard concerning knowledge, felt no sense of inferiority to Li Qing, despite the latter being over a century his senior. "I believe it has little to do with knowledge," Zhu Hozhong remarked. "I have read more history than you, yet what you speak of is not found in historical texts." After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing said, "What if I told you I am a time traveler? Would you believe me? A time traveler?" Zhu Hozhong found this concept perplexing, as it did not exist in his understanding. "You could interpret it as someone from the future," Li Qing explained, "as if you had suddenly arrived in the Tang Dynasty. How is that even possible?" Zhu Hozhong was filled with questions. Li Qing replied with a hint of bitterness, "Indeed. How could it be possible? How could a person achieve immortality?" Zhu Hozhong exclaimed, "Is that truly the case? If it were not for being outside of this era, how could I attain immortality?" His heart raced with tumultuous thoughts, and he struggled to articulate his next words. After some time, he finally asked, "From what era do you hail? Or rather, how many centuries into the future do you come from?" Li Qing awkwardly admitted, "I cannot precisely determine that. In my time, we do not reckon years by imperial reigns or the sexagenary cycle. If I were to convert it, it would be approximately 500 years from now." 500 years. Zhu Hozhong was both astonished and intrigued, his thirst for knowledge surging. What was the Ming Dynasty like then? What was the world like? He bombarded Li Qing with numerous inquiries, leaving the latter unsure of where to begin. "To be honest, I have almost forgotten most of it," Li Qing replied with resignation. "It has been nearly 200 years since the Hongwu era, and not only are my memories hazy and incomplete, but I have also been largely assimilated into this era. The topics you raise are too broad for me to address comprehensively. I can only provide a general overview." "Then please, share a general overview." Zhu Hozhong, filled with curiosity, did not insist on specifics. Huang Jin, seated nearby, silently perked up his ears. "One could say that on the foundation of having stable housing, clothing to shield the body, and food to fill the stomach, the quality of daily life has ascended to an indescribable level. In terms of comfort and quality of life, the experiences of most people surpass even that of you, the emperor." "Most people?" Zhu Hozhong queried. "Indeed, most people," Li Qing affirmed. "In winter, clothing is exceptionally warm. And in summer, the styles are quite attractive. The beds are large and soft. And one can enjoy the freedom to eat meat and travel by car, vehicles that can truly cover 1,000 miles in a day. In summer, there is cool air. In winter, there is warmth. When comparing entertainment and leisure, the differences are astronomical." Huang Jin, bewildered, stammered, "Are you speaking nonsense?" "Believe it or not," Li Qing replied. Li Qing rolled his eyes, urging, "Just roast the sweet potatoes properly and don't burn them." Zhu Hozhong, though somewhat incredulous, was too lazy to dwell on the truth of the matter and asked, "Was it during the Ming Dynasty?" Indeed, Li Qing had a penchant for small fabrications. After all, Zhu Hozhong had no means to verify them. This fellow was sensitive and fragile, often consumed by his own thoughts, even developing a sense of obligation to strive for others. Lies cost nothing. They could be uttered freely. That's good. That's good," Zhu Hozhong reassured himself. After a moment of merriment, doubt crept back into his mind. "You aren't just trying to amuse me, are you?" "I am not so trivial," Li Qing replied. "My actions are merely to hasten the arrival of that era. To put it plainly, my foresight is based on the future, adjusting the present accordingly." Zhu Hozhong inhaled deeply, pondering for a while, and remarked, "The eternal Qing Marquis remains the enigmatic eternal Qing Marquis, the immortal eternal Qing Marquis. You must not speak of this to anyone else, otherwise, your air of mystery will vanish." Fine," Zhu Hozhong exclaimed in surprise. "You haven't already told others, have you?" "Hee, they're all my people. It's nothing serious." Li Qing chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, I am well aware." Zhu Hozhong felt aggrieved. "Does that fellow in Jinling know too?" "Yes, he found out long ago, just recently," Li Qing responded. Zhu Hozhong sneered repeatedly. As expected. He stood up and prepared to leave. "Hey, where are you going? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" Zhu Hozhong retorted, turning his back to Li Qing and striding out of the inner hall. "What kind of person is he?" Li Qing fumed, feeling slighted for trying to share his secret, only to receive disdain in return. "Damn it, don't curse, don't curse." Huang Jin's head is already too big. He interjected, "Keep your voice down. What would people think if they overheard? Come, have a piece of roasted sweet potato to calm your temper." Li Qing, feeling disgruntled, took a bite and huffed. "Don't you think I'm giving him too much face? Indeed. You've spoiled him. When I ignored him before, he didn't dare act like this. Now that I treat him well, he is starting to overstep." Huang Jin listened to Li Qing's grievances, and after some time, noticing Li Qing's anger had lessened considerably, he asked, "How long can you stay in the capital this time?" "About 10 days, Li Qing replied. "After a whole year of hard work, shouldn't I enjoy the new year and reward myself?" "Well, all right." Huang Jin anticipated this, but couldn't hide his disappointment. "And after the new year?" Li Qing smacked his lips and said, "Next year. I plan to accompany my junior brothers to explore. The western regions have been nominally reclaimed, and the integration in the northern deserts is on the right track. They can handle it. My presence in the capital serves little purpose and may even be an annoyance. Why should I stay here?" Huang Jin sighed heavily. "Can't you see that the emperor doesn't want you to leave? He desires many things. Can I fulfill them all?" Li Qing retorted, "Am I not his servant?" Huang Jin replied, "All right, I will concoct elixirs for him, and besides, I'm not leaving for good." Li Qing responded with irritation, "If something happens, will I just stand by and do nothing? Once you've rested enough, you should stay longer in the capital." Huang Jin suggested softly, "We aren't getting any younger." "Not just you," Li Qing sighed inwardly, "I am well aware." "Well, that's good then." Huang Jin refrained from saying more and suggested, "The emperor has gone to the East Palace. Let us follow suit. You still wish to?" Li Qing nodded slightly, quickly finishing the roasted sweet potato, and inquired, "How did the Imperial Medical Department respond?" Huang Jin, both exasperated and amused, replied, "In this vast world, only divine Dr. Li can heal." Li Qing remarked, "After all these years, there has been no progress whatsoever. Let us go." Upon entering the East Palace, Li Qing and Huang Jin found father and son in a tender moment. Upon seeing Li Qing, Zhu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Zhu Hocheng teased, "Is it so unbearable that you wish to leave?" Zhu Li's expression stiffened, and he fell silent. In the past, he only felt fear towards his father, wishing to distance himself, but now he felt a genuine reluctance. "Father, I am sorry." Zhu Hocheng sighed with a bitter smile. "I did not bring you into this world to live up to my expectations. For those who care, it surpasses all in the world. For those who do not, it becomes a burden, a constraint. It is perhaps better to leave, to embrace life and savor its myriad forms. This place is too cold. Everything is frigid and cannot be warmed." Li Qing interjected, "That is enough. Gather your emotions and save your tears for the day of parting." Father and son exchanged glances. Li Qing approached, sitting beside the bed, and grasped Zhu Li's wrist to take his pulse. "There is no major illness," Zhu Hocheng remarked, seeing Li Qing's serious demeanor and feeling compelled to remind him. "I am aware. I do not seek to fabricate a serious ailment." After a while, Li Qing withdrew his hand and stated, "Do not eat today. I will prepare medicine for you tomorrow. Time is of the essence, and we must resort to potent remedies." Zhu Li inquired, "When exactly?" "By the latest. We must depart by the 20th day of the 12th month. We cannot delay for the new year. Can we really manage to be ready by then?" Zhu Li questioned, skeptical. Li Qing smiled. "My speed of travel is beyond your imagination." Zhu Hocheng frowned slightly, expressing concern. "The question is, can he endure it?" "With some perseverance, it will be manageable," Zhu Li reassured. "Do not worry, father. I can endure hardship," Zhu Li consoled. Zhu Hocheng hesitated, offering a grim smile before turning to leave. Zhu Li was taken aback, followed by a sense of guilt. Li Qing found himself too weary to comment. Having just spoken of the benefits of departure, yet now faced with Zhu Hocheng's displeasure. "What is this, behaving like a woman?" Huang Jin murmured. "Perhaps you should say less. The emperor is not feeling well," Li Qing retorted, rolling his eyes. "That is simply melodramatic," he added, straightening his posture. "In the days to come, you will experience the journey from life to death. It will not be pleasant. Do you possess the confidence to endure it?" Zhu Li took a deep breath and nodded firmly. "Eternal Qing Marquis has the means. Please proceed without hesitation. I can withstand it." "Very well." Li Qing acknowledged with a slight nod, then suddenly delivered a sharp slap, followed by several more. Zhu Li lay flat, his eyes darkening and lips paling. Huang Jin gasped, "What on earth?" Li Qing languidly remarked, "No need for alarm. One must first faint to warm up, after all." Chapter 464. Difficulty news of Li Qing's return spread swiftly, eliciting sighs of lamentation from the prominent figures, while the Imperial Medical Department nearly rejoiced to the point of breaking their thighs. The scapegoat has arrived. How could they not be delighted? In this vast world, divine Dr. Li reigns supreme. There exists no ailment that he cannot cure, and if there is, it can only be a terminal condition, impervious even to divine intervention. Li Qing indulged in a deep slumber, shaking off his fatigue. After refreshing himself, he felt invigorated. Leaning back in a recliner beneath the eaves, he picked up a storybook, savoring the snowy landscape while contemplating the seemingly leisurely, yet busily fulfilling prospect of returning to Jinling for the new year. However, this pleasant interlude was short-lived. Scarcely had the afternoon settled when a knock echoed from the courtyard entrance. The visitors were few, only 3 scholars from the cabinet, who, mindful of decorum, arrived with gifts of vegetables and wine. Li Qing, well aware of their intentions, understood that their offerings were meant to mitigate the chances of provoking his wrath. None of them were young men anymore, and even if Li Qing were to show mercy, they would still struggle to withstand it, with the new year approaching. No one wished to spend it bedridden. Exchanging pleasantries, the atmosphere remained cordial, devoid of any semblance of reproach. Adhering to the principle of not striking those who bear smiles, Li Qing welcomed the 3 into his abode and even prepared charcoal for warmth. The 4 of them sat together, enjoying a hearty meal and drinking merrily, fostering a harmonious environment. Following the initial pleasantries, Yinsong steered the conversation towards the main topic, cheerfully stating, during this morning's court session, the emperor remarked on the annexation of the western regions. Your contributions, Lord, have been monumental. Li Qing replied, we have known each other for quite some time. There is no need for circumlocution. Speak plainly. Su Jie continued, the primary concern remains financial. The emperor desires substantial development in Turpan and Yarkand. Our rough estimates suggest that meeting the emperor's expectations will incur significant expenses. At this rate, in a few short years, the court could find itself in a financial crisis. Li Bin nodded in agreement. The court too must manage its expenditures. Funds are required everywhere. Presently, revenue generation is nearing its limits, making frugality exceedingly vital. The western regions are inherently impoverished and backward. Even minor acts of kindness can evoke gratitude without necessitating extravagant expenditures. Yinsong interjected, excessive generosity breeds ingratitude, and we must also consider the northern frontiers. Li Qing rolled his eyes. If you have suggestions, take them to the emperor. I am not he. The 3 men exchanged awkward glances, and Su Jie chuckled lightly. Is it not because the emperor values your counsel, my lord? I believe his actions are justified. Li Bin remarked, do these barbarians truly merit such indulgence from the Ming? The court's funds do not come from thin air. They are drawn from the people and should be used for their benefit. In recent years, natural disasters have been frequent, and the court has spent extensively. Moderation is essential. While the Ming's resources are substantial, even the richest treasury cannot withstand such extravagance. You may not be aware, but trade with Japan has significantly diminished. Yinsong added, indeed, these barbarians are hardly worth such investment from the Ming. Li Qing sighed deeply. The western regions and the northern frontiers are part of the Ming's territory. The inhabitants of these regions are citizens of the Ming as well. How can they be deemed barbarians? Su Jie, Yinsong, and Li Bin were left pondering this, their minds swirling with questions. Li Qing expressed his deep frustration. When the barbarians enter China, they become part of it. This principle should be self-evident. The 3 men fell silent. Li Bin sighed. It is not that we wish to exclude them, nor is it that we cannot accept them. It is simply not worth the cost. We are certainly willing to embrace the people of the western regions and the northern frontiers, and we do not look down upon them. However, we cannot afford to sacrifice the greater good for the sake of the lesser. Has the emperor spoken to you about the financial matters? He has, came the reply. Do you not believe it? It is not a matter of disbelief, but rather an inability to foresee that day. However, we can certainly observe the financial exhaustion of the Ming Dynasty. Li Bin remarked. Su Jie responded earnestly, saying, I understand that you harbor certain biases against us, and indeed the entire civil service, yet we are far from the incompetence you presume. As we partake in the sustenance of the Ming, we must also bear the responsibility for it. Li Qing did not refute this. Instead, sighing, I concede that the expenditure of the Ming in recent years has been considerable. However, today's outlay is predominantly an investment in the future. Just as in the past, when Emperor Taizong commissioned the treasure ships for voyages to the western seas, which incurred substantial costs. Many court officials dismissed it as a wasteful endeavor. Yet, what was the outcome? The dividends from opening maritime trade continue to benefit us even now, significantly augmenting the Ming's treasury. You must be aware of this. Li Qing continued. The calamities that afflict the central plains often originate from the north. The reclamation of the grasslands not only expands our territory, but also eliminates potential threats to the Ming. If achieved, think of the savings in terms of war expenditures alone. As for the western regions, with the forthcoming warming climate, the Silk Road is bound to be revitalized. The current costs of assimilation are minimal. Why not seize this opportunity? Su Jie bitterly retorted. I can reluctantly agree regarding the northern grasslands. But as for the western regions, I must candidly say that this is more your wishful thinking. Li Qing countered. Your understanding of history surpasses mine. For millennia, climatic patterns have been well documented. It is evident that the climate of the central plains is not constant. As the historian states, there are years of plenty and years of scarcity. Yet, if we extend the timeline, one could argue there are 3 centuries of abundance followed by 3 centuries of drought. Would you not agree? The 3 responded. I have heard that His Majesty previously shared with you the tale of Yan Zi's mission to Chu, and also referenced Emperor Xuanzong's cultivation of oranges as proof. Do you not acknowledge this? Li Qing remarked. In spring, one sows a grain of millet, and in autumn, reaps myriad seeds. The expeditions to the western seas were akin to sowing, and managing the western regions now serves the same purpose. The 3 exchanged glances, realizing that reason would not prevail, and thus stated plainly, let us compromise. Not a chance. Li Qing replied nonchalantly. I shall not concede. The emperor will not either. If there is to be any compromise, it must come from you. Su Jie exclaimed in frustration. My lord, this is quite unreasonable. What do you mean by that? I have shown considerable restraint. Li Qing retorted. This concerns the long-term strategy of the Ming. There is no room for compromise, nor will there be. But we find ourselves in a difficult position, they lamented. Then endure it as best as you can, Li Qing replied. Yen Song, feeling helpless, stated, My lord, you must understand that whether it be the faction of Yen Song or that of Su Jie, this is fundamentally both a political necessity and a choice. We may be the leaders, but we cannot ignore the voices of the populace. Su Jie nodded vigorously. With a wry smile, this truly is not a matter that can be resolved simply by urging for compromise. The back and forth between you and the emperor leaves us in a most uncomfortable predicament. Li Ben took a deep breath and said, Could you grant me a favor and consider a compromise? Grant you a favor? Li Qing raised his cup, sipping from Li Ben's drink, and replied coolly, You truly have a lofty sense of entitlement. Li Ben responded, I understand your difficulties, but who among us has it easy? Li Qing's tone softened considerably. I am acutely aware of the underlying tensions. I also understand that you find yourselves caught in the middle. Yet the perspectives of the majority are often not far-sighted enough, and we cannot permit them to dictate our course. Yen Song lamented, but we cannot suppress the dissent under your and the emperor's directives. Li Qing furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, What is the current prevailing sentiment? Li Ben grunted, The emperor is indeed wise. It is merely your persuasion that has led him to act so extravagantly. Li Qing responded. Su Jie earnestly remarked, My lord, this cannot simply be resolved through tyranny. Perhaps they lack your foresight, but are they truly acting with malice? In truth, most officials remain loyal to their sovereign and patriotic. As for established practices, they have become entrenched over time. It is only human to engage in reciprocal courtesies. It is far too simplistic to judge loyalty by such conduct. Yen Song nodded in agreement, recalling Wang Hua, the Minister of Rights during the Zhengde era, who, despite being a paragon of virtue, did not entirely escape the allure of power upon entering the political center. Gifts of ice and cold do not inherently signify anything. Indeed, some individuals may be greedier, extending their reach into local affairs. But has history not always been thus? Li Ben stated, It is not that we are gilding ourselves. Civil officials are not so malevolent. Your unyielding tyranny can be quite damaging, just as in the past. Why did Yangshin's call during the Great Rights debate resonate so broadly? Let us not even speak of the reputable civil officials. Even those from the Hanlin Academy and the Imperial College are not cowed. Are they truly acting solely for personal gain? Li Qing remained silent and asked, What do you wish to do? You cannot persist in such tyranny. The 3 spoke in unison. Li Qing lamented, In truth, I am not tyrannical at all. That is merely your perception. The three reiterated. It is not that we are unwilling to cooperate. Your approach leaves us unable to act. Without compromise and balance. It is unfeasible. Li Qing sighed. Very well, I will consider it. Yet, the three expressed doubts about her character. Su Jie stated earnestly, the emperor can only be wise. The blame must fall on the Marquis Yongqing. This, I trust, you can comprehend. You cannot simply walk away. I have already said I will consider it. Why do you keep chattering? Li Qing erupted in anger, immediately delivering Su Jie a sharp rebuke. Enough. Li Ben turned stiffly and awkwardly said, I must say, cousin, can you not temper your temper? What are you so anxious about? With your propensity for violence, who would not be on edge? Taking a deep breath, Li Ben continued. The matter stands as it does. Your willingness or reluctance does not alter the reality. Li Qing retorted, I did not ask you to stay for this. What of mathematics? Mathematics? Li Ben suddenly relaxed. I thought, after nearly a year, there would surely be progress. Li Qing urged, be specific. This is a lengthy discussion. If I were to elaborate bit by bit, we would still be talking by the new year, Li Ben replied. There is simply too much to cover. Not something that can be easily articulated. Could you not condense it? It is your question that lacks depth. If you mean innovation by progress, then there is none. If you refer to the organization and collection of mathematical historical materials, that is indeed happening. If you speak of the history of mathematical evolution, then that is a long story. Recognizing that Li Qing was not inclined to violence and was maintaining composure, Li Ben straightened up and chuckled. I must ask, cousin, which aspect are you truly inquiring about? Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, let us begin with the history of mathematical evolution. I seek a general understanding. This is a lengthy tale, so let me be succinct. Li Qing slowly returned to his seat and said, I am all ears. Historical records trace back to the time before the Ming Dynasty, indicating that mathematics existed even prior to the advent of currency, originating in the era of barter. By the Ming Dynasty, the decimal system began to emerge, and mathematics was recognized as one of the 6 arts. Li Qing interrupted, there is no need for such detail. Li Ben, with a hint of disdain, remarked, to discuss the true formation of a mathematical system, one must mention the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, which encompasses the rudimentary theories of square roots, multiplication and division, and the method of surplus and deficit. One moment, Li Qing exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. What is the method of surplus and deficit? Upon hearing about square roots and multiplication, Li Qing understood that these were mathematical theories concerning cubic and square roots, filling him with both novelty and delight. However, he found the concept of surplus and deficit perplexing. How shall I explain this to you? Li Ben pondered for a moment and said, you can understand it as seeking the unknown through 2 hypotheses, incorporating both hypothesis testing and inferential analysis to ultimately arrive at an accurate answer. In simpler terms, the method of surplus and deficit emphasizes not only solving mathematical problems, but also developing logical reasoning skills. Li Qing swallowed hard and asked, could you transcribe a copy of the 9 chapters for me? Certainly. Now, what follows the 9 chapters? Li Ben reflected, if we are to discuss significant breakthroughs, we must fast forward to the period of the Northern and Southern dynasties. There, Lu Hui introduced the method of cutting circles, which was perfected by Zhu Chongji, giving rise to the concept of pi. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, mathematics began to gain prominence, with numerous mathematical works being compiled, categorized, and summarized into 10 treatises, including the 9 chapters, the Zhou Bai Suan Jing, the Sun Zi Suan Jing, the Zhang Qiujian Suan Jing, the 5 classics of arithmetic, the Ji Gu Suan Jing, and the Zhishu. After a considerable time, Li Ben, parched from speaking, remarked, is there any tea? I am quite thirsty. Li Qing poured him some wine, gesturing for him to continue. Li Ben, having moistened his throat, continued, during the Song and Yuan dynasties, mathematics advanced even further with the emergence of the method of celestial elements and the method of 4 elements. As for our Ming Dynasty, there have yet to be any new breakthroughs. However, the application of mathematics has not diminished, as seen in the construction of the Shuntian prefecture, the building of treasure ships, and the invention of the steam engine. Li Ben spoke passionately, while Li Qing listened intently, absorbed in his words. Suddenly, Li Ben, tapping his empty cup against the table, exclaimed, have some awareness. Pour the wine, fill it to the brim. Perhaps treating wine as one would tea had led him to drink more than usual. Or perhaps he had assumed a teacher's role while Li Qing played the student, causing Li Ben to dismiss Li Qing's status. What of the title Eternal Qing Marquis? That had long been cast aside. Li Qing, however, did not take offense, pouring more wine for him, and thoughtfully inquired, I find myself perplexed about one matter. And I hope you can provide clarity, masterly. Li Bin reclined comfortably in his chair, dusting off his robe, and said, Go ahead and ask. You assert that our Ming Dynasty has a rich application of mathematics. Why, then, do I not feel this? Huh. Li Bin scoffed with a derisive smile. What do you truly understand? Pray, enlighten me. Li Bin remarked, Mathematics is essential for crafting furniture, constructing buildings, shipbuilding, and weapon manufacturing. Which of these endeavors does not require mathematics? Bring forth any craftsman, regardless of their trade, and who among them does not comprehend mathematics? Li Qing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within him. How strange that I had not perceived this sooner, he pondered deeply. After some time, he finally arrived at a revelation, murmuring to himself, Ah, so that is it indeed. What are you mumbling about? Speak up. Li Bin had already immersed himself in the role of a teacher, viewing Yongqing home merely as a student. Had he possessed a ruler, he would have surely struck Li Qing on the head. Mathematics is employed widely, yet society regards it as merely a skill or perhaps an experience, neglecting to engage in comprehensive study. Indeed, every profession utilizes it, albeit only in a limited scope, specifically within their own domains, without anyone undertaking a systematic and thorough approach to learning, acknowledging, and valuing it. Li Qing stated, thus, it results in people utilizing mathematics without recognizing its significance, and few ever glimpse the entirety of its essence. What logic is this? Li Bin found it absurd. What is wrong with this? Of course it is wrong. Bang! Li Bin slammed the table, glaring as he proclaimed, Are you questioning me? Li Qing was taken aback. What are you talking about? Li Bin leaned forward, eyes wide with fury, enunciating each word. I said, Are you questioning me? Li Qing was momentarily unsure whether to be angry, standing frozen in confusion for a while before stammering. I meant, enough of the teaching. Li Bin exploded. You are beyond redemption, utterly foolish. He continued to berate Li Qing for a considerable time, and amidst Li Qing's astonished expression, he furiously stood and stormed away. As he reached the doorway, a gust of frigid wind struck him, causing Li Bin to shudder involuntarily. Shaking his foggy head, the effects of the alcohol began to fade, and his mind regained clarity. The anger on his face gradually solidified, then dissipated, replaced by horror. Good heavens! What have I just done? I seem to have unleashed a torrent of insults upon him. I nearly struck him. Li Bin swallowed hard and hurriedly descended the stairs in a staggered manner. However, he had not traversed far from the courtyard when a voice, colder than the biting wind, called out, Li Daxuishi, wait. Ah, well, this official, no, this subordinate, has pressing matters to attend to. I cannot linger too long, excuse me. Li Bin dared not tarry and took off running. Yet, being inebriated, he stumbled after only a few steps and fell into a snowdrift. Look at you, at your age. Still behaving like a child. Li Qing helped him up, speaking coolly, Why are you running? I was rather loud just now, I apologize. Perhaps it is best to let it go. We are all of the same family, after all. No need for, hey, please don't kill me. Ha ha. What are you howling about? Ha ha. Li Bin's face was one of sheer terror. Though he could not articulate it, his expression conveyed his meaning clearly. I am not howling. I merely wish to avoid making you uncomfortable. You wouldn't harm me, would you? Li Qing, both exasperated and amused, lifted his hand to jutsu the restrictions placed upon him. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately refrained from expressing his anger and simply remarked, Later, please transcribe the entirety of the Zhujiang Swanshu, or rather, the entire Swanjing Shirshu for me. Is that too much trouble? Ah, my lord, you are being overly courteous. With so many scribes in the Hanlin Academy and the Guozijian, what does it matter to copy a book? I shall take care of it, Li Bin replied, his demeanor refreshingly candid. When would you need it? Would it be possible within 10 days? Absolutely, very much so, Li Bin hastily affirmed. In 3 days. No, in 2 days, I shall deliver it to you. You need not trouble yourself to come. The old fellow was genuinely startled, not out of timidity, but rather due to the audacity he had just displayed. One might suspect even the emperor would hesitate. Li Qing's character was widely acclaimed, while he might not resort to killing. Compelling him to endure the new year in bed was a certainty. Li Qing was not particularly irate to begin with, but seeing Li Bin's reaction left him both amused and exasperated. There is no need to rush. Ensure the quality is satisfactory and avoid any mistakes. Just have it ready within 10 days. Understood, Li Bin replied, nodding somewhat awkwardly. Noticing Li Qing's silence, he tentatively inquired, "May I take my leave now?" "What? Do you wish to stay here?" Li Qing retorted, somewhat irritated. "Did you not just claim to be busy with official duties?" "Ah, yes, Li Bin stammered, nodding fervently. He hastily performed a bow and fled in a fluster. Li Qing chuckled silently to himself, his smile broadening. It seemed that the challenge of implementing a systematic approach to teaching mathematics was far less formidable than he had previously imagined. Meanwhile, having escaped, Li Bin, after regaining his composure, shed his earlier obsequiousness and spoke with a newfound arrogance. What is this Yongqing Marquis? Merely an illiterate. No wonder he lacks any scholarly title. With such knowledge, TSK, he is inferior even to a failed scholar, gilded on the outside yet shabby within. What a scathing critique. Li Qing returned to his place under the eaves, holding a book he paid no attention to, lost in thought and merriment. After a prolonged period of enjoyment, he suddenly furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "How strange. I feel as though I have forgotten something. What could it be?" Suddenly, a series of loud knocks shattered his reverie. Following that, the voices of Zhu Hoxiong and Huang Jin rang out in unison. "Open the door, quickly." Startled, Li Qing finally remembered. Zhu Ziyi was still unconscious, having been in that state for a full day and night since yesterday. As the door swung open, Zhu Hoxiong exclaimed urgently, "To the East Palace, we must hurry." Understood, Li Qing acknowledged, fully aware of his own shortcomings, and without further ado, dashed out the door. Zhu Hoxiong stood momentarily stunned before erupting in a fury, realizing the fool had indeed forgotten. I knew it. Your Majesty, please calm down." Huang Jin quickly soothed, placing a hand on his chest. "We should also proceed. At this point, anger serves no purpose." Grinding his teeth, Zhu Hoxiong declared, "Let us go." Upon reaching the East Palace, Li Qing strode into the inner hall, where Zhu Ziyi lay upon the bed, eyes tightly shut, his complexion a deep shade of blue, resembling a being that had been drained of vitality, appearing as though he might not survive. Inside the hall, over a dozen imperial physicians wore solemn expressions, their faces etched with concern. The prince's affliction has not been a recent development. It commenced with the onset of winter. Although potent remedies were not employed, the prince's demeanor did not suggest an imminent demise. It was initially believed that gentle treatments would suffice, and with the arrival of spring, his condition would gradually improve. However, upon seeing Li Qing enter, a throng of attendants rushed forward, exclaiming, "Lord Marquis, please examine the prince. We are utterly unable to discern the cause of his ailment." Naturally, they could not uncover the truth. This was orchestrated by me, Li Qing thought, taking a deep breath and declaring, "Everyone, disperse. I shall take full responsibility here." Upon hearing this, the physicians, eager to avoid complicating matters, promptly acknowledged the Imperial Medical Institute will fully cooperate, and swiftly bowed before vacating the premises. Li Qing then sent the eunuchs away and approached the bedside, taking a seat and immediately beginning to apply pressure to the prince's wrist. Before long, Zhu Ziyi awoke. Yet his condition was alarmingly poor, his breath faint as a whisper. "How do you feel?" Li Qing inquired. Zhu Ziyi opened his mouth, seemingly asking, "What do you think?" Li Qing grasped his wrist, channeling a small surge of vital energy, and gently probed, "What about now?" "Much better," Zhu Ziyi replied in a hoarse voice, barely audible. "What was that?" "My unique technique," Li Qing replied, finding further explanation cumbersome, and reassured him, "Do not worry. You shall not perish. Look, now everyone believes you are on the brink of death." Zhu Ziyi managed a faint smile, seemingly too fatigued to contest this assertion, and simply asked, "Will it be worse than this afterward?" Roughly, Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. "This is a necessary price to pay. You can endure it, can't you?" Zhu Ziyi took a deep breath, his voice still weak. "It's all right. I can manage." "What about the medicine you spoke of yesterday?" "It's unnecessary," Li Qing responded. "You have feigned illness for so long that your condition naturally deteriorated. I overlooked this, and further medication would be counterproductive. This state is quite acceptable." Li Qing felt a twinge of guilt. Originally, this should have concluded before evening, but after a deep slumber that lasted until the next day, he had indulged in feasting and engaged in lengthy conversations with Li Bin, far exceeding expectations. He cleared his throat and stated, "Your current state is optimal. It poses no significant harm to your health and can effectively deceive everyone. Zhu Zili remarked slowly. This is not a concern. I previously managed to deceive them with ease. It is different. The physicians are not inept. Their incompetence stems from the immense responsibilities they bear once entering the Imperial Medical Institute, leading to excessive caution, Li Qing explained. If they are truly pressed, it is challenging for someone in your condition to meet their demise. Is that so? Zhu Zili queried. Li Qing nodded. Your ability to feign illness succeeded because they dared not assert you were well. Otherwise, should anything go awry, the consequences would be dire. This is the crux of your success. To truly deceive them, you must convince them that your survival is impossible. I see, Zhu Zili said, feeling relieved. So, there is no need for reinforcement today? No. Excess can be detrimental. Let us take it easy for a couple of days. Zhu Zili softly said, during my unconsciousness. I had only a vague awareness and momentarily believed I was truly dying. Ah, merely an illusion. A mere illusion. Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. Maintain a calm mindset. I promised your father that I would not go back on my word. Thank you, Lord Yongqing, Zhu Zili replied. At this moment, Zhu Hochong, breathless, rushed in and, upon seeing his son awake, heaved a long sigh of relief. Li Qing, taken aback, exclaimed, Did you run all the way here? Impressive. Are you riding the horse of the Imperial Guards? Following closely behind, Huang Jin gasped for air and remarked. Zhu Hochong shot Huang Jin a fierce glare. His frustration evident as he retorted, Can't you see he is feeling guilty? He's deliberately diverting the conversation with jest. Huang Jin was bewildered. He truly had not perceived it. Li Qing, somewhat embarrassed, touched his nose and rose, saying, Well then, it seems the emotions from yesterday can be released now. You two should enjoy your time together. I shall not intrude. In a few days, there will be matters to attend to, so if there is anything you wish to say, do so swiftly. With that, he quickly approached Huang Jin, pulling him out as he added, When father and son are having a heartfelt conversation, it is best we do not interfere. Huang Jin, already somewhat dazed and having run about in the Eastern Palace, found his mind muddled as he was dragged outside by Li Qing. Zhu Hochong shouted after them to close the door. Very well then. Father, what is this? Zhu Zili queried, puzzled by his father's sudden outburst. Zhu Hochong took a deep breath, but refrained from voicing his thoughts on Li Qing's unreliability, not wanting to burden his son with additional worries. Instead, he simply stated, It's nothing. I was just frustrated by the ministers today. Zhu Zili, oblivious to the underlying tension, felt remorseful and replied, Son is unfilial, unable to alleviate father's worries. Let us not dwell on that, Zhu Hochong said, calming his emotions as he approached the bedside and sat down. Father has a matter to entrust to you. You must remember it and act accordingly. What is it? Zhu Hochong squinted and, in a low voice, instructed. Once you arrive in Jinling and have recuperated, your first task is to visit Wei Wu Lu, a tavern, and establish a good rapport with its owner. I shall remember, Zhu Zili replied earnestly. Yes, I will certainly do so. Zhu Hochong nodded slowly and continued. This is merely the first step. Once you have accomplished this, we shall proceed to the second step, leveraging the tavern owner's connections to approach the Yongqing Marquis' residence. It would be best if you visited frequently. Zhu Zili, puzzled, inquired. Father, what is the reason for this? Less chatter. Just do as instructed, Zhu Hochong retorted. Do you think I would lead you astray? Understood. Zhu Zili nodded and asked, What is the tavern owner's name? Zhu Shou. Ah, very well. Zhu Zili nodded slightly, affirming, I will ensure to foster a good relationship with Zhu Shou and the Yongqing Marquis' residence. Not done yet. The next part is crucial. Zhu Hochong glanced warily around the empty inner hall and then at the tightly shut doors and windows, seemingly still uneasy. Lowering his voice and leaning closer to his son, he whispered, You must present yourself well and marry a legitimate daughter of the Yongqing Marquis family. Remember, it must be a legitimate daughter, specifically the legitimate granddaughter of Li Qing, the legitimate eldest son of the Yongqing Marquis. Zhu Zili was taken aback, unable to fathom that his father had gone to such lengths to find him a bride. He felt a mix of emotions, both touched and incredulous, and exclaimed, Father, surely I won't end up alone, will I? Foolishness. What do you understand? Zhu Hochong glared. I am doing this for your benefit, for the sake of your descendants. If you take this lightly, I swear I'll break your legs when I reach Jiangnan. Understood. Zhu Zili pondered. What if that woman were unattractive? Zhu Hochong chuckled, saying, You still have standards? If she can take a liking to you, Consider it a blessing. Do you still think you're a prince upon arriving in Jinling? What if she is not fond of me? That would be your concern. I shall still break your legs if necessary, Zhu Hozhong replied. Zhu Ziyi continued. But what if among Li Xian's legitimate granddaughters, there are none suitable for marriage? Then we shall wait for them to grow up. Zhu Hozhong retorted. There is no room for discussion on this matter. If there are difficulties, we must overcome them. It is imperative that we do so. Yes, I shall remember this, the son replied. Zhu Hozhong took a deep breath, his tone softening, and said, Rest assured, the girl cannot be unattractive. It is said that the Yongqing Marquis Li Hong is quite handsome, and his son Li Hao even more so, in his youth second only to Li Qing. Li Xian is the same. The daughters inherit traits from both parents, and besides, the wives he has taken are not plain. How could an unattractive daughter emerge? Zhu Ziyi considered this, feeling considerably reassured. Young men are often swayed by the beauty of the opposite sex. Even the crown prince of the Ming Dynasty is not exempt from this norm. Zhu Hozhong continued, Should she not take a liking to you, do not lose heart, nor harbor resentment. Strive to cultivate a closer relationship with Zhu Shou, sweeten your words a bit. If you cannot win her heart directly, perhaps you can win over her father. Parental consent is essential in matters of marriage, and as long as her father agrees, it can indeed come to fruition. Zhu Ziyi hesitantly inquired, Do you truly believe Zhu Shou will be so accommodating? I am certain of it, Zhu Hozhong asserted confidently. Moreover, he added, If by chance there truly are no suitable candidates, you must wait. A girl can marry at 16, and I believe it won't be long before you find an opportunity. You are still young. A few years are but a fleeting moment. Remember, you must marry the legitimate granddaughter of Yongqing Marquis Li Xian. Zhu Ziyi nodded slowly. I shall keep this in mind. Swear an oath. Very well, I swear. A parent's love for their child is indeed profound and far-sighted. Zhu Hozhong could be said to have exerted great effort. However, Zhu Ziyi was somewhat perplexed, saying, I understand your intentions, father, but why seek distant prospects when closer options are available? Zhu Hozhong was taken aback. Seek distant prospects? Yes. Why not speak directly with Yongqing Marquis Li Qing? It would be simple and efficient. Zhu Ziyi stated matter-of-factly. Zhu Hozhong chuckled in exasperation. How highly do you think of yourself? Chapter 467. The Crown Prince is in danger on the high platform of the East Palace. As Zhu Hozhong approached, the idle conversation between Li Qing and Huang Jin came to an end. Rest assured, all is under control. Li Qing preemptively interrupted the incantation. Zhu Hozhong snorted but chose not to dwell on it, merely stating, I know you are quite busy and cannot attend to him too closely. I have but one request. Speak. Ensure he lives well, free from calamity, and in peace. Li Qing nodded slightly, saying, That is certainly doable, provided he does not cause unnecessary trouble. I fear this boy's intellect may be lacking. You should take the time to teach him properly, as time is running short. No need for your concern, Zhu Hozhong muttered. Shortly, I will have the crown prince relocated to Qinqing Palace to learn how to conduct himself properly. As he spoke, a faint smile graced Zhu Hozhong's lips, stating, Make sure he is given an environment conducive to his comfort. Li Qing proposed, acquire a residence, construct a house, and grant him a legitimate identity that allows him to bask in the light of day. Would that suffice? Indeed. Zhu Hozhong nodded gently, adding, As for financial matters, I shall reimburse you. How much do you intend to provide him? What do you deem appropriate? Li Qing pondered. Perhaps 10,000 taels. Too little would evoke your compassion, while too much could lead him to despair. 10,000 taels would suffice for an individual, even a family, to live a life of luxury. As for future generations, grandchildren and great-grandchildren, they must strive for themselves. Zhu Hozhong furrowed his brow. One must remember, indulging a child is akin to harming them, Li Qing articulated. The ideal state lies in the uncertainty of whether the funds will suffice. Too little tires one with the struggle for survival, while too much diminishes motivation. 10,000 taels strikes the perfect balance. After acquiring the residence, there will be ample left over, sufficient for him to marry and raise children. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. I require the silver notes. Rest assured, it shall not delay your journey. Zhu Hozhong shot him a sideways glance, remarking, What is so commendable about Jinling? My family resides in Jinling. After over a century of the Ming Dynasty's relocation, how can you still be confused about where home truly lies? Zhu Hozhong's frustration was palpable. More than a century, and yet you have contributed so little. Li Qing rolled his eyes, retorting, Furthermore, While you are commendable, the current state of the Ming is not solely your doing. Throughout 11 reigns, you are but a notable figure, not the sole architect of our present circumstances. Cultivate less arrogance and self-satisfaction. Do not presume to carry the burden alone. Compared to your ancestors, you are merely a delicate bud, prone to frivolous lamentation. Li Qing's tone was icy. My leniency towards you stems solely from your competent rule as emperor. I owe you nothing. If anything, it is your family that owes me. Do not mistake my tolerance for your license to act with impunity. You dare to be insolent. Li Qing smirked mockingly, languidly responding. Have you gone so many years without a reprimand that you believe the slap of a hand will never fall upon you again? Zhu Hozhong paused, then flicked his sleeve. Scoffing, how many days remain? At most 3 to 5 days, Li Qing replied. Should we not allow some time for the ministers to pay their respects to the late crown prince's visage? Ah, indeed. Now would be an opportune moment to inform the court of such significant news, allowing them to prepare psychologically, Zhu Hozhong acknowledged. After Li Qing finished speaking, he descended from the platform. Zhu Hozhong remained silent for a time, ultimately exhaling a long, sorrowful sigh. This son lacks the qualities of an emperor. Yet the other two are not much better. The thought of the turmoil that would follow the crown prince's demise only deepened Zhu Hozhong's already troubled spirit. Wang Jin, witnessing this, felt compelled to intervene. Your Majesty, in your youth, you never considered what it meant to be emperor, yet it has been proven that even without preparation, you have governed admirably. The same would likely hold true for the Yuan and Jingwang. Zhu Hozhong stood in stunned silence. After a long pause, he instructed, make arrangements to transfer the crown prince to the Qianqing palace to reside with me. Understood. News of the crown prince's relocation to the Qianqing palace spread swiftly. And perhaps fearing incomplete dissemination, Zhu Hozhong took it upon himself to announce it publicly at the morning court assembly the following day, his words heavy with sorrow. Seeing the emperor in such a state, the ministers felt a profound heaviness in their hearts, understanding that the crown prince was gravely ill, with his life hanging in the balance. While the pain was not overwhelmingly severe, it certainly left a bitter taste in their mouths. The youthful crown prince, once foolish and deranged, has irrevocably lost his claim to the throne and now faces the specter of death. How can one not feel a twinge of sorrow? The ministers of this era are not like those of the Hanwu reign. They possess discernment and do not dare to use this situation to attack Li Qing, even though he previously asserted that the prince's life was secure. Since it is impossible to sway Li Qing, there is no need to force the issue further. With the prince in such dire straits, Li Qing, no matter how lethargic he might be, cannot afford to remain complacent. He arrived at the palace just as the court was dispersing, encountering the ministers returning to their offices. Noticing his early arrival and grave demeanor, their suspicions were further confirmed. The prince is in peril. If even Li Qing appears so troubled, the princess' survival seems truly in jeopardy. Although it was already understood that their investments in the prince were futile, reaching this point still elicited a deep sigh of regret. All the efforts to have the emperor establish a national foundation now seem utterly in vain. As for Duke Yu and Prince Jing, even Yin Song and Su Jie dared not act boldly, fearing they might choose the wrong side. How could they risk their investments lightly? Doing nothing is at least a safe choice, but making a misstep could have severe repercussions. Unless the national foundation is firmly established, persuading the emperor to re-establish one is no easy feat. It seems they may have to compromise and yield to the emperor's views regarding the western regions or the northern deserts, or even fully acquiesce to his proposals to achieve any progress. The thought of precious silver being squandered on a host of barbarian tribes makes many hearts bleed. As both parties brushed past one another, the Minister of Revenue suddenly called out, Duke Yongqing, please hold. Li Qing, visibly irritated, asked, what is it? May I inquire why Duke Yongqing has entered the palace? Why do you think I am here? Li Qing replied, his impatience evident. Is it not clear to you that the prince's condition has drastically worsened? The crowd silently acknowledged this truth, their anxiety intensifying. Su Jie inquired, with Duke Yongqing's medical prowess. I imagine a miraculous recovery is within reach, is it not? I once treated Emperor Taizu, and if my skills were indeed divine, would the current emperor still occupy the throne? Li Qing retorted with a cold smile. If it were so, how many of you would still have your heads intact? Su Jie was left speechless, huffing, we are deeply concerned for His Highness the Prince. How can Duke Yongqing insult us so? You are exceedingly arrogant, another minister chimed in. To speak of Emperor Taizu and the current emperor in the same breath, you may possess great ability, but you are still a subject. As a subject, you should fulfill your duties. Indeed, Li Qing replied, his gaze icy. Let me see who dares to speak such words. The crowd fell silent. Cowards, Li Qing declared, then strode away. Once Li Qing was completely out of sight, the ministers erupted in outrage, gathering at the palace gates and vociferously hurling insults at him. Their language quite vulgar. In the Qianxing palace, within the inner hall, Zhu Zai lay on the dragon bed, on the verge of death. Meanwhile, Zhu Hozong sat at the imperial desk piled high with memorials, dipping his brush in ink and writing with great speed, with only the servant Huang Jin attending to him. The atmosphere profoundly tranquil. Has he arrived? Yes, he has. Li Qing, well acquainted with the surroundings, retrieved his needle box and approached the bed, carefully disinfecting the silver needles. He spoke, your time of lucidity is limited. In the coming days, you shall often fall into a stupor. But fear not, the side effects are minimal, and your life is assured. Zhu Zai slowly nodded, indicating his acceptance of this reality. Li Qing refrained from further comments, swiftly finishing the disinfection before proceeding with the injections. It was not long before Zhu Zai began to exhibit symptoms. His breathing grew rapid, his pallid face glistened with cold sweat, and his lips trembled as he stammered. My head is spinning, my vision is blurred, I can hardly breathe. Do not fret, dizziness is a normal reaction, Li Qing reassured him verbally, while his hands continued their meticulous work. Before long, Zhu Zai succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhu Hozong, though aware of Li Qing's competence, could not shake his anxiety. Would this lead to irreparable harm? Fear not. I have my measures, Li Qing replied softly, withdrawing the silver needles. Once we return to Jinling, a year or so of proper care will render him even healthier than before. This eased Zhu Hozhong's concern slightly, yet he soon pondered something else, snorting. Then let him stay for today to avoid any further lapses in memory. Li Qing, somewhat disgruntled, touched his nose and nodded in agreement. Zhu Hozhong chose to remain silent, engrossed in his notes. After a while, he raised his head, rubbing his sore wrist, and inquired, the other day, Yin Song and his companions went to Lianjiaten, correct? Li Qing countered, are you unaware of their purpose in Lianjiaten? Zhu Hozhong felt a flush of warmth on his face, forcing a wry smile as he nodded. Do you have any sound strategies? Do you not? Zhu Hozhong replied quietly, there are two options, to establish a national foundation or to seek compromise. Yet, I am disinclined to choose either. I share your sentiments. Neither option seems favorable, Li Qing responded thoughtfully. Establishing a national foundation merely addresses symptoms, while compromise is even less desirable. Instead, why not consider division? After all, you excel in such tactics, manipulative strategies that you wield with greater finesse than Zhengde. Li Qing added, the civil officials are not a monolithic entity. It merely requires some clever maneuvering. I have faith in your capabilities. Zhu Hozhong let out a grim laugh. It seems that only the child who cries receives sweets. Could you refrain from being so melodramatic? Li Qing shot back. Let us discuss matters at hand without indulging in sentimentality. Who shows me sympathy? Frustrated, Zhu Hozhong slammed down his brush, grumbling, these past few days, I have pondered extensively and remain convinced that the overland Silk Road is exceedingly difficult to develop. Even with improved conditions, it would be better to abandon the Silk Road enterprise altogether and focus solely on agricultural efficiency. What do you think? Li Qing frowned slightly. Reviving the Silk Road is not solely for trade. It is also a means to constrain the encroachment of Western powers in the Western regions. Even after securing the northern deserts, it does not guarantee that the central plains will be free from peril. While the maritime Ming holds a leading advantage, the overland routes, though advantageous, are not enough to ensure dominance. At least their resilience to the cold surpasses ours, does it not? Strategic depth must be sufficiently extensive to provide a better buffer. We possess firearms, yet so do they. We have cavalry, but they do as well. Our treasure ships are powerful at sea, yet on land, we are all roughly equal, Li Qing asserted. If we solely develop agriculture without advancing the Ming army westward, the western regions will inevitably fall. Zhu Hozhong remained sullen and silent. Are you still apprehensive about expenditures? Not entirely. Zhu Hozhong shook his head slightly. I am not overly concerned about finances. As you mentioned, we hold the pricing power, and all resources are within the Ming's control. So there is little cause for worry. Then what troubles you? Excessive rewards can lead to a lack of gratitude. Zhu Hozhong sighed. Just yesterday, You remarked that raising a child is akin to killing one. Now that the western regions have returned to the Ming, they are indeed my children. What truly concerns me is the rapid pace of improvement. It may lead them to take it for granted, fostering complacency and arrogance. They have been estranged from the Central Plains dynasty for so long that the deep-seated grievances cannot simply vanish. Zhu Hozhong sighed again. Yin Song and his ilk speak of elevating Un and harboring grudges. There is some truth in their words. Li Qing's eyes flickered, rendering him speechless. Alas, my lifespan is insufficient. Zhu Hozhong lamented. If only I had another century, or even 50 more years, I could ensure the complete allegiance of the western regions and the northern deserts. Regrettably, time is not on my side. Then let us extend our benefits gradually, Li Qing proposed. The Silk Road must not be abandoned. We can afford to slow the pace of development. One generation may not suffice, so let it be 2. If 2 are inadequate, then 3. Regardless of who the successor may be, I shall lend my support. Zhu Hozhong sighed in regret, conceding, as you wish. Li Qing asserted earnestly. The significance and necessity of developing the western regions require no extensive elaboration. The cost of military action is evident. If the expenses remain exorbitant, how shall we prevent others from gradually encroaching upon the West? If we engage in conflict, we suffer losses. If we refrain, they will grow bolder. Hesitatingly, we may lose the West once it is reclaimed. The lower the cost of military action in the West, the lesser the expenses in governance, and the diminished likelihood of enemy incursions. Li Qing continued, war, especially in terms of geopolitical conflict, is predominantly a psychological game. When adversaries recognize your capacity to strike them down, they will approach with civility. Should they discern your impotence, they will become savage. Hence, if we meticulously manage the western regions, we could find it more advantageous. When Emperor Taizong relocated the capital to Xinjiang, it was not merely to guard the realm, but to ensure that the central authority compelled future rulers to take the northern issues seriously. It was also about expansion beyond our borders. You claim life is too brief. Did not Taizong hold a similar belief? And what of Taizu? Is this not the essence of humanity? The torch is passed down through generations. Without the endeavors of your ancestors, there would be no prosperous Ming under your reign. Without your stewardship, how could your descendants stand upon your shoulders and further enrich the Ming? Zhu Hozhong was momentarily speechless. Li Qing remarked, you have made a choice. One that is commendable. Why then, must you engage in self-doubt? Forge ahead resolutely. In the end, your descendants will remember your virtues. Speaking of you as they do of your idol, Taizong. They will extol your deeds. You understand these truths, so why waver? But I am no sage, Zhu Hozhong murmured. I possess desires. I harbor selfishness. I cannot maintain a singular principle. I remain selfish, weary, and I long to savor life and enjoy existence. I cannot attain immortality. My time grows ever shorter. Li Qing felt a mix of frustration and understanding, a bittersweet pang in his heart. In truth, he recognized that Zhu Hozhong had made the right choice, yet this correct decision brought him no joy, only anguish. Zhu Hozhong's character had remained unchanged, always the self-serving individual he had been. Yet, he was astute enough to ultimately discern what was right and what was wrong. There is neither degradation nor decline. It is merely that he has forcefully contradicted his innermost self. Yet this path of enlightenment brings him no joy. Li Qing remained silent for a considerable time before softly stating, everyone knows that lying down is the most comfortable position. There is no shame in your desire for rest. I too long to recline, to do nothing, even to indulge in excesses, drinking, gambling, and reckless abandon. I have not, nor have you, even you, who have yet to awaken, have never acted against the interests of the great Ming. What does this signify? Zhu Hozhong gazed at Li Qing in bewilderment. Li Qing gently continued. It signifies that we are both good people who cherish this vast land and the lives of those who dwell upon it. Our conscience forbids us from falling into depravity. Indeed, the effort is exhausting, yet to succumb is an even greater torment. You can no longer comfortably descend into vice. Therefore, why not engage in selfless giving? Even if it fails to touch others, it may at least move yourself, do you not think? After all, you possess strength that I lack. The great Ming may not express gratitude towards me, but it will surely acknowledge you. Zhu Hozhong paused, filled with remorse. You were right from the beginning. Not only the great Ming, but eventually, I will find myself opposed by all. This is my destiny, and I have known it for a long time. Li Qing smiled nonchalantly and remarked, compared to my plight, Do you not find yourself in a more comfortable position? Zhu Hozhong replied apologetically, you are correct. I have been overly sentimental. Then let us refrain from sentimentality henceforth. To be honest, I lack the inclination to cater to your feelings or soothe your emotions. Yet I am aware of your suffering and can empathize. In truth, I have never genuinely loathed you. It was merely words. Since you have gained clarity, my tolerance for you exceeds that which I extend to others. Li Qing slightly lifted his face and softly remarked, in this 11th dynasty, among the 11 emperors, I have watched you grow, more or less. Suddenly, Li Qing laughed. You young ones are rarely worry-free, beset by numerous problems. I may be domineering and irritable, but if I could truly let go, would I still be so? Seeing Li Qing in this light, Zhu Hozhong was moved, his eyes slightly misty. After a while, he too smiled and said, this will be my last display of sentiment. Li Qing smiled and nodded, asking, do you have confidence? Zhu Hozhong smirked and retorted, do you have confidence in me? Haha, very well. Li Qing laughed heartily. Then I shall take some time to relax. Indeed, it is time to unwind. Though it is challenging, it is not insurmountable for me. Save your strength to assist the future ruler. Zhu Hozhong chuckled. I truly do not regard the petty squabbles of power as significant. They merely require a bit of thought. Li Qing nodded and said, you must prioritize the popularization of mathematics. Zhu Hozhong was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, isn't it about technological manufacturing? Mathematics is the foundation of technological manufacturing, Li Qing replied. It was only after a recent discussion with Li Bin that I became aware of the underlying issues. What? Li Qing earnestly remarked, mathematics has extensive applications. Yet few engage in comprehensive and systematic study. In fact, many subconsciously fail to regard mathematics as a discipline in its own right. This mindset significantly impedes technological innovation and manufacturing. Zhu Hozhong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what do you mean? After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing responded, for instance, if you only read a single book, can you produce a well-crafted essay? Probably not. But what if you have read a vast array of texts? Li Qing continued, with a wealth of knowledge, composing poetry and prose becomes second nature. Enlightened, Zhu Hozhong acknowledged. You mean that possessing a substantial foundation in mathematics is essential for innovation and optimal application? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. Current mathematical theories are not lacking. However, those who study mathematics often do so in a rigid manner. Li Qing stated gravely, this is a deeply concealed flaw that must be rectified. Zhu Hozhong inhaled deeply and replied, from now on, I shall prioritize this matter. Once Li completes the thorough organization, I will begin by promoting the educational institution established in earlier years. 600 words are missing. I will rectify it immediately. Chapter 469. The Imperial Physician as they conversed. A small eunuch entered the hall with quick, light steps, causing the two to pause their dialogue. Wang Jin approached and inquired, what is it? The eunuch glanced at the emperor and quietly reported, esteemed eunuch, His Royal Highness, Prince Yu, and His Royal Highness, Prince Jing, are at the palace gates requesting an audience. Wang Jin turned to Zhu Hozhong. Announce them. I shall comply. The eunuch replied with a bow and proceeded to depart. Zhu Hozhong's mood abruptly darkened, and Li Qing's smile faded. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Hozhong gently remarked, in a contest of stature, who do you think stands taller? No one knows their offspring better than the father. You are more aware than I, Li Qing replied. I can only assure you that regardless of who ascends to power, I will provide assistance to the best of my ability. Very well. Before long, Princes Yu and Jing entered the inner hall, guided by the eunuch. Your subjects pay their respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. The brothers bowed respectfully. Rise, Zhu Hozhong said, lifting the teacup from the table and taking a small sip. What brings you both here today? The two expressed their gratitude and stood upright. Prince Yu, Zhu Zion, spoke respectfully, Your Majesty, I have heard that the crown prince's condition has worsened, and I am deeply concerned. I wished to visit my elder brother and fortuitously encountered Zai Zhuan along the way, so we came together. I share the same concern, Prince Jing, Zhu Zai Zhuan echoed. You both seem well informed, Zhu Hozhong said with a light reprimand, gesturing towards the inner chamber's dragon bed. With a mix of sorrow and relief, he added, Your elder brother remains in a coma, so please be quiet. The two brothers complied respectfully and proceeded towards the inner chamber, one on each side. They drew back the bed curtains, revealing the crown prince with tightly shut eyes, dark circles under his eyes, a frighteningly pale complexion, and lips that were cracked and dry. Upon closer inspection, One could barely see the quilt rise and fall. It was evident that the crown prince was in grave danger, far beyond mere folly. His life itself was at risk. Both brothers were shaken to the core. Instinctively, Zhu Zhaiyuan raised a hand and extended his index finger to probe the tip of Zhu Zaiyan's nose. He is still alive, Zhu Zaiyan exclaimed in astonishment. Zhaiyuan, what are you doing? Zhu Zhaiyuan opened his mouth, at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. His previous actions had been entirely instinctual, and he did not comprehend the motives behind them. Catching a glimpse of the emperor's gaze upon him, Zhu Zhaiyuan lamented, Crown Prince, my royal brother, dear elder brother. How could you have fallen so ill? Tears streamed down his face as he wept, the sorrow pouring forth effortlessly. Observing his brother's distress, Zhu Zhaiyuan refrained from pressing further and began to weep himself, his countenance marred by grief. Li Qing remarked, even after witnessing 11 dynasties, I have yet to master the art of weeping on command. Zhu Hozhong, filled with irritation, retorted, what are you wailing about? Is it not enough that your elder brother is in turmoil? I would not dare, replied Zhu Zhaiyuan, wiping away his tears as he turned to the emperor, crying out, Father, is my royal brother truly unwell? Zhu Hozhong remained silent, prompting Zhu Zhaiyuan to glance at Li Qing and implore, Duke Yongqing, you must save the crown prince. Zhu Zhaiyuan echoed, Duke Yongqing, you must devise a plan. My royal brother is still so young. How could this be? Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Hozhong. The emperor, feeling embarrassed, snapped, if you wish to weep, then go and do so elsewhere. Father, please calm your anger. Your health is paramount. Do not let your temper worsen your condition. Leave at once. Yes, I take my leave, the brothers complied, bowing deeply. Reluctantly, they cast one last worried glance at the crown prince on the dragon bed before sorrowfully departing. Zhu Hozhong took a deep breath, letting out a bitter smile. It is not only the ministers who are anxious. These brothers share in that distress. It is only human to empathize. Had it been your youthful self, you would have felt similarly. Yet I shall not succumb to such impatience. Wang Jin interjected. It is only right for the two princes to be here. Given the crown prince's grave condition, it cannot merely be an obsession with the throne. Zhu Hozhong chuckled lightly, then turned to Li Qing and asked, is the time not ripe? It is still early. It has been but a short while, Li Qing replied with a knowing smile. We must complete the performance, allowing the Imperial Medical Bureau to return and declare the crown prince's precarious state. This will lend credibility to our claims. Zhu Hozhong fell silent for a moment, then signaled to Huang Jin, who promptly complied. Since we are to play our roles to the fullest, you shall remain in the palace of heavenly purity for a few days. Do not run about unnecessarily, and do take the time to refine your elixirs and medicines. Li Qing hesitated briefly but eventually nodded in agreement. The doctors of the Imperial Medical Bureau were summoned, and upon witnessing the emperor's grim expression and Li Qing's stern demeanor, as well as the crown prince lying on the dragon bed, pallid and unresponsive, they were immediately struck with dread. At last, the physicians confirmed the crown prince's dire condition, suggesting that he might be beyond saving. Even Li Qing, who was typically self-assured and unafraid of challenges, appeared troubled. Could the crown prince truly survive? Let it not be said that we lack a remedy. My esteemed ministers, ponder a solution, Zhu Hozhong declared solemnly. The one who restores the crown prince shall be granted promotions and riches. Upon hearing this, the physicians felt overwhelmed, having already cast aside their responsibilities. How could they now bear the weight of such expectations? Had it not been said that when a member of the royal family fell gravely ill, blaming Li Qing would ensure their safety? Why had the narrative shifted so dramatically? As for the reward, it is not that I am not tempted, but rather that I am fully aware that I have no chance of obtaining it. However, the emperor has commanded, and I must face this challenge head-on. A group of physicians approached one by one, observing the crown prince's complexion, listening to his breath, and taking his pulse. They truly exhibited their utmost skills. They practiced the 4 traditional diagnostic methods: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation, only lacking the inquiry, which was due to the crown prince being in a coma. Otherwise, they would have conducted a thorough examination. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not determine the illness, nor could they grasp the cause. The peculiarities of the crown prince's pulse were indeed unprecedented. How is this possible? I am incompetent. I bear the guilt. And you? I bear the guilt. I am incompetent. Gazing at the kneeling physicians, Zhu Hozhong stumbled, only to be steadied by Huang Jin. The emperor's health is of utmost importance. The emperor remained silent, merely breathing heavily. The physicians felt a chill in their necks, as if they could see their ancestors beckoning them. After a moment, Zhu Hozhong spoke with resentment. In this vast imperial medical institute, is there not one who can cure the crown prince's ailment? You speak. Your Majesty, the crown prince is suffering from an acute illness. The physician named replied timidly. Knowing it is an acute illness, why not treat it immediately? The physicians wept, among so many. Why was it they who were singled out? Then, Li Qing spoke. Your Majesty, acute illness is merely a vague description, not referring to a specific ailment. At present, gentle medications will not save his life, while strong medications may prove fatal. It is indeed a dilemma. Who would deem Marquis Yongqing a villain? Not only the physician who was called upon, but also those who were not began to express their admiration for Li Qing, nodding vigorously. I care not. If you cannot heal the crown prince, I shall have you all buried alongside him. The physicians gasped, realizing this was no idle threat, but a matter of life and death. I ask once more, can you treat him? Li Qing furrowed his brow, shielding the physicians before him. The physicians were perplexed. Li Qing, can you or cannot you? Zhu Hozhong roared, pointing at them. You, and you. We can. Under the emperor's formidable presence, the physicians were compelled to declare their capabilities. If you can treat him, then do so diligently. Zhu Hozhong sighed, his emotions slightly settling. Promotion and wealth were within reach, and he urged the ministers to grasp the opportunity well. We shall exert our utmost efforts. We will diagnose once more and quickly prepare the medicine. One physician, unable to restrain himself, spoke. Your Majesty, this is unfeasible, even if we ascertain the diagnosis. The same ailment may require different remedies. Moreover, if each of us prepares a medicine, which one should the crown prince take? The consequences of incompatible medicines could be dire. Then let us deliberate thoroughly and swiftly concoct the most effective prescription. Zhu Hozhong bellowed. What are you all waiting for? Quickly, diagnose again. We obey your command. A quarter of an hour later, the Hall of Supreme Harmony returned to tranquility, leaving only Li Qing, Zhu Hozhong, and Huang Jin. Even the small eunuchs stationed outside the hall retreated far away, fearing to invite calamity upon themselves. Zhu Hozhong exhaled, gently removing Huang Jin's supportive hand, and sighed. Now, you must believe, right? Huang Jin nodded repeatedly, chuckling awkwardly. Even I, knowing the truth, nearly believed it. How mischievous! Zhu Hozhong shot him a glare, then turned to Li Qing. Is it about time? Indeed, I am well aware. You are well aware. How could you forget? Very well, since you are still concerned. Let him awaken for a while longer. Li Qing approached the dragon couch and roused Zhu Zaiqi. Zhu Zaiqi exhaled a long breath, then greedily inhaled deeply, as if he had been suffocating for an extended period. Zhu Hozhong hastily moved closer, pushing aside Li Qing, and inquired with earnest concern. How are you, my son? I am. Well, Zhu Zaiqi replied hoarsely, struggling to speak. I am unscathed. Zhu Hozhong fell into silence for a moment, then turned to Li Qing and asked, can we alleviate his suffering? Not at this moment, but when the time of his passing arrives. I can induce a temporary loss of the five senses, allowing him to enter a deep slumber, Li Qing responded. Zhu Hozhong sighed in despair and said no more. As midday approached, the physicians returned, presenting a carefully deliberated medicinal concoction that balanced both caution and boldness. Huang Jin prepared the medicine, and although the crown prince did not awaken after taking it, his complexion improved slightly. Observing this, the physicians felt a measure of relief, believing they had stabilized him for the time being. However, merely a day later, the crown prince's condition deteriorated once more, plunging him into a state of near death. The physicians were left in shock, and the ministers were equally astonished, lamenting the ill fortune of the times. Chapter 470, a new addition to Nanjing. Subsequently, the emperor issued an edict to suspend court proceedings. It was only then that the ministers truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. There were expressions of sorrow and regret. Yet it was not entirely unexpected. In truth, since the crown prince's descent into madness, he had already perished. Thus, his actual demise bore little political consequence. Within the palace of heavenly purity, the esteemed officials visited in succession, each overcome with grief, tears flowing freely. Witnessing the crown prince's condition further solidified their belief that he would not survive until the new year, and while they felt sorrow and compassion, they could not help but grow anxious about the impending succession struggle. The machinations of power have always been ruthless yet captivating. The crown prince did not disappoint their expectations. Just one day later, he breathed his last, truly passing away. What followed was the familiar scene of mourning, as the ministers wept openly, their sorrow resonating deeply. The Duke of Yu and the Duke of Jing were particularly conspicuous, both young men crying profoundly, ultimately fainting from their grief. Yet amidst this, the only ones truly heartbroken were the physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau. They mourned with such intensity, their anguish palpable, though it was unclear whether they were weeping for the crown prince or for themselves. The concubines of the harem also wept incessantly, their tears flowing without pause. Li Qing could no longer bear the sight and withdrew early, returning to Lianjiaten, where he busied himself with alchemy while consuming his charred sweet potatoes, which were far inferior to Huang Jin's. Days later, Huang Jin visited again, bringing good news. The coffin has been sealed. Li Qing's spirits lifted, and he handed Huang Jin a large jade bottle, saying, "Return to the emperor and inform him that I will leave at the end of the midnight hour to clear out the unnecessary personnel." Huang Jin nodded, smiling. "Then I shall stay in the palace tonight to roast some sweet potatoes for you to eat on your way." Li Qing smiled in return. "Indeed, your roasting is unmatched. Of course, I am the emperor's trusted roaster of sweet potatoes." Huang Jin wore a proud smile, acknowledging that he would soon set off on his journey that evening and suggested an early rest. "I shall take my leave for now. We shall converse later tonight." Li Qing nodded slightly, watching him depart, stifling a yawn before retreating to her chamber for a brief slumber. However, sleep eluded her, as an unusual excitement coursed through her veins. Though it had only been a year since her last return, it felt like an eternity, perhaps due to the passage of time in Jinling, where the people had grown older. Under the cover of midnight, Li Qing stealthily entered the palace. Zhu Hozhong had made prior arrangements, allowing her unhindered access to the Qianqing palace. The exterior was devoid of anyone, and within, only Zhu Hozhong, Huang Jin, and the coffin containing Zhu Zaiqi remained. Both master and servant had taken their rest during the day, and now they were invigorated. "Here we are," Li Qing announced as she gracefully approached, deftly extracting the nails one by one. She then lifted Zhu Zaiqi from the coffin and placed him gently upon the bed, commencing the process of inflating him. In a short while, Zhu Zaiqi began to regain his form, plumping up like a balloon, the pallor of his complexion fading gradually, replaced by a hint of color. After a quarter of an hour, Zhu Zaiqi stirred, his eyes initially vacant, then slowly regaining clarity. "Take this," Li Qing instructed, producing a prepared pill and gesturing for him to open his mouth. Zhu Zaiqi complied obediently, swallowing the pill, while Huang Jin hastily offered him tea. After consuming the elixir and drinking the warm tea, Zhu Zaiqi exhaled deeply, finally feeling alive once more. Huang Jin set the teacup aside and retrieved a set of garments from the wardrobe, asking, "Your Highness, shall I assist you in changing?" "Let me do it," Zhu Zaiqi replied, tears streaming down his face. "At this age, crying is unbecoming," he lamented. "I have failed to meet your expectations, father. You lack the capability, and I cannot blame you for not being nurtured adequately. Yet, your willingness to relinquish the position of heir demonstrates your sense of responsibility," Zhu Hozhong said, affectionately stroking his son's head. Seizing the moment, Li Qing resealed the coffin. Zhu Zaiqi quietly wept, murmuring, "In truth, I do not wish to leave, father. But I have no choice." "I understand, my son. I too have no choice," Zhu Hozhong replied with a bittersweet smile. "Now, let us change your clothes." "Indeed," Zhu Zaiqi responded, having lain for many days, sinking into a deep slumber without even a turn of his body. Even with Li Qing's vital energy, he could not immediately recover, devoid of any strength and at the mercy of others. After a while, Zhu Hozhong looked at his son, now clad in splendid attire, and chuckled, "Handsome, you resemble me in my youth." Zhu Zaiqi managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Zhu Hozhong gazed deeply at his son before turning to Li Qing, saying, "I entrust this child to your care." Li Qing nodded slightly, moving to hoist Zhu Zaiqi onto her back. "As for the capital, I shall not worry for the time being, but I will visit when I can." Zhu Hozhong smiled. "Rest assured." Huang Jin handed a bundle to Li Qing, filled with soft, sweet roasted potatoes, saying, "Eat on the way." "Very well, I shall take my leave now." "Let us depart," Zhu Hozhong said with a cheerful smile, wishing her a safe journey. Li Qing refrained from further words, shouldering Zhu Zai and making his way outside. Zhu Hozhong, however, could not restrain himself and hurriedly caught up. As they approached the palace gates, he could no longer hold back, and said, "My son, the path of your future life must be tread by you alone. Zhu Zhai, unable to turn around, responded with a trembling Li Qing walked away. The master and servant stood beneath the eaves, gazing up at the pitch-black night sky. Zhu Hozhong murmured, "This wind is indeed quite cold." Huang Ji nodded, suggesting they go inside. On the 26th day of the 12th month in Jinling, Li Qing and Zhu Zhai walked along the streets. Zhu Zhai was now able to move freely. Though he had been thoroughly exhausted from their brisk journey, his spirit remained remarkably high, having never ventured beyond the capital. This was his first glimpse of the world beyond Xinjiang Prefecture, and everything seemed wondrous to him. "Do you know of the Weiwu Tower, teacher?" Li Qing paused in surprise, asking, "Did your father tell you about it?" Zhu Zhai nodded, chuckling lightly. "My father mentioned that the food at Weiwu Tower is exceptional. Since I fell ill, I have hardly eaten properly. While roasted sweet potatoes are delightful, they cannot satisfy my cravings. Now, I could devour an entire fat pig." Li Qing laughed. "Very well. Let us dine at Weiwu Tower." After a moment's thought, he added, "After our meal, I will take you for a stroll around the vicinity to see if there are suitable residences. This will be your home in the future. So forget the past as you embark on this path." "Yes, I understand," Zhu Zhai replied earnestly. "Rest assured, teacher, while I may not be able to save the world, I can certainly conduct myself well and will not cause you any trouble." Li Qing nodded. "You are no longer a child. You must be responsible for your actions. Your life is yours to govern. If you choose the right path, you shall enjoy a life of comfort. If you err, you will suffer. I can only provide you with a good living environment. How you choose to live your life is entirely up to you. Do not expect me to shield you indefinitely." Zhu Zhai responded earnestly. "My father has shared much wisdom with me, and I comprehend it all. Please be assured, I will not be a burden to you or anyone else. That is for the best. Now, let us go and indulge in a grand feast." At Weiwu Tower, Zhu Wei was busy calculating, but suddenly lost track and had to start over, his face filled with frustration. "Where is your father, Zhu Shou?" Li Qing tapped the counter. Amused, surely. "As the owner, you can afford an accountant?" Zhu Wei looked at Li Qing in astonishment before exclaiming, "Uncle Li?" Li Qing replied, "Indeed." Zhu Wei, still in disbelief, said, "It has been quite a while since we last met, Uncle Li. You still look as splendid as ever. And who is this?" "I am Zhu Zhai, pleased to make your acquaintance." "No need for formality. I am Zhu Wei." He returned the bow, then continued with a wry smile, "Of course, I can afford an accountant, but my father insists that one must be aware of their own affairs. If one is muddled, how can they ensure their subordinates do not deceive them? My father has gone to the Yongqing Marquis's residence. Should I send someone to fetch him?" Meanwhile, Zhu Zhai felt a surge of excitement. Zhu Shou of Weiwu Tower was a crucial element in his plans, perhaps the most vital. This was a task entrusted by his father, and concerning matters of utmost importance, Zhu Zhai dared not take it lightly. Under Zhu Zhai's eager gaze, Li Qing nodded and said, "I appreciate your assistance." "You are too kind, Uncle Li," replied Li Qing. Though the generational hierarchy had long been muddled, being openly taken advantage of by Zhu Hozhao still left Li Qing feeling dissatisfied. Li Qing took a deep breath and said, "I will await him in the private room, with a sumptuous feast prepared." "No problem," Zhu Wei readily agreed. "Uncle Li will head upstairs first. I shall make the arrangements right away." Li Qing felt a strong urge to rub his forehead and murmured, "Truly, the father is a hero while the son is a coward. The decline in intelligence is quite alarming." His voice was not loud, yet uncles and cousins all heard him. Zhu Wei remarked, "He must be referring to Zhu Li." Zhu Zai countered, "He must be speaking of Zhu Wei." In the Yongqing Marquis, Zhu Hozhao lounged in a chair, crossing his legs and leisurely sipping tea, exuding an air of complete relaxation. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao wore a troubled expression, occasionally glancing up at him. "What are you staring at, Grandpa? Don't take advantage of me." Xiao Bao huffed. "We're merely in-laws. At most, you're just a distant relative." "Hey, you heartless," Zhu Hozhao retorted. "If it weren't for your great-aunt pleading with me to properly educate you, do you think I would willingly teach you? You're as foolish as a pig. Not even for money would I be inclined." Upon hearing great-aunt, Xiao Bao instantly deflated and cheerfully said, "Grandpa, I'm still growing. Moderation is key. Let us take a break for a quarter of an hour, or even 2 quarters. My head hurts, and this math is too difficult." Zhu Hozhao huffed. "You have 15 minutes to spare, and also take care of your bodily needs, lest you become a burden again later." "All right, just 15 minutes." Xiao Bao nodded vigorously and dashed off. However, after a few steps, he spotted his family's servant approaching with a staff member from Weiwu Tower. The little fellow immediately lost his urgency, turned around, and placed his hands on his hips, declaring, "Grandpa Zhu, your son is calling you home for dinner." Chapter 471. The indignant Xiao Bao Zhu Hozhao remained unfazed, scoffing. "Dinner at home? What nonsense! You don't pay tuition and expect to be fed? There's no such good fortune in this world. Hurry up, we resume in 15. The little one's eyes darted. "What if we dine at Weiwu Tower? It's on me. This way, I not only cover the meal, but you can also earn some money, a win-win." "You have money?" "Of course." Xiao Bao patted his pocket. "I have my New Year's money." Zhu Hozhao chuckled. "Very well, once we finish today's lessons, we shall go to Weiwu Tower to eat." "You're quite something." Zhu Hozhao sneered. "I know your little schemes all too well. When I used to prank old Yang with old Wang, we had far more fun than you." "Old Wang? Old Yang? Who are they?" Xiao Bao scratched his head in confusion. "None of your concern." Zhu Hozhao rolled his eyes. As the servant approached, he inquired, "Did Zhu Wei send you?" "Yes, sir." The servant bowed. "The young master said a distinguished guest has arrived at the restaurant and requests your return." "Who?" It seems to be your brother." Zhu Hozhao sprang up, astonished. "He has come to Jinling?" Xiao Bao, witnessing his normally composed grandfather in such a state, couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa Zhu, you have a brother?" "Not a blood brother, but I do have cousins," Zhu Hozhao murmured, then hurried towards the servant, pressing for details. "When did he arrive? How many came? What did they say?" As the attendant observed the master's demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, thinking that perhaps the master was treating him like a poor relative come to beg for favors. "The guest has only just arrived, and now he's in the private room," he mused. The situation was indeed perplexing. Why on earth had this rascal come to Jinling? Could it be that he believed I have grown more vulnerable with age, thinking me easier to bully? Zhu Hozhao murmured to himself, filled with a mix of frustration and resignation. Little Bao, finding the scene amusing, chimed in with a grin. "Grandpa Zhu, it seems you have someone you fear as well?" "Fear? Huh?" Zhu Hozhao regained his composure, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor, and retorted, "I merely indulged him in the past. If it came to blows, I would surely knock him askew." Taking a deep breath, Zhu Hozhao inquired, "Is there also a large, portly fellow accompanying him?" "Portly?" The attendant paused, then shook his head. "Not portly. The escort is a tall, slender young man, appearing somewhat malnourished, who immediately ordered a lavish spread of dishes." "A tall, slender youth?" Zhu Hozhao pondered, perplexed. The attendant nodded, explaining. The young master referred to the lead man as Uncle Li. "Surely you wouldn't mistake him?" "Uncle Li?" Zhu Hozhao was momentarily taken aback before enlightenment struck, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, indeed, I have such a brother. Zhu Wei must be unaware of that rascal." "Ha ha ha." Little Bao interjected. "Shall we conclude today's lesson here and continue tomorrow? I won't be teaching you any longer." Zhu Hozhao laughed heartily as he made his way outside. The little one, feeling anxious, hurried to catch up and pleaded, "Don't, Grandpa Zhu. Little Bao is still naive. Please don't hold it against him." "Very well, you may join us." Zhu Hozhao replied with a grin. "You know my brother." "I know him. You shall know when we arrive," Zhu Hozhao teased, taking the little one along as they proceeded to the majestic building, to the private room. The sumptuous dishes were laid out, enticing the appetite. After a long time without a proper meal, Zhu Zili felt his mouth water, yearning to indulge, yet he restrained himself. Li Qing picked up his chopsticks and declared, "There are no formalities here. Eat. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer? The guest of honor hasn't arrived yet." Zhu Zili chuckled awkwardly. "Nonsense. This restaurant belongs to them. We are but guests. Let us eat." With that, Li Qing disregarded Zhu Zili's reservations and rolled up his sleeves to dig in. As they hurriedly devoured the roasted potatoes, Zhu Zili found himself thoroughly satisfied, while Li Qing hardly touched his food, having been starved for too long. "Delicious. Let us feast," Zhu Zili exclaimed helplessly, and seeing how much Li Qing enjoyed the meal, he too began to indulge. Truly delightful, even surpassing the palace's fare. Zhu Zili savored the meal with delight, his face beaming with satisfaction. "Mind your manners and work on your speech," Li Qing advised. "Yes, yes." Zhu Zili nodded vigorously, filled with happiness. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "It's me, Zhu Shou." Zhu Zili froze momentarily, then hurried to stand, saying, "I'll get the door." As he opened it, Zhu Zili found himself face to face with Zhu Hozhao, their gazes locking in silence. Eventually, it was little Bao who broke the tension, asking, "Are you Zhu Grandpa's brother?" "I. Ah. I am not Zhu Zili, he quickly bowed. I am Zhu Li. Pleased to meet you, Lord Zhu. Zhu Li? Yes. Zhu Ziru let out a dry laugh and remarked, your grandson is truly adorable. Indeed, replied Xiaobao. Zhu Ziru was taken aback, and Zhu Hozhao chuckled as he pushed past him, striding inward. Xiaobao followed closely, and upon spotting the busy Li Qing, the little fellow could hardly believe his eyes. Stunned for a moment, he leaped 3 feet high and dashed into Li Qing's embrace, joyfully exclaiming, Great-grandfather, when did you return? For a child, a year and more felt like an eternity, far longer than several years for an adult. The little one sensed that an age had passed. Li Qing set down his chopsticks, ruffled the boy's hair, and said warmly, Oh, you've grown quite a bit. He then placed Xiaobao on his lap, saying, What would you like to eat? Great-grandfather will serve you. Xiaobao pointed eagerly at a dish, but upon noticing Zhu Ziru approaching, he instinctively withdrew. His large eyes filled with apprehension. Li Qing reassured him with a gentle smile. There is no need for concern. Great-grandfather is well aware of the situation. Zhu Hozhao took his seat, drawing a pair of chopsticks from the holder, and chuckled. The secret of your great-grandfather is still somewhat of a secret here in Jinling. But in the capital, it is common knowledge in the corridors of power. Oh, I see. The little one relaxed, his eyes sparkling. Great-grandfather, I want to eat this, and this. Li Qing found his enthusiasm amusing and complied by serving him food. Zhu Ziru, witnessing this scene, was momentarily dumbfounded. The contrast was striking. Who would have thought that the typically domineering and fierce Yongqing Marquis could exhibit such tenderness? Zhu Ziru pondered how the folks in the capital would react upon discovering this. Suddenly, he realized the little one's identity. Great-grandfather, he stammered. Does this mean he is a member of the Li family? Being treated with such favor. He must surely be a direct descendant and likely the future heir of the Li clan. His father had tasked him with marrying the legitimate granddaughter of the Yongqing Marquis. Thus, this little fellow could very well be his future brother-in-law. With this thought, Zhu Ziru straightened his attire and, with a friendly smile, introduced himself. Xiaobao, is it? Greetings. I am Zhu Ziru, hailing from the north, 18 years of age, and I have yet to, cough. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xiaobao regarded him with skepticism. Why are you telling me this? Merely a self-introduction. Zhu Hozhao suddenly burst into laughter, teasing, yet to what? It's nothing significant. Zhu Ziru smiled awkwardly and stood up, saying, On our first meeting, allow me to drink to your health. I shall be settling in Jinling from now on. And I hope you will take care of me, Mr. Zhu. Li Qing scrutinized Zhu Ziru with a furrowed brow. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Zhu Ziru timidly inquired, Sir? All right. Sons and grandsons have their own fortunes. Why fret so much? Zhu Hozhao chuckled, adding, If it leads to a fortunate union, it would not be a bad thing, would it? Li Qing retorted with a cold smile. You never tire of taking advantage, do you? Zhu Ziru remained utterly baffled, persistently trying to toast. Observing this, Zhu Hozhao was rendered speechless. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of schadenfreude. At least he wasn't the only one with a disappointing son. Suddenly, his mood brightened. As the dishes were cleared, the attendant brought forth hot tea. The group engaged in casual conversation, primarily consisting of Li Qing and Zhu Hozhao chatting, while Zhu Ziru struggled to find his place in the dialogue. Having missed the opportunity to curry favor with Zhu Shou, Zhu Zili resolutely set his sights on the young one, Xiaobao. Xiaobao, upon our return from the north, we have brought you a gift. Zhu Zili beckoned with enthusiasm. Come quickly, this is something truly special. The little fellow scampered forward, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. What kind of gift is it? A treasure beyond measure. Zhu Zili chuckled heartily, unwrapping the parcel to reveal its contents before Xiaobao. Look, Xiaobao's expression shifted as he gazed intently, his face paling in disbelief. Math. Really clever. Zhu Zili laughed, introducing each tome. This is the 9 chapters on the mathematical art. This is the art of war. This is the mathematical canon of Zhang Qiujian. And this is the mathematical classics of the 5 books. Xiaobao exclaimed, How do you like it? Do you enjoy it? I despise you. Xiaobao pouted, his small chest heaving with indignation as he shouted, his voice tinged with tears. Zhu Zili quickly interjected, Within books lies beauty. And within books lie treasures. Xiaobao, at your age. But before he could finish, the little one darted off towards Li Qing, seemingly intent on lodging a complaint. Zhu Zili hurried to catch up, preemptively stating, Sir, it appears Xiaobao does not appreciate your gift. The child's anger intensified. Zhu Hozhao could only look on in silence. his gaze towards his nephew filled with a complex mix of pity, disappointment, and a sense of exasperation. Li Qing, however, remained remarkably composed, merely nodding in acknowledgement, neither displeased nor pleased. Zhu Zili, oblivious to any potential misstep on his part, believed that since the gift originated from Li Qing, his explanation was beyond reproach. It was not his intent to shift blame. Rather, he felt it necessary to clarify matters, for it seemed his future brother-in-law harbored resentment towards him. Yet, recognizing his own actions might be somewhat unjust, Zhu Zili endeavored to speak well of Li Qing, saying, "Xiao Bao, your great-grandfather truly means well. Do not be upset." Zhu Hozhao couldn't help but wince, exasperated. Chapter 472. The Price of Greed. In the ensuing moments, the little one refused to acknowledge Zhu Zili, let alone engage in conversation, which left him feeling quite hurt. Simultaneously, he found the situation perplexing, as he pondered where he may have offended his future brother-in-law. Zhu Zili felt a headache coming on. His legs weary. The task assigned by his father was proving to be exceedingly arduous. "Where are you going?" Zhu Zili inquired hesitantly. "As I mentioned, I will find you a suitable place to settle down," Li Qing replied. "Surely, you cannot remain dependent on others, can you?" "Ah, very well." Zhu Zili nodded awkwardly. "What about Xiao Bao?" Xiao Bao turned his head, refusing to converse with him. Zhu Zili scratched his head in embarrassment and turned to Zhu Hozhao. "Would you like to join us? Let's go together." Though there was a sense of frustration, they were still family, and as the elder, he felt a responsibility to care for them. In Jinling, land prices are no trifling matter. A modest plot could easily exceed 1,000 taels. And to secure a proper residence, one would need at least 3,000 taels. This, of course, was the price in the heart of Jinling. Ultimately, Zhu Zili chose a residence relatively close to the Yongqing Marquis' residence and the imposing Weiwu Tower to establish his home. The property was modest, even smaller than Li Qing's courtyard, and the accommodations were not particularly grand, yet the location was superb. The master of the house believes that the property will appreciate in value in the future and has no intention of selling it. However, Zhu Zili is quite taken with it and offers an additional 1,500 taels, factoring in the potential for appreciation over the next several decades. With no hesitation to spend, Zhu Hozhao provides 10,000 taels, and Zhu Zili promptly spends 5,000. Although this expenditure seems somewhat extravagant, given the prime location, it does not appear to be a poor investment. With the land deed and property deed secured, establishing residency will be manageable, making the transaction worthwhile. Li Qing, having paid the sum, hands over the remaining 5,000 taels to Zhu Zili, advising him that while spending money is easy, earning it is far more challenging. Though this amount appears substantial now, life is long, and one must be prudent with finances. Zhu Hozhao interjects, "Young man, my tavern is currently in need of funds for circulation. Please lend me 3,000 taels, and I shall pay you interest at the market rate." "Very well." Zhu Zili responds, readily counting out 3,000 taels in banknotes and generously declares, "No need for interest. When Zhu Leoi has his funds in order, simply return the amount." Zhu Hozhao, not entirely foolish, nods, his expression softening considerably. As the evening has grown late and the house has been uninhabited for some time, they decide to take up residence in Weiwu Tower for the night. Zhu Hozhao adds, "You, a distinguished young gentleman, are unlikely to manage cooking and boiling water. It would be wise to hire a servant. Spending a few taels a month is not a waste." "That would be much appreciated, Zhu Leoi," Zhu Zili agrees, fully open to advice. "Rest assured, I will arrange your status before the year ends," Li Qing says, emphasizing the importance of self-reflection and purpose. 5,000 taels is not an insignificant sum, yet one must have a solid foundation for living. "I understand," Zhu Zili replies earnestly. "I will not squander my resources." Li Qing nods and departs with Xiao Bao, noting that the residence Zhu Zili has purchased is just 2 streets away, a mere quarter-hour's walk. The small courtyard is pristine and tidy, showing no signs of neglect. At this moment, Xiao Bao inquires, "Great-grandfather, who is that rather dull fellow you brought along?" "He's a young noble from the capital," Li Qing casually responds, then asks, "Do you not like him?" "Well," Xiao Bao nods. "He seems rather foolish and often sows discord, which makes him hard to like." "Discord?" Li Qing repeats, intrigued. "During our time in the private room at the tavern, he muddled his words, leading me to believe the gifts were from him. When he saw I was not pleased, he claimed they were from you. He seems to be quite manipulative and appears untrustworthy." Li Qing chuckles softly and sighs. People are not inherently bad. He simply lacks intelligence. You are correct. He is rather foolish, but his attitude is commendable. He is a responsible young man, and, at least, he is not greedy. Xiao Bao nods, his spirits lifting. Great-grandfather. I want to stay with you tonight. Not tonight, perhaps tomorrow. I will inform your grandfather of my return. Li Qing gently replies. Otherwise, the family may grow concerned. All right. May I stay a little longer before heading back? Li Qing smiles in agreement. Great-grandfather, is your secret truly not a secret in the capital? Many are already aware, and it seems that some in Jinling have also caught wind of it. Li Qing sighed softly, acknowledging that this secret would eventually become common knowledge. Xiao Bao furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, so many people know about it, yet why are there so few in our family who are aware? It is because those individuals dare not meddle, nor do they wish to inform the Li family or provoke me, Li Qing explained. Does that mean they all fear our ancestral grandpa? Li Qing nodded with a smile. Indeed, our ancestral grandpa has quite the fearsome reputation. Known for his ruthless and domineering nature, many are intimidated by him. Only the wicked fear our ancestral grandpa. The virtuous have nothing to fear, Xiao Bao remarked. Oh, Li Qing chuckled heartily, delighted by his grandson's flattering words. With Yu Daio in the past and Zhu Zairi in the present, the flattery was indeed well placed. It's always pleasant to hear such sweet words from you. Ancestral grandpa, how long will you be staying this time? Xiao Bao asked with a playful tone. I wish to learn about the heart and mind. Li Qing teased. Is it the study of the heart you desire, or do you simply wish to avoid mathematics? The little one blushed, replying petulantly, mathematics is too difficult. Grandpa Zhu poses tough problems that leave my head spinning. However, Grandpa Zhu is truly formidable, sometimes even surpassing great-aunt. After all, he has achieved great things, so it is only natural, Li Qing remarked, pinching Xiao Bao's cheek. When did you start learning mathematics? In early summer, Xiao Bao replied glumly. The court intends to reform the imperial examination, placing significant emphasis on mathematics. And great-aunt instructed Grandpa and Grandpa Zhu to compile a mathematics section from the categories of the Yongle de Dian, which has all the pressure resting on me. Li Qing could not help but chuckle. At such a tender age, you already bear pressure? It's mainly because it's too hard, Xiao Bao grumbled. In fact, I'm quite impressive. For the same math problems, Uncle Zhu isn't even as good as I am. Zhu Wei and Zhu Wu? The little one added. Let us not compare ourselves to them. They are but foolish cattle, while we are not, Li Qing said. If we must compare, let it be with your Grandpa Zhu. Xiao Bao nodded gently, then gleefully added, Grandpa Zhu prides himself on his intelligence, yet Zhu Wei and Zhu Wu have not inherited his cleverness. You wouldn't believe how much it frustrates him. Who is not frustrated? Li Qing replied with a wry smile. The saying that a hero's son is also a hero is not entirely accurate. Hearing this, Xiao Bao grew concerned. Will my son be like that in the future? Li Qing playfully swatted him, saying, You're so young, and yet you think so far ahead. After a pause, he continued, This constitutes a collection of mathematical knowledge derived from the Yongle de Dian, which I shall pass on to your Grandpa Zhu, and let him teach you. Grandpa Zhu said he would have you teach Xiao Bao. The little one quickly interjected, his cherubic face reflecting reluctance. Ancestral Grandpa, are you truly that busy? Li Qing fell silent. Xiao Bao added, I've heard many stories about you from great-aunt. Truly, taking a break wouldn't hurt. Especially with the current emperor being so wise. That is indeed true, Li Qing smiled softly. Yet, in the world of our ancestral grandpa, you are not the sole focus. He is not only your grandfather, but also the Yongqing Marquis of the Ming Dynasty and the eldest disciple of Wudong Mountain. Xiao Bao lowered his head, nodding thoughtfully. I've been rather spoiled, haven't I? Ancestral grandpa has spent ample time with me. Li Qing felt a mix of gratitude and guilt for such a thoughtful child. His insatiable greed led him to desire everything. How could he expect all matters to be perfectly resolved? Fortunately, the little one swiftly adjusted his mindset, grinning as he said, Grandpa, you must give me a big red envelope this year. You rascal, all you think about is my money, Li Qing mused, his spirits lifting at the thought of the impending reunion celebration. The little treasure beamed, cautiously inquiring, Grandpa, how long will you stay this time? 100 days, indeed. 100 days of joy. The child's face lit up with delight, prompting him to ask, Then, while Grandpa Zhu teaches me mathematics, will you teach me about the heart? No problem. Grandpa, do you know mathematics? Li Qing felt a wave of shame wash over him. His mathematical education had been exceptional, yet he lacked talent and was prone to forgetting what he had learned. After nearly 2 centuries, he had all but forgotten the various formulas related to mathematics. If asked to recall the mathematical concepts from his primary, secondary, and university studies, his mind would draw a blank. The specifics eluded him. He had never taken his studies seriously, and the vast expanse of time made it impossible to retrieve that knowledge. If only he could start again. He would ensure to carry forth all his mathematical knowledge from primary school, not just mathematics, but also physics and chemistry. Li Qing sighed in regret, lamenting his youthful negligence. However, he contemplated that, were he to directly transfer the mathematical formulas from later generations without a foundation, they might not be practically applicable. Gradual advancement, building upon existing knowledge, while slower, would be far more solid and integrative with practice. Li Qing exhaled, remarking, laziness in youth leads to regrets in old age. Grandpa has suffered from not studying diligently. You must commit yourself to learning mathematics. The little treasure chuckled awkwardly, saying, Grandpa, I believe a person's energy is limited. My primary responsibilities lie with the Li family business. While mathematics is essential, there is no need for excessive obsession. We can employ those proficient in mathematics for our family, or even nurture mathematical prodigies. Li Qing replied, You truly are your great-grandfather's grandson, sharing his audacious spirit. What audacious spirit? Li Qing retorted, the audacious face of a ruthless capitalist. Chapter 473. The foreigners love black tea in the private room of the majestic restaurant. Zhu Hozhao led Zhu Zhaizai into the inner chamber, saying, My establishment does not offer lodging, so you'll have to make do here for the night. No need to make do. No need to make do, Zhu Zhaizai insisted. This place is quite fine. Upon hearing the latter half of that statement, Zhu Hozhao couldn't help but roll his eyes, commenting, You really have a way with words, don't you? Be mindful in the future. After a pause, he added, And don't call me old Master Zhu anymore. It sounds quite awkward and makes me feel aged. Zhu Zhaizai looked momentarily taken aback before nodding. All right, Boss Zhu. Zhu Hozhao retorted. Didn't your father tell you anything before coming? Zhu Zhaizai, slightly startled, cautiously asked, Do you know my father? Who doesn't know the emperor of the Ming Dynasty? Zhu Zhaizai exclaimed in shock, not expecting his identity to be revealed so swiftly. He then recalled his father urging him to be close to Zhu Shou, feeling somewhat reassured. If one were unaware of his background, the emperor would not have offered such advice. So you knew all along? Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Zhu Hozhao huffed. Do you know who I am? Zhu Zili shook his head slightly, stating that his father had not elaborated much, merely assuring him that he would not neglect him. With a disdainful curl of his lips, Zhu Hozhao remarked, Henceforth, you shall address me as granduncle, shall you not? Zhu Zili hesitated. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Zhu Hozhao impatiently pressed. Will you call me that or not? If not, begone. You, Zhu Zili, feeling exasperated, retorted, Do not overstep your bounds. Hey, even your father would call me elder brother upon arrival. Should you not then refer to me as granduncle? You speak nonsense. My father is an only child. Who among us is not an only child? Zhu Hozhao chuckled, adding, Zhu Zili, what do you suppose would occur if I were to inform Li Qing that you have your sights set on the daughter of the Yongqing Marquis? Zhu Zili stammered, Zhu Bo. A wise man does not take immediate losses. Those who recognize current affairs are indeed the sagacious ones. Despite his self-reassurance, the profound embarrassment lingered within him. Though somewhat foolish, he was not entirely naive. Finally, Zhu Hozhao wore a smile, declaring, Since you have addressed me as Zhu Bo, I shall reluctantly acknowledge you as my nephew. Zhu Zili nodded awkwardly, reflecting, Under the eaves, one must bow their head. I say, Dear nephew, which daughter of the Yongqing Marquis has captured your fancy? Zhu Hozhao inquired with a mischievous grin. You need not conceal anything from me. I am in favor of this matter. Zhu Zili, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, Truthfully, this is all my father's doing, not my own desire. In that case, let it be. What? Zhu Zili exclaimed, Zhu Bo, you do not understand. If I fail to marry the daughter of the Yongqing Marquis, my father would come to Jinling and break my legs. Do you truly believe that? Zhu Hozhao chuckled. With matters concerning the western regions, the northern desolate, and imminent changes to the imperial examination system, does he have the leisure to concern himself with your trivial affairs? You know all of this. Zhu Zili was taken aback. Otherwise, how would I be your granduncle? In astonishment, Zhu Zili fell into silence, taking several deep breaths to steady himself before earnestly stating, Throughout my life, I have never brought ease to my father. In the past, and even more so now, he entrusted me with this single matter, and it is for my own good. I do not wish, nor can I afford, to disappoint his expectations. Zhu Hozhao curiously inquired, "Who does your father wish for you to marry?" He did not specify, Zhu Zili confessed. The court's oversight of the Li family is nearly non-existent. Beyond the head of the family and core members, my father is not privy to the details, only mentioning that I should wed the granddaughter of the Yongqing Marquis, Li Qing. Zhu Zili spoke with a hint of embarrassment. The legitimate granddaughter of Li Qing? Zhu Hozhao frowned, feeling that something was amiss. After careful consideration, he finally grasped the situation. This cannot do. The lineage is all ask you. According to lineage, you ought to marry. Zhu Hozhao shook his head vigorously, then continued, "Well, speaking of lineage, it seems you are already out of options. You have long since been married off. We cannot expect Li Qing to have another child, and even if he did, by the time the girl grows up, you would be well into middle age. Although your father and I are of the same generation, there is nearly a generational gap in age. This calculation may not be entirely erroneous. In any case, lineage has long been muddled. If we consider from the reign of Yingzong, the conditions do support it." Listening to Zhu Bo's ramblings, Zhu Zui was utterly perplexed and curiously inquired, "What lineage are you referring to?" After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed it, thinking it not a significant taboo. Zhu Hozhao let out a sigh and said, "As the saying goes, the master leads one to the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual. I can create opportunities for you, but whether you succeed or not depends on your own efforts. If the young lady does not take a liking to you, there is little I can do. Are you truly willing to assist me?" Zhu Zai exclaimed in delight. "Are there indeed young ladies of suitable age awaiting marriage in the Yongqing Marquis?" Seeing his lack of ambition, Zhu Hozhao chastised him, saying, "The Li family does not seek a son-in-law based on family background, but rather on personal merit. Yet, look at you. What do you have to offer?" Zhu Zi was momentarily taken aback. Then with a relieved smile, he remarked, "Consider the 3,000 taels as the cost of the matchmaking. I shall forego it." With a sharp clap, Zhu Hozhao exclaimed, "Ouch. You Zhu Shou." Bam! Bam! Zhu Zi found himself unceremoniously thrown onto the bed, feeling both frustrated and helpless, not daring to retaliate. In the end, he could only pull the quilt over his head. Even so, he endured a few more kicks before Zhu Hozhao finally calmed down. "You little rascal. Ungrateful wretch." Zhu Hozhao scolded him before adding, "You foolish pig, reflect on your actions properly." After a considerable time, ensuring the elder had departed, Zhu Zi peeked out from under the quilt, his expression one of utter despondency. The capital held many intricacies, and the roads of Jinling were indeed treacherous. That night, Zhu Zi tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his youthful eyes filled with confusion about the future. The following day, at the end of the Qin hour, Li Qing emerged from his guest room, yawning. After washing with cold water, his fatigue vanished, and he felt invigorated. He held no concerns for Zhu Zai, as Zhu Hozhao had brought him back and would take responsibility. All that was needed was for Li Qing to assist in rectifying his household registration, after which he could be left to fend for himself. Having completed a set of Tai Chi, Li Shuer and Li Qing arrived with Xiao Bao, bringing a delectable breakfast. In the sitting room, while Li Qing ate, Li Shuer began to recount the recent happenings in the Li family, touching upon steam engines, fertilizers, and the general layout of industry. There had been no substantial progress with the steam engines and fertilizers, and Li Qing merely listened, then asked, "Has the tea sales shown any results?" Li Shuer nodded slightly and replied, "The green tea is rather ordinary. The real interest lies in black tea. According to reports, Westerners have a notable fondness for black tea, especially when sweetened. The specific trade volume remains unclear, but it is expected to exceed 100,000 taels. And once the market opens further, I estimate it could reach 1 million within 5 years if all goes smoothly. Should things proceed as planned, tea will emerge as a formidable asset alongside silk and porcelain in our exports to Western countries." Li Qing nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Will the flavor of the tea be significantly diminished during its voyage across the seas?" Li Shuer remarked, "This is unavoidable. However, the Li family has been researching packaging techniques to maximize the preservation of tea's flavor, and initial results have been promising." She continued, "Do foreigners solely prefer black tea? The current feedback suggests so, but this is primarily due to the nascent phase of our promotion, which targets a relatively small demographic and geographic area. thus not representative of the entirety. Pondering thoughtfully, Li Shuer added, "It may be premature to draw definitive conclusions based on the information at hand. The affinity for black tea surpasses that for green tea by 5-fold." Li Qing responded slowly, "This already speaks volumes. By the way, regarding the tea plantation that Xiao Hao initially established, is it predominantly black tea or green tea?" He mused, "My elder brother's vision is audacious, yet his actions are rather conservative. It is a balanced mix." Li Shuer inquired, "Should we invest some effort and resources to make adjustments?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing gently shook his head. "There is nothing wrong with being conservative. Not all foreigners exclusively favor black tea. The trade of the great Ming extends beyond the west to southeast regions. And within our own borders, such as the northern desert and the western regions, there are more enthusiasts for green tea." Li Xian hesitated. "Although integration has begun, this segment of trade should ideally remain under the court's supervision. Is it appropriate for the Li family to intervene?" Li Qing asserted. "Selling at a modest profit to the court allows them to manage the trade. In the early stages of integration, control over trade equates to influence." Li Xian nodded gently. Suddenly, Li Shuer recalled what Xiao Bao had mentioned the previous day and asked, "Who is that young man?" "The son of Zhu Hozong," came the reply. "The crown prince?" Li Shuer exclaimed in astonishment, and Li Xian mirrored her shock. Xiao Bao curiously asked, "Did he come incognito?" "What incognito?" Li Qing chuckled. "The news will likely spread swiftly. The crown prince has passed away." "What?" Li Xian was once again taken aback, then quickly grasped the implication. "A fake death to escape?" "Indeed. This individual lacks the qualities of a ruler. Thankfully, he is not greedy and has voluntarily relinquished his claim to the throne, so I brought him to Jinling." Li Qing continued, "Emperor Zhu Hozong has performed admirably, sparing me much concern. It is rare for someone to seek my assistance without complications, so I facilitated it for him." "Li Xian, you should arrange his household registration." "Understood," Li Xian replied with a wry smile. "First the emperor, now the crown prince. What a lively affair this is." "The emperor?" Xiao Bao queried in confusion. Li Xian, realizing his slip, quickly corrected himself. "The Yingzong." "Indeed," Xiao Bao laughed. "Our household is nearly becoming a royal refuge." Li Xian glared. "Do not speak carelessly. Such words could lead to dire consequences if they spread." "Yes, I understand," Xiao Bao replied, hastily mimicking a gesture of sealing his lips, indicating his promise to remain tight-lipped. Li Xian, still uneasy, warned, "Do not think that your great-grandfather's presence grants you carte blanche. Behave yourself." Xiao Bao sheepishly nodded. "Got it." Chapter 474. The railway project. Li Qing did not intervene as Li Xian disciplined his grandson, believing that while affection is essential, children must not be overly indulged. Once Li Xian finished, he turned to Li Shuer. "Has there been any progress in the iron smelting techniques?" "Not much advancement," she replied, "but it is sufficient for the time being." "Oh, and the efficiency of iron ore extraction has significantly improved." Li Shuer smiled. "Currently, the coal supply stations are quite well established, and the supply of raw materials for steel is no longer strained. I estimate that with another 7 to 8 years of reserves, we will be able to construct a railway." Li Qing's heart raced with excitement as he inquired, "How long is the railway?" "From Jinling to the capital," replied Li Shuer. "Such a long distance?" Li Shuer nodded, stating, "The Li family is affluent." Li Qing was taken aback, but soon a smile adorned his face. The saying that wealth can move mountains is indeed no mere platitude. The advent of steamships invigorated the coal industry, and the extensive mining of coal subsequently enhanced the efficiency of mineral extraction. A groundbreaking invention often catalyzes numerous ancillary industries, and the present moment serves as a prime illustration of this phenomenon. "A railway that can travel from Jinling to the capital," Li Qing mused, his expression one of delight. He suddenly felt that technological innovation and the progress of the era were not as sluggish as he had perceived. In fact, they were advancing with remarkable speed. He had simply been too impatient, too eager. One could indeed construct a railway now, perhaps from Jinling to Suzhou, and with a bit of effort, even to Hangzhou, Li Shuer suggested. "Is it feasible to build it now?" he asked. "Yes, but it would require substantial manpower and resources," Li Shuer replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Moreover, the court, including the emperor, harbors a degree of apprehension towards Jiangnan. In terms of economy and prosperity, the area influenced by Nanzili far exceeds that of the capital. Should a railway be built to connect Jinling, Suzhou, and Hangzhou, the court might experience a mix of admiration and resentment." Little Bao questioned, "Isn't all land under heaven owned by the emperor? He is the sovereign of all, possessing the realm. Wouldn't it be better for Jiangnan to flourish further?" Li Xian interjected, "Children should not interrupt when adults are speaking." Li Shuer shot her nephew a glance and clarified, "Jiangnan is a significant source of tax revenue, and the court naturally wishes for its continued prosperity. However, it must also maintain a balance. Jiangnan is already thriving. If it receives excessive support for development, it may incite dissatisfaction among officials and citizens in other regions, and could overshadow them." Little Bao hesitantly remarked, "Is that really the case?" Li Qing asserted, "Jiangnan possesses people, wealth, grain, and currently, the regions of Jiangsu and Zhejiang alone account for approximately 1/3 to 1/4 of the wealth of the Ming Dynasty. Any fervent desire for further development would likely outpace their capabilities, and it would never fall behind. Even now, without the Li family's mediation, Jiangnan would already be on the rise." Little Bao expressed surprise. "They wouldn't rebel, would they? Rebellion is unlikely, but they could influence the decisions of the court. Even the emperor," Li Qing explained. "Aggression may work externally, but internally, it is different. Economic strength is directly correlated with influence. When the court's primary source of revenue relies on Jiangnan, they can effectively hold the court hostage. Unless what? Unless the capital is relocated to Jiangnan," Li Qing replied. "But such a move would lead to the integration of political and economic power. Isn't that a good thing?" "Certainly not." Li Qing sighed. "If the center of power distances itself from Jiangnan, the court would still be dominated by Jiangnan's interests. Should it relocate again, the Ming Dynasty would become synonymous with Jiangnan. Even during the Hongwu period, the founding emperor had contemplated such a move." Little Bao remarked, "I see. It's quite complicated." Li Xian admonished, "In the realm of adults, simplicity is a rarity. Political power is particularly intricate. Just because one is clever as a child does not guarantee success in adulthood. Do not assume others are fools." The elder's words resonated with Little Bao, who realized his error. The little one held a certain fear of his grandfather and quickly admitted his mistake. Li Qing smiled and said, "If conditions permit, it would indeed be feasible to construct several railways and modify the routes. How far could we extend from the 3 locations of Jin, Su, and Hang? Each could stretch over 100 miles, I believe." Li Shuer interjected, "However, the most significant challenge lies with the court. The Li family possesses wealth, yet it cannot act independently. It must be the court that undertakes such endeavors." This was indeed a truth that Li Qing acknowledged, rubbing his temples in a moment of difficulty. In recent years, the court's financial expenditures had ballooned to an alarming degree, nearly spiraling out of control. Expanding expenditures further could lead to catastrophic consequences. Nonetheless, aware that the current capabilities existed, and with the immense wealth of the 3 regions capable of more efficiently stimulating the surrounding economies, Li Qing was reluctant to let the matter lie idle. Li Shuer perceived his thoughts and remarked, "With the new year approaching, let us allow people to enjoy the festivities. I have not made any preparations here, and even if the court consents, considerable time will be required for coordination and planning." Li Qing nodded slightly, smiling as he said, "Very well. Let us celebrate the new year properly. After the holidays, you can draft a proposal for me to review for any necessary improvements." "Understood," Li Xian interjected, "Grandfather, there is another matter." "What is it?" "Your secret may not remain concealed for much longer," Li Xian stated. "The 6 ministries of the directly governed prefectures are already aware of quite a bit. As time passes, the number of informed individuals will only increase. Although the Li family no longer partakes in politics, they inevitably interact with it, and the younger generation will eventually learn of your circumstances." Li Qing pondered for a moment, then chuckled lightly. "Even if they know, it is of little consequence. One only needs to glimpse the dragon's head, not its tail. Why should our great-grandfather not reside openly in the marquisate?" Little Bao questioned, puzzled. "We are all family, and the exposure of the secret would not have a significant negative impact. Why must we live apart?" The room fell silent, with only Little Bao's wide eyes filled with confusion. After a moment, Li Qing spoke softly, "To rely on the mountains for sustenance requires one to respect the mountains. If our great-grandfather lived with the Li family, you younger ones would lose your ambition." "Indeed," Li Xian added, attempting to lighten the mood. "With such an omnipotent great-grandfather, who would still strive for success? After all, there is nothing our great-grandfather cannot resolve." "That seems to be the case," Little Bao murmured. "But our great-grandfather is very busy and has many responsibilities to tend to. He cannot solely focus on the Li family." Wise beyond your years, Li Qing remarked, playfully pinching his cheek with a warm smile. The little one chuckled awkwardly. With the new year approaching, can I have a few days off? Certainly, Li Qing replied readily. Your great-grandfather is also quite occupied at this time. A winter break is well-deserved. However, after the new year, you must return to your studies diligently. Yes, yes. Little Bao nodded enthusiastically and then turned to Li Qing, grinning. Grandfather, you heard what great-grandfather said. Li Qing sighed. Grandfather, you spoil him too much. Li Qing laughed. Excess in any form is detrimental. Studying is not an easy task, and allowing him some relaxation is beneficial for his mental and physical well-being. Li Qing nodded slightly in agreement. At that moment, the 6-character mantra resounded. Subsequently, Little Bao dashed to open the door, revealing Zhu Hozhao accompanied by Zhu Zirui. The niece and nephew were already aware of Zhu Zirui's identity, while he was still desperately attempting to conceal it. Under the introduction of the elder, he nervously addressed them as Zhu Zirui, feeling both tense and restrained. After all, with thoughts lingering on someone else's granddaughter and Li Qing's watchful gaze, how could the young man not feel anxious? Li Qing, lacking in eloquence, stated directly, follow me. Where to? To handle household registration. Ah, much appreciated. Zhu Zhaiji, shedding his former identity as the crown prince, displayed utmost courtesy, even attending to Xiao Bao and nodding as he departed, leaving a few in a state of bemusement. Li Shuer teased, your nephew seems rather dim-witted, doesn't he? Indeed, he doesn't surpass my son in intellect, Zhu Hozhao responded without a hint of embarrassment, joining in the jest. Li Qing retorted, elder brother, it's unbecoming for you to mock the second brother. After all, this is your nephew. Zhu Hozhao muttered, fine, I see through your intentions. You merely wish for me to take charge, don't you? Shouldn't you take charge? Of course, of course. Is that settled then? Zhu Hozhao replied sullenly, damn it. After being beaten, I still have to cater to my son. To whom can I appeal for justice? Li Xuan scoffed, you're just being sly. Despite the flaws of that esteemed individual in the capital, they certainly surpass you in matters of significance. Zhu Hozhao fell silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Qing remarked, the uncle-nephew relationship in the Ming Dynasty has never been particularly harmonious. You must mend that. Is that not excessive? Why resort to personal attacks? Is it not true? Zhu Hozhao interjected. Xiao Bao, ever cautious, asked, Grandfather Zhu, what brings you here today? Do you think I wish to teach you? Zhu Hozhao rolled his eyes. I'm here to introduce my nephew to his surroundings. Now go, study your books. Adults are conversing here. Understood. The little one, completely at ease, scampered off to the study filled with storybooks. Zhu Hozhao took a seat and inquired, has your aunt spoken to you about the steam locomotive? She just did. This needs to be addressed. Zhu Hozhao continued. Though it requires expenditure, that fellow will surely be disheartened. However, this money must be spent, if necessary. We shall construct a line in the capital as well, allowing them to witness the new era firsthand. Li Shuer frowned. Building railways in the capital holds no economic value. Yet it possesses political value. Zhu Hozhao retorted, we cannot focus solely on profits. Political implications must also be considered. If the capital lacks something, how can Jiangnan presume to possess it? The capital is the nexus of power, and we must consider the sentiments of those influential figures. Zhu Hozhao continued, no matter how wealthy Jiangnan may be, it must heed the capital's command. Constructing a railway in the capital is not merely a superficial endeavor. It is a political undertaking. Li Shuer cast a hesitant glance at Li Qing. Li Qing sighed. It is indeed not cost-effective, but what Xiao Zhaoji asserts holds merit. The emotional value must be acknowledged. Otherwise, the emperor's pressure will intensify. Alas, let us spend. Zhu Hozhao jested. It sounds as though it's your money being spent. Is it not the court's coffers that are being tapped? It's not my concern, but the emperor's and the ministers, Li Qing replied with a wry smile. Now they are truly on the defensive. Even if it pains us, we must proceed. Zhu Hozhao asserted, the current Ming Dynasty cannot adhere to antiquated practices. We must charge forward with vigor, seize the pinnacle, and gain the upper hand to establish dominance. Li Shuer questioned, isn't that the situation now? Yes, but it remains precarious. Zhu Hozhao remarked that, at least in terms of development speed, the current pace of the Ming Dynasty pales in comparison to that of the Western nations represented by the Franks. I am merely speaking of the rate of advancement. Zhu emphasized that while colonialism is barbaric, bloody, and violent, its rise is alarmingly rapid. Such frenzied expansion inevitably narrows the gap with the Ming. If the Ming does not accelerate its development, it will inevitably be caught up, and not even in a century's time. Li Qing gasped in disbelief. Is it truly that exaggerated? Civilization does not dictate success or failure. Rather, it is violence that determines outcomes, Zhu stated. Did not the Song dynasty fall to the barbaric, backward, and violent gene? After a brief pause, he added, of course, the foundation of the Ming is far too solid. Even if overtaken in a century, it would not threaten the very existence of the Ming, but in that case, the Ming would lose its current voice of authority. Zhu chuckled. Do you truly expect those who adhere to colonialism to engage in business with sincerity? They simply lack the strength to seize and plunder. If they could, they would not be so gentle. That is indeed true, Li Qing said with a hint of regret. It's a pity that our Ming cannot tread that path. Why would we want to? Zhu scoffed. That is a dead end, a road with a clear end in sight. It may be efficient, but it cannot sustain us in the long term. Li Qing smiled slightly. While your sentiment may not be entirely incorrect, it is rather hasty. The path of colonialism does have an endpoint, but the world is larger than you perceive. Moreover, although the frenzied expansion under colonial rule is astonishing, the development of the Ming is not significantly slower and is indeed more secure and substantial. It is crucial to remain vigilant in times of peace. Yet your assertions border on alarmism. Zhu Hozhao sheepishly replied, I merely intended to provide you with material to persuade those prominent figures in the capital. Li Qing retorted, you make such claims from a position of comfort, fearing your younger brother may find this too easy. Hee, look at what you're saying. Zhu Hozhao awkwardly scratched his head, somewhat disgruntled. So, shall we proceed or not? Indeed, we should proceed. Li Qing nodded slightly, then smiled. I was originally planning to submit a memorial to the emperor after the new year. Since you were so eloquent, why not let you compose it? Oh, and remember to sign it with Li Qiang's name. Zhu Hozhao responded, while Li Qing, amused, shifted the conversation. The court's expenditures in recent years are quite evident. Can we truly afford to increase investment in construction? Li Qing replied, the court has not yet experienced a true deficit. It is merely that some individuals find it hard to accept. Li Qing nodded gently, no longer harboring doubts. All right, I shall deliberate on this further. Indeed, Li Qing stretched and inquired, has the ironworks ceased operations? The holiday extends from New Year's Eve to the 15th. There are still 2 days until the cessation. Li Qing replied, shall we go and take a look? Perhaps tomorrow, Li Qing said. It is rather late now, and I intend to rise early. Zhu Hozhao chuckled. The vegetable market is still bustling. Should we catch a glimpse? I have longed for your cooking. Li Qing laughed and nodded. Together? Never mind. You go, he replied. Since I have some free time, let us take a stroll. Li Qing insisted, pulling him along. At your age, you ought to be more active. Zhu Hozhao, unable to resist, turned to Li Qing. Aunt, will you join us? Li Qing shook her head with a smile and said, I will stay with Xiaobao. You two go ahead. Very well. It wasn't long after they left when Xiaobao popped his head out, curious, and asked, Great Aunt, is Grandpa Zhu really the uncle of Prince Zhu? Guess, she replied. How could I possibly guess? Xiaobao chuckled nervously. Can I know? If not, just pretend I didn't ask. Li Qing chuckled softly and said, Why don't you try guessing for fun? Xiaobao then inquired, Great Aunt, do you perhaps have feelings for great-grandpa? Li Qing gently nodded with a smile. Don't you like him? Oh, indeed, it's that kind of affection. What kind? I dare not say. If you're afraid to say, why do you still ask? Li Qing laughed heartily, amused by the little rascal who seemed to know quite a bit. Who taught you these things? It can't possibly be Grandpa Zhu, right? Xiaobao weakly shook his head and lowered it. What's wrong? Nothing. Regretting your question? Are you? Xiaobao was too bold. Please punish me, Great Aunt. Li Qing shook her head slightly. Great Aunt is not angry. But you should channel that curiosity into something productive in the future, like mathematics. Yes. Xiaobao understands his mistake. The little one felt quite guilty. Li Qing found it amusing, but couldn't he help but feel a sense of melancholy. After all, who wouldn't be captivated by such an impeccably perfect person? She remarked softly, You may not understand why your great-grandpa doesn't reside in the Yongqing Marquis mansion. While what he said is certainly a significant factor, more importantly, he does not wish for there to be a second Li Qing. But isn't great-grandpa not his biological father? Xiaobao timidly asked. What does that matter? Your great-grandfather inherited the title of Yongqing Marquis, so he is naturally considered your grandpa's son. Li Qing chuckled. As the Book of Songs states, it arises from emotion. but must be restrained by propriety. Liking him is not shameful in itself, but one must not disregard propriety, mustn't he one? Xiao Bao nodded silently and earnestly replied, Great Aunt. Rest assured, Xiao Bao will keep his lips sealed. Li Shuer merely smiled, not taking it to heart, and continued, Xiao Bao, since your great-grandfather's time, you have been the smartest in the Li family, and you resemble him the most. Your grandfather, influenced by your great-grandfather from a young age, has little interest in family affairs and later joined the military, becoming quite unfamiliar with family matters. Your father also lacks talent. In the future, you will have to bear the weight of the Li family, and that time will not be far off. By your 30s at most, you will take over. So you must work diligently. Okay, Xiao Bao will strive. The little one wore a serious expression. Li Shuer sighed lightly. Logically, you are still quite young and shouldn't bear such heavy pressure. Yet the Li family cannot simply enjoy its wealth and glory without contribution, can it? You are a member of the Li family. This is your responsibility and duty. Your grandpa has many desires and a vast heart. Although the Li family is large, it cannot fully satisfy his ambitions. Do not think of relying solely on your grandpa. Learn to depend on yourself and fulfill your duties as a younger generation. Yes, yes. Xiao Bao understands. The little one nodded repeatedly, assuring her, Xiao Bao will never let you down. Good child, Li Shuer affectionately pinched his cheek. Xiao Bao smiled adorably, his cherubic face radiating confidence and pride. Li Qing and Zhu Hozhao returned from the market, surprised to find Li Xian and Zhu Zilai present as well. Has the household registration been processed so swiftly? Li Xian nodded in affirmation. Zhu Zilai, feeling a sense of great gratitude, hurriedly bowed and said, Thanks to your kindness. I would like to treat you all to a meal at Waiwalu. Zhu Hozhao replied rather brusquely. With your meager resources, it would be wiser to save your money. The expenses in Jinling are quite hefty. You cannot play the affluent host. It is merely a token of my appreciation, Zhu Zilai responded. No need for tokens. No one is interested, Zhu Hozhao retorted, commanding. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, prepare the ingredients. Very well, Zhu Zilai replied eagerly, taking the basket of vegetables and heading to the eastern kitchen alongside Li Qing. Li Shuer cautioned, the young often possess strong pride. Do not push him too far, or you may provoke a rebellious reaction. Zhu Hozhao nodded slightly, saying, I do this to help him break free from his past and assimilate into the present. As someone who has walked this path, I understand his current feelings better. The more courteous you are to him, the more he will feel like an outsider. As if he is merely a guest in someone else's home, I am well aware of that. After contemplating for a moment, Li Shuer chose to remain silent. In the eastern kitchen, as Zhu Zilai prepared the vegetables, he occasionally cast curious glances at Li Qing, who was separating the meat. What is it? Li Qing asked. Oh. Zhu Zilai paused, chuckling awkwardly. I never expected the illustrious Lord Yongqing would also know how to cook. What of it? Your Zhu uncle can operate an excavator as well. An excavator for mining coal? Zhu Zilai asked, incredulous. Indeed. Zhu Zilai, both amused and puzzled, inquired, Sir, is that Zhu uncle truly my Zhu uncle? Li Qing pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. What did your father tell you about the Zhu family? Father said that Zhu uncle would not neglect me and urged me to get close to him. He mentioned nothing more, Zhu Zilai replied, abruptly halting his train of thought. Li Qing's lips twitched, and he coldly remarked, Do you think your father would harm you? Or that I would? Of course not. Zhu Zilai exclaimed. Then what are you so wary of? Li Qing retorted. If you genuinely consider him your uncle, and he sincerely regards you as his nephew, is that not sufficient? Zhu Zilai scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly saying, But it seems Zhu uncle does not particularly like me. If he did not like you, would he save money for you? If he disliked you, would he take you out early in the morning to familiarize you with the surroundings? Zhu Zilai paused, nodding in realization, You are right, sir. Li Qing continued, I cannot remain in Jinling for long. What are your plans for the future? I wish to engage in business. But Zhu uncle believes I lack talent and will inevitably lose everything. He wants me, Zhu Zilai, to find work with the Li family. What do you think? What are your strengths? Li Qing inquired. Zhu Zilai fell silent for a moment, feeling ashamed. I do not know what I excel at. And yet, Zhu Zilai added, I am willing to endure hardship. I can persevere. Chapter 476. The iron smelting technology of the Ming Dynasty. Observing the self-doubting Zhu Zilai, Li Qing felt both speechless and somewhat sympathetic towards him. To be frank, Zhu Zilai was indeed vastly inferior to his cousins, yet he was not a fool. At the very least, he was a normal individual, designated as the crown prince from a young age. Although he did not receive the nurturing from his father, the education he did receive was not lacking. One could say it was quite commendable. Indeed, those qualified to impart knowledge to the crown prince are invariably erudite scholars. A person may appear rather naive and lack both intelligence and emotional acumen. However, such shortcomings may stem from repeated discouragement and the overwhelming presence of exceptionally talented individuals, leading to profound self-doubt. Li Qing pondered and remarked, "Since I have brought you here, I shall take responsibility for you. How about this? Tomorrow, come early, and I will take you to explore one of the Li family's enterprises." Zhu Zairi nodded earnestly, expressing, "I am capable of studying. I believe I can learn." In the north, people often remarked upon my intelligence and eagerness to learn, yet the intricacies of power and human nature are exceedingly complex. He lowered his head, murmuring softly, "I still feel I am not clever enough." Li Qing chuckled softly. "There is no need for such self-deprecation. Perhaps you simply have not yet discovered your strengths. Young man, it is better to embrace confidence rather than succumb to inferiority." Zhu Zairi replied with a hint of disappointment. "Indeed, my father said the same. Yet I always seem to disappoint him. What has passed is in the past. Do not dwell on it any longer." Very well. Time was limited, and there was no opportunity to prepare a lavish meal. Thus, Li Qing merely prepared a steaming pot of vegetable and shredded meat noodles. Simple yet delectable. Zhu Zairi found himself longing for more after finishing his bowl, only to discover that Zhu Bo had tidied up the pot. After their meal, Zhu Hozhao took his nephew out to purchase daily necessities, while Li Xian lingered a while longer, and little Bao followed suit when they departed. Li Qing jestingly scolded, "This little rascal was just clamoring to stay with me yesterday." Li Shuer chuckled and remarked, "Perhaps it is because of me." Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then realized the implication. With time to spare, he suggested, "Let us engage in some practice, shall we?" The next day, Li Qing rose early, and after washing up, opened the door to find Zhu Zairi already waiting. "Is it truly necessary to be up so early? The sun has yet to rise significantly." "I just arrived." Zhu Zairi scratched his head. "Having just moved into a new home, I am still adjusting, and I woke up early, missing my father." Li Qing understood and replied, "You will gradually become accustomed to it. Come inside, and we shall have breakfast before heading out." Before long, Li Shuer arrived, one hand carrying a food box and the other holding Little Bao's hand. The four of them gathered around a table for breakfast. Little Bao remained indifferent to Zhu Zairi, yet he refrained from displaying any displeasure. After all, the former crown prince was still a prince, and the little one understood the importance of decorum. This realization eased Zhu Zairi's anxiety and diminished his sense of loneliness. Although Zhu Bo feigned disdain, he was quite fond of him. The Li family no longer regarded him with hostility, and the young man's once confused heart finally found a sense of purpose, no longer drifting aimlessly like a water plant. After a simple breakfast, the four set off for the Li family's ironworks. Clang, clang. Upon arrival at the ironworks, the rhythmic sound of hammering greeted them. Surprisingly, Li Qing found it quite melodious, surpassing even that of musical instruments. "This clanging is more pleasing to the ear than music," he remarked. Zhu Zairi nodded in agreement. "It possesses a wonderful rhythm." Little Bao rolled his eyes discreetly. "That is the place where iron tracks are cast." Li Shuer pointed to one of the workshops. "When the firepower is sufficient, they can produce 3,000 pounds in a single day. Yet, several thousand pounds do not extend very far, do they? We have accumulated quite a lot already." Li Shuer pointed towards the distant warehouse and remarked that several storages were filled to the brim. If the court were to agree and expedite the mining of iron ore, it would not be far-fetched to double the efficiency. Li Qing nodded slightly and took the lead, stating that he had little understanding of these intricate details. Upon entering the expansive factory, the temperature surged dramatically, and a wave of heat enveloped them. A foreman noticed their arrival and hurried over. "Miss Li, young master," he greeted. Li Shuer nodded and replied, "You carry on with your work. We are merely here for a casual visit, so no need to rush. Just maintain the current state." "Understood," the foreman replied, bowing slightly. Zhu Zaili surveyed the surroundings with awe, marveling at the enormity of the blacksmith shop, a sight he had never encountered before. By the time he regained his composure, Li Qing and the others had already moved on, prompting him to hastily follow. As they ventured deeper, the fiery ambience intensified, and the heat became increasingly palpable, igniting a sense of both curiosity and excitement within Zhu Zaili. having spent most of his time within the East Palace. He was only aware of the might of the Ming Dynasty, but had yet to grasp its tangible manifestations. This moment finally provided him with a rudimentary understanding. The furnaces were grand and crimson, numerous in number, with blacksmiths at work, molten iron being poured, forged, and ultimately shaped into organized stacks. The scale was vast, the workforce abundant, and the division of labor clear. This nearly assembly line production method was not only efficient, but also aesthetically pleasing. Zhu Zili's face flushed, unsure whether it was from the heat or his excitement. In truth, Li Qing was not much better off than Zhu Zili. His limited energy meant he was not well acquainted with these detailed tasks. However, he found solace in the reliability of the sibling duo, Li Hao and Li Shuer, as well as Zhu Hozhao's suggestions, which allowed him to enjoy a rare moment of relaxation amidst his duties. After observing the lively scene for a while, without grasping the intricacies, Li Qing requested Li Shuer to elucidate the current iron smelting techniques. They moved to a relatively secluded area, where Li Shuer pointed at the neatly arranged railway tracks and explained. This railway requires both the roasting steel method and the casting steel method. The roasting method involves continuous stirring to reduce the gas content in the molten iron, thereby enhancing its hardness. However, it has a critical drawback. While it achieves sufficient hardness, it lacks ductility, making it brittle and prone to fracture. Therefore, the casting method is necessary to compensate for this. Zhu Zili inquired. So, the core is made of wrought iron to provide ductility, while the surface uses pig iron for hardness and wear resistance. Exactly, Li Shuer affirmed. Of course, these are merely the smelting techniques. Casting railway tracks cannot rely solely on methods, but also on formulas, such as incorporating a specific ratio of tin for improved wear resistance, or adding a certain proportion of phosphorus iron to enhance toughness. The length of each railway track is also crucial. Being an inch too long or too short can affect quality. Through repeated experimentation, a length of 5.5 feet has been determined to be optimal. Additionally, the firing temperature is a significant factor that must be precisely controlled. Li Qing, intrigued, questioned how one could accurately gauge the temperature without a thermometer. How is this done? By observing the color of the flames, came the reply. Li Shuer remarked that as the temperature within the furnace fluctuates, the color of the flame undergoes subtle changes. Not only did Zhu Zili exclaim that he had gained new insights, but Li Qing was also astounded. At the same time, they marveled at the crystallization of wisdom accumulated over millennia. While handcrafted nuclear bombs are unattainable, certain less revolutionary inventions, such as steamships and trains, are certainly within reach. Though they pale in comparison to future advancements, lacking in precision machinery and accurate data, these traditional methods remain remarkably effective, at least until those innovations emerged, as they possessed considerable practical value. Under Li Shuer's guidance, Li Qing took another tour, finally grasping the intricate complexities involved. The process of forging, the steps taken, and even the precise exertion of force were all subjects of great importance. Zhu Zili, captivated by the discussion, suddenly felt that engaging in business was rather trivial. These endeavors were truly the work of men. He bowed deeply to Li Shuer, exclaiming, "Women are not inferior to men. Mr. Li is indeed a great talent." Li Shuer was taken aback, then chuckled, "It is not my talent, but rather the strong foundation we possess. These advancements were not conjured from thin air, but rather built upon prior knowledge. The cultivation of such craftsmen alone would consume an immeasurable amount of time." "That is still quite remarkable," Zhu Zili sighed. "To integrate all these components and successfully upgrade them is no small feat." Li Qing shared this sentiment, suddenly feeling a sense of shame for his own contributions compared to the tireless efforts of Li Shuer. Receiving such praise in front of Li Qing, Li Shuer became unexpectedly shy, laughing softly. "You, young man, certainly have a way with words." "All truth," Zhu Zili declared with utmost seriousness. Li Shuer shook her head in amusement, saying, "If we are to speak truly, it is those blacksmiths, the skilled artisans who have accumulated knowledge over generations. The fruits of their labor are not my doing. I merely gathered them together and provided maximum support. Through a process of trial and error, we have achieved today's results. I do not deserve such high honor." Li Qing slightly nodded, acknowledging, "You have indeed worked hard in this endeavor." Li Shuer sniffed lightly and nodded in agreement. "Yes. Mr. Li, may I learn here? I won't require wages. I truly enjoy this place," Zhu Zili inquired. "Of course," Li Shuer readily replied. "I will speak with the foreman shortly." Once the new year begins and work resumes, you may report for duty. Thank you very much. Zhu Zili inhaled deeply, suddenly inspired with a goal to strive towards. Feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him, and he relaxed, shedding his previous reticence. Mr. Li, you mentioned that the ideal length for a single rail is 5.5 feet. Any deviation would diminish its effectiveness. However, these appear to be slightly longer. He noted. Li Shuer explained. They have been intentionally made longer, both for greater accuracy and length and to facilitate inspection. Inspection? Xiao Bao interjected. That involves sawing off the redundant lengths at both ends, examining the cross-section for patterns and grain to confirm quality. Furthermore, they are proportionally cut in the middle to better ensure quality. Li Shuer nodded. Though this may result in some waste, the integrity of the quality cannot be overlooked. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zili was utterly amazed, practically bowing in reverence. I have read numerous books, yet it is only today that I realize my own ignorance. Meanwhile, Li Qing quietly touched his nose, remaining silent. Chapter 477. Progress and regression. As they continued to stroll, Little Bao's nose was already glistening with sweat, and Zhu Zili was also wiping his brow intermittently. Observing this, Li Shuer suggested, let's head to the rest area to chat. It's not as hot over there. The temperature difference between indoors and outdoors was quite substantial, especially in winter, making one prone to colds. To mitigate this, the Li family had deliberately constructed a rest area adjacent to the iron furnace workshop. It connected to the workshop on one side and led outside on the other, allowing individuals to gradually acclimate to the changing temperatures. This was designed to minimize the risk of illness resulting from drastic temperature fluctuations. The rest area was equipped with long benches, stoves, teapots, and cups. Though not luxurious, it exuded a warm, human touch, and the entire design was remarkably sensible. Zhu Zili surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed, "This is truly wonderful. It feels like an entirely different world from the north." Little Bao, holding his teacup and tilting his head, retorted, "How can this simplistic place be considered wonderful? You flatter it too much. It's not two different worlds at all." "That is a heartfelt statement," Zhu Zili responded. "In terms of refinement and luxury, this place may indeed pale in comparison, but it is undoubtedly more advanced." "Advanced? Indeed it is," Li Qing chuckled. "On one hand, we have political machinations and lofty philosophical discussions. On the other, we embrace industrialization and efficient production. There is a stark disconnection. Claiming it is like two different worlds is hardly an exaggeration." "Yes, that is precisely the sensation." Zhu Zili nodded vigorously. "It's as if one exists 50 years ago, and the other 50 years into the future." Little Bao was momentarily taken aback, then grinned widely, asking, "Is this what you mean by 50 years ago and 50 years ahead? What does that even mean? This is hardly comparable." He scoffed, "You have much more to see." Zhu Zili felt a surge of excitement and tentatively inquired, "May I take a look?" "Why the haste? You will reside in Jinling in the future. Will there not be ample opportunities?" Li Qing retorted, somewhat exasperated. "You just expressed a desire to study here, and in the blink of an eye, you're swayed?" "Oh, no," Zhu Zili stammered, eager to clarify. "I simply wish to witness it firsthand. If I truly aim to learn, this place is undoubtedly the better choice." "Why is that?" "Because this is foundational. Whether it be steamships or steam locomotives, they are all inextricably linked to iron smelting. Without this foundation, it would be akin to building castles in the air. It is essential to start from the basics," Zhu Zili admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "Once I grasp these fundamentals, I can pursue other studies at a later time. For now, I am merely curious and eager to witness the epic-making achievements of the Ming Dynasty," Zhu Zili expressed, having previously only heard of them and now yearning to see them with his own eyes. Li Qing chuckled silently, nodding in acknowledgement. "You are quite earnest." Zhu Zili chuckled awkwardly. After resting for a while, the oppressive heat subsided, and the group continued through the rest area to the other side. Upon exiting, they were greeted by the sight of a steam locomotive. "Is this the steam locomotive?" Zhu Zili examined it from top to bottom, his face alight with curiosity, asking, "Why is there wood laid beneath the tracks?" "This is to distribute the weight of the steam locomotive and prevent it from sinking," Little Bao explained. "Wood possesses greater resilience and better elasticity." "I see." Zhu Zili nodded gently, then inquired, "But won't the wood eventually rot?" Li Shuer nodded and remarked, "Corrosion is unavoidable. Yet preventive measures can be taken to extend the lifespan of materials. For instance, Soaking in tung oil followed by the application of quicklime significantly prolongs the durability of the sleepers. Zhu Zairi listened attentively, frequently nodding as he moved closer, glancing at the carriage, then the locomotive, and squatting to scrutinize the tracks, much like an expert in archaeology examining the sleepers. Observing his relentless curiosity, Li Qing chuckled. Have you discerned the secrets? Not really, Zhu Zairi replied, awkwardly shaking his head. Is it possible to see it in motion? Li Shuer explained, typically. It operates in the afternoon, just before the end of the workday, when the carriages are loaded with goods for transportation to the warehouse. After the new year, you'll have plenty of opportunities to see it in action. Xiao Bao interjected, although it doesn't consume much coal. It can't be set in motion just because you want to see it, right? Zhu Zairi nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. That makes sense. Li Shuai smiled and said, let us move on and explore other areas. Very well, after you, Mr. Li, Zhu Zairi replied. As they ventured into iron smelting, steam locomotives, and steam excavators, Zhu Zairi felt as if he were a country bumpkin entering a grand garden, awestruck and enchanted. The massive steam engine aboard the steam cargo ship, a colossal and intricately designed piece of iron machinery, left him utterly amazed. It's immense, he exclaimed. Yet, contemplating the even larger steam cargo ships, he found such size reasonable. I heard my father mention that the steamships of the Ming Dynasty have significantly advanced. Surely this monumental steam engine is the pinnacle of innovation? Li Qing responded, this steamship, equipped with such a heart, possesses the capability to sail to the southeastern nations of the Ming. However, it still lacks the technology and fuel supply stations necessary for voyages to the distant west. Zhu Zairi inhaled deeply and sincerely remarked, this is already quite remarkable. Are you genuinely interested in these matters? Indeed, today has truly broadened my horizons, Zhu Zairi admitted candidly. I find this far more tangible than the intrigues of power. It is visible, tangible, and a genuine means of strengthening the nation. Li Qing nodded in agreement. The group then proceeded to explore various warehouses, and the entire excursion lasted well past lunchtime. Zhu Zairi, still yearning for more, glanced back repeatedly as they prepared to leave. His curiosity was piqued by a distant area that, though not large, appeared exceedingly refined. What is that over there? He inquired. That is a research base, also known as a hub for talent, Li Shuer explained. Here is where actual production takes place, while that area focuses on research and development. Truly advanced, Zhu Zairi mused, struggling to find the right words to describe what he had witnessed, settling for the term advanced. What about the area further away? Zhu Zairi pointed towards a more distant region. Ah, that is the fertilizer production base, Li Shuer clarified. Such facilities are abundant. The Ming Dynasty boasts the highest number, with at least one in every province and county. This standardized production not only enhances efficiency, but also reduces costs. Food is paramount for the people, Zhu Zairi remarked. One must be well fed to accomplish anything. Even the conservative and moderate ministers in the court place significant importance on agricultural fertilizers. Among the various inventions and innovations by the Li family, it is the fertilizer that receives the most enthusiastic support from the officials. Only the financial expenditure for constructing the fertilizer plant encountered unanimous support from the court, with no dissenting voices. Zhu Zaili took a deep breath and remarked, the current prosperity of the Ming Dynasty owes its immense credit to the Li family. Li Shuai chuckled softly and replied, without him, the Li family would not have reached such heights. Today's achievements of the Li family are indeed a product of their own efforts. Zhu Zaili paused in surprise, then soon found clarity, exclaiming, only now do I truly comprehend the significant value of the Yongqing marquis. Li Qing laughed and said, throughout this journey, your flattery has been unceasing. If you're not weary, I certainly am of hearing it. Let us move on and dine. Ah, but these are sincere words. Inspired by genuine feelings, Zhu Zaili defended. Flatterer, he added with a smile. At the majestic tower, in an elegant private room, Zhu Ho Zhao reclined with his legs crossed, gazing at his nephew with an air of superiority. What do you think? He asked, clearly impressed. Zhu Zaili sincerely responded. In comparison to the lifeless north, this place is vibrant and teeming with life. It is truly splendid. Indeed, it is splendid, Zhu Ho Zhao concurred. Cast aside all burdens and embrace a new life. Do not dwell on your father. He has more than one son. For him, your pursuit of a fulfilling life is the greatest filial piety. Zhu Zaili was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. Li Qing interjected, your uncle speaks wisely. Zhu Zili responded, "Does it sound like an insult?" Little Bao stifled a laugh. Soon, a sumptuous array of dishes was served. Zhu Zili rose, poured himself a drink, took a deep breath, and stated, "As a newcomer, I am truly grateful for your kindness, which cannot be expressed in words but only through this wine." With that, he raised his cup and drank heartily, refilling and drinking 3 cups in succession. Zhu Hozhao smacked his lips and commented, "The last line lacks rhyme." "Ha ha." Little Bao leaned over the table, swinging his legs in midair, laughing uncontrollably. Zhu Zili, momentarily astonished, soon joined in the laughter, feeling light-hearted and natural, oblivious to any embarrassment or shame, his laughter emanating from the depths of his heart. Chapter 478. The Lazy One and the Small Lazy One. After the banquet, as the group descended to the main hall of the tavern, they found it nearly deserted, save for Zhu Wei, who was propping his chin up and yawning listlessly. Upon seeing them, he quickly rubbed his face, stood up, and smiled. "Have you all eaten and drunk well?" Zhu Hozhao replied, and noticing their mood, Li Qing said, "With the new year approaching, there's no need to wear such a sour expression." Zhu Hozhao composed himself and grumbled, "Business is slow during the new year. I'll give the staff a red envelope and close up for the time being." "Indeed," Zhu Wei nodded happily, "I will go arrange this in the back." His eagerness only fueled Zhu Hozhao's irritation. Li Qing chuckled, "All right, you're all grown up now. Let us avoid the direct parenting tactics. If necessary, consider nurturing your grandchildren instead. There's still time." Zhu Zili, suppressing a smile, reassured, "Uncle Zhu, a forced endeavor bears no sweetness. Perhaps my cousin simply lacks a talent for business. I too struggled to find my strengths initially." Zhu Hozhao rolled his eyes after one stroll. "You suddenly find your talent?" Zhu Zili sheepishly shook his head, awkwardly laughing. "I believe that passion is the best motivator for learning. If my cousin is disinterested, why force it?" Zhu Hozhao paused momentarily, then slowly nodded. "You have indeed made an astute observation. Let us refrain from discussing unpleasant matters during the festive season. Since you are new to the capital and have no other relatives besides me, why not spend the new year here with me?" "All right." Zhu Zili took a breath, abandoning his pretentiousness. "I shall intrude upon you, Zhu Bo." "That is the right attitude," Zhu Hozhao replied. "No one considers you a bother, and you must not see yourself as one either. Your father is overly sensitive. The good qualities he possesses are beyond your reach, and the negative ones you should certainly avoid imitating." Zhu Zili scratched his head and remarked, "Zhu Bo, you are not familiar with my father." Zhu Hozhao retrieved a memorial from his bosom and addressed Li Qing. "In accordance with your request, the memorial has been prepared and is signed with Li Qiang's name. Whenever you wish to submit it is entirely up to you." However, Li Qing refused to accept it, saying, "It is not my signature. I shall not submit it." "You may give it to Li Qiang on another day. You truly are something else." Li Qing chuckled as she took it from him. There was still some time before nightfall, yet the sky had darkened considerably, suggesting that snow was imminent. Indeed, as soon as they arrived home, the first snowflakes began to fall. Under the eaves, Li Qing quietly admired the snow while Li Qing also took in the wintry scene. Little Bao had not accompanied them and had returned home alone after passing by the Yongqing Marquis's residence. "Tomorrow I shall go to the market and invite Li Qiang and Little Bao to join me for lunch," she said. "The vegetable market has already closed for the day. We shall wait until the 3rd day of the new year. You should take a good rest, and we will bring the vegetables then." "That sounds agreeable," Li Qing murmured, gazing at the increasingly large snowflakes. "I have been overly focused on politics for far too long. Today's observations have left me quite astonished. What I once took for granted actually requires immense effort and hardship. Establishing a new era is not merely a matter of words." Li Qing gently shook her head, replying, "The Li family merely provides a platform, and I happen to be the spokesperson, nothing more. If I appear eloquent today, it is entirely due to the teachings of those skilled artisans. Without their expertise, the outcome would simply be a case of the lazy relying on the lazy, with the lazy left to stare blankly." At this, Li Qing let out a light laugh. "Indeed, that metaphor is quite vivid. The lazy relying on the lazy is a fitting description." Li Qing chuckled, then sighed. "Alas, I cannot break free from my own inertia. The lethargy of the political arena is far too strong, and I find myself deeply ensnared." Li Qing slightly shook her head and said, "Your laziness is confined to the Li family. Beyond that, you are remarkably diligent. There is a saying by Little Shozi that I find particularly profound." "What is it?" "Politics is about compromise and moderation. One must not only strive to safeguard political ideals, but also strike a balance and master the nuances. It is never about violence and conflict. Li Shuete spoke softly. Rather than labeling it as inertia, it is more about moderation. Humility brings benefits, while arrogance invites loss. Moderation is indeed the true path, the essence of our vast territory and large population. Although it may seem out of place in the short term, in the long run, it is the most correct approach. However, your expectations are too high. You wish to preserve long-term moderation while simultaneously igniting fleeting radicalism, which is simply greedy folly. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully. Profound. That was not my observation, Li Shuete stated. It is all a summary by little Shouzi. Li Qing expressed his sentiments, remarking that this individual undeniably possesses the extraordinary potential befitting an emperor. Indeed, Li Shuete resonated deeply with this thought. Although he indulges in playfulness and revelry, exhibiting a capricious nature, it would nonetheless be a significant blessing if he could continue to reign as emperor. There is no cause for lamentation, as his cousin is no less capable, possessing a temperament that is more composed and better suited to the principles of moderation and governance. Li Qing gently stated that the present moment is indeed optimal, at least with regard to who ascends the throne. Li Shuete paused momentarily, then nodded slowly, reflecting that this prince, born of royal lineage, has finally, in the truest sense, become the person she admires most, no longer merely in words. Frankly speaking, this is no small feat indeed. It is quite a challenge. As their conversation unfolded, the snowflakes fell abundantly, akin to goose feathers, while the north wind eased slightly, allowing the snow to descend gently. The night was late in arriving, yet the sky remained bright. Li Qing inquired if she was busy over the next couple of days. Not at all. The New Year holiday is approaching, and I have almost settled all accounts. There is little to occupy me at present. Then let us stay here for 2 days and return home on New Year's Eve, Li Qing suggested. True cultivation of qi can indeed extend one's lifespan. Yet compared to your master Zhang, you are still leagues away. You have your leisure, and I have my time. Let us solidify our practice. Li Shuete smiled sweetly and asked, is 2 days sufficient? Of course, it is not enough, but I do not intend to stay only for 2 days. Li Qing replied naturally. Those who are capable bear more burdens. I hope that your diligent efforts will lead to a long and prosperous life. Then I will do my utmost. Certainly, you must exert your full strength. Li Qing made a stretching motion and continued. For instance, let us set a modest goal, 100 years of life. Li Shuete chuckled softly. I do not possess the terrifying talent of Master Zhang. By the way, have you surpassed him yet? In what regard? In the realm of qi? Not yet, but I am not far off, Li Qing replied with a gentle sigh. Surpassing him is only a matter of time. You know that I am never short of it. The snowfall ceased at some point, and when Li Qing awoke the next day, the accumulated snow measured less than 2 inches. It was insufficient for building a snowman, and sweeping it away would be a shame, so he allowed it to gather in the small courtyard. If Zhu Hozhao were present, he would likely accuse him of seeking an excuse for laziness. Throughout the day, Xiao Bao did not visit, nor did Zhu Hozhao or Li Xian. Li Qing understood the reasons behind their absence, but refrained from expressing any sentiments of loneliness, instead focusing entirely on guiding Li Shuete through her meridians, imparting his cultivation experiences, and addressing her encountered challenges, as well as those she might face in the future. Another day passed, and it was New Year's Eve. Li Shuete returned to the Yongqing Marquis's residence, while Li Qing savored the rare solitude. The snow on the ground was not as pure as that on the wall. The snow on the wall was not as pristine as that on the fruit trees, and the snow on the fruit trees could not compare to the endless expanse of white in the distance. On the following day, Li Qing arose early, leaping onto the rooftop to await the first sunrise of the 33rd year of the Jiajing era. It appeared as grand and as red as ever. Transitioning from hawthorn red to golden yellow, there seemed to be little difference. Once again, Li Qing arrived in high spirits only to depart in disappointment. He leapt down from the roof and retrieved a book from his study, leaning back in a reclining chair under the eaves, basking in the warmth while perusing the pages. The snow's coldness was less biting than that of melting snow, and the warmth from the sun was hardly comforting. After basking for a while, Li Qing decided to indulge in a nap. The second day of the Lunar New Year is a time for visiting relatives and friends. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Li, under the guidance of his uncle, entered the esteemed Yongqing Marquis's residence for the first time. The Marquis's estate was vast, nearly comparable to that of a duke. Yet, Given the financial prowess of the Li family, it still retained an air of modesty. Uncle Zhu, have you truly arranged everything? Zhu Zili whispered to Zhu Hozhao as they stepped aside, casting furtive glances around them, feeling the weight of expectation. Everyone knows you are to meet your niece-in-law. Just be patient. She will arrive soon, and your entire performance will surely captivate the audience. Zhu Hozhao replied softly. How am I to captivate? Zhu Zili inquired, perplexed. Oh dear, you are truly dim-witted. Zhu Hozhao sighed in exasperation. It is often said that a talented man deserves a beautiful woman. If you do not showcase your talents beneath the blooming flowers and the moonlight, how can you expect to enchant? You can compose poetry, can you not? Indeed, I can. But I fear my spontaneous creation may not suit the occasion, Zhu Zili confessed. Do not concern yourself with appropriateness. What matters is to exhibit your brilliance. A glance caught Zhu Hozhao's attention as he noticed a little figure standing a short distance away. Suddenly, he halted his conversation, feeling an urgency surpassing that of his nephew. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Oh, little Bao, your granduncle has prepared a magnificent red envelope for you. Come forth and bow." Zhu Zili was taken aback, turning to find his future brother-in-law had indeed arrived. "When did you come?" he exclaimed. "Just as you have arranged things." Zhu Zili replied, bewildered. "Now that you are aware, I shall not pretend any longer," Zhu Hozhao declared, momentarily shaking off the awkwardness. "Fetch your second sister, the one who shares the same parents." The little one appeared utterly astonished. "Why are you not hurrying?" Zhu Hozhao urged sternly. "Do you still wish for the red envelope? Do you wish to study mathematics with ease?" The small child, feeling overwhelmed, stammered. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" "Excessive?" Zhu Hozhao looked at his nephew. "Is it truly excessive?" "It is somewhat excessive, but not overly so," Zhu Hozhao conceded. With this commotion, the little one finally reacted, indignantly declaring, "I shall go complain." Chapter 479. A good child, yet naively simple, quite amusing from a distance. Li Qing observed the scene unfold, a slight smile playing upon his lips. Clad in light-colored attire and donning a pale silk headscarf, he blended almost seamlessly with the snowy surroundings, making him difficult to detect. It was rather dull. Watching the lively spectacle was quite enjoyable. Li Qing shifted his position, continuing to observe the unfolding drama. Suddenly, Zhu Hozhao's expression shifted as he called out, "Red envelope. Come and claim your red envelope first." However, the little one was not easily deceived. Not only did he refuse to approach, but he began to retreat step by step. As the child seemed poised to bolt, Zhu Hozhao grew frantic, slapping his nephew's forehead and scolding, "Why are you not capturing him?" Zhu Zili hesitated, pondering the impropriety of the situation. "Impropriety? Nonsense!" Zhu Hozhao exclaimed, losing his composure. "Do you wish to forfeit your wife?" Zhu Zili remained uncertain, while the little one showed no such hesitation. Sprinting towards the moon gate, realizing that their scheme was about to unravel, Zhu Zili finally made a decisive move, chasing after the child. Despite the little one's short legs, he could not outrun Zhu Zili's long strides. Just as the moon gate was within reach, the child faltered and was scooped up by Zhu Zili, who hurriedly retreated, covering the little one's mouth, his demeanor akin to that of a thief. Li Qing furrowed his brow, leaning slightly forward, hesitating for a moment before ultimately refraining from taking action. "What should we do now, Zhubo? What else can we do?" Zhu Hozhao replied irritably, "Just keep him steady while I provide cover. Don't create any more complications." Hey, don't move." Zhu Zili tightened his grip on the wriggling little one, forcing him to remain still, and chuckled awkwardly. "Little Bao, I apologize. I didn't intend for this." Little Bao already harbored significant grievances against Zhu Zili, and in this moment, he perceived the man's duplicity even more acutely, his large eyes blazing with indignation, chattering incessantly. Zhu Zili couldn't decipher the child's words, yet he sensed they were far from complimentary, which only added to his headache. Not only was there no progress, but the situation had also become more challenging, and Zhu Zili's legs began to ache. Before long, Zhu Hozhao arrived, leading the scowling Li Xian. Upon seeing his beloved grandson's flushed face, Li Xian's anger intensified. "Still not letting go? All right." Zhu Zili released his grip as if burned. The little one tumbled to the ground, even more incensed, puffing his way over to his grandfather to lodge a complaint. Zhu Zili was speechless, nervously gesticulating, unsure of what he was trying to convey. "Grandpa, he is being too much." "I understand," Li Xian replied, taking a deep breath. He turned to Zhu Hozhao. "Take little Bao away. I need to speak with him." Aware of his own shortcomings, Zhu Hozhao said nothing further, leading little Bao away and slipping an envelope into his hand, skipping the customary New Year greetings altogether. As Zhu Hozhao half-dragged little Bao toward an unoccupied platform, he chuckled awkwardly. During the festive season, you wouldn't want everyone to be in a foul mood, would you? But Grandpa, you're being unfair to me. Oh, come now. Grandpa loves you dearly. This is merely to strengthen our family ties. Don't be so petty. Zhu Hozhao replied. He may be a bit poor, but the Li family doesn't concern itself with wealth when it comes to marriage. It's about character, is it not? Yet, he was already scheming during our first meeting, claiming the gift was from my ancestor when he saw I didn't like it. He nearly suffocated me earlier, stating he didn't wish to upset the little one. With such character, regardless of noble lineage, he cannot be deemed worthy. Just a few days ago at the ironworks, you didn't hold back in confronting him, and during our time at Weiwu Tower, you even mocked him. Zhu Hozhao said, for my sake, let this matter rest. Didn't you report him to the ironworks? You can complain, but can he not? Fine, it's not a significant issue. As long as he doesn't marry my sister, everything else can be settled. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Who are you to speak? Zhu Hozhao retorted. Moreover, he may lack eloquence, and if you call him foolish, I have no rebuttal. But hypocritical, he is not. He is merely clumsy with words and a bit simple-minded. Yet his heart is not malicious, and his character is commendable. Little Bao asked, how did you arrive at that conclusion? Zhu Hozhao lowered his voice, stating, simply put, his willingness to relinquish the easily attainable throne should speak volumes. The little one was momentarily speechless, then lowered his voice and inquired, Grandpa Zhu, are you truly his uncle? Is he really your nephew? Doesn't he seem so? Not at all. Little Bao replied candidly. Perhaps it is due to my minority ancestry. Zhu Hozhao remarked. Little Bao. Zhu Hozhao offered no further explanation, simply stating, knowing too much is of no benefit to you. There are matters you should not yet comprehend at your age. The young lad scratched his head, nodded slightly, and ultimately hung his head in disappointment. I still wonder what use it serves, Zhu Hozhao scoffed. You, a mere child, are truly overthinking this. Little Bao grumbled. If he were not pining for my sister, I wouldn't be like this. Well, perhaps he is quite a decent fellow. Maybe your sister likes him as well? Zhu Hozhao inquired. Is he unattractive? Not at all. The boy replied. Given his background and experiences, do you truly believe him to be ambitious yet lacking in talent? Time reveals a person's true character. Do not hastily form conclusions. Zhu Hozhao continued. Moreover, regarding the incident at the ironworks, he did not come to complain to me. He merely felt you had developed a dislike for him and sought my advice on how to make amends. Really? Why would I deceive you? Zhu Hozhao responded, somewhat exasperated. With that display just now, would a truly hypocritical person act so foolishly? The child pondered this for a moment, shaking his head slightly, as if to agree. He is not hypocritical, Zhu Hozhao added with a bitter smile. He is simply genuinely foolish. Little Bao still felt somewhat discontent, muttering, is it reasonable to be foolish? You surely have no objection to my sister marrying a fool. But, that is not the right way to put it, Zhu Hozhao interjected. Low emotional intelligence is deemed foolishness, while high emotional intelligence is seen as honesty. Would you prefer your sister to marry an honest and straightforward person, or a cunning one? The boy paused, visibly conflicted, his little face scrunched up in thought. Zhu Hozhao chuckled. All right, there is no need to force this. If your sister fancies him, all will be well, and your disapproval is of no consequence. Should she not be interested, she certainly will not engage in a fruitless pursuit. There is no need for you to fret over this. Of course, your fretting is ultimately futile. Little Bao nodded gloomily, questioning, no need to force it? Of course. Given your great-grandfather's stature, we, as uncle and nephew, would not dare impose, would we? The boy pondered this and ceased his indignation. As they spoke, the two ascended the high platform. Little Bao gazed toward the courtyard, lamenting, grandfather must be very lonely all by himself. Oh, he has experienced much solitude. Should you truly wish to accompany him, he might not even find joy in it. Great-aunt once said, why is that? Because he longs for your entire family to gather, vibrant and joyful, celebrating the new year together, at least from New Year's Eve to the second day of the new year. He believes this to be preferable. Zhu Hozhao sighed softly. After all, he is an outsider. Not at all, Little Bao argued. Great-aunt said that since our grandfather acknowledged our great-grandfather, we, the Li family, have been his descendants. Zhu Hozhao merely smiled, offering no explanation. Alas, if only grandfather were here, I could pay my respects to him. Tomorrow would not be too late. The new year lasts until the 15th, and one does not truly conclude the celebrations until after the first month, Zhu Hozhao replied lazily. Of course, if you truly wish to bow, you may bow to me as well. If it comes to that, you can consider me your grandfather. Zhu Hozhao chuckled with pride. If your Zhu uncle refers to him as Li uncle, then in this sense, he is indeed your junior. I am not taking advantage of you. Is that not the case? Let us set aside the reasoning for now. Is your face not feeling a tad itchy? A melodious voice resonated, causing Zhu Hozhao's smile to falter instantly. Where could she be? The next moment, his vision blurred, and upon focusing again, there stood Li Qing. Zhu Hozhao's countenance paled. After making an effort to put on an act, he found himself face to face with the very subject of his jest, leaving him quite dejected and lamenting the inauspicious start to the year. Ah, well, I was merely boasting a bit with the child, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Zhu Hozhao quickly interjected with a serious tone. After all, it is the new year. Li Qing responded. Xiao Bao, cough. When did you arrive? Zhu Bo, you truly have everything arranged. Li Qing's face darkened. What? Zhu Hozhao exclaimed, bewildered, from such a distance. Can it be that you possess the legendary ability of keen hearing? Xiao Bao could not contain himself, remarking, Zhu Grandpa, your art of conversation should be imparted to your elder nephew. Zhu Hozhao replied playfully, such mischief. Noticing Li Qing's continued frown, he hurriedly added, it is entirely voluntary. Not at all coercive, rest assured. I have conveyed this to Li Xian, and my little aunt is of the same mind. If the girl does not fancy him, it is merely a reflection of his capabilities. Should she take a liking to him, well, that is fate, a bond strengthened. Despite his displeasure towards the younger brother, Zhu Hozhao was still inclined to assist with the matter of marrying into the Li family. After all, they shared the surname Zhu and were of the same lineage, united under a common ancestor. Having already put his younger brother in a predicament, Zhu Hozhao could not neglect his elder nephew's situation any further. Xiao Bao, quickly. Pay your respects to your grandpa. Did you not just mention it? Hurry. The little one understood the ploy, yet willingly fell for it. Xiao Bao knelt, respectfully bowing his head. Xiao Bao wishes grandpa a happy new year. May all your endeavors be prosperous, and may you enjoy peace and joy. Good child, rise. Li Qing's expression brightened, reaching into her bosom to retrieve a red envelope. Zhu Hozhao sighed in relief, narrowly escaping a predicament. However, after handing the red envelope to Xiao Bao, Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, huffing, it would be unreasonable for you not to bow as well, wouldn't it? Chapter 480. The beauty of youth. Zhu Hozhao inquired. Is there a red envelope for me? I shall compensate you later. Then I shall not bow, Zhu Hozhao retorted. One hand for the red envelope, and the other for the bow. That is only fair. On this festive occasion, Li Qing refrained from escalating the matter, merely shooting him a glare before turning her gaze elsewhere. Zhu Hozhao chuckled awkwardly and turned to follow Li Qing's line of sight. He observed Li Xian engaged in conversation with his elder nephew. The distance was too great to discern the words exchanged, but he could faintly perceive their gestures. What did your grandpa say? I cannot hear from this distance, Xiao Bao replied, shaking his head. Zhu Hozhao had no choice but to inquire of Li Qing. What was said? Guess. On this festive occasion, do not be such a spoilsport. Share it with us so we may all have a good laugh, Zhu Hozhao chuckled. Isn't that right, Xiao Bao? Xiao Bao remained silent, merely watching with curiosity. In the distance, Li Xian and Zhu Zili stood facing each other. Perhaps due to Li Xian's martial background, he was not eloquent, while Zhu Zili, aware of his own limitations, was cautious about speaking too much. The atmosphere was rather somber. After a period of silence, Li Xian cleared his throat and addressed the matter directly. I have heard that you intend to marry a girl from the Li family? No, that is not the case. Li Xian furrowed his brow. Your uncle has told me, a true man must dare to take responsibility. No, it's not about marrying. It's about wanting to marry. Zhu Zhi stammered. To want carries a sense of coercion, while to desire is merely a personal wish. You truly possess great learning. Li Xian remarked indifferently. Your Highness Yongqing. You flatter me. I merely felt that Zhu Zhi suddenly suspected the other party was not genuinely complimenting him, and he fell silent with a hint of displeasure. Li Xian took a deep breath and said, You have just arrived in Jinling, and this is your first visit to the Yongqing Marquis' residence. What makes you desire to marry a girl from the Li family? Zhu Zhi hesitated. Li Xian scoffed. Even without your words, I already know. However, if you remain silent, I shall be quite disappointed. Enough. No need to elaborate. Li Qing scoffed. Do you truly think I am unaware? It is your uncle's scheme, am I right? No. That's not it. Zhu Zhai exclaimed. Then who is it? Li Qing asked, perplexed. It was my father, Zhu Zhai explained, taking a deep breath to calm his nervousness. My father instructed me to do this. You are indeed a well-behaved child, Li Qing remarked with a slight huff. But if you wish to be obedient, you ought to strive for excellence, rather than come to Jinling to indulge in leisure. I lack the ability, Zhu Zhai admitted, feeling ashamed. I am not criticizing you. Li Qing stated. You previously said it is not about marrying, but wanting to marry. Yet, do you truly want to marry? It seems your father desires it for you. Zhu Zhai was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. I apologize, but I cannot entrust my daughter to you, Li Qing said calmly. Indeed, marriage is a matter dictated by parents. Yet one must not completely disregard the wishes of the younger generation, not to mention the girls of the Li family, even for you, if you have no true desire. How can I match you with my daughter as your uncle has suggested? I have the desire. That is merely your father's imposition of his wishes upon you, not your own, Li Qing replied. I am aware of your situation. Your talents may be somewhat lacking. Yet you are indeed gentle and modest. I harbor no prejudice against you, nor do I believe you unworthy of a girl from the Li family. However, if you cannot even surpass this hurdle, how can I be at ease? Zhu Zhai scratched his head, wanting to say something but unsure how to articulate it. In the end, may I request just a brief meeting? Just to see each other. You need not do anything or say anything, and I shall not overstep my bounds. Zhu Zhai earnestly implored. I do not wish for anything extravagant. I merely seek to have an explanation for myself when my father comes to Jiangnan to reprimand me. Very well, Li Qing murmured. Come with me. As they walked, they reached a high platform where Zhu Hozhao was joyfully dancing about like a child over 60 years old. How is it? Li Qing is in favor of you. Surely you have nothing to say now? Zhu Qing retorted. You don't even know what was said. Yet you foolishly rejoice. I think you're even less sensible than your nephew. What do you mean? Zhu Qing succinctly recounted the conversation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hozhao could not help but feel disheartened, exclaiming in frustration, Foolish, imbecile. Xiao Bao chuckled. Grandfather Zhu, it's the new year. Do not be upset. Zhu Hozhao grumbled. I need to relieve myself. You two can chat first. I shall return shortly. With that, he disregarded Li Qing's reaction and swiftly made his exit. Great-grandfather surely must have given his nephew some advice. Little Bao felt a pang of anxiety. Li Qing chuckled softly and replied, Everyone possesses a sense of fairness. The girl will not be wronged. Your great-grandfather would not indiscriminately meddle in matters of the heart, nor is Zhu Zairi a man of disrepute. It is unnecessary to be overly dismissive without proper consideration. Well, fine then, the little one acquiesced, shifting the topic. Great-grandfather, can my grandaunt also wield your abilities? Are you referring to true energy? Li Qing nodded slightly. It is not an extraordinary gift. Not only your grandaunt, many at Wudong Mountain have cultivated true energy. However, this has little to do with longevity. My longevity is simply because I am meant to live long, not because I possess true energy. Do you understand? Yes. I understand, the little one replied eagerly, nodding vigorously. Can I cultivate true energy as well? Li Qing chuckled. Whether you can or not is not for me to decide. It depends entirely on you. On me? Didn't I already have the medicinal bath you prepared for me? I am soaking in it, and not just me. My brothers and uncles are as well, the child exclaimed with excitement. If we soak in the medicinal bath, will that greatly enhance our chances of success? Li Qing smiled and shook his head gently, not significantly. It mainly depends on innate talent. Of course, if you possess such talent in the future, your great-grandfather will certainly be generous. All right. The little one beamed with delight. Great-grandfather, since you are here, why not join us? It is rare to have such a lively occasion. No, I prefer not to be in crowds. It feels rather noisy. Li Qing replied with a slight shake of his head. You should go. Collect the red envelopes you are meant to receive. I want to stay with you, great-grandfather. We will see each other again tomorrow. Now go, Li Qing encouraged, patting the child's head. You are not merely a child. You cannot simply disappear in such a gathering. Very well then. Goodbye, great-grandfather. Li Qing smiled and nodded in farewell. Li Sun did not strike indiscriminately, granting Zhu Zairi the opportunity to showcase himself. The interactions between eligible young men and women are a delightful spectacle. The girl's shyness and the boy's awkwardness, their inadvertent blushes surpassing even the most breathtaking of sights. The innocence and beauty of youth are exquisite, evoking an involuntary smile and a buoyant spirit. Had it not been for Zhu Zai's performance, which brought Li Qing some awkward discomfort, perhaps he could have watched for a longer time. Nonetheless, he could not help but reflect. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. The following day, before dawn, Li Qing found himself restless and unable to sleep. He rose, washed up, and practiced a set of Tai Chi. Noticing no one had yet arrived, he busied himself by lighting the stove and preparing in the Eastern kitchen, thoroughly engaged in his tasks until the sound of the 6-character mantra echoed. Great fortune and prosperity. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Zhu Hozhao, beaming like a peony, clasping his hands in a gesture of greeting and joyfully exclaiming, "Happy New Year!" Li Shuer, Li Sun, Li Xiaobao, and Zhu Zai followed suit, offering their New Year wishes in turn. Li Qing opened the door wide, beckoning them inside. "Come in quickly. There is a fire burning in the room. Warm yourselves." Perhaps inspired by the wise counsel received yesterday from his esteemed elder, today, as Zhu Zai exhibited remarkable perceptiveness. He extended his idle hand to take the vegetable basket held by Li Qing, saying, "Uncle, General Li, Mr. Li, you may proceed to the guest hall. I shall assist the gentleman here. Let him be, let him be. After all, he is young." Zhu Hozhao cheerfully led his in-laws forward, one hand grasping his kin's and the other holding his younger sister's. "Xiaobao, you should join them. I can manage assisting on my own." The little one glanced at Li Qing, who nodded in encouragement, and he followed suit into the Eastern kitchen. Zhu Zai diligently selected vegetables, shedding his usual solemn demeanor, his face aglow with youthful vitality and enthusiasm. "So joyful are we? Well, it is the new year," Zhu Zai replied, slightly bashful, scratching his head as he resumed his task. "It cannot merely be due to the new year, can it? Ah, and after the new year, I shall report to the ironworks to begin my studies," Zhu Zai declared. Li Qing observed him with a knowing smile. "Surely there is more to it?" Zhu Zai's face flushed crimson, and after a moment of anxiousness, he summoned the courage to ask, "Do you disapprove? Every generation has its own fortune. I never intervene in such matters." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zai felt a great weight lift from his heart. Yet, Li Qing continued to probe. "You found yourself enamored after a single encounter. Do you consider that to be love?" Zhu Zai paused, taken aback, and stuttered in response. "No, is it not? What do you think it is?" He found the inquiry peculiar, wondering if the gentleman intended to expound upon profound truths or discuss virtues and flaws. Li Qing was momentarily speechless, reflecting on the beauty of youth. "Do you believe she harbors feelings for you?" Zhu Zai bashfully shook his head. "I do not know. At least, she does not seem to dislike me." Li Qing chuckled and nodded. "Then you must strive harder." "Ah," Zhu Zai replied, his laughter ringing with satisfaction. It felt as if he had discovered a life goal worthy of anchoring his existence. Though it remained unachieved and merely a thought, it surpassed all other joys. It might appear foolish, yet it was a sentiment many in the world seldom had the chance to experience. Selecting vegetables, washing them, and tending to the stove, Zhu Zai reveled in his tasks, feeling far happier than his father. Chapter 481. The times are thus. Your fate exceeds that of your father. Li Qing mused quietly, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for the selfish, proud, and rather pretentious Zhu Hozhao. The sensible child often bears the brunt of adversity, while the weeping child is rewarded with sweets. These were words Zhu Hozhao often uttered. Though somewhat theatrical, they held a kernel of truth. Li Qing felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, experiencing for the first time a sense of indebtedness toward Zhu Hozhao. "Sir, what troubles you?" "Nothing," Li Qing replied, tying on an apron and wiping his hands. He produced a red envelope and handed it to Zhu Zai. The latter stood in astonishment. "Is this for me?" "Indeed." Thank you. Zhu Zai, overwhelmed, could scarcely articulate his emotions, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. A profound sense of belonging surged within him, evoking an impulse to weep. "Sir, you are nothing like the rumors suggest," Zhu Zai expressed sincerely. "And how do the rumors portray me?" "A domineering power broker," Zhu Zai blurted out, immediately regretting it and hastily adding, "But in reality, you are quite personable, aren't you?" "Indeed." With a fitting expression, Zhu Zai nodded his head, but soon realized that while this description was indeed apt, it was somewhat inappropriate. He awkwardly remarked that, to be precise, it was quite warm-hearted, devoid of any coldness. Li Qing chuckled, urging everyone to get to work. "Ah, Today's feast was exceptionally lavish, featuring 6 meat dishes for vegetarian options and 2 soups, all a delightful blend of color, aroma, and flavor. Subsequently, the group formally exchanged New Year's greetings, with Li Qing distributing red envelopes, creating a lively atmosphere as they began to eat and drink. After all, during the New Year, it is primarily about feasting and revelry. Outside, snow had begun to fall unbeknownst to them, the gentle sound of its descent adding an extra layer of warmth to the celebratory family banquet. While the world outside was a frigid landscape, inside, the ambience was vibrant and lively. After a satisfying meal and feeling slightly tipsy, they engaged in light-hearted conversations, finding comfort and ease in each other's company. The occasional sounds of firecrackers further enhanced the festive spirit. Before they knew it, Li Qing's New Year's Day had swiftly passed. As the family gathering concluded, the snow continued to fall, blanketing the ground overnight. By the following morning, it had accumulated to a depth of half a foot. Li Qing, with a bamboo basket filled with offerings, leaped from beneath the eaves to the doorstep, ready to share stories he had long held at Qishao Mountain. In the days that followed, the festive spirit lingered but gradually diminished. Zhu Hozhao, Xiao Bao, and Li Xian frequently visited, though their stays were brief. Even Xiao Bao, who had been particularly attached to him, no longer insisted on living together. This allowed Li Qing ample time to assist Xiao Shuer in cultivating her vital energy. Yet, how much longevity could such energy truly grant? Li Shuer was no longer young. She had become quite the little old lady, with aspirations that were anything but small. In the blink of an eye, the day for eating Tangyuan arrived, and after indulging in the sweet rice balls, the festive atmosphere faded even further. Li Shuer gradually became busier, and Li Xian was no longer idle. Zhu Hozhao had never been a passive observer. He actively engaged and even set aside time to teach Xiaobao mathematics. Zhu Jiaji had found a career to strive for, spending his days scribbling notes and sketches, firmly believing that a poor memory was no match for a well-used pen. Li Qing observed it all with joy. Being busy was not a bad thing. However, he himself did not feel particularly happy. When occupied, he felt weary. In moments of idleness, he experienced emptiness. He contemplated teaching Xiao Bao about the heart's teachings, but the young boy, citing his youth and the abundance of time ahead, insisted that he focus on mathematics instead, proudly claiming that Zhu Grandpa's chicken and rabbit problem posed no challenge to him. The children were quite sensible, as were the adults. The Li family members were all considerate, causing no concern. Yet, the feeling of being unnecessary was rather disheartening. Occasionally, when alone, Li Qing would mutter a few words, resembling Zhu Hozhong in his sentimentality. The harsh climate had shown no signs of improvement. The bitter cold lingered for an extended period, and warmth only began to emerge as spring approached its end. Initially, the advice of Yin Song and others to make coarse grains the staple food had proven effective. However, upon digging deeper, Li Qing realized the truth. The common people were not adhering to the imperial policy. Rather, they were simply driven by a sense of urgency and fear of hunger, choosing to cultivate high-yield coarse grains as their main sustenance. The harsh climate forced the populace to compromise, relinquishing certain culinary desires. However, with the flourishing of commerce and industry, certain forms of entertainment have filled the void of missing happiness. Humans, being creatures rich in emotion, pursue spiritual gratification with greater fervor than physical pleasures. This is hardly surprising. Just as Li Qing, during his school days, preferred to subsist on steamed buns and water in order to save money for online gaming. Of course, this rationale is one thing, but the nature of the situation is entirely different. In an era abundant with material wealth, Li Qing's actions might have seemed foolish. Yet the current populace, engaging in similar behaviors, are not foolish but rather find joy amidst adversity. Contentment breeds happiness, and there is no harm in that. Under limited resources, seeking to enjoy what one perceives as greater beauty is commendable. The common folk are not starving, nor do they perceive their lives as burdensome. That suffices. The assessment of good or bad is not for Li Qing to determine. According to future standards of happiness, the prosperity of the Ming Dynasty might be deemed a farce, or even, in the extreme, a hellish existence. Yet, in truth, even the commoners of the Ming Dynasty, enduring harsh climates, fared far better than those of previous dynasties. Such is the nature of the times. One cannot afford to be overly greedy. In early March, a reply was received regarding the memorial submitted to the capital. Zhu Hozhong had little to say, merely indicating that repairs would be made, but with careful consideration. The Li family could prepare in advance, and once they were ready, they could submit their memorial to the capital, at which point the court would enact corresponding national policies. Li Qing understood the pressures Zhu Hozong faced and refrained from imposing further demands, instructing Li Shui'er to comply with Zhu's requirements. Waiting for Zhu to achieve balance before pressing forward, Li Shui'er readily agreed, which in turn somewhat accelerated the casting process. As the 100-day deadline approached, Li Qing felt as though he had accomplished little, plagued by a sense of guilt for idling away time. In truth, he had achieved quite a bit. He had devoted considerable time assisting Li Shui'er in cultivating her vital energy, significantly enhancing her mental and physical well-being, and had concocted a variety of elixirs for the younger members of the Li family, even extending his care to Zhu Hozong's wife. This entire family had reaped substantial benefits. Time flowed gently, like a fleeting horse, vanishing in an instant. Unbeknownst to all, spring quietly slipped away as summer began to make its presence felt, and the day of Li Qing's departure arrived. Those around him had grown accustomed to his comings and goings. Even Xiao Bao, while feeling downcast, did not shed tears of sorrow. As the sun set, Li Qing turned his back to the crowd and walked forward, waving his hand in farewell, his shadow gradually elongating and disappearing in the fading rays of the sun. The onlookers gazed for a long while. Xiao Bao lamented, "Great-grandfather has left again. I wonder if he will return by the next new year." Zhu Hozong chuckled, "You have many new years ahead of you. There's plenty of time." However, Xiao Bao quickly fell silent, lowering his head, his face a picture of despondency. Zhu Hozong laughed heartily, saying, "We may be aging, but surely we won't pass away with just one new year? There will always be a time for goodbyes." After a brief pause, he softly remarked, "He has aged, indeed. He has long since grown old and will become increasingly fond of home. Whenever he has the chance, he will certainly return often. This is not the era of Hongwu or Yongle, when he was still young and vigorous, nor is it the time of the Xuande or Jingtong periods, when he had nearly lost everything. This time is different. What makes it different? This time, there is you, and there is me, and there is your great-great-grandfather Zhu Hozhao," gently patting the little one's head with a warm smile, and he said, "This time, he has a home again, a home again." Little Bao nodded slowly and sincerely said, "Grandfather Zhu, you are truly wise." "Indeed, I think so too." Zhu Hozhao laughed heartily, indulging in his own charm, still that irreverent only son, a wild and unruly youth. Yet, the deep wrinkles on his face evoked a profound sense of incongruity. Having spent considerable time together, Zhu Ziqi had formed a general understanding of Zhu Hozhao's origins and gently said, "Uncle, what a pity it is. He lacks the capability. Yet you, uncle, are different. You truly have the ability to be a wise ruler, a sage sovereign." Zhu Hozhao fell silent for a moment, gently shaking his head. "My character is flawed. It is destined to be incompatible with the world. Your father is better, more exceptional." Little Bao pretended to have heard nothing. Li Shui'er and Li Xian also remained silent. This matter was difficult to evaluate. Fujian. This was the predetermined location. The choice of this place was not without reason. Firstly, because the popular education construction of the Ming Dynasty had reached Fujian, and secondly, due to Japan. The turmoil in Japan began during the Changhua period and has yet to cease. Of course, Li Qing bears significant responsibility for this. He first dismantled the power structure, then garnered robust court support to ensure Japan remained embroiled in internal strife. Indeed, as Li Qing desired, from the Changhua period to the present, warfare has never ceased, allowing the Ming Dynasty to amass vast amounts of silver. However, this strategy cannot be sustained indefinitely, as the cost of mining silver continues to rise. Japan is nearing a state of utter desperation. In times of hardship and hunger, the heart turns to thievery, especially in Japan. Under such dire circumstances, it is hard to guarantee that desperation will not breed audacity. The Ming Dynasty is immensely powerful, yet it cannot withstand the madness of its adversary. While large-scale invasions of the Ming Dynasty are unlikely, the possibility of organized and premeditated robberies by some bloodthirsty ronin is exceedingly high. For this reason, Li Qing sent his junior disciple to Fujian. However, finding his junior disciple in a single province is no simple task, even for Li Qing. After several unsuccessful attempts, Li Qing shifted his focus from coastal regions to analyzing the movements of his junior disciples through the lens of educational construction. Fortunately, the establishment of academies is not a secret, and inquiries readily reveal the progress of construction. In early May, Li Qing arrived in Nanping, the current hotbed for the establishment of academies by the court, and he surmised that his junior disciples were likely present there. As he munched on a baked pancake, he inquired about the direction of the academy's construction while proceeding forward. Suddenly, someone called out to him from the roadside. Li Qing? The voice carried a blend of surprise and skepticism, as if uncertain. Li Qing turned around and glanced at the man, feeling a sense of familiarity. Yet unable to place him, he inquired in astonishment, "Who are you?" Chapter 482. Reunion with Hai Rui. Li Qing sensed a familiarity about the man, yet his mind could not connect the dots. The middle-aged man from Hainan uttered a phrase, and suddenly, a vague memory surged forth. With surprise, Li Qing exclaimed, "Hai Rui?" Indeed, it was Hai Rui, who, suppressing his astonishment, chuckled and nodded. "It seems you are a gentleman prone to forgetfulness. What brings you here?" Li Qing, intrigued, replied, "Well, that is a long story." Hai Rui sighed lightly and asked, "Do you have pressing matters at hand?" Li Qing laughed. "What? Are you inviting me to dinner?" "That is indeed my intention." Hai Rui smiled and nodded. It's not an urgent matter. I can spare some time for a meal," Li Qing said as he swiftly finished his flatbread. "Let us go to a restaurant." Hai Rui found it somewhat amusing, given Li Qing's wealth. It was surprising to see him in such a manner. He recalled how Li Qing once bore a beggar's appearance and smiled in understanding, then inquired, "Are you still performing acts of chivalry?" "You've discerned that correctly. Impressive," Li Qing praised, then asked, "Have you entered the ranks of officials?" Hai Rui felt a bit awkward and sheepishly replied, "I suppose you could say that." Li Qing chuckled. "There's no need to feel embarrassed. Very few ascend directly to high office. Most rise gradually, so do not lose heart. You are still young, and opportunities abound." Hai Rui wished to retort, but swallowed his words upon realizing that Li Qing was only slightly older than himself. "Mr. Li, please," he said. "Very well." Having missed the mealtime rush, the restaurant was nearly empty. The two chose a quiet corner, ordered a few small dishes and a pot of wine, and Hai Rui began recounting his experiences over the years. In the 28th year of the Jiajing era, he achieved the degree of Jiren. The following year, he went to the capital for the imperial examination but failed. He returned home to continue his studies. In the 32nd year, he again went to the capital for the examination and failed once more. After 2 consecutive failures, Hai Rui decided to abandon the path to the highest degree and awaited opportunities as a Jiren. This spring, in the 33rd year, he received an appointment from the Hainan Provincial Administration and came to Nanping County to serve as a teacher. In truth, Hai Rui had only recently arrived. After listening to Hai Rui's story, Li Qing couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Why not try again? If you were to succeed in the imperial examination, you certainly would not start as a teacher. While the position of teacher is an official role, recognized within the Ming Dynasty's hierarchy, it remains a lowly one, the least esteemed among officials. Normally, ambitious scholars would not be content with such a position, particularly someone as diligent and hardworking as Hai Rui. Li Qing felt he should persist a bit longer. Hai Rui took a sip of wine and remarked nonchalantly, "There's nothing wrong with being a teacher. As a Jiren, I cannot expect to ascend directly to the position of county magistrate, can I?" "That is a fair point. Yet it seems a waste of your talents to settle for a teaching role," Li Qing sighed. "Starting from such a low position makes it difficult to enter the centers of power." Hai Rui paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. "I have never aspired to the centers of power. The Ming Dynasty is blessed with remarkable talent and resources. What merit do I possess to dare to entertain such lofty ambitions? Why belittle yourself?" Li Qing remarked that high knowledge does not necessarily equate to effective governance. It is character and capability that constitute the most invaluable qualities. Hai Rui smiled gently, acknowledging the merit of being an educator, nurturing talent, and contributing in a modest way to the nation, which he found commendable. Li Qing chuckled lightly and nodded. "I merely express a thought." He then inquired, "By the way, the establishment of academies in Nanping is thriving, isn't it?" Hai Rui slightly nodded, responding, "Your news is indeed well informed. However, the construction has only just commenced, and the locations have yet to be finalized, so it cannot be deemed flourishing just yet." Pausing for a moment, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "It has been years since we last met, yet you seem unchanged, truly exceptional." "I am a Taoist, proficient in the art of health preservation," Li Qing replied. However, Hai Rui was skeptical. No matter how profound one's health practices, it could not possibly lead to such a state, which defied common logic. Yet, Since Li Qing was reluctant to elaborate, Hai Rui refrained from pressing further, merely smiling as he said, "Is that so?" Li Qing scratched his head and decided, "Very well. It does no harm to share. In truth, I am," he lowered his voice, confiding, "the Marquis of Yongqing." What? During the establishment of the academy, various issues would inevitably arise. You should boldly proceed, for the Marquis of Yongqing supports you. Li Qing asserted, "Indeed, when significant matters arise, I shall make my name known in the capital. It will be advantageous." As early as the Xuande era, Zhu Zhangji had stipulated that, barring exceptional circumstances, local officials possessed no authority to execute without the emperor's direct decree. This was designed to strip local officials of their life and death powers, thereby ensuring stability, particularly for someone like Hai Rui, a principled official. Even if he were to commit a capital offense, he must be sent to the capital for a thorough investigation before any punishment could be executed. Though Li Qing and Hai Rui had not spent an extensive amount of time together, it was sufficient for Li Qing to have confidence in his character, aiming merely to provide reassurance. However, Hai Rui perceived Li Qing's claims as fanciful. If Li Qing truly inherited the title of Marquis of Yongqing and became the head of the Li family, how could he possibly be so leisurely? It was absurd for the head of such a vast enterprise to abandon it and come to a small place like Nanping to engage in heroics. Out of respect for their shared background, Hai Rui refrained from harsh words, simply stating, "Hai Rui conducts his affairs with a clear conscience, irrespective of any backing. During the establishment of the academy, anyone who dares to cause disruption shall face strict punishment, regardless of who they may be." His voice was soft, yet resolute. "But I truly am the Marquis of Yongqing," Li Qing expressed with a hint of exasperation. Hai Rui did not dismiss the claim, but his expression conveyed disbelief. "Very well. Believe what you will," Li Qing replied resignedly. "Even if I offer a friendly warning, should a knife be at your throat, you might as well grasp at straws. Perhaps it would yield unexpected results." Hai Rui chuckled bitterly. "How can you be so certain that I will commit a capital offense and be sent to the capital?" Li Qing paused before answering. "Human nature is unpredictable. Anyone who infringes upon interests will inevitably incur resentment." After a brief moment, he added, "Of course, it primarily stems from your low rank. Even if you were a magistrate, I would not be so concerned. A mere educator is ultimately inconsequential." Hai Rui smiled wryly. "While tasks must be accomplished, I am not naive. I understand the perils of the officialdom and will not allow myself to be ensnared." With a hint of confidence, Li Qing chuckled and shook his head, conceding, "All right then, let us consider it my idle worry over trivial matters." Hai Rui, shifting the topic, inquired, "Did you come to Nanping on purpose, or are you merely passing through?" "It could be either. Perhaps he would stay for a while." Li Qing responded with a cheerful demeanor, "As a chivalrous man, I naturally go wherever injustice prevails." Hai Rui sincerely remarked, "You truly embody a carefree spirit." Li Qing smiled. "Though I am occasionally carefree, much of the time I am also bound by circumstances." He continued, "As human beings, regardless of status, even emperors cannot act solely according to their desires." Hai Rui paused, nodding slightly, and sighed, "You could indulge in wealth and honor, yet you toil for justice, which puts many officials of the Ming in shame." Li Qing replied with a grin, "I am also an official of the Ming, even if the emperor often neglects to pay my salary." Hai Rui was taken aback, then expressed his displeasure. "Do not speak ill of the emperor. Who has slandered him?" Li Qing rolled his eyes, understanding that arguing with Hai Rui would lead nowhere, for a proper Confucian scholar cannot tolerate disparagement of the emperor. "If the opportunity arises, you should attempt the examination again," Li Qing suggested. "Remember, I once told you that to be an official, one must strive for higher ranks. The limits for the Jiren are constrained. To truly fulfill one's aspirations, one must become a juncture." Hai Rui remained silent, sighing. "Whether one studies diligently or not does not guarantee success in the examination. I am no genius, and my family is not affluent. Now past the age of uncertainty, I dare not squander any more time." Li Qing pondered for a moment, choosing not to persuade further, and focused on his meal and drink. What is not good is not necessarily wrong, he thought, acknowledging Hai Rui's choice as valid in its own right. After a while, as Hai Rui finished his meal, he asked, "Surely you have not been wandering these years?" "Certainly not. I am not that diligent. I was still in Jinling during spring." Hai Rui poured him more wine and asked, "Could you share the progress of the steamship?" "Of course, unless you find it burdensome," Just pretend I haven't tea answered. What could be difficult to say? Li Qing laughed. You wish to inquire about the steamship's seaworthiness, do you not? Hai Rui nodded slightly. The progress has been promising. After a series of optimizations, the steamship is now capable of navigating the Southeast Asian nations, and we are currently in the process of construction. It will be operational within 2 years, Li Qing stated. Hai Rui, invigorated, pondered. Does this mean the existing steamships are now outdated? Li Qing nodded at that time. A portion will be used within the Ming, but the empire cannot absorb them all. The surplus will be sold to loyal vassal states such as Jiaoji, Korea, and Luzon. Is that wise? Hai Rui mused. You may heed my concerns or not. Hai Rui reflected. I believe this poses a risk of technological leakage. Li Qing chuckled lightly. Not everything can be replicated so easily. Selling steamships is one thing, but even selling the blueprints, without ample time, those individuals would struggle to learn. To be candid, the blueprints for the steam engine have been abroad for many years, Li Qing revealed. When they were submitted to the court by my family and subsequently made public, some, in pursuit of petty gains, sold the designs. Hai Rui exclaimed in astonishment, then grew indignant. How can people behave in such a manner? In this bustling world, where all are driven by profit, and the crowd moves restlessly towards gain, there is nothing peculiar nor worthy of ire. Li Qing remarked that there are no absolute secrets in this realm. The steam engine technology will inevitably be mastered by others. It is better to adopt a more open-minded approach, to seize opportunities for profit while they last, and to accumulate wealth to prepare for unknown risks. After listening to Li Qing's elucidation, Hai Rui gradually found solace, and soon felt elated. Such is the situation in the Ming Dynasty. It is indeed remarkable, he said earnestly. In our great Ming, to claim we surpass the Han and Tang dynasties is no exaggeration. It is indeed rare to witness such a scene amidst such adverse conditions. It is truly not easy. Li Qing expressed with a sigh, with a solid foundation, an enlightened emperor and ministers who, despite their various shortcomings, are still willing to contribute. The Ming Dynasty possesses profound resilience. Even in the face of unforeseen calamities, it can endure. Hai Rui nodded slowly and softly remarked. If only the relationship between the sovereign and his subjects were to ease further, and if the emperor would heed advice and focus solely on governance rather than esoteric pursuits, it would be even better. Li Qing, in silence, noted, in truth, the emperor's pursuit of immortality has its reasons. What reasons? Hai Rui inquired. Me. Li Qing pointed to himself. I deceived him. Hai Rui was left bewildered. Li Qing laughed heartily, expressing his gratitude for the hospitality, and added, Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce myself again. I am Li Qing, the Li Qing. Hai Rui was taken aback, but Li Qing strode out without further ado. Attempting to follow, Hai Rui found himself unable to leave without settling the bill, and by the time he exited the restaurant, Li Qing's figure had already vanished. Li Qing, the Li Qing. Hai Rui murmured softly, his brows furrowed. Suddenly, he recalled a question he had posed years ago upon first meeting Li Qing. How can descendants share the same name as their ancestors? At that time, Li Qing had replied that the Li family did not regard this as taboo. Then, he had found it absurd and had not probed further. However, now reflecting on Li Qing's demeanor at that moment, so casual and devoid of the reverence one would expect when mentioning ancestors, struck him as exceedingly unusual. Years had passed without a hint of change. Was the emperor's pursuit of immortality connected to him? I am Li Qing, the Li Qing. Hai Rui's expression turned incredulous, murmuring, How can this be? This is utterly absurd. At that moment, he yearned to seek clarity from Li Qing, but alas, he had long since disappeared into the throng. His thoughts became convoluted, leading him to recall the ancient Yongqing marquis from the Jinling Li family, who also bore the name Li Qing. It seemed he was solely known as Li Qing, devoid of any courtesy names or titles. This Li Qing had been a Taoist, initially summoned to diagnose Empress Xiaozi. Hai Rui was momentarily dazed, then hurried back to his residence to search for relevant records. The archives of the founding emperor contained details about Li Qing, which were not shrouded in secrecy. Meanwhile, Li Qing continued his purposeful journey, hoping to encounter his junior disciples. Efforts do not go unrewarded. After nightfall, he met his little junior brother near the temple adjacent to the soon-to-be-established academy. Elder brother, they exclaimed, you made it easy for me to find you. Li Qing scanned the surroundings and inquired, where are the others? They have all gone out. I stayed behind, replied the eager junior brother. Elder brother, Have you completed your tasks? Yes, I have finished. Li Qing smiled and nodded, stepping forward to sit down on the ground. During my absence, where have you all been wandering? We have remained in Fujin, not venturing elsewhere, Dao 21 replied. Initially, following the advice of our senior brother, we stayed along the coastal areas to guard against potential pirate raids. However, after more than 6 months of constant movement, we have yet to encounter any pirates. Through various inquiries, the locals have reported no sightings of marauding pirates, so we shifted our focus to safeguarding the academy. Li Qing nodded slightly, saying, "You have worked hard." Indeed, this is also a form of cultivation. How can one speak of hardship? Dao 21 chuckled. However, we, as junior brothers, cannot continue our cultivation for much longer. Not long ago, we discussed our future plans. What did you discuss? Li Qing asked with a smile, taking a baked cake from his pouch and offering it to him. Dao 21 accepted it and took a bite. We were contemplating that once you return, we, as brothers, should embark on another journey together. After that, we intend to return to Wudong Mountain for some leisure. It is not that we fear hardship. It is simply that we are growing older and cannot drift endlessly. Li Qing smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are countless paths to cultivation. This is merely one among them. One should pursue what brings joy. There was never any unhappiness, Dao 21 replied with a smile. But as we age, we wish to slow the tempo of life. He then added, I recall our senior brother mentioning that many are aware of your secret. Why not let the disciples of Wudong know as well? Li Qing hesitated slightly. Do you truly feel that way? All of us brothers think so, Dao 21 affirmed. It is not that we believe every disciple of Wudong possesses unwavering resolve. Rather, few seek the pursuit of immortality. It is not out of desire, but rather due to its elusive nature. I believe those who know of our senior brother's secret do not harbor hopes of immortality, nor do they ask anything of you, correct? Li Qing paused, then nodded slightly. Indeed, those individuals do not, and neither would we, the disciples of Wudong. Even our founder recognized that life has its limits. This is common knowledge, a consensus among the people. Dao 21 spoke earnestly. Our senior brother's aspirations are grand, and his pursuits are vast. Ultimately, he will need the support of his fellow Wudong disciples. Why hide such matters? We should not shy away from sharing. Li Qing remained silent for a long moment, lost in thought. Is our senior brother becoming too distant? He mused with a wry smile, shaking his head. I do have some reservations. Dao 21 reassured him. In truth, there is little to be concerned about. The emperor knows, the officials are aware, and the court is informed of our senior brother's background. Yet Wudong Mountain has not suffered any repercussions. If the disciples learn of this in the future, it will not bring calamity to Wudong. Temporary selections are far less effective than being prepared at all times, ready for immediate action. Why must our senior brother bear this burden alone? Dao 21 continued. Our Wudong teachings inherently include the duty to save lives and provide aid. Our founder mastered both medicine and martial arts, healing the sick, helping individuals, and even healing the nation. This is the legacy of our founder and the responsibility of all Wudong disciples, is it not? After pondering for a moment, Li Qing slowly replied, I will consider it further. Very well, Dao 21 said. By the way, during the establishment of the academy, are there still many incidents of malicious destruction? Not many anymore. Dao 21 gently shook his head, noting that it had been quite some time since he encountered malicious arson. The gentry and wealthy still held a certain animosity. Yet their methods had become less extreme. Li Qing inquired curiously, what means are employed nowadays? Dao 21 replied, to undermine the correct perception of education. You see, elder brother, education does not directly contribute to production. For parents of ordinary families, this presents a tremendous loss. Moreover, most households bear the burden of elderly and young dependents, making it impossible for all children to pursue education. The real issue lies not in scarcity, but in inequality. Li Qing was not surprised by this. It was a common grievance among the populace and an undeniable reality. Even if the gentry refrained from stoking public sentiment, the issues would remain unmasked. Nevertheless, the notion that education leads to prominence had deeply rooted itself in the collective consciousness. Most families would select one bright child to strive for success. Dao 21 continued. After all, the cost of education has significantly decreased and is now within reach for many families who still wish for their children to be educated. As for balancing the conflicts among children, the common folk have their own strategies. For instance, the average method involves all children receiving a few years of schooling equally. Alternatively, the selection method stipulates that those who study cannot inherit family wealth, while those who inherit do not pursue education. This way, it ensures that uneducated children inherit the family legacy, while educated ones have a chance to achieve distinction, benefiting the entire family. In summary, Tao 21 said, "There is neither harmony nor deep-seated enmity, but rather a series of compromises leading to a makeshift coexistence." Of course, the gentry's persuasion has its effects. There are indeed parents who sacrifice long-term benefits for immediate gains. Li Qing sighed softly and nodded slightly. Disappointment was perhaps the least of it. Every family has its own difficult circumstances, and sometimes one cannot fault short-sighted parents, as poverty still prevails in many regions, even in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, where poverty-stricken counties exist. Li Qing gently acknowledged, "I am aware of this, have always been aware. It is not disappointment, nor is it a sense of regret over unfulfilled potential, simply a tinge of melancholy." Tao 21 comforted him, stating, "This has been the way throughout history. In truth, it is nothing extraordinary. The common folk have grown accustomed to it, and are quite content with their current lives. Compared to their ancestors, their present circumstances are significantly improved. After years of cultivation and travel, I find that the happiness the common folk perceive is often relative. They enjoy comparisons, regardless of their wealth or poverty." Comparisons? Tao 21 smiled and elaborated. "For instance, an ancestorless individual who acquires a few acres of land feels immense joy and satisfaction. Conversely, a wealthy gentleman, whose ancestors were far more affluent, bears a frown despite feasting well. There are countless similar examples." Thus, he concluded, "I believe happiness does not stem from the quality of life lived, but rather from the improvement compared to the past." Li Qing was taken aback for a moment, then remarked, "Your summary is indeed profound. It is true that the sense of happiness is not entirely correlated with material wealth, but is more a reflection of one's mindset." Tao 21 chuckled, "After all these years, dear brother, you have journeyed far and must have made some progress." "Oh, haha." Li Qing laughed heartily, and after a few chuckles, he sighed, saying, "As the eldest disciple of Wudong, I have been true to the people, the Ming Dynasty, and the emperor. Yet I have failed my junior brothers, neglecting my responsibilities as their elder brother and acting merely as a detached overseer." Tao 21 replied, "We are family. No need for formalities." Li Qing paused, then nodded. "Agreed. We are family. No need for formalities. Upon our return to Wudong, I shall confide my secrets to all my junior brothers." "Very well," Tao 21 responded, smiling. "The eldest brother should indeed share some burdens with the juniors. Remaining on the mountain all day is not true cultivation." Chapter 484. The more greedy ones I can speak of my secrets, but before I do, you must first share your experiences, observations, and insights from these past years, Li Qing remarked. "In my 11 years, I have encountered much and tend to think the worst of situations. Just because you can endure does not imply all can." Li Qing softly added, "You are right. I must eventually harness forces beyond the court. A Taoist must descend the mountain. I cannot be overly cautious, yet I shall strive for perfection." "Indeed." Tao 21 nodded in agreement. Li Qing's mood lightened as he observed his junior brother's bedding, clean clothes, and daily necessities, all reflecting thrift, even poverty. He could not help but inquire, "Is funding tight?" "There are still over 1,000 taels," Tao 21 replied, shaking his head slightly. "We are not living in luxury. Our daily lives are quite sufficient, with vegetables at every meal and occasional meat, not much different from life on the mountain." "I see." Li Qing nodded gently, pleased. "Over these years, your mindset, abilities, and experiences have all excelled. Once we return to Wudong Mountain, be sure to share your knowledge with your junior brothers." Having traveled thousands of miles and experienced much, they had truly become exceptional individuals, though their scholarly pursuits may not be lofty and they had little exposure to politics. Their understanding of the people's livelihood surpassed that of many ordinary county magistrates. As for their character, that was beyond dispute. However, with a multitude of personalities, even amongst the Taoists of Wudong, Li Qing could not guarantee that all would be virtuous. Yet, with these junior brothers to guide them, circumstances would undoubtedly improve. Li Qing gently remarked, "I often find myself thinking the worst of people, having witnessed too many unsavory individuals and events. This is not a lack of trust in my junior brothers. Better to be cautious than to err gravely." Tao 21 nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, elder brother. We shall not hold back when we return to Wudong. We will share openly to guide our junior brothers towards goodness." Li Qing sincerely affirmed, Wudong is fortunate to have you. Without the elder brother, there would be no us today. Dao 21 smiled, saying, there is no need for you to feel guilty, elder brother. You owe nothing to Wudong. Li Qing chuckled softly, then continued, upon our return to the mountain, I shall speak with the sect leader about implementing stricter conditions for the junior disciples, even to the point of being somewhat harsh. Wudong cannot have too many Taoists. Furthermore, until I make a request, the Taoists of Wudong should not roam all over the Ming. They should practice only near Wudong. Understood. I will convey this accurately to the sect leader, Dao 21 replied. Li Qing stifled a yawn, asking, when shall we return? Daylight is approaching, Dao 21 answered. Li Qing stretched his limbs and lay flat on the ground, saying, it's getting late. We should rest soon. With so many blankets available, master brother. Don't lie on the floor. The ground is quite comfortable. All right then. Dao 21 chuckled and nodded, walking towards the statue of Buddha to extinguish the candles. In less than a quarter of an hour, the young disciple, who had been wide awake just moments ago, had fallen into a peaceful slumber, emitting soft snores. In contrast, Li Qing, who was yawning, found it difficult to drift off, envious of his junior's ability to sleep at will. As dawn broke, the pale blue sky still adorned with faint remnants of stars, Li Qing rose and went outside to wait for his fellow disciples. Before long, he heard the faint sound of footsteps. He stood up and stepped forward slowly. Who is it, master brother? Several returning disciples exclaimed with joy. Is the capital no longer busy? Not busy anymore, Li Qing replied with a smile, inquiring, have there been any disturbances? Only some petty thefts. Serious disruptions are quite rare now. The disciples responded in succession, their spirits uplifted. Soon after, a few more returned, followed by Dao 21 waking up. They reminisced about their experiences during their separation. As daylight approached, all the disciples had returned, and the group of Taoists engaged in quiet conversation within the temple, unaware of the Buddha's thoughts on the matter. After chatting for a considerable time, Li Qing used his desire to take a stroll as an excuse to conclude the discussion, allowing his sleep-deprived companions to rest properly. Dao 21 chose to stay with the resting brothers and did not accompany Li Qing. Upon arriving at the construction site of the school, he found Hai Rui engaged in conversation with the drowsy county magistrate, who appeared somewhat displeased. Li Qing refrained from greeting them, instead nibbling on a stuffed pastry, observing from a distance as the bricklayers dug the foundation and tamped the earth. After a while, the magistrate seemed to grow irritable, muttering something unflattering before leaving in a huff. Hai Rui, too, appeared somewhat discontented but could do little about it. He sighed and turned to converse with the foreman of the bricklayers, who was amiable and nodded frequently, easing the tension on Hai Rui's face. After watching for a while, feeling somewhat reassured, Hai Rui prepared to head to the next school construction site. By chance, he caught sight of Li Qing amidst the crowd watching the commotion. He paused for a moment, then quickly approached. May I have a word with you? Li Qing readily agreed, stepping out of the crowd to walk with him towards the next construction site. Once they were away from the throng, Li Qing teased, so, you've realized that a higher official can indeed be oppressive? I've known that for a long time, Hai Rui replied with a pained sigh. What were you discussing with the magistrate just now? The crowd was noisy, and the distance made Hai Rui's voice faint, rendering Li Qing unable to hear clearly. It mainly concerns the public funds from the court, Hai Rui explained. I am the educational supervisor of Namping County, and it is my responsibility to oversee the construction of the school, as well as manage the finances. Yet, alas, Hai Rui lamented, I offered to compromise, suggesting we each manage half of the funds, but the magistrate was still unwilling. I need not elaborate on his intentions. You understand, given the current prices and labor costs. Nearly half of the court's funds have ended up in private pockets. Li Qing chuckled. Ah, you are quite naive. How can there be an official who is not greedy? Hai Rui inhaled deeply and softly remarked, is it true that all officials of our Ming Dynasty are like this? While there are indeed a few who are genuinely incorruptible, they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Li Qing replied softly, they refer to this as interception. A small portion is siphoned off at each level until it reaches the intended recipient, and even then, half of it remains acceptable. Hai Rui gazed at Li Qing in astonishment. Why do you look at me like that? He asked. Hai Rui sighed bitterly. I had thought you were a man of justice, one who despises evil, yet it seems there is no alternative. Such is human nature. Li Qing sighed. There is no compromise in this. If one cannot manage effectively, establishing a school will face considerable resistance. If no benefits are granted, it becomes even harder to implement. Is it not a reversal of priorities to pursue the integrity of officials while neglecting national development? Would that not be akin to throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Hai Rui was rendered speechless and sighed deeply. If only the great ancestor were still alive. He executed so many, yet still fell prey to greed. Li Qing replied, for the emperor and the nation, achieving results is paramount. Hai Rui slightly shook his head, saying, development is fundamental, yet such compromises are misguided. Li Qing did not dispute this but remarked, you are truly avaricious, more so than I. Hai Rui was taken aback and then realized. To seek the upper hand is indeed what one must do. Li Qing shrugged, unfortunately, you are merely a tutor. Hai Rui, feeling indignant, soon managed a wry smile. Why provoke me, sir? I too aspire to become a high-ranking official, but one must remain grounded. He sighed and inquired, logically. The tutor is responsible for the educational affairs of the county. The construction of schools falls within their purview. Why then does the court allocate funds to the county magistrate? Why do you ask me? Li Qing replied. Are you not the Duke of Yongqing? Do you not trust me? Hai Rui said, yesterday, I revisited the annals of the great ancestor, particularly focusing on the Duke of Yongqing. Li Qing paused, then laughed, and then, though absurd and hard to believe, when combined with various signs and my own observations, I am willing to accept that you are indeed the Duke of Yongqing, Hai Rui stated. Li Qing nodded, see, I did not deceive you. Hai Rui, lacking the inclination to dwell on this, asked, why does the court not entrust the funds to the tutor for management? Logically, the tutor is the primary responsible party. Handing it to them would be more reasonable and could ensure the funds are utilized effectively, would it not? Do you wish to hear the truth? Of course. It is simple, because tutors are not considered influential. This was difficult for Hai Rui to accept. Li Qing remarked nonchalantly, do not feel resentment. The dynamics of power have always been thus. I have long said that to effectuate change and improve matters, one must become an official, preferably a high-ranking one. However, even then, not everything can be changed. At least one could influence more people and issues. Hai Rui remained silent. Li Qing laughed and asked, so, do you still regard the tutor's role favorably? Even as a tutor, one can influence certain matters, Hai Rui replied. At this point, Li Qing ceased to press the matter, though he felt a twinge of regret. He thought of Zhang Baigui, who eagerly sought to cultivate relationships for a shortcut to success. Yet, looking at Hai Rui, who refused the opportunities presented to him, Li Qing did not think ill of Zhang Baigui's approach. Of course, Hai Rui's choices were not without merit. It was merely that his potential was rather limited. Regardless of the realm of power or the political sphere, individuals with an excessively fastidious moral compass are destined to encounter hardships, and their achievements will inevitably pale in comparison to those who are indifferent and unprincipled. Moral fastidiousness is not a pejorative term. On the contrary, it is a rarity in the murky waters of bureaucratic circles. It is precisely for this reason that Li Qing is so proactive, yet this very proactivity is doomed to be in vain. Hai Rui possesses a commendable set of values, and Li Qing finds it difficult to force a change upon him. Instead, he can only encourage, saying, then, within the bounds of your abilities, exert your utmost effort. However, when faced with insurmountable challenges, it is wise not to overexert oneself. As long as one is alive, there remains hope. Once dead, all is lost. Hai Rui chuckled wryly and nodded, stating, Hai Rui would not allow himself to fall into a situation warranting a summons to the capital. His confidence was apparent. Li Qing couldn't help but smile and shake his head, remarking, with your disposition, if you do not amend your ways, I would find it quite astonishing if you were not summoned to the capital. Why so? Li Qing mused. The political arena is devoid of romance. Chapter 485. The Judge of the Underworld. The political realm lacks romance. Hai Rui nodded slightly, then laughed, saying, yet officials can embrace romance. Li Qing was rendered speechless by this perspective. Does it imply that you intend to stay here for an extended period? I shall linger for a while, Li Qing acknowledged. For how long? That depends on you. Hai Rui paused, pondering, and in a moment of insight, asked, is it for the construction of the academy? Astute. Li Qing lamented. You possess both capability and wisdom. If only you would consider a slight transformation of yourself, your future would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Hai Rui jested. A Hai Rui like that would no longer be Hai Rui. If I were truly to become that way, you would not feel such regret. Li Qing contemplated this and refrained from denial, instead inquiring, "How long do you think I can stay?" After a moment of reflection, Hai Rui replied, "It is a rare reunion. Emotionally, I wish for you to remain a while longer. However, you are a person of great busyness. I am nourished by your bounty. Hence I shall not be swayed by emotions. Slowly, it may take 10 days. Swiftly, 5. Oh, such confidence." Hai Rui smiled serenely, saying, "You may consider me obstinate. Yet obstinacy does not equate to rigidity. I have prepared quite sufficiently." Li Qing smiled and nodded. "Then I shall await with bated breath." They relocated to observe the compaction work, which still piqued Li Qing's interest, prompting him to purchase half a pound of sunflower seeds. Hai Rui oversaw the work while Li Qing enjoyed the spectacle. At noon, Li Qing shared a meal with Hai Rui and continued to watch the compaction, while Hai Rui attended to another construction site. As the time approached the end of the Shen hour, Li Qing procured a bounty of prepared dishes and returned to the temporary residence of his juniors, laden with bags of sumptuous food. At this moment, his juniors had awakened and were diligently studying. Upon seeing Li Qing with such a lavish assortment, their faces lit up with delight, and their appetites surged. Soon, they devoured the feast with great enthusiasm. Observing their hearty enjoyment, Li Qing felt a surge of happiness, yet a twinge of sympathy also arose within him. "You are not short of funds. Why do you deprive yourself so? Feel free to indulge in whatever you desire. There is no need for such frugality," he remarked. For his elder brother possessed considerable wealth. One of the juniors, amidst their busyness, responded, "We do not neglect ourselves, especially on the 1st and 15th of each month. We do indulge then. This is merely to save for later." "Save for later?" Li Qing inquired, intrigued. "Yes, if every meal were lavish. Then the enjoyment of such dishes would diminish. In the realm of Tao 21, happiness is derived from contrast. The very essence of yearning for an improved life lies in the pursuit of something better than the mundane. Without this, how can one truly savor the essence of happiness?" Li Qing, taken aback for a moment, chuckled and remarked, "It seems to be just that. Eldest senior brother, you must partake as well. It is quite delectable. I have already eaten. You all take your time. Once the night deepens, we shall gather together." Indeed, the younger disciples nodded in agreement, indulging with great enthusiasm, their demeanor reminiscent of naive children who have never tasted fine delicacies, though in truth, many among them bore the signs of age. A childlike heart, after all, is but this. As night fell, Li Qing and a group of junior disciples arrived at the construction site. The good news was that there was a guard present to prevent theft. The bad news was that the guard was a government official. From a distance, they observed the officials pilfering their own watch, and even Li Qing, accustomed to treachery, could not suppress his indignation despite the items being of little value. Noticing that the accompanying disciples were unfazed, as if this were an everyday occurrence, he inquired, "Is this phenomenon common?" Tao 21 nodded gently, explaining, "They are all government personnel, and it would not be prudent to confront them directly. Typically, they steal, and we reclaim. After a few exchanges, they tend to become compliant." Li Qing, intrigued, asked, "Why is that?" "People, to some extent, believe in gods and spirits. Such peculiar occurrences inevitably lead them to ponder the supernatural." Tao 21 responded with a light laugh. After a few encounters, they ceased their theft. Li Qing found this amusing yet lamentable, asking, "So, you are all busy returning things to their rightful owners? That is indeed the most laborious and exhausting task. Yet we are not solely preoccupied with this," Tao 21 explained softly. "Those who oppose the construction of the school have become less barbaric, shifting from martial to literary endeavors, compelling us to adapt our strategies." Understanding that this shift referred to manipulating public opinion, Li Qing curiously asked, "What strategy are you employing now?" "By employing their own tactics against them," Tao 21 chuckled. "Have you forgotten? We are Taoists. What are Taoists skilled at?" "Naturally, fortune-telling," Tao 32 interjected, "regardless of where the school is built. We can calculate that it is a place rich in scholarly potential, a fertile ground for producing scholars. The common folk largely still believe in such matters, which can significantly mitigate the negative impacts orchestrated by certain individuals." Li Qing could not help but burst into laughter, repeatedly exclaiming, "What a splendid tactic! Employing their own methods against them. Indeed, this approach is quite ingenious, better than mine. It is merely a matter of learning and adapting. Countering each move does not denote brilliance." A junior disciple chuckled awkwardly. "How could I possibly compare to the eldest senior brother?" "Ah, As long as it proves effective, it is indeed remarkable. Li Qing replied with a smile. Often, the eldest senior brother engages in theoretical discussions, rarely involving himself in the intricate details, while you all are far more engaged in practical matters. The night was tranquil, but Li Qing's voice carried a bit too loudly, startling the suspicious officials. Who goes there? Step forward. The junior disciple quickly hushed his words, retreating further into the shadows, making it all the more difficult for the officials, standing in light and peering into darkness, to detect them. One official, glancing around in confusion, remarked, "Did you hear incorrectly? At this hour, who would be wandering about? Do not frighten yourself." Upon hearing this, the constable's confidence wavered, and he scratched his head in discomfort, continuing to haul mud bricks onto the cart. He remarked, "Today, brother, let us work hard and move more bricks, so I can construct a courtyard wall." Another constable jestingly scolded, "I'm merely building a latrine. Be cautious not to steal too much, or you'll incite someone's ire." "Oh, I never said to steal it all at once. A little today, a little tomorrow, eventually. It will suffice," the constable chuckled. "Afterward, brother, I shall treat you to a drink." Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide as saucers. Filled with terror as he gazed at the night sky, his body trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. "What is wrong with you?" He could not respond, only managing to raise a trembling hand, pointing feebly at the heavens. Following his gaze, another constable turned, and to his horror, they both wet themselves in fright, their faces turning pale as they began to roll their eyes back. As the ethereal figure of Li Qing drew nearer, the two men clung to one another in a frenzy, shaking uncontrollably. "If you steal again, I shall take you." The stillness of the night, combined with the haunting, layered voice that echoed chillingly, amplified the terror within their hearts. Their lips quivered, their faces darkened, and they could not even muster a plea for mercy. After rolling their eyes once more, they ultimately succumbed, fainting on the spot. Lacking the courage of thieves, they dared not pilfer further. Li Qing descended gracefully, approached them, and lightly probed their nostrils. Observing their expressions closely, they were merely frightened into unconsciousness, not entirely broken in spirit. Although such behavior was indeed despicable, it did not warrant death. The intended intimidation had been achieved. Li Qing turned away and declared, "Let us move on to the next location." The phenomenon of self-serving thievery was, indeed, widespread. At another construction site of a school, a scene remarkably reminiscent of the previous one unfolded, albeit with a slight moderation. It was not about building a courtyard wall, but rather a chicken coop. In truth, there was little of value to steal. Most significant items required for meals were brought by the laborers in the morning and taken away by evening, ensuring nothing was left on site. As for the less valuable large items, such as the rammed earthstone mill, their worth was minimal, and the effort to steal them was cumbersome. The mud bricks were the prime target. They were easy to pilfer and practical for use, and if done discreetly, even if the craftsmen noticed, they would be reluctant to raise an alarm. Since these items held little value, it was not worth offending the local constables, who, after all, were considered local officials by the common folk. It was wiser to avoid conflict. While such actions could not be deemed unforgivable, they were nonetheless infuriating. Even Li Qing, accustomed to such vile deeds, found himself incensed. The petty corruption within the corridors of power mirrored the local scene, differing only in scale, with no fundamental distinction. It was only when the two constables were sufficiently terrified that Li Qing felt a semblance of satisfaction. He moved on to another site, leaving no one unscathed, maintaining his intimidating presence. Surely, the tale of the underworld judge's intimidation would spread among the constables by dawn. Before the witching hour, under Li Qing's efficient exertion, the Taoist priests from Wudong concluded their day's work, and it was clear that the subsequent locations would not require their presence either. The fright Li Qing had instilled was profoundly effective. Who would dare descend into hell over a few mud bricks? Upon returning to the temple, his disciples were astonished and invigorated, the impact of the events lingering in their hearts for quite some time. Understanding the prowess of the elder brother is one thing, yet witnessing his ability to soar through the skies is quite another. Li Qing, with a playful smile, suggested, "You might as well try this frightening tactic, after all. Most people harbor a deep-seated reverence for the supernatural." The younger disciples exchanged wry smiles, lamenting, "Alas, we cannot replicate the effect our elder brother has. We attempted it before, only to be discovered, which left us in quite a predicament." "Very well then," Li Qing chuckled softly. "Tomorrow, let us frighten those guards stationed 70 miles away. and in no time, the construction of all the academies in Nanping will proceed smoothly. The disciples nodded in agreement, recognizing the elder brother's remarkable efficiency. After a light-hearted exchange, the disciples retired for the night. Despite their disrupted circadian rhythms, they quickly succumbed to slumber, while Li Qing, who had hardly rested the previous night, found himself once again unable to sleep. Tossing and turning, he was besieged by thoughts of petty thefts, growing increasingly agitated. Amidst his frustration, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Such is human nature. What could he possibly do? The grand officials indulge in their greed, while the lesser ones partake in their own small corruptions. With tens of thousands of officials in the Ming Dynasty, even the most diligent efforts to regulate them would be futile. In the end, he could only muse, if only there were more individuals like Hai Rui, the world would be a better place. At dawn, as the first light of day began to creep in and the disciples remained in deep slumber, the sleepless Li Qing ventured out, intent on meeting Hai Rui once more. He increasingly found such individuals to be rare treasures, believing it prudent to offer his assistance, if only to impart some foundational principles for stability and survival. Chapter 486. The Romanticist at the Entrance of the County Academy. Li Qing swiftly dealt with the matter concerning Qin Hui, wiping his mouth before stepping forward. However, before he could enter, he was met by a throng of students pouring out of the academy. Taken aback, he soon spotted Hai Rui amidst the crowd, engaged in conversation with several elder Confucian scholars. Hai Jiaoyu. Hai Rui paused, recognizing him, and after exchanging a few words with those beside him, he approached with quickened steps. Has the esteemed sir come specifically to seek out Hai Rui? Li Qing responded ambiguously, inquiring, what brings you here? The county magistrate is dedicated to ensuring that every coin allocated by the court is spent judiciously. Such unwavering commitment to the public good must be known to the common people, Hai Rui asserted. We must not dampen their spirits. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. You are placing the magistrate on a pedestal, indeed. Hai Rui replied earnestly. The magistrate has always held the welfare of the people in high regard and is cherished by them. I do not comprehend your statement, sir. Li Qing rubbed his nose in resignation, nodding in agreement. While this method may indeed yield remarkable results, the magistrate may not be grateful for it. I trust you are aware of this. Hai Rui offered a non-committal smile, saying, I believe the magistrate is equally cognizant. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing nodded slightly. On the surface, he cannot act against you, and may even have to endure some silent grievances. However, you must understand that this approach cannot be sustained indefinitely. Hai Rui fell silent, then inquired, what is the purpose of your visit today? I shall not remain here for long. My departure is imminent, Li Qing replied. I have come to offer you a piece of sage advice. Hai Rui, taken aback, performed a respectful bow, eager to listen intently. Li Qing remarked, I hold your character in high esteem, yet it appears you find it challenging to ascend to the halls of power. However, if you wish to express your ambitions, I have a strategy that, while it may not lead you to the cabinet, will allow you to fully demonstrate your talents in the local arena. Of course, this is contingent upon your capabilities. Hai Rui, taken aback for a moment, bowed once more and implored, please, enlighten me, sir. Make your value known to the influential figures in the capital and position yourself as an object of their favor. Establish the notion that whoever possesses you will be unstoppable. Li Qing stated, the political realm is murky. This is the path most suited to you. Hai Rui pondered, if you deem the political arena to be so murky, why do you believe it is suitable for me? Li Qing chuckled heartily. Simply put, one cannot forego the accolades. Hai Rui was momentarily speechless. As you mentioned earlier, doing good should be known. We must not dishearten those with noble intentions, Li Qing continued. If a good person seeks fame, it merely becomes a pursuit of reputation. And that would indeed be a sickness of the world. Li Qing asserted, this path is indeed most fitting for you. You can remain true to yourself without compromising your principles. Hai Rui furrowed his brow in silence, filled with hesitation. Humanity is inherently self-serving, without exception. The difference lies in whether such self-interest is for private gain or public good, Li Qing observed. To hold a high office is to serve the interests of many. A higher rank carries weight, and if you were merely a county magistrate, would you still require such cunning? Hai Rui inhaled deeply, bowing profoundly, and respectfully acknowledged. I shall heed your counsel. There's no need to thank me. To be frank, my intentions are not entirely altruistic. Li Qing sighed softly, risks and opportunities coexist. This path is fraught with peril, capable of leading you to great achievements or irretrievable ruin, profoundly testing one's abilities. Ultimately, you are wagering your political life, perhaps even your very existence, for a chance at a better outcome. If you succeed, it will be a blessing for the Ming Dynasty. Should you fail, only you will bear the consequences. Hai Rui smiled gently and remarked, "Eternal Qing Marquis, you are truly forthright." Li Qing, taken aback, smiled wryly, "In 11 dynasties, you are the first Ming official to commend my forthrightness." Upon hearing the mention of 11 dynasties, Hai Rui's demeanor shifted, yet he refrained from elaborating, simply stating, "Today's wise words from you, sir, will not go unheeded. Even without your guidance, I am likely to tread this path in the future. Whether I succeed or fail is my own destiny." Li Qing chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. He understood that Hai Rui was not arrogant, but rather wished to alleviate any psychological burdens, and this was indeed a fundamental truth. For Hai Rui was already traversing this path, albeit without clear direction. Li Qing cautioned earnestly, "One must not be overly rigid, without certain assurances. It is prudent to deliberate carefully." Hai Rui, smiling, replied, "If the blade were truly at my throat, I would surely invoke the name of Eternal Qing Marquis." "Oh, haha." Li Qing laughed heartily, affirming, "It should be so. That would indeed be splendid." Hai Rui's character was exemplary, and his abilities commendable. Today's actions alone attested to his pragmatic nature. However, Hai Rui possessed two significant shortcomings: ambition and obstinacy. Consequently, it was difficult for him to penetrate the core of the political arena. As Zhu Hozhao once remarked, "Politics is the art of compromise and negotiation." Hai Rui lacked this trait. Yet, it must be said, obstinacy is not inherently a flaw. A steadfast commitment to one's ideals is a rare and admirable quality. Li Qing often employs a method of compromise, perpetually navigating the middle ground, yet deep within his heart, he does not embrace this approach as a guiding principle. This is indeed a lamentable truth. Li Qing has always been a pessimist, and his melancholy stems from an intrinsic romanticism, replete with poetic sentiment. This is also the reason for his profound admiration for Hai Rui. Li Qing softly expressed, "Failure is permissible, even relinquishment is acceptable, but one must not change." Upon meeting Li Qing's bright and profound gaze, Hai Rui was momentarily taken aback, inhaling deeply and nodding emphatically. In truth, the master may have overestimated Hai Rui's significance. Hai Rui sighed softly, acknowledging that a person like him holds little importance for the state or the populace. 10 or 100 of him would not equal even a fraction of Yongqing Ho. The Ming Dynasty could do without Hai Rui, yet it could not exist without Yongqing Ho. Li Qing gently shook his head, asserting, "The Ming Dynasty needs Yongqing Ho. Both ancient and modern China require Hai Rui." Hai Rui stood in stunned silence. "Remember, do not change." With that, Li Qing offered a carefree smile and turned to leave. Hai Rui gazed at Li Qing's retreating figure, lost in thought, rendered speechless for quite some time. When Li Qing returned to his lodgings, carrying an array of sumptuous dishes, his junior disciples had already awakened. "Eldest brother, another improvement?" one inquired. "We are about to embark on an arduous journey. We ought to indulge in some fine food." Li Qing cheerfully beckoned, "Come, let us dine. After the meal, we shall proceed to our next destination, hastening to conclude our business and move on." Dao Sin Air expressed his surprise. "Eldest brother has always pursued a steady approach. Why the urgency this time?" "It is not urgency. It is unnecessary to squander time here," replied Li Qing. "The educational supervisor of Nanping possesses considerable capability." "Do you know him?" asked the eldest disciple. Li Qing nodded. "He is, in a sense, an old acquaintance." Upon hearing this, the disciples no longer hesitated, rushing forward to satisfy their appetites. That night, the same scenario unfolded once more. Li Qing sorrowfully discovered the truth of the saying, "Great officials are greatly corrupt, while minor officials exhibit minor corruption. Neither constitutes unforgivable sin, yet it certainly incites anger." Assuming the role of a judge from the underworld, Li Qing spared none, ensuring that the petty officials who embezzled were not only returned to their rightful place, but also lost a pair of trousers in the process. This occurred thrice, and the Nanping County office gradually became rife with tales of the underworld judge. As rumors spread, the clerks began to feel uneasy. They no longer dared to pilfer from the people, let alone engage in theft at schools or construction sites. Once the atmosphere of intimidation was established, Li Qing deliberately undertook a covert investigation of the local county magistrate. Indeed, the magistrate of Nanping had been elevated by Hai Rui, publicly winning the hearts of the people while secretly denouncing Hai Rui as a nuisance who disrupted the established order of governance. However, as Hai Rui was an officially recognized official with no incriminating evidence against him, the magistrate, despite his indignation, found himself powerless to take action. Observing this situation, Li Qing chose not to linger, departing Nanping with his disciples and journeying to the next locale. The involvement of the underworld judge significantly enhanced efficiency. While the construction of the school progressed at a commendable pace, Li Qing's ability to resolve issues was even swifter. As August dawned, they found themselves with little to occupy their time. Thus, Li Qing decided to take his disciples to Wudong Mountain. No longer youthful, they harbored a yearning for home. Li Qing could not remain impervious to their desires. After toiling for so long, it was time to enjoy a well-deserved respite. In September, the group arrived at Wudong Mountain. Li Qing did not ascend the mountain. Instead, he urged his junior disciples to earnestly share their invaluable experiences and insights, advising them not to hastily reveal his secrets. After watching the young disciples embark on their journey, Li Qing gazed quietly for a moment before proceeding to another site of the Wudong lineage. Wudong Tao? A place in ruins yet profoundly orthodox, it also served as the final resting place of the old master. Li Qing could not recall how many years had passed since his last visit. Following a familiar path from memory, Li Qing took measured steps up the mountain. From a distance, the temple appeared unchanged, retaining its essence, though subtle signs of restoration were evident in its details. The vegetable garden cultivated by his junior disciples still existed, albeit now overrun by dense sweet potato vines instead of the crops once planted there. After a brief stroll to admire the surrounding scenery, Li Qing entered the temple. The current state of Wudong Tao seemed even more desolate, with only a solitary middle-aged Taoist priest remaining on the mountain. However, Li Qing found solace in the fact that, despite the dwindling numbers, his master's Dharma body remained impeccably clean, evidently well-maintained. The remaining priest assumed Li Qing was merely a lay practitioner there to offer incense and provided a simple introduction before standing idly by. After paying his respects, Li Qing produced a silver note worth 100 taels and handed it to the middle-aged priest, inquiring, "Are you the only one here now?" The priest, taken aback by the substantial amount, accepted it without hesitation and replied, "The sect leader has taken the disciples down the mountain." "When did they leave?" Li Qing asked. "The day before yesterday." "When will they return?" "I estimate they will be back tomorrow." The middle-aged priest then asked, "Does the lay practitioner have a family event requiring the sect leader's presence?" Li Qing queried, "Is it for a family event that the sect leader took the disciples down?" Yes, for a funeral," the priest replied awkwardly. "This is not solely a Buddhist matter. We Taoists are also adept in such affairs." Li Qing responded, "Are you suggesting?" "I intend to stay here for a few days," he stated. "That is certainly not a problem." The middle-aged priest readily agreed, assuring him that a 2-month stay would pose no issue. "Please wait a moment. I will prepare some bedding for you." Li Qing nodded slightly. "Thank you for your efforts." Chapter 487. Fear of complacency. Li Qing engaged in meditation, reminiscent of his earlier days. The distinction lay in the fact that he once meditated in front of his master, whereas now he sat before the Dharma body of his master. This meditation lasted for half a day, continuing until evening when the middle-aged priest called him for dinner. The evening meal was modest, consisting of rice porridge boiled with sweet potatoes, a small selection of pickles, and steamed buns. Yet, Li Qing savored it with great delight, finding it even more satisfying than his previous meals. After dining, the middle-aged priest curiously inquired, might the lay practitioner be considering practicing at Wudong Tao? Having observed Li Qing's afternoon meditation, he presumed him to be a wealthy young man disillusioned with worldly matters. Li Qing gently shook his head, saying, "I am, in fact, a Taoist." The middle-aged priest paused, his expression one of disbelief. "Surely you are not from Wudong Mountain?" Li Qing was also taken aback, asking, "Do Taoists from Wudong Mountain frequently visit?" "Not very often," the middle-aged priest replied. "The last visit was in the spring of last year." Li Qing nodded slightly, inquiring, "What was discussed during those exchanges?" "And you are?" "I am also a Taoist of the Wudong lineage," Li Qing responded. The middle-aged priest's face registered surprise as he exclaimed, "Wudong Tao?" "Indeed." "Yes," Li Qing affirmed. The middle-aged priest marveled. Apart from Wudong, Are there other ancestral Taoist lineages? Li Qing smiled and inquired once more. Have the Taoists from Wudong Mountain come here to pay their respects to Master Zhang? The middle-aged Taoist, lost in thought regarding Li Qing's origins from Wudong, nodded absent-mindedly. But were you invited to Wudong Mountain? We were indeed invited to discuss the Tao. We visited once last summer, and upon our return, we were even given some travel expenses. The middle-aged Taoist was increasingly perplexed. Are you truly a disciple of the master? Li Qing chuckled. Do you think I would have any reason to deceive you? Forgive my curiosity, esteemed friend, the middle-aged Taoist replied with a dry laugh. May I ask, esteemed friend? Let us wait for the sect leader to return for a full explanation, Li Qing said with a smile. In terms of seniority, I am still your senior brother. You should rest early. I will go to see Master Zhang. The middle-aged Taoist was even more bewildered and stammered. Do you know where the master ascended? I do. Li Qing nodded gently and rose, disappearing into the night. Before the small elder's grave, Li Qing bowed several times, gazing at the weathered tombstone illuminated by starlight. After a long while, he shifted from kneeling to sitting, chuckling softly. Master, do not be angry. I have not forgotten you. Merely been preoccupied. Well, I have had the time, yet I consistently find myself subconsciously neglecting it. I admit, I have been avoiding, and I am also afraid. Li Qing spoke gently. I truly fear that upon my return, I will never wish to leave again, wanting only to resume the life of a Taoist. I am not finished yet. There is still much to accomplish. This place is too comfortable. I cannot afford to grow complacent, nor should I, nor dare I. I came in haste and did not bring your favorite foods. Tomorrow, I will make amends. Old man, you cannot blame me. You have caused me much distress. Had you not fled in the first place? Have you seen the little junior brother? He is near the Shaolin tomb, and with old Zhu's temperament. Despite any dissatisfaction with him, he would still ensure he is well fed. You must have benefited from that as well. Years have passed in a flash, and I truly miss you all. Li Qing oscillated between playfulness, nonchalance, carefree spirit, and sentimentality, chattering incessantly. The small elder seemed to be genuinely upset with him. Offering no response for a long while, the starlight cast a cold glow upon the tombstone. Are you truly angry? Li Qing lay down, wrapping his arms around the grave, pressing his face against the earth, imitating a child in a fit of affection. All right, let bygones be bygones. Li Qing did not return to sleep, rambling on through the night, eventually dozing off atop the grave, sleeping soundly and peacefully. However, the small elder appeared to be truly upset, not appearing even in his dreams. Li Qing sighed. You really do not show a kind face unless there is wine and meat. Very well, I shall go buy some. A day later, the sect leader returned with his junior brother. Unexpectedly, before Li Qing could reveal his identity, the sect leader spoke first. Senior brother? The leader's aged face was filled with astonishment. Li Qing was equally taken aback. You recognize me? Of course, the sect leader murmured. You were still quite young then. Taking a deep breath, he introduced, this is the only direct disciple of Master Zhang, and our senior brother. Despite years of solitary cultivation and a steadfast heart, the younger disciples were utterly astounded. The middle-aged Taoist finally grasped the meaning behind Li Qing's words. Li Qing paused for a moment before speaking. There is no need for envy. My condition has little to do with cultivation. It is simply my natural disposition. The sect leader quickly emerged from his shock, exclaiming, Are you all still lost in delusions? The crowd fell silent, gradually regaining their composure, yet the astonishment was still evident. Is this truly the case, senior brother? One of the disciples stammered. The sect leader replied, When I was younger, my elder brother was just like this. The younger disciples stared in disbelief. Li Qing merely smiled, waiting for them to calm down before saying, I, too, will meet my end. It is just that my time has not yet come. And it is not as miraculous as you imagine. A middle-aged Taoist took a deep breath and asked, Senior brother, have you surpassed our ancestor? Not yet. At least not at this moment, Li Qing responded. As I mentioned, my longevity is unrelated to cultivation. The sect leader inquired, What brings you back this time, senior brother? To visit my master, to observe Wudong Dao, and to see all of you, Li Qing replied. Has Wudong Dao fallen into an economic crisis again? The sect leader was taken aback. Economic crisis? Is it that funds are lacking again? Not exactly, he awkwardly admitted. It is merely to ensure we do not run out of money. That is quite good, Li Qing nodded slightly. It suffices that you are aware of my matters. Not many people on Wudong Mountain know, so please do not spread it. Understood, The younger disciples nodded in agreement. Such a living immortal instilled a sense of reverence in them, and they felt it was too extraordinary to oppose him. Li Qing inquired, when was the connection established with Wudong Mountain? Only in the past 2 years, the sect leader answered. It was not us who initiated contact. Rather, Wudong Mountain learned from Xinjiang that we share the same ancestral lineage and sent disciples to invite us. Li Qing gently nodded. Since we originate from the same source, it is not inappropriate to recognize one another. I refrained from mentioning it out of respect for my master's desire for tranquility, wishing to avoid disturbing him. By the way, Wudong Mountain did not mention asking our ancestor to return, did they? No, they did not. The disciples there merely offered respects and invited us to visit Wudong Mountain to discuss the Tao, the sect leader clarified. Well, that is good, Li Qing replied warmly. My coming here in my true form signifies my trust in you all. In my absence, I entrust the care of our ancestor to you. The sect leader assured him solemnly, rest assured, senior brother, this is our duty, and we will not neglect the ancestor. The younger disciples nodded in agreement. Li Qing chuckled softly, his tone becoming even gentler. In the future, I will visit often. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I will not ignore you. Yes, the younger disciples replied, their hearts warmed and slightly bashful. Observing their spirited demeanor, Li Qing suddenly recalled something and furrowed his brow. Perhaps he had grown a tad too radical. Indeed, in Li Qing's original plan, the secret of longevity was destined to be revealed, laid bare before the world, so that all might know. However, that day was still far off. His plan was to navigate through the ebb and flow of imperial power, to emerge as an immortal in the eyes of the world only after the cycle was complete. As the secret began to unravel following exposure at the power center, it appeared increasingly uncontrollable. Nevertheless, the knowledge gained by the younger disciples did not significantly alter the situation. Even the influence of Wudong Mountain remained largely positive. Li Qing harbored concerns that, under the expanding power dynamics, they might prematurely enter the public eye. Should the timing prove unfavorable, they risked becoming universally reviled before they had the chance to reconstruct the power structure and establish a new system. The exposure of secrets was inevitable, as was becoming public enemies, yet the timing must be right. Otherwise, his remedy could transform into poison. Li Qing suddenly felt a profound sorrow, realizing that the harder he worked, the more complicated matters became, and the more tasks he accumulated. Fortunately, he recognized this significant issue in time. Master brother, what troubles you? Ah, it's nothing, Li Qing replied, drawing himself back to the moment. After accompanying his master for the past few days without proper rest, he felt fatigued and decided to take a short respite. Then do rest, Master brother, the sect leader smiled, adding, since you have been tirelessly traveling, the younger disciples shall prepare a welcoming feast for you. Li Qing jested, I am not a victorious general returning from battle. It seems you are merely craving a feast. Haha, do not take my jest to heart, he lightly waved his hand. I will just rest for a bit. You all prepare the ingredients, and I shall cook. Master brother can cook? Li Qing smiled and nodded. Even our founder praised my cooking. The sect leader hesitated for a moment before agreeing. In that case, we shall trouble you, Master brother. Li Qing suppressed his smile, saying, I have yet to endure any hardships as the Master brother. Go prepare, and call me when all is ready. All right. Li Qing lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling while contemplating how to remedy the situation. Many were already aware of the secret, rendering it impossible to silence them. It seemed the only path forward was to hasten the historical process. However, popular education could not be expedited. It required the accumulation of time, the emergence of talent, and the progression of ideas. Should he speak directly with Zhu Hozong? He feared that Zhu Hozong might either become furious and shorten his own life, or, disheartened, simply abandon all efforts. Li Qing pinched the bridge of his nose and murmured to himself, it appears that I must first focus my efforts on Zhu Zaiqi. Chapter 488. Too radical in the kitchen, shrouded in swirling smoke. Li Qing's youthful visage was obscured as 9 younger disciples gathered curiously at the door, their mouths watering. At present, the Wudong sect consisted of only these 10 individuals, including the sect leader, resulting in a manageable workload. With deft movements, Li Qing sautéed, seasoned, and added spices with the grace of flowing water. The younger disciples began to suspect that their master brother had once been a chef at a renowned restaurant. In just over half an hour, he prepared more than 10 dishes, with 6 meat and 6 vegetable dishes alongside 2 soups laid out on the table. Li Qing called to the younger disciples, who had already washed up, "Do not just stand there foolishly. Come sit down and enjoy the meal." As they took their seats, one young disciple, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Master Brother's culinary skills surpass even those of the restaurants below the mountain." Li Qing chuckled warmly. "You want to know how good it is until you taste it. Go ahead and try. Master Brother, please, you go first. Where do so many rules come from?" Li Qing beckoned his junior disciples to begin eating, joining them in the meal. The flavor was not as delightful as the dishes prepared in the small courtyard, alas. The condiments were not entirely adequate. Nevertheless, the junior disciples relished the meal, for it was the finest they had experienced. In recent days, while descending the mountain to attend to funerary matters, their meals had been far less satisfying. During the meal, Li Qing took the opportunity to assess the operational status of the Wudong sect. It became evident that his earlier admonitions had borne fruit. The Wudong sect was now entirely self-sufficient. With only a modest number of inhabitants within the temple, expenses were naturally low. Although there were but a scant few lay practitioners visiting to pay their respects, the junior disciples willingly ventured down the mountain to engage in business. When all was tallied, after accounting for their basic necessities, there remained a modest surplus. The junior disciples possessed little material desire and were greatly content with their current way of life, which provided Li Qing with considerable reassurance. Wudong sect was not Wudong Mountain, lacking the endorsement of the imperial court and situated in a remote location. It could not achieve widespread renown. Li Qing sought little for the sect, merely wishing for its continuity, ensuring that his master would not be left unattended. After the meal, Li Qing assumed the responsibilities of the elder brother, imparting teachings to his junior disciples and sharing medical knowledge. That night, he chose not to stay in the temple, but instead returned to the grave of the old man. Typically prone to insomnia, he found solace in the presence of the old man, slipping easily into a deep slumber. Regrettably, the old man had yet to appear in his dreams, perhaps still harboring some resentment. For over half a month, Li Qing had prepared meals for the junior disciples, shared teachings, and slept alongside his master. Yet he still had not encountered the old man in his dreams, not even once. His attempts at coaxing were in vain. Li Qing was uncertain whether the old man was truly angry with him or simply reluctant for him to return. He felt a sense of loss, reminiscing about a time when he could still dream of the old man, though he had come to accept that some individuals required dreams to connect. Now, even dreaming had become a luxury. In that moment, Li Qing truly felt the old man had departed, utterly gone. The river of time stretched the distance between him and the old man ever further, rendering him a distant memory. That night, under the moonlight, Li Qing sat upon the grave, hugging his knees, his head bowed deeply as if pouting like a child wronged. He ceased speaking to the old man, remaining there in silence, stewing in his own frustration. It is often the case that when a younger generation quarrels with their elders, it is the elders who yield. This instance was no exception. The old man relented and appeared in his dreams, though his image had become quite hazy, his face and expression indistinct. As dawn broke, a gentle breeze brushed against Li Qing's cheek, a likely consequence of his clumsy tongue the night before, allowing his eyes to convey what he wished to express. He tenderly wiped the inscription on the tombstone with his sleeve, murmuring, "I, your elder brother, have been remiss, having only prepared a few meals for my junior disciples." After a lengthy gaze, he added, "Master, I must take my leave." After offering a few more words of encouragement to his junior disciples, Li Qing departed from the temple and descended the mountain. October in Jinling had begun to cool. On the streets, he observed the townsfolk clad in warm garments. Li Qing did not venture to the majestic Weiwu Tower, nor did he return to the small courtyard or visit the Yongqing Marquis's residence. Instead, he made his way to the residence of Zhuzai Li as evening approached. After a day filled with busyness yet brimming with vitality, Zhuzai Li unlocked the door and stepped inside. Upon glancing at the eaves, he was taken aback to see Li Qing, lost in thought on a stool. He rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming that it was indeed Li Qing at his doorstep, he was left in a state of disbelief. "When did you return, sir?" "I just arrived today," Li Qing replied, regaining his focus. "I have something to discuss with you." Zhuzai Li felt a wave of tension wash over him at the sight of Li Qing's unusual seriousness. What can I do?" "There is much you can do. I, Zhuzai Li, am no more. Only Zhu Li remains," he stammered. Yet Li Qing asserted, "Regardless of whether you are Zhuzai Li or Zhu Li, you are still the son of Zhu Ho Chong." Zhuzai Li felt a chill run down his spine, his earlier cheer dissipating in an instant. Sir, you cannot be suggesting I return, can you? Li Qing exhaled softly and shook his head slightly. Observing this, Zhu Zai Li's heart, which had been lodged in his throat, gradually settled. What do you wish for me to do? To undertake an endeavor that benefits the nation and its people, yet does not serve the interests of the monarchy. Would you be willing? Zhu Zai Li was taken aback, uncertain how to respond. After a lengthy pause, he queried, Am I allowed to refuse? I hope you do not refuse, Li Qing replied. Zhu Zai Li fell silent. May I discuss this with my uncle? I do not dare to decide alone. Li Qing pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Thank you. Not daring to delay, Zhu Zai Li hurried away. As dusk approached, he re-entered the courtyard, accompanied by the rarely serious Zhu Hozhao. Come inside, Li Qing instructed as he stood up and entered the house. Zhu Zai Li glanced at his uncle. A look of panic etched on his face. What are you panicking for? Close the door, Zhu Hozhao grunted, following suit. In the main room, candles were lit, and the three gathered around the table. My secret cannot remain concealed for much longer. I wish to expedite matters, Li Qing stated. That seems unnecessary. The tide has already turned. The Ming Dynasty is destined to develop in the direction you envision. The wider dissemination of your secret is merely a component of your plan, is it not? Zhu Hozhao countered. Indeed, but the speed at which secrets spread far surpasses the rate of the Ming's development. By a significant margin, Li Qing insisted. If we do not accelerate, we will encounter structural issues. The Ming is progressing swiftly, Zhu Zai Li interjected timidly. The efficiency of railway production, the research into steam engine technology, and the speed of constructing advanced steamships are all improving, albeit gradually. This is not something that can be rushed. Sir should not be so impatient. That is not the issue at hand. Zhu Hozhao waved his hand, signaling Zhu Zai Li to listen quietly. The proliferation of education, the reform of the imperial examination system, and the growth of capital are all products of your efforts, propelling the Ming closer to the splendid era you envision. Is that not sufficient? Zhu Hozhao furrowed his brow and continued. You know I have never opposed your radicalism, but this time you are being excessively radical. Li Qing lowered his eyelids, apologetic. That is unnecessary, Zhu Hozhao asserted. The demise of the Ming is inevitable. It is not that I cannot accept it. But I do not wish to witness the magnificent era we have painstakingly built face ruin due to a single act of radicalism. You have toiled for so long, from Hongwu to Jiajing. Over 10 dynasties' efforts spanning nearly 200 years cannot be squandered. It is precisely because we cannot afford to fail that we must proceed thus. Li Qing stated with solemnity, expressing that the pace of educational reform remains sluggish. Setting aside the considerable time required for the comprehensive establishment of educational institutions, even if they were all completed at this very moment, there would still be a century's journey ahead. Li Qing spoke in a deep tone. I must step into the limelight, but when I do, it must be because the Ming Dynasty requires my presence. If we do not accelerate, we will undoubtedly miss this critical window and find it difficult to land smoothly. Zhu Hozhao inhaled deeply and questioned, Li Qing, do you not think the stakes are excessively high this time? I simply do not wish to lose. Over 20 million souls. He emphasized. I am aware, perhaps even more than you are, Zhu Hozhao responded, slamming his hand on the table in frustration and turning away, refusing to engage further. Li Qing apologized once more, falling silent, yet his resolve was unprecedentedly firm. Zhu Zai Li glanced this way and that, feeling exceedingly anxious. But what troubled him further was his inability to comprehend the conversation between the two. Not daring to inquire of Li Qing, he turned to Zhu Hozhao and asked, Uncle, what is the gentleman speaking of? Zhu Hozhao remained silent for a while before softly replying. Ignite a wave of thought. What does that mean? You could also interpret it as enlightening the populace. Isn't that already happening? Zhu Zai Li queried, puzzled, considering that universal education was precisely that. Furthermore, besides teaching the populace to read and write, what other means are there to enlighten them? Silly child, reading and writing are merely a pathway, not the destination. Zhu Hozhao replied bitterly. As a pathway, it certainly cannot be the only one. That is, Zhu Hozhao exclaimed. Ask him. Zhu Zai Li felt unjustly treated, but dared not argue. Turning to Li Qing and inquiring, what exactly do you wish me to do? I want you to establish a printing workshop. Zhu Zai Li was utterly bewildered, akin to a monk unable to comprehend the situation. Zhu Hozhao expressed surprise, followed by a series of mocking laughs. Childish. Before you can even walk, you are already thinking of running. Li Qing, disinterested in banter, directed his attention to Zhu Zili. Will you? Zhu Zili hesitated, saying, Can I refuse? You had better not. Then why do you ask? Zhu Zili felt a pang of frustration. After finally becoming familiar with the ironworks and gaining some insights, now I must start all over again. Moreover, I have no interest in this. What did you say? Zhu Zili felt somewhat guilty. He owed his current situation to Li Qing, who held significant influence over his potential marriage. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon the sciences for the humanities. After a moment of inner turmoil, Zhu Zili summoned his courage and stated, I believe that the iron industry is essential for national prosperity and stability. I wish to contribute to the Ming Dynasty, and I do not see how establishing a printing workshop could benefit the country or the people. Zhu Hozhao replied softly, Let us listen to the child's heart. Chapter 489, The Eternal Duke of Yongqing. Li Qing remained silent, saying, Once you are on the right track, you can still pursue the career you love. Even act as a hands-off manager. But of course, you cannot entirely neglect it. Zhu Zili stood dumbfounded, asking, If that is the case, then why must it be me? Because you are your father's son, and even a tiger does not eat its offspring. Zhu Hozhao replied gloomily. Zhu Zili was taken aback, still not fully understanding, and asked, Will establishing a printing workshop incite my father's wrath? Initially, it will not, Li Qing responded. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Hozhao, filled with indignation, pounded the table and exclaimed, Your uncle is still here, and you dare to deceive a child like this? Have I not prefixed it at the beginning? You are driving me to madness. Zhu Hozhao puffed out his cheeks and glared, snorting disdainfully. Do you truly believe that with his intellect, he can accomplish what you have assigned? Li Qing retorted, If you bend a little, I will assist you. I refuse. Zhu Hozhao interrupted. Without me, you cannot succeed. Think again. Li Qing abruptly rose, his fury palpable. What did you just say? Zhu Hozhao stood his ground, unwavering. Without me, you cannot succeed. Of course, you could entrust it to your aunt, if you have the heart to burden her further. However, even if she undertakes it, I will still cause chaos. Very well. I have shown you too much patience, Li Qing replied, a mix of anger and incredulity. Do you truly think I hold you in high regard? Think what you will. This is my bottom line, no retreat. Do you believe I will let you see the emperor right now? Who is afraid of whom? Grandson. Enough of this quarrel. Silence. They both declared in unison, their faces stern. Zhu Zili, frightened, immediately fell silent, looking quite aggrieved. The two men faced each other for a long moment, until Li Qing took a deep breath and said, Provide me with a detailed plan by tomorrow. Very well, Zhu Hozhao replied, maintaining his composure, his expression indifferent. Li Qing said nothing further and departed, vanishing into the night. Thud. Zhu Hozhao collapsed into his chair, panting heavily, muttering, Damn it, that was terrifying. Your father should truly be grateful to me for safeguarding his position. Uncle, quickly pour me a cup of tea. I'm drenched in cold sweat. Zhu Hozhao cursed. Still shaken, do you truly think that scoundrel has a kind heart? If he were truly enraged, he would either slap me dead or leave me bedridden. Zhu Zili hurried to pour tea and returned to offer it. Seeing his uncle's pale countenance, he comforted him. The gentleman is not that violent. At least he is quite civilized towards the emperor. You know nothing. No one in the Ming Dynasty has endured more beatings than I. How could I not know whether he strikes the emperor? Zhu Hozhao replied, frustrated. Do you really think that scoundrel is a benign soul? Suddenly, Zhu Hozhao fell silent, and Zhu Zili felt the temperature in the room plummet, glancing towards the door. Sure enough, Li Qing stood there, a dark expression on his face. Do you have anything else to say? Zhu Hozhao asked dryly, attempting to sound resolute, but failing to muster the courage. Li Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to slap Zhu Hozhao, and said, Do not inform your aunt or Xiaobao of my return. I will leave shortly. Ensure the plan is ready by tomorrow. You know what will happen if it's not. How serious can this be? Understood. Li Qing coldly warned, Control your tongue. If you speak ill of me behind my back, you shall see what I do to you. All right. Li Qing departed once more. Zhu Hozhao waited for a considerable time, confirming that Li Qing would not return, and then muttered with frustration, See, did I speak incorrectly? Is he not a violent man? Zhu Zili, somewhat speechless but also amused, pondered the implications of Li Qing's directives on the Ming Dynasty. Uncle, do you think the actions of the Yongqing Marquis bring more benefit than harm, or vice versa? As the feelings of frustration gradually subsided, Zhu Hozhao sighed softly. It depends on how one interprets it. My dear nephew lacks wisdom, I implore you to speak plainly. The corners of Zhu Hozhao's mouth twitched. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. If that is the case, why do you vehemently oppose it, dear uncle? Zhu Zairi, perplexed, continued. You have previously stated that Li Qing would safeguard the Zhu family, and my father has echoed similar sentiments. You all understand that the Ming Dynasty cannot endure forever. My father prioritizes power, so why do you not support him? My child. Zhu Hozhao replied. Individuals like Li Qing, if not rendered useless, must be utilized to their utmost potential. Do you understand? Zhu Zairi stammered. But Li Qing is not planning to abandon his responsibilities, is he? Certainly not, nor did I suggest such a thing. Zhu Hozhao shook his head. If he proceeds methodically, Li Qing will suffer immensely, to the point of bloodshed, and the effectiveness of his efforts will be significantly diminished. Furthermore, he risks becoming an enemy to all too soon. Yet he could prolong the imperial authority of Zhu Ming and avoid becoming merely a talisman. Zhu Zairi was at a loss for words, pondering for a while before asking, Isn't that rather excessive? Indeed, it is excessive. Such actions are beneath humanity, Zhu Hozhao replied with a self-deprecating smile. People often possess biases before discerning right from wrong. I, your uncle, am undoubtedly a member of the Zhu family. I cannot disregard the Ming Dynasty as he does. Moreover, becoming an early public enemy and being despised by the world may, in his view, be a blessing. With a heavy sigh, Zhu Hozhao added, My selfish motivations are not solely for the Ming Dynasty, but also for him. You do not understand him, thus you cannot truly empathize with his plight. Zhu Zairi scratched his head and asked, Uncle, did you not say he would suffer to the point of bloodshed? If you claim to care for him, why is that? Zhu Hozhao replied with a bitter smile, A dull knife inflicts pain when it tears flesh. If this continues, he may endure another 100 years of toil. But that will not be his concern. The consequences of this path cannot be resolved in a century. Which is preferable? It is better to rationally consider the path he has chosen. Zhu Hozhao sighed lightly. To be honest, during our heated argument earlier, I did not fully comprehend the matter. Now, reflecting calmly, Li Qing's meticulous thoughts and far-reaching vision far surpass mine. The eternal youth marquis will forever remain the eternal youth marquis, Zhu Hozhao lamented. Before this, I had not recognized this issue. It is too inconspicuous yet profoundly impactful. Truly, he is the eternal youth marquis who has dominated 10 dynasties. Zhu Zairi still did not grasp the essence, but at least understood its existence. In that case, shall we proceed as he suggests? We cannot follow his suggestions entirely. Zhu Hozhao shook his head. Li Qing is still too radical. I was not acting impulsively. Following his ideas to the letter could indeed lead to significant chaos. Is that so? Zhu Zairi chuckled nervously. Nephew will heed uncle's advice. Zhu Hozhao felt a deep satisfaction. Indeed, you are my esteemed nephew. He then added silently, though perhaps not the most astute. Unexpectedly, the not-so-astute nephew's next words left him speechless. Uncle, could it be possible that Li Qing is deliberately acting this way to negotiate better terms? Zhu Hozhao paused, taken aback for a moment, before exhaling in defeat. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Come, let us proceed to the study. He stretched his limbs and sighed, resigned to the fact that it would be a sleepless night. Will you keep me company as we burn the midnight oil? The next morning, both Zhu Hozhao and Zhu Zairi bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue, with Zhu Zairi not only suffering from red eyes, but also experiencing considerable pain in his wrists. Uncle, please rest. I will deliver it to Mr. Li, he suggested. Nonsense. We may still need to engage in a tug of war. You cannot manage it alone. Zhu Hozhao yawned. Assist me. Let us go together. Alas, take it slow, Zhu Zairi replied. At the entrance of the small courtyard, before Zhu Hozhao could utter the 6-character incantation, Li Qing's voice preemptively echoed, The door is unlocked. Come in. Zhu Zairi pushed the door open, supporting his uncle as they entered the courtyard and closed the door behind them. Upon noticing Li Qing's fatigued expression, Zhu Zairi couldn't help but inquire, Have you not slept at all, sir? Age has its toll. One cannot expect to slumber as much, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. Have you managed to produce it? If I hadn't wouldn't you be inclined to reprimand me? Zhu Hozhao retorted irritably. Observing Zhu Hozhao's bloodshot eyes and the need for assistance in walking, Li Qing chose not to engage in banter, directing Zhu Zairi, Take him to rest. I am not pressed for time. Very well, Zhu Hozhao replied suspiciously. You aren't trying to divert me to deceive my nephew, are you? Li Qing chuckled softly. If I truly wished to impose my will, I would not require your input on the proposal. All right then, If there are parts you find perplexing, mark them, and I shall elucidate them for you later, Zhu Hozhao stated before dismissing his nephew and unsteadily making his way to the side room. Zhu Zairi opened a thick envelope. Extracting a substantial stack of letter paper, "Everything is here. Please review it, sir." Li Qing accepted it, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the contents. "You are utterly exhausted. You should also rest." "I am well enough to persevere," Zhu Zairi replied with a faint smile, relocating a chair from the parlor to sit beside Li Qing. "Sir, I have a matter I do not comprehend. I beseech your guidance." Without lifting his head, Li Qing prompted, "Speak. What is the connection between the dissemination of the secret of longevity and the tide of thought?" Li Qing paused momentarily, then raised his head to inquire. "Are you truly eager to know? Even if the revelation might be unsettling?" Zhu Zairi nodded earnestly. "I wish to understand my actions. I believe I have the right to know, do I not? I implore you to speak candidly." "Very well, I shall disclose it to you," Li Qing articulated. "For the system of the Ming Dynasty is destined to transform, sacrificing imperial authority to nourish the rights of the people." Zhu Zairi was taken aback, yet not entirely surprised. For it was inevitable that the distant future would witness the fall of the Ming Dynasty, albeit difficult to accept. Drawing a deep breath, he admitted, "I apologize for my ignorance. I humbly ask you to break it down for me, as I still cannot grasp it. To know what one knows is quite commendable." Li Qing smiled lightly. "The shift from imperial authority to the empowerment of the populace will incite great upheaval, affecting not only officials, but also the common folk. Every stratum of society will be swept along in the transition between the old and the new systems, which will severely impact the very foundation of the nation. In such times, a steady hand is required, someone who can replace the emperor, who is divinely ordained, to maintain stability." Li Qing continued. "The secret of my longevity must become common knowledge, perfectly synchronized with the emergence of the new system." "Perfectly synchronized?" Zhu Zairi echoed. "Indeed. Only when the world is most in need of me shall I present myself before them, ensuring a seamless passage through the turmoil." Li Qing remarked, "Revealing the secret of immortality too early is detrimental. Revealing it too late is even worse." In chapter 490 of the Jinling Daily, Zhu Zairi pondered, "If it is exposed early, it allows the public to mentally prepare and better curtail opposing forces. Is that not preferable?" "I had subconsciously believed the same," Li Qing responded, "which is why I did not restrain the dissemination of the secret of immortality. However, it was only when I returned to Wudong and observed my junior disciples, who expressed surprise and curiosity upon learning the secret, that I realized my earlier thoughts were misguided." Zhu Zairi, embodying the diligent spirit of a top student from his time in the Eastern Palace, listened intently, fearful of missing a single word. He acknowledged, undeniably, "I have been excessively domineering, leading to an ingrained path dependency in my subconscious. As you mentioned, early exposure of the secret allows the public to prepare mentally and better restrict dissenting forces. Your ability to articulate this reveals that, in your subconscious, I am indeed a tyrannical authority." Li Qing sighed, yet upon witnessing my junior's expressions, I awakened to the truth. Being needed far outweighs being domineering. As the elder brother of Wudong, my immortality is beneficial for my juniors. It is essential for others to feel that your existence is advantageous to them, even indispensable. That is the essence of being needed. Only by being needed can I facilitate a smoother transition between the old and new systems." Li Qing continued, "If I were to unveil the secret of immortality before the establishment of the new system, the public would not require me and, under the influence of malefactors, might even harbor animosity against me, opposing me. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, I could still capture the hearts of the people with a singular determination. I could act tyrannically, and none could oppose me." He then sighed again, "Yet ultimately, a mutual pursuit is far more desirable and harmonious." After a moment, Zhu Zairi cautiously inquired, "So, does this mean that as long as imperial authority persists, Li Qing will remain concealed?" "Indeed." However, Zhu Zairi hesitated. "Have you considered that the secret of your immortality possesses an unparalleled, lethal allure?" "Ha ha ha." Li Qing laughed heartily. Zhu Zairi was taken aback. "Why do you laugh?" "Sir, I laugh at your naivety, your foolishness, and I am relieved you did not continue as the crown prince." After a prolonged moment, Li Qing ceased his laughter and stated, "Throughout history, we have only heard of emperors seeking immortality. When have you heard of common folk desiring it? The commoners seek it for the afterlife. Otherwise, why would Buddhism be so esteemed? Furthermore, if I were to guide the populace towards immortality, do you know what consequences would ensue? Li Qing sneered. If the people of the Ming were preoccupied with seeking immortality, the flourishing era would collapse in an instant. Perhaps even worse than the chaotic times at the end of the Yuan dynasty. Zhu Zai scratched his head awkwardly. So, you aim for others to seek you, rather than you seeking others? Li Qing nodded slightly. It's not entirely beyond redemption. Zhu Zai contemplated. Yet power is ultimately top-down. Regardless of how advanced the new system is, it requires administrators, and no matter how much it changes, it cannot escape the need for officials. Li Qing subtly shook his head. Your assertion is not entirely accurate. The exercise of power is indeed top-down, but its origin is bottom-up. Once everyone becomes aware of this reality, the only compromise can be found among those in power. When the emperor, favored by the heavens, can no longer maintain control, the sole avenue for officials is to seek substitutes. There exists no alternative. The reason is simple. With my presence, their interests may suffer. Without me, their vested interests would face far greater jeopardy. Li Qing remarked, I trust you understand my point now? Zhu Zai fell into a prolonged silence, bitterly responding, no wonder. Li Qing inquired, do you think I am undermining the foundations of the Ming? Zhu Zai slowly shook his head, saying, I lack the authority to comment on this. Nor do I wish to. He paused before asking, I wonder how the Zhu Ming dynasty will fare when that day arrives? Li Qing replied, I can only say that the emperor will remain an emperor, and the lineage shall endure for many generations. He continued, the new system is not a panacea. It is merely a transition, far from perfection, and it cannot achieve flawless implementation at once. Zhu Zai, astonished, pressed further. How long will it take to establish a perfect new system? I cannot say, came the response. Zhu Zai queried again, what will become of the Zhu family once the perfect new system is born? I am even less certain about that, Li Qing admitted with a wry smile. I suppose they will become common folk? Zhu Zai exclaimed in disbelief. You truly will not concern yourself then? Li Qing gestured toward himself, stating, a perfect new system requires neither the emperor, favored by heavens, nor the longevity of the Ming. In other words, only with my demise can the soil for a new system arise. Do you comprehend? Zhu Zai was taken aback, and after a long silence, murmured, I begin to understand. No wonder my uncle said you would ultimately become the public enemy. Li Qing assured him, however, I can guarantee one thing. The Zhu Ming dynasty will not meet the tragic fate of past dynasties, being eradicated to the root. Within my capabilities, I shall strive to ensure they lead a more comfortable existence. Zhu Zai inhaled deeply, rising to bow in gratitude. Li Qing smiled dismissively, returning to his review of Zhu Hozhao's proposal, and Zhu Zai refrained from further interruption. Page after page, one cannot deny that the proposal was extraordinarily detailed. After a considerable time, Li Qing set down the proposal, closing his eyes in contemplation. Zhu Zai, who had been dozing, immediately perked up, his expression tense. This proposal was not conceived by him, yet it bore his penmanship, and he found his uncle's plan to be remarkably prudent and pragmatic. He feared that Li Qing might adopt a radical approach, reminding him, governing a vast nation is akin to cooking a delicate dish. I implore you to proceed with caution. Li Qing opened his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at him, and scoffed, is this wisdom yours as well? Do I require your reminders? Zhu Zai, feeling disheartened, fell silent. Li Qing, rather irritable, waved his hand, saying, if you are tired, go rest. I need some quietude. Zhu Zai nodded glumly and departed. At noon, Zhu Hozhao yawned as he approached the eaves, smacking his lips and asking, how goes it? Li Qing, without raising his eyelids, replied coolly, somewhat too conservative. Me, conservative? Zhu Hozhao chuckled. You know my radical tendencies. When have I ever been conservative? Exactly, Li Qing replied. Zhu Hozhao, resigned, continued. Setting aside the long path required for education to flourish, even if it blossoms everywhere, what then? The lag is too pronounced. One cannot rush and expect immediate results. You must find a middle ground. Li Qing lifted his eyelids to regard him. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhu Hozhao chuckled nervously. The situation is what it is. You want me to be radical? Fine, but if things spiral out of control, who will take responsibility? The emperor cannot bear it. The court cannot bear it, and neither can you. Zhu Hozhao continued earnestly. You are not an omnipotent deity. You cannot sway the hearts of the people. Let's take it slow. Even I, someone who acts impulsively, believe that we should not rush. Does that not illustrate the gravity of the matter? Li Qing fell silent. I will assist. I will gauge the right balance, Zhu Hozhao added. Li Qing subtly nodded, tacitly agreeing. Zhu Hozhao finally breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled awkwardly. Well then, you come up with a name. Let us call it the Jinling Daily. A daily? Zhu Hozhao scratched his head, inquired. Isn't that rather frequent? What do you mean? Perhaps a monthly publication would suffice, he suggested, but quickly corrected himself. No, let it be a daily. Li Qing withdrew his captivating gaze and replied calmly. I have been quite restrained. If you dare to be half-hearted, I shall not spare you. Understood, understood, Zhu Hozhao muttered. Be careful that the great ancestor doesn't seek you out tonight. Am I supposed to fear him? Li Qing laughed. I am in this position of power by his command. Zhu Hozhao retorted indignantly, but the great ancestor did not appoint you to wield power in this manner. That is not my concern. Li Qing huffed. You just tell me. Am I a power broker or not? Zhu Hozhao, flustered, exclaimed, at my age, you really are trying to provoke me. Li Qing rolled his eyes and stood to leave. Hey, where are you going? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Li Qing replied without turning back. Zhu Hozhao hurried after him. It's already October. Are you planning to wait until the new year to get busy? Li Qing retorted sharply. Just enjoy your twilight years and stop concerning yourself with me. You ungrateful soul. Can't you hear that I am expressing concern? Zhu Hozhao replied, exasperated. I never said you had to stay in Jinling. Aren't you tired? What about your fellow disciples? A trip to Wudong Mountain for the new year would be beneficial. A balance of work and rest is essential. They have all returned to Wudong Mountain. Zhu Hozhao sighed. The emperor is diligent and capable. The steam locomotives and steamships are continuously improving, and now the Jinling Daily must be prioritized. Is it truly necessary to be this busy? Li Qing paused, and then stated, I must make a trip to Jiaoji. Your uncle does not have much time left. Zhu Hozhao was taken aback for a moment. Then understood, you mean Zhu Yukai? Li Qing, though feeling somewhat downcast, found amusement in the respectful tone. One must not let down those who show loyalty. Li Qing sighed lightly. Even with the advent of steamships, Jiaoji's geographical significance remains paramount. It is one of the overseas granaries of the Ming Dynasty. After so many years of cultivation, we cannot afford to neglect it. Indeed, Zhu Hozhao responded. How long will you be gone? A few months at best. Or up to a year, Li Qing replied. All right. He then cautioned, do not mention my return to them. I would not want them feeling regret for not seeing me. Rest assured, I am the most discreet. You had better be. Li Qing shot him a glare and departed. Zhu Hozhao sighed deeply, reflecting for a moment before rushing to his chamber. What are you sleeping for? Wake up. At your age, how can you still be asleep? Zhu Hozhao, with a mix of urging and shouting, managed to rouse the slumbering Zhu Zaiqi. Groggily, Zhu Zaiqi expressed his frustration. Uncle, I haven't slept all night. Why should one linger in slumber during life when eternal rest awaits in death? We must cherish this precious time. Zhu Hozhao retorted. Rise, let us discuss matters earnestly. What matters? Zhu Zaiqi inquired, bewildered. Naturally, it pertains to the Jinling Daily. Rubbing his eyes, Zhu Zaiqi reluctantly vacated his soft bed and asked, wasn't it agreed that I could merely lend my name, acting as a figurehead? Smack. Zhu Hozhao delivered a light slap, irked. If you were just a figurehead, the burden would fall upon me. My dear uncle, you are aware that my only flaw is my lack of cleverness. Zhu Zaiqi lamented. Zhu Hozhao raised his hand again, only to smile warmly, affectionately declaring, my dear nephew, do you not know that the slow bird must take flight first? If I could soar like a slow bird, would I be here in Jiangnan? Zhu Zaiqi replied, feeling helpless. Uncle, just handle the details. I will take responsibility for any mishaps. You may proceed as you wish. Is that acceptable? Of course not. Zhu Hozhao insisted, glaring. At my age, how much longer can I live? Do not think to be cunning. Zhu Zaiqi, feeling utterly despondent, silently lamented. Indeed, the uncle-nephew relationship in the Ming Dynasty is far from ideal. After washing his face and entering the parlor, Zhu Zaiqi felt more alert and asked, does the Yongqing Marquis have any objections to your proposal? Zhu Hozhao smiled proudly. Of course not. Who do you think I am? Enduring his uncle's boastful tales, Zhu Zaiqi finally asked, who will finance this endeavor? Zhu Hozhao's lips twitched in frustration. You need not worry about the finances. I will provide the capital. However, the prominent role must be filled by you. You once remarked that I am not suited for business. Zhu Zaiqi exclaimed. That is merely a lack of insight on my part. Zhu Hozhao replied. Realizing he couldn't evade the issue any longer, Zhu Zaiqi conceded. The proposal is too detailed and overly complex. Uncle, could you simplify it for me? That would be acceptable, right? Of course, Zhu Hozhao cheerfully nodded. Step 1. Find a location, establish a workshop, and recruit workers. Step 2. Determine the overall tone, set standards, and create content templates. Step 3. Identify the target audience. Zhu Zaiqi felt overwhelmed. The first step is manageable if there are funds, but how do we establish the tone, standards, and templates in the second step? Having you as my uncle is truly a stroke of bad luck. You just called me your dear nephew. Zhu Zaiqi suppressed his urge to complain and said awkwardly, Please teach me, uncle. Zhu Hozhao took a deep breath and explained, Let the tone be relaxed. Ensuring the readers do not tire easily, while also incorporating a degree of humor to retain their interest. For instance, we could weave in some amusing fables or even sprinkle in some risque content. Zhu Zaiqi stammered. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Just avoid being too explicit. It can be suggestive yet ambiguous, akin to hanging a sheep's head while selling dog meat. It may be commonplace, but the goal is to attract attention. Isn't that deceitful? We're not marketing this as our main selling point. So what constitutes deceit? Zhu Hozhao replied. To capture attention, one must not adhere strictly to convention. Very well. Zhu Zaiqi nodded slightly. What about the standards? In a light-hearted and humorous fable, profound truths are embedded within, touching upon the realms of politics and the intricacies of power. This endeavor is no trivial task. However, it is not insurmountable. One might draw inspiration from the court's dispatches to the provinces, adapting them for our purposes. As Zhu Hozhao whimsically suggested, what do we call this? It is aptly termed keeping abreast of current affairs. Zhu Zaiqi found himself both amused and perplexed. Yet he considered that if he were to follow his uncle's lead, it might indeed be feasible. What does templating imply? The concept of templating should not be rushed. It must evolve based on market feedback, gradually experimenting until a standard emerges that resonates with a broader audience. Zhu Hozhao remarked, Only then will we possess competitive market strength, making the Jinling Daily more appealing and ensuring a steady stream of readership. Zhu Zaiqi nodded slowly, pondering, if we aim for a sensational appeal, why not go further and rename it the Yingtianfu Daily? With a swift motion, Zhu Hozhao delivered a sharp retort, exclaiming, Have you truly convinced yourself of your princely status? Do you desire the Yingtianfu Daily so fervently that you welcome scrutiny from the authorities? Zhu Zaiqi, somewhat chastened, muttered, I was merely suggesting. When shall we commence? He inquired. In a couple of days, once I have gathered the necessary funds, Zhu Hozhao replied. Uncle, I am solely responsible for the Jinling Daily, correct? Zhu Zaiqi questioned, his mind racing. Zhu Hozhao rolled his eyes heavenward. The subsequent Suzhou Daily and Hangzhou Daily will fall under your purview as well. What? Zhu Zaiqi's eyes widened in disbelief, his frustration palpable. This is utterly unfair. I refuse to accept this. Zhu Hozhao's expression darkened, the weight of imperial authority and elders' command unfurling ominously as he intoned. Consider your options carefully. Will you undertake this or not? With a hesitant tone, Zhu Zaiqi replied, Uncle, others may doubt my abilities, but you know best. I lack the capacity for such a task. Do not belittle your potential. Li Qing believes in your capabilities, and so do I. Should you falter, be prepared to face the consequences. Such treatment is intolerable. Zhu Zaiqi lamented, his spirit waning. Zhu Hozhao replied coldly, A life of leisure comes at a cost. I have exerted great effort to bring you to Jinling, not for you to squander your potential. You must grasp the notion of being utilized to your fullest. He then shifted his tone to a gentler note, continuing, You need not be involved in every minute detail. Simply allocate some of your energy to manage it, and you can still pursue your passions. Furthermore, the daughters of the Li family possess discerning tastes and are accustomed to luxury. Can you truly support them through mere labor? Zhu Zaiqi had not considered this angle, momentarily rendered speechless. Zhu Hozhao pressed on. Trust your uncle. Should you excel in this endeavor, you will undoubtedly become a wealthy man, ensuring a life of comfort for your children and grandchildren. I mean you no harm, and your father will not turn against you. What is there to fear? Zhu Hozhao continued. Having escaped the palace myself, I have established a thriving tavern for my descendants. What legacy will you leave for your future offspring? The foundation of inheriting a family business rests on the existence of a venture to inherit. Zhu Hozhao admonished, labor alone will not yield great wealth. The cost of living in Jinling is high. With your few thousand taels of silver, not only will you struggle to provide for your future family, but you may find it insufficient even for your own marriage. Zhu Zili retorted, "Uncle, do not deceive me. The cost of living in Jinling is not as exorbitant as you claim. Daily expenses are manageable, but what of the bride price?" Zhu Hozhao remarked with a hint of disdain, "Indeed, the Li family will not covet your betrothal gifts, and their dowry is quite substantial. However, you must first be able to present the betrothal gifts." Zhu Ziyi was taken aback, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Several thousand taels is no small amount. Ordinarily, it would suffice for a wedding. Yet, the bride in question hails from the Li family. How could he possibly slight the one he cherishes? "Uncle, I shall do it." "Now that's the spirit." Zhu Hozhao nodded with a smile. "My dear nephew is truly commendable." Zhu Ziyi felt indifferent to such words. "Uncle, time waits for no one. I am not young anymore, and I estimate that I will not be able to save enough on my own. Would you be able to lend me some funds in the meantime?" "Certainly. But remember, even between brothers, accounts must be clear. We are not that closely related." Zhu Hozhao's smile faded, adopting a more businesslike demeanor. "You must write an IOU." Zhu Ziyi was already accustomed to such arrangements. "No problem." "Very well." Zhu Hozhao stretched comfortably, rising from his seat. Let's go. With Li Qing absent, what are we lingering here for? You should give it some thought." Zhu Ziyi nodded, following him outside. In Jiaoji, as winter approached, the sun shone brightly, radiating warmth, even more so than the late spring of the Ming Dynasty. Li Qing effortlessly made his way to his villa in Jiaoji, tidying up a bit, boiling water for a bath, and donning the newly purchased Yongqing brand clothing. Feeling quite at ease. The next day, Li Qing arose early and headed to the Han Prince's residence. However, upon reaching the entrance, he noticed the white mourning cloth hanging from the plaque, and the stone lions were also draped in white. Li Qing's expression shifted. Had he arrived too late? He hastened his steps and declared, "I am a distinguished guest of the Han Prince's residence." Since it had not been long since his last visit, the servants still recognized him and promptly escorted him inside. Upon entering the Han Prince's residence, he was met with white mourning cloth everywhere. Even the lanterns were white. Li Qing's heart sank further, accompanied by a sense of guilt. He had promised to return but had failed to do so. Unexpectedly, a servant's words turned the tide. "Please wait a moment. Let me inform the prince." "All right, wait a moment," Li Qing called after him, asking, "Has the Ming court conferred the title of Han Prince upon Zhu Hobing?" For all vassal states of the Ming Dynasty, succession must be sanctioned by the Ming court. Although the court usually granted approval, this procedure could not be overlooked, lest it be deemed usurpation. The servant paused for a moment, then seemed to understand, chuckling awkwardly. "The prince is quite well." "What do you mean by well?" You can ask the prince when you see him." Before long, the servant returned and led Li Qing to the Han Prince's chambers. Li Qing immediately spotted the elderly Zhu Yukai, who appeared frail and weary, languidly reclined in a soft chair, exuding an air of despondence. Upon seeing Li Qing, a flicker of life sparked in Zhu Youcai's dim eyes as he gently said, "You truly kept your promise." Li Qing chuckled and took a seat, inquiring, "What is the matter with you? Why this sudden performance?" Zhu Yukai smiled lightly, responding, "I am nearing the end myself. I wanted to see how they would mourn my passing." "Your timing is impeccable, for there will be a banquet tomorrow," Zhu Yukai added. Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 492. The sleeping coffin without the luxury of lamentation. Li Qing promptly took Zhu Youcai's pulse. Zhu Yukai remained remarkably calm, allowing him to proceed with the examination with great composure. After a considerable pause, Li Qing withdrew his hand, lost in thought. Zhu Yukai chuckled softly. "I am well aware of my own condition. There is no need for concern, sir. I have long accepted it. Otherwise, I would not be able to arrange my own funeral with such tranquility." Li Qing reassured him, "I am here now. Do not feel overly burdened." "I have never felt much pressure," Zhu Yukai replied nonchalantly. "Life and death are natural occurrences. Our Han royal lineage has enjoyed a long life." After a moment, he added with a laugh, "Certainly longer than those emperors." Li Qing was momentarily stunned. It was primarily because being an emperor is far less relaxed than being a prince. Zhu Yukai acknowledged this sentiment, reflecting, "One may lose in one aspect, but gain in another." In truth, Gaozu was fortunate, though he did not perceive it. Li Qing gently shook his head, initially, perhaps. "However, after arriving in Jiaoji, I found peace, reconciling with myself and my father. Otherwise, I would not have returned to the Ming Dynasty." Zhu Yukai pondered this for a moment and nodded lightly. "By the way, sir, how do the Ming emperors express their grief upon passing?" Li Qing's expression darkened. "What?" Do you wish to experience it yourself? Don't go too far. Oh, I am merely curious. Li Qing replied curtly. It is all rather similar, albeit with a more refined and rhythmic manner of weeping. Rhythmic? You could interpret it as weeping in waves, ebbing and flowing. Li Qing elaborated. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yukai looked exasperated. Then perhaps I shall pass. It sounds rather loud. Enough. You need not concern yourself with that for now. It is far more important to relish the present moment. Why ponder so far ahead? Li Qing assisted him in lying down on the bed and, with practiced ease, retrieved a needle box from the nearby cabinet. It is time for your acupuncture. At dawn, as the first light began to break, Li Qing was stirred awake by the bustling sounds outside. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by a flurry of activity among the servants of the prince's residence, a lively crowd, and a cacophony of noise. Amongst it all, the voices of the performers rang out the most piercingly. Under the eaves, Zhu Yukai reclined in a chair, observing the scene with amusement, while offering suggestions to his son, who was attempting to cultivate a somber mood. Li Qing chuckled, approaching. Good morning, sir. Zhu Hobing greeted Li Qing with a nod, bowing slightly. Father, while you converse with the sir, I shall arrange things as you instructed. Go ahead, Zhu Yukai replied, visibly relieved as Zhu Hobing nodded at Li Qing and hurried off. Li Qing laughed. Is it really that serious for you? Of course it is. Zhu Yukai huffed. If I truly pass away, how they manage my affairs will be beyond my influence. A single death demands due consideration, does it not? We must rehearse to prevent any mishaps later. Li Qing teased. Why don't you just lie in the coffin to see how it feels? Zhu Yukai paused in surprise, then eagerly nodded. What a splendid idea. I completely overlooked that. I must try to see if the coffin is comfortable. Let us go to the morning hall. Wait, do you not understand what I am saying? Zhu Yukai, however, remained earnest. In case it does not meet my expectations, there is still time to make adjustments. Lend me your support. Li Qing sighed. To the morning hall we go. Zhu Yukai reclined within the confines of the coffin, envisioning the visage of his own demise. He closed his eyes, his expression tranquil and immobile, even his breath barely perceptible. Li Qing's smile faded, suddenly finding the situation far from amusing. Stop feigning death. Get up, get up. Zhu Yukai remained silent, his demeanor serene. Li Qing, exasperated, leaned down, grasping the collar of his robe and pulling him upright. Zhu Yukai, reluctantly opening his eyes, remarked, I have yet to fully experience this. What is there to experience? Li Qing retorted, you are destined to slumber here for an eternity. Of course, I wish to indulge in the full experience. Seizing the moment when Li Qing loosened his grip, Zhu Yukai reclined once more, requesting, Please, sir, assist me by closing the coffin lid. Li Qing felt a surge of irritation. Yet, Zhu Yukai persisted, if one is to experience, it must be the complete set, just for a moment. I beg of you. With no other choice, Li Qing complied, closing the lid, but merely a few breaths later, he opened it again. All right, you have experienced enough. Rise quickly, this is ill-fated. With that, Li Qing hoisted Zhu Yukai out, asking with annoyance, how was the experience? Quite pleasant, Zhu Yukai replied, smacking his lips. My mind is empty. My heart is untroubled. All worries have vanished. To be devoid of thought is truly blissful. Li Qing rolled his eyes. You are indeed a peculiar flower, a unique and beautiful blossom. Zhu Yukai nodded repeatedly, chuckling. Your way of complimenting is truly distinctive. Li Qing shot back. I believe you are in dire need of a needle. At the third watch, officials, both civil and military, arrived in unison, clad in mourning attire, their expressions sorrowful, tears streaming as they wept in disarray. Li Qing had initially thought the mourning for the emperor's passing was tumultuous enough. However, in contrast, this display seemed almost rhythmic, albeit louder and somewhat ludicrous. The most absurd part was that Zhu Yukai stood at the doorway, observing their lamentations with a foolish grin. Li Qing, having served in 11 dynasties, felt utterly speechless for the first time. What rendered him even more speechless was Zhu Yotsai's insistence that he pen a couplet for the funeral, insisting it would be needed at the time of death, claiming that should he fail to contribute, it would be akin to receiving a free meal. Li Qing, overwhelmed, reluctantly complied, and after Zhu Yukai read it, he chuckled even more. The midday funeral feast was of considerable grandeur, nearly rivaling that of a banquet for the Ming emperor, with a culinary spread that was exquisite and flavors delightful. Li Qing and Zhu Yukai were seated at a separate table, where Zhu Yukai dined while observing others partake in the feast held in his honor. After the banquet, they enjoyed a performance, adding to the merriment. The raucous celebration gave Li Qing a headache. That night, after administering acupuncture, Li Qing harnessed his vital energy to channel through Zhu Yotsai's meridians until he fell into a deep slumber, at which point he exited the chamber. Lost in thought, he inexplicably wandered to the morning hall. Inside, Zhu Hobing donned mourning attire, vigilantly keeping watch over Zhu Yukai, accompanied by numerous brothers and nephews, all displaying utmost solemnity. Li Qing's lips twitched as he cleared his throat, saying, "Young master, the Han Prince has entrusted me to convey a message. It is sufficient to keep vigil for now. You should retire early, for this is merely a rehearsal. Is that true? Should you doubt, visit the Han Prince tomorrow." Li Qing proclaimed with a steady heart and an unflinching countenance. Zhu Hobing nodded slightly, beckoning his brothers and disciples to return and rest. Once the morning hall regained its tranquility, he inquired, "Sir, is my father truly at the end of his life?" The father-son relationship in the royal family of Jiaoji was far more harmonious than that of the Ming Dynasty. The paternal figure was less calculating, allowing for a sense of trust, while the son bore little pressure, free from the fear of replacement. Thus, an environment of filial piety naturally flourished. Only Hongji and Zhengde could be said to rival this dynamic. The rest were hardly worth mentioning, especially Zhu Di and Zhu Hozong, the two paternal figures. Li Qing sighed softly. If it were otherwise, would he display such demeanor? "But you have come, have you not?" "I can only prolong matters for a while," replied Li Qing. "For how long?" "It should be manageable until the new year." Zhu Hobing fell silent, calming his emotions before bowing in gratitude. "I appreciate your assistance, sir. Previously, both my father and I thought you would not come. I am not one to make promises lightly. Once made, I shall not go back on my word." Li Qing affirmed, adding, "This applies to you as well." "Ah, very well." Zhu Hobing nodded gently, asking, "How long can you stay this time?" "I shall remain for a while longer, and I will also help you with your own well-being, so you may better manage Jiaoji." Zhu Hobing felt a surge of gratitude. Taking a deep breath, "I understand you are quite busy. Your coming must have entailed postponing many important matters. Let this suffice. You need only tend to my father. I am in good health. We have time ahead of us, and we can take things slowly. I am busy, but not to the point of being overwhelmed." Li Qing replied, "I also plan to visit Malacca and Longyearbyen." Zhu Hobing was taken aback, asking, "Do you want me to accompany you?" Li Qing nodded slightly. "Clever. What does that mean?" Zhu Hobing chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Yet Li Qing remarked, "In comparison to some, you are indeed clever." The sky was growing late. It was time to rest, for tomorrow the morning would continue. "Yes, that is true." Zhu Hobing did not press further, offering a respectful bow before taking his leave. Li Qing stood under the eaves for a long while, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before stepping back into the morning hall, approaching the half-closed, empty coffin. He murmured, "Is it truly so comfortable?" After observing for a moment, Li Qing climbed inside, using both hands and feet to close the lid. In the pitch darkness, silence enveloped him. Lying there, he imagined himself as a deceased soul ready to be laid to rest. Before long, his heart became as tranquil as still water, and his mind reached a state of serenity, as Zhu Yukai had described, completely empty, free from chaotic thoughts. It was such a blissful, comforting experience, one he wished to prolong indefinitely until the end of time. Alas, for Li Qing, this was a distant dream. In the days that followed, he attended feasts and watched plays during the day, while stealthily returning to the morning hall at night to experience an unprecedented tranquility until the conclusion of the morning rites. As the white mourning garments were removed, the hall dismantled, and the empty coffin carried away, he felt an unexpected reluctance. Zhu Yukai, thinking he was merely hungry for more feasting, chuckled. The dishes during the day were no less exquisite. "Is it truly necessary, sir? I am not here for the food." Zhu Yukai then realized, "You must wish to hear more plays, then? This is quite simple. I will have someone return to continue singing." Never mind, never mind." Li Qing chuckled and shook his head, expressing that he found your empty bed rather comfortable. Zhu Yukai? Chapter 493. Mixed emotions. Zhu Yotsai's condition was poor, yet his mindset was remarkably optimistic. Perhaps he had completely relinquished any concerns about his future, shedding all psychological burdens, and thus he remained cheerful throughout the day. Now that Li Qing had arrived, he certainly would not hold back, and with his utmost effort, as the year drew to a close, Zhu Yukai was still able to eat, drink, and move about, showing no signs of someone on the brink of the grave. In the Han Emperor's palace, Li Qing and Zhu Hobing sat across from each other, while Zhu Yukai reclined sideways, accompanying them as they sipped tea and engaged in casual conversation. Zhu Yukai sighed with envy, saying, "At this time of year in the Ming Dynasty, it must be snowing in various regions, right? Alas, I really wish to see it. Here it only rains, and it has been years since we last saw snow. Occasionally when it does snow, it melts away as soon as it falls. Hardly different from rain. Do not take your blessings for granted," Li Qing retorted. "For you, snow is a picturesque sight and a romantic affair, but for the common folk, it only brings bitter cold. Isn't there a saying in the Ming Dynasty? In winter, the wheat is covered with 3 layers of blankets, so one can sleep on buns the following year." Zhu Yukai replied, somewhat disgruntled, "Isn't snow quite nice?" "It's not that snow is bad. It's just that the current winter in the Ming Dynasty is too frigid," Li Qing remarked as he set down his teacup, adding somberly, "The elderly cannot withstand such cold. It leads to reduced grain yields and causes great distress." Zhu Hobing gently inquired, "Is the grain in the Ming Dynasty insufficient?" "At present, it is adequate. The treasury still has a substantial surplus. The climate has been slightly harsher in recent years, but overall, we remain in a surplus state despite a decline in grain trade with Japan." Li Qing exhaled a breath of warm air and said, "In the future, the Ming Dynasty will import a significant amount of grain from Jiaoji, not limited to newly reclaimed farmland." Zhu Yukai nodded slowly. "That is indeed agreeable. Jiaoji's grain production is abundant, especially after my cousin sent over the new fertilizer formula, which has increased the yield. Currently, a large surplus of grain is being exported to Korea. If the Ming Dynasty requires it, Jiaoji can provide a considerable supply," Zhu Yukai continued. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he stated, "In a couple of years, the Ming Dynasty will prioritize selling a batch of steamships to you at a reasonable price." Zhu Hobing's heart raced with excitement. "How many?" "That depends on your needs," Li Qing replied with a gentle smile. "However, I do not wish for you to acquire too many." "And why is that?" "The steamships are still being refined. There will be even more advanced models available for you in the future, so acquiring too many may not be wise," Li Qing explained. "Furthermore, the Ming Dynasty has many vassal states, and we must attend to all of them. We cannot show favoritism. However, I can assure you that the price at which we sell to you will be the most favorable." Zhu Yukai pondered. "Will this not tarnish the court's reputation?" Li Qing chuckled. "It is not the court, merely the steamships of the Li family, and you will find it hard to refuse. In that case, thank you very much." "Sir," Zhu Hobing exclaimed excitedly as he raised his cup, "I toast to you with tea instead of wine." Li Qing smiled and clinked his cup with Zhu Hobing's. Zhu Hohong downed his drink in one go and exhaled the scent of alcohol, saying, "You have worked hard." Sitting across from him, Lu Bing appeared travel-worn and fatigued. Yet he remarked, "It is merely fulfilling my duty as a minister. It is manageable." After a brief pause, he added softly, "The Crown Prince is doing quite well, currently engrossed in his endeavors, and he appears to be managing admirably." Huang Jin smiled and remarked, "Indeed, while Li Qing may lack refinement at times, he is a man of his word. Once he makes a promise, he never falters. With his watchful eye, Your Majesty, there is no need for concern." Lu Bing chuckled awkwardly. "But it is not the eternal youth marquis who is looking out for him." Zhu Hozong inquired. "Is it the Li family?" "It seems that is not entirely correct," Lu Bing clarified. "It is the in-laws of the Li family. Surely, Your Majesty remembers the proprietor of the esteemed Waiwalu, the tavern you frequently visited while in Jinling? Your Majesty truly has a remarkable memory." Lu Bing silently flattered him, nodding. "It is indeed the proprietor of Waiwalu who provided the funds." When Zhu Hozhao visited the capital, Huang Jin was aware of the matter concerning Zhu Shou of Waiwalu and commented, "It must have been Li Qing's arrangement. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so benevolent. In truth, it is still Li Qing who is looking out for him." Zhu Hozong cast a sidelong glance at him and grunted, "That is debatable." Huang Jin disagreed, but refrained from arguing, merely offering a forced smile before inquiring, "Is Li Qing still in Jinling?" "It seems he is not," Lu Bing replied with a slight shake of his head, feeling somewhat ashamed. "As the sole representative, I cannot openly reveal my identity, and the information I can gather is indeed limited." "That's quite all right." Zhu Hozong waved his hand lightly, dismissing the matter. "Whether he is in Jinling or not, it is of little consequence. Being absent from the capital is akin to being absent from the Ming Dynasty altogether." Lu Bing and Huang Jin exchanged awkward glances. both having grown up together and understanding that the emperor was merely expressing his displeasure. Zhu Hozong lifted the cup of wine that Huang Jin had refilled and took a delicate sip, asking, "What kind of workshop is being established?" "A printing workshop." "That sounds splendid." Zhu Hozong responded with a fatherly smile. "This is indeed a means of supporting the promotion of education, quite commendable." At last, he is beginning to exhibit some semblance of maturity. After downing the remaining wine, Zhu Hozong's earlier melancholy vanished, and he inquired, "What is his relationship with the Li family?" Lu Bing replied somewhat begrudgingly, "Your Majesty has instructed that the crown prince should not be made aware of my existence, and my knowledge is rather limited." He then recalled something and quickly added, "I believe it to be favorable. I once saw him strolling with a young lady from the Li family." "Really?" Zhu Hozong's spirit soared, and for someone typically stoic, he displayed rare excitement, exclaiming, "Are you certain she is from the Li family?" "Absolutely," Lu Bing affirmed. "I personally witnessed that young woman enter the Li residence." "Aha, splendid. Wonderful." Zhu Hozong's mood lifted immensely, overflowing with joy, and he filled Lu Bing's cup to the brim. Huang Jin hurriedly poured more wine, then filled Lu Bing's as well. Clinking his cup, Zhu Hozong laughed heartily and repeatedly asked, "What is her age, and how does she appear?" At this point, Lu Bing could no longer detect any underlying insinuations and realized he should abandon his role as the head of the Jinyue. "Her age is comparable to that of the crown prince. She is extraordinarily beautiful, well-educated, and composed." Lu Bing provided all the details and, in conclusion, added a disclaimer. "Although I was at a distance, based solely on her demeanor, the Li young lady's upbringing, refinement, and knowledge are truly exceptional. That is only to be expected. How could the women of the Li family be lacking?" Zhu Hozong nodded repeatedly, laughing heartily. He hadn't felt this joyous in quite some time. With a laugh, he murmured to himself, "That little rascal has finally lived up to my expectations." Observing this, Lu Bing and Huang Jin quickly chimed in with flattering remarks, further delighting Zhu Hozong. It was not that he could not discern the flattery. Rather, he relished it, enjoying the compliments that bore a semblance of truth. His troublesome cousin had a modicum of taste, and his son was proving to be quite capable. This was sufficient for him. Zhu Hozong drank several more cups, his face flushed, a smile gracing his lips. "Have you purchased the printed material?" he inquired. "Oh, I bought a single sheet," Lu Bing replied, promptly setting down his cup to retrieve it from his bosom. "Just one sheet?" Zhu Hozong expressed mild surprise. "Shouldn't it be a booklet or a volume?" Moments later, Lu Bing produced a square bundle of paper, carefully unfolding it to reveal a large sheet measuring 2 feet square, densely printed with fine script, brimming with content. "Your Majesty, please take a look." Zhu Hozong accepted it, finding an array of fables, risque anecdotes, and simplistic illustrations. "How much is this sheet?" he asked without lifting his gaze. "Not expensive, just 6 won. For a monthly subscription, it's merely 5 won." Lu Bing chuckled, adding that it wasn't tea like rice paper, estimating the cost to be around 3 won. Suddenly, Lu Bing ceased his laughter, falling silent as the emperor's expression shifted, the mirth dissipating as a frown creased his brow. Lu Bing sensed this was an ominous sign. Huang Jin craned his neck, peering at the content, noticing the emperor's apparent displeasure, and quickly attempted to smooth things over. "The culture of Jiangnan is quite open. Certain risque materials are highly sought after. I heard from Li Qing that many young ladies, upon reaching a certain age, indulge in viewing such works. It is said that the renowned Tang Bohu also began his career through painting such subjects. This publication is indeed quite restrained and not vulgar." Lu Bing promptly concurred, stating, "Your Majesty, the culture of Jiangnan is indeed as Huang Jin described." Zhu Hozong, feigning indifference, continued his examination, and the two dared not speak further, waiting in silence for him to finish. After a quarter of an hour, Zhu Hozong slowly folded the sheet back into a bundle and set it aside, his brow lightly furrowed in contemplation. Huang Jin exchanged a glance with Lu Bing, both equally perplexed. Tentatively, Lu Bing inquired, "Your Majesty, is there a problem?" "Oh, there is no significant issue. It is merely a form of entertainment, something to elicit a laugh," Zhu Hozong replied, taking a breath before smiling again. "You have worked hard this time. The new year is approaching, so return home and take a good rest. After all, you are a grandfather now, lest others claim that I, as emperor, lack human compassion." "Your Majesty's words leave me utterly embarrassed," Lu Bing chuckled awkwardly. "Have I perhaps mishandled my duties?" "Not at all. You have performed remarkably well, surpassing my expectations," Zhu Hozong reassured him, then, with a playful laugh, tapped the bundle, saying, "Yet the content within is rather lacking in refinement." Upon hearing this, Liu Bing exhaled deeply, offering consolation. "Given the circumstances, one must adapt. This is neither vulgar nor illegal. And there is no need for your majesty to be displeased." Zhu Hozong nodded slightly, laughing heartily. "Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us continue our revelry." As the banquet concluded, Liu Bing accompanied Huang Jin to receive their rewards, leaving Zhu Hozong alone in the hall. He unfurled the paper once more, his eyes narrowing, deepening the creases upon his brow as he fixated on the newspaper, murmuring, "Jinling daily, Jinling daily." Zhu Hozong's expression was one of uncertainty, his gaze flickering. Was I merely being overly sensitive, or was there indeed a hidden agenda? Chapter 494. Malicious intent. Huang Jin, having seen off Liu Bing, returned to the inner hall and found the emperor still engrossed in the newspaper, his brows furrowed, a visage laden with concern. He couldn't help but inquire, "Your Majesty, is there something amiss with this newspaper?" Zhu Hozong set the paper down, gently pinching the bridge of his nose. Perceptively, Huang Jin moved to stand behind him, providing a soothing shoulder massage. "Perhaps I am overthinking this," Zhu Hozong sighed softly, murmuring, "I merely suspect that this might again be a ploy by Li Qing." "And if it is?" Huang Jin asked, perplexed. "Your Majesty, did you not proclaim that this is merely a source of amusement, intended for enjoyment? What repercussions could it have?" Zhu Hozong offered a wry smile and shook his head, posing a question of his own. "Do you know what is paramount for a prosperous and peaceful nation?" Without hesitation, Huang Jin responded, "The people must have food to eat, clothes to wear, and work to do. Once their basic needs are met, the nation will flourish." This is indeed a principle well understood. However, there exists a far more crucial element that seldom receives contemplation. What might that be? It is the blockade of information, Zhu Hozong declared. Huang Jin was taken aback, responding with a dry chuckle, "I do not comprehend." The founding emperor established a household registration system, wherein farmers cultivated the land and soldiers inherited their fathers' professions, each fulfilling their respective roles without the liberty to stray from their registered domicile. This, in essence, was a means of information confinement. But was it not abolished later? Huang Jin inquired. "Indeed, it was, at the behest of Li Qing," Zhu Hozong replied softly. "Yet, there was little fault in its initial implementation. In the early days of the Ming Dynasty, the land lay in ruins, and the populace largely disengaged from their livelihoods. The establishment of the household registration system was vital, expediting the restoration of production and stabilizing the tumultuous situation. However, as the Ming continued to flourish, this system became an impediment. Regarding the lifting of restrictions on the populace, its impact remains limited, aside from specific groups, such as itinerant merchants, escort agencies, and couriers. The vast majority of the populace would not easily forsake their hometowns. Even when they did, it was often to nearby counties, where they encountered little beyond their immediate surroundings. Zhu Hozong lifted the newspaper, stating, "In the past, the flow of information relied solely on interpersonal communication. Even with Li Qing's advocacy for the abolition of the household registration system, its core remained unshaken. However, with the advent of this medium, the dynamics have changed. The cost of information dissemination has plummeted, and its efficiency is astonishing. For but a few coins, one can gain knowledge beyond counties, provinces, and even the entirety of the Ming, a truly terrifying prospect." Zhu Hozong continued thoughtfully, "People aspire to ascend, much like water seeks lower ground. Humanity is inherently insatiable. Once we enter an era of information overload, the populace's sense of contentment will dissipate. The more they know, the greater their desires grow, leading to an insatiable thirst." Huang Jin scratched his head, murmuring softly, "Your Majesty, is not the very purpose of universal education to enable the populace to acquire more knowledge?" "Indeed it is. Yet distinctions remain," Zhu Hozong elaborated. "Firstly, universal education is not an instantaneous endeavor, and education itself possesses a significant lag, allowing for a buffer period. Secondly, while universal education may ignite the populace's desires, it simultaneously cultivates their capabilities. However, the mere dissemination of information does not inherently enhance the populace's abilities. The pursuit of knowledge merely enhances one's understanding and stirs desire. When the water flows from above to below, one might lament not for scarcity, but for imbalance." Zhu Hozong wore a concerned expression. Huang Jin, unsure of how to respond, hesitated for a moment, and said, "May I take a look at the newspaper?" "Go ahead." Huang Jin approached the imperial desk, picked up the newspaper, and scrutinized it intently. After a while, she smiled lightly and remarked, "Your Majesty, there is nothing substantial written here. It consists merely of trivial stories, which do not align with your thoughts." Zhu Hochong replied, "This is merely the surface. Examine it closely. Where do these stories originate? Are they confined to Jinling?" Huang Jin was somewhat speechless and forced a laugh, saying, "Your Majesty, isn't that a bit far-fetched? Even if it is as you suspect, it is not a matter of great import." Zhu Hochong was taken aback. "What do you mean? One should not worry about scarcity, but rather about inequality. Though Jinling may benefit disproportionately, how could the common people not find happiness?" Huang Jin asserted naturally. Zhu Hochong retorted, "How do you know that we won TC newspapers from Hangzhou, Suzhou, and all provinces and counties of the Ming?" Huang Jin stammered. "But where would the proprietor of Weiwu Tower acquire such funds? The crown prince lacks the energy for this endeavor, and the emperor is concerned about the Li family?" "The Li family?" Zhu Hochong scoffed. "If Li Qing wished for the Li family to engage in this, he would not have encouraged my son to do so. He would not want the Li family to wade into such murky waters and provoke my suspicion." Huang Jin inquired, "If that is the case, then what is there to worry about?" "Fool, is the Ming Dynasty only represented by the Li family?" Zhu Hochong exclaimed. "Once Jinling establishes a name for itself, merchants and gentry will inevitably follow suit. They will attract attention by any means necessary." Huang Jin repeatedly agreed, nervously chuckling, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Attracting attention generally involves sensational content, but fundamentally, it remains mere entertainment." "Who said that?" Zhu Hochong retorted with a mix of anger and amusement. "Such things cannot retain people. Emotions come swiftly and depart just as quickly. The core selling point lies solely in elusive, fluid information." Seeing the emperor increasingly agitated, Huang Jin refrained from further debate and focused solely on placating him. Once his temper had cooled somewhat, Huang Jin timidly suggested, "Your Majesty, I truly believe you are overthinking this. It cannot be that complicated." Noticing his intent to erupt again, Huang Jin quickly added, "Your Majesty knows Li Qing better than I do. He is always more concerned with potential failures than successes. If this were his directive, he would certainly have considered the risks of inequality." Zhu Hochong fell silent, pondering her words. Encouraged by his silence, Huang Jin smiled and said, "Surely, you are overthinking it. Jiangnan is prosperous, and Jinling is among its wealthiest regions. It is quite natural for the populace to seek spiritual enjoyment. The crown prince is merely catering to their tastes. Where is the conspiracy in that?" Zhu Hochong remained lost in thought for a long time, murmuring, "I hope I am simply being overly cautious." Though he voiced these words, the deep furrows in his brow revealed his inner turmoil. "Your Majesty?" Huang Jin called gently. Zhu Hochong sighed softly, smiling as he said, "Having had a bit of wine, I feel rather warm. Accompany me for a stroll." "Certainly," Huang Jin replied, bowing slightly before hurrying to a nearby cabinet, retrieving a cloak. She approached him, saying, "The alternating temperatures can easily cause a cold. Please put this on, Your Majesty." Zhu Hochong proclaimed with pride, "I am not so delicate." No sooner had he spoken than Huang Jin draped a cloak over his shoulders. Zhu Hochong glared, while Huang Jin chuckled foolishly. "Is this satisfactory, Your Majesty?" "Ah, it is indeed. Please proceed." Zhu Hochong rolled his eyes in a haughty manner, grumbling as he stepped outside, with Huang Jin hastily following. The vast expanse of heaven and earth lay before them. The north wind howled fiercely. The heavy snow from the previous night had yet to be cleared by the servants, and as they trod upon the soft snow, buffeted by the biting wind, Zhu Hochong's warmth swiftly dissipated, his mind growing increasingly alert. He sighed deeply, reflecting that Li Qing harbors ill intentions. "Your Majesty, how did this become related to Li Qing again?" Huang Jin replied, both amused and bewildered. "Li Qing is not so idle. Even if he were, he would not resort to such trivialities." "Do you truly believe he is behind this?" "Not entirely, but close enough," Zhu Hochong retorted. Huang Jin, with a wry smile, replied, "I still believe Li Qing would consider the inequities of scarcity and abundance. With his political acumen, he cannot possibly overlook this." Zhu Hochong scoffed. "He may have thought of it, but he never contemplated a solution." "Ah?" Huang Jin exclaimed in astonishment. "Surely not? Li Qing has always been about resolving issues. How could he intentionally create them?" Facing the wind with narrowed eyes, Zhu Hochong grumbled, Li Qing's political aim is for me to resolve matters. He wishes those in power to tackle this rogue. Wang Jin, unable to comprehend these complexities, merely chuckled nervously. Your Majesty is wise and formidable. Surely you can resolve this perfectly. Anyone can make grand proclamations. Zhu Hozhong retorted in frustration. This scoundrel is undermining my military efforts. It is arduous for him. Yet I am not at ease either, fearing I may exhaust myself. Your Majesty, please refrain from such ominous words, Huang Jin interjected, adopting a serious tone. The new year approaches. We should not speak in such terms. Zhu Hozhong forced a bitter smile, but chose not to elaborate further. Unbeknownst to them, it was already the 34th year of the Jiajing reign, and he would soon become the longest reigning emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Huang Jin chuckled. It would have been 2 years earlier. Huang Jin realized her slip of the tongue. Please punish me, Your Majesty. She curled her neck and knelt, her face a mask of fear. Zhu Hozhong inhaled deeply, calmly stating, Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Huang Jin stood, mindful that too much chatter could lead to missteps. The cold wind bit at their hands like a cat's claws. Huang Jin tucked her left hand into her right, hunched over, remaining silent, resembling a plump penguin. Is it truly this cold? I cannot compare to Your Majesty's ethereal constitution. Huang Jin laughed awkwardly. An ethereal constitution? Zhu Hozhong scoffed. I am aging. What ethereal being am I? Realizing her blunder once more, Huang Jin fell silent. After walking a while longer, they reached a secluded area, where Zhu Hozhong paused and spoke softly. Liu Bing is the commander of the Jinyue. He cannot frequently visit Jinling. Arrange for someone trustworthy. Yes, Feng Bao would be suitable. Have him take some men to Jinling to gather intelligence on the news. Remember, matters concerning the Crown Prince must not be leaked. I understand. Huang Jin nodded, responding quietly. Your Majesty, Feng Bao has met the Crown Prince. What of the Crown Prince? Even the Emperor, out of his dragon robe, how many can recognize him? Moreover, he was not well acquainted with the Crown Prince. It had been a year, and the Crown Prince's demeanor had undergone significant changes. Even if they were to meet face to face, he could not be entirely certain, merely feeling that there was some resemblance. As you command, the maid replied. Huang Jin inquired, shall we proceed now? Now, Zhu Hozhong declared, instructing to delegate some inconsequential tasks, intermingled with others, ensuring that the objectives remained ambiguous. Furthermore, it was to be mere reconnaissance without apprehension. What I seek is intelligence, not disruption. Huang Jin bowed in acquiescence. This servant shall make the arrangements forthwith. Chapter 495. Love and Hate. Zhu Hozhong stood alone amidst the swirling snow, his expression somber. At this moment, clarity washed over him, revealing his understanding of Li Qing's intentions. Yet it only deepened his fatigue. By inundating the populace with information they ought not to possess, the common people were shackled in thought, compelling both the emperor and officials alike to compromise. As time progressed, the court would inevitably yield to the prevailing tide, establishing official newspapers to seek stability within the populace. It was foreseeable that in the future, as the court implemented various national policies, they would be required to account to the people to ensure their contentment. Certain politically correct matters of state would need to be prominently publicized to instill the belief that the emperor cared for his subjects. The distant future would inevitably evolve into a scenario where the common people would monitor the court's actions. Is this favorable? Quite so. In this manner, the court would acquire a direct channel for communication with the provinces, resolving the age-old dilemma of imperial authorities' detachment from the countryside. Simultaneously, the high-ranking officials in the capital, including the 6 ministries and the grand secretaries, would be compelled to uphold the ideals of virtue, thereby significantly diminishing the power of local gentry and curbing various instances of merger and acquisition. Is this unfavorable? Indeed it is. By then, the emperor's decisions would be constrained, not only undermining imperial authority, but also incurring substantial costs in terms of justification. Moreover, it would become increasingly impossible for the emperor to be infallible. The myth of divine right would wane, ultimately fading into obscurity. Admittedly, this transformation would require considerable time, at least a century. But is a century truly long? Not particularly. Having ruled for over 30 years, an additional decade in power seems feasible. By such calculations, how many emperors could the Ming Dynasty expect to have? Even if there were emperors in the future, would they still hold the same authority? No, they would not. A torrent of thoughts drifted through Zhu Hozhong's mind, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, deepening his melancholia. As for the distant future, how the common people would fare, the fate of the Zhou family, and the destiny of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Hozhong found himself uncertain, unwilling to contemplate further. He was simply too weary. Perhaps Li Qing was also unaware, merely taking one step at a time, proceeding without foresight. Where this path would ultimately lead, who could truly say? A fierce northern wind swept through, causing a strand of long hair to escape its confines, dancing before his forehead, the snow as white as the strands that bore a hint of gray. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Zhu Hozhong's lips, his expression tinged with melancholy. Ah, I truly am aging. Decades of intense labor, years of imperial strategy, and a lifetime immersed in political machinations had drained him profoundly. The title of emperor, once coveted, now seemed less appealing, if it were possible. He would prefer to devote himself solely to the pursuit of immortality, even if it were but an illusion, for it could grant him an extended existence. Zhu Hozhong murmured to himself. A strand of long hair danced playfully before his forehead, reminiscent of a mischievous child, seemingly unwilling to succumb to solitude, as if it were a symbol of his yearning for freedom. His vision grew increasingly blurred, making focus elusive, while his thoughts drifted aimlessly. Zhu Hozhong spoke to himself mechanically. Li Qing, you evoke feelings of both love and hate within me. You inspire me to pursue immortality while simultaneously hindering my path to it. The first snowfall of the 34th year of the Jiajing era was modest in size. Scattered flakes descended from the heavens, gently blanketing the earth, only to melt away almost instantly, transforming into droplets that adorned the bluestone pavement. Beneath the eaves, Li Qing gazed at the snow, allowing his thoughts to wander. What troubles you, sir? Zhu Yukai inquired with a smile. Surely, it cannot be for my sake? Li Qing snapped back to reality, chuckling lightly. Your optimism suggests you have long since forsaken concerns of life and death. Why would I fret over you? Worried about the Ming Dynasty? Li Qing remained silent. Zhu Yukai jested. People often say a mother worries for her son traveling 1,000 miles. Yet you have turned that notion on its head. You, the mother, journey 1,000 miles, fretting over your son at home. Zhu Yukai laughed heartily. Is it truly that significant? Do you believe the Ming Dynasty would cease to function without you? If so, perhaps you should return, lest your heart be in one place while your body is in another. Li Qing stifled a laugh, retorting, maintaining a balance is acceptable, but you have taken it too far. Ah, what I mean is, now that you are out, consider it a holiday for yourself, relax and enjoy. When you return, you may resume your busy life. If you are genuinely concerned, then returning to work now would suffice. Being on holiday yet preoccupied with worry is less effective than simply toiling away. Li Qing gently shook his head. In truth, there is nothing of particular urgency that requires my attention, at least not at this moment. Then indulge yourself, revel in your leisure, Zhu Yukai remarked. I, however, find myself unable to partake in such joy. Otherwise, I would not be here admiring the snow. The women in my bed and the horses in the field offer far greater amusement. Li Qing, both exasperated and amused, quipped, your words are laden with double meanings. Zhu Yukai replied, in fact, there is a certain charm in simple pleasures. He continued earnestly, you are merely burdened by the weight of your responsibilities. Your body is not aged, but your mind is. It is merely a matter of desire. I believe you carry too many labels, Jinyui, Duke Yongqing, Grand Scholar, Minister, Military Supervisor. Immortal, cast aside these tags, and you shall find ease. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Why have you intensified your remarks? It seems you should be the one to shed the label of being unyielding. You grow increasingly audacious. Your ancestors would not dare speak to me in such a manner. See, I told you your burdens are too heavy, Zhu Yukai stated helplessly. You continuously emphasize these matters, preventing yourself from moving forward. Li Qing paused, then softly replied, I cannot move on. If I were to do so, those people and those events would truly fade into oblivion. To remember them is to keep them alive. I have existed, and they have too. Zhu Yukai was taken aback for a long moment, then sighed, is it worth it? That is a deeply subjective matter. If I deem it worthy, then it is. Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips, as if savoring a fine vintage, his face awash with intoxication. You are not me, thus you cannot fathom my thoughts or my state of mind. For me, it has never been torment. It is exceedingly precious. Li Qing smiled gently. It is akin to a cask of aged wine. When the craving strikes, a sip brings forth a flavor that defies description. Zhu Yukai grimaced. It appears that you are indeed unwell. According to your values, I am indeed unwell, having been so for quite some time. Li Qing, without engaging in debate, simply smiled and remarked that this ailment is not painful at all. It is akin to the initial taste of spiciness, followed by a more profound sweetness that lingers delightfully. Zhu Yukai clicked his tongue and said, if that is the case, I too must be afflicted. Li Qing momentarily failed to grasp the implication. Only the initial taste of spiciness and the more profound sweetness can remedy this, Zhu Yukai stated earnestly. Li Qing, amused, retorted, if you crave wine, simply say so. No need for such convoluted expressions. Let us indulge in a couple of cups, Zhu Yukai awkwardly laughed. It is the festive season. What harm is there in having a few drinks? I have already surpassed today, without concern for tomorrow. Li Qing shot him a sideways glance, huffing. Is that how you negotiate with others? I have not consulted you. Zhu Yukai, maintaining his composure, called out firmly, bring forth the wine. Li Qing conceded, recognizing that it was indeed the festive period, and chose not to dampen his spirits. Fortunately, Zhu Yukai, despite his great appetite for drink, could barely withstand a few cups before succumbing to intoxication and soon fell into a deep slumber. Li Qing assisted him into his chamber and then returned to the eaves to continue admiring the snow. The snow in Jiaoji resembled a man in need of wolfberries, hesitant to fall, trickling down lazily, accomplishing nothing but drenching the bluestone slabs. From the early hours until noon, not a trace of snow remained on the ground. Shortly thereafter, the clouds parted to reveal a clear sky, and warm sunlight bathed his face, enveloping him in a gentle warmth. Although Li Qing did not feel entirely satisfied, he still found enjoyment in the moment. Regrettably, Jiaoji was rather small. The leisurely and rhythmic life passed swiftly, rising, taking pulses, acupuncture, meals, cultivating vital energy, and sleeping. Each day mirrored the one before, and before he realized it, the year had slipped away. Zhu Youcai's body had long since deteriorated. Only his mindset remained intact. Yet a positive attitude could not alter the inevitable decline of his physical state. Nevertheless, he maintained an open heart, displaying no signs of melancholy, basking in the sun, eating and drinking. Days passed, growing increasingly warmer, with the essence of spring becoming ever more pronounced, while Zhu Youcai's condition continued to worsen. Approaching March, he reached the twilight of his life. On this particular day, Zhu Yukai awoke early, requesting Li Qing to push him to the previous funeral hall. Li Qing said nothing, placing him in a wooden wheelchair and wheeling him to the hall. Soon after, Zhu Hobing and a multitude of grandchildren arrived, promptly arranging the hall once more as per Zhu Youcai's wishes. Zhu Yukai observed, watching his descendants bustling about, lost in thought. After a considerable period of labor, the initial arrangement was finally restored. Zhu Yukai was quite satisfied and reiterated some previously mentioned matters. Then, with great effort, lifted his arm to pat Li Qing's hand that supported the wheelchair, gently saying, "Sir, please assist me with one final task." Li Qing leaned down, inquiring, "What is it?" Zhu Yukai remained silent, tremblingly pointing towards the empty bed. "Do not be so hasty," Li Qing gently advised. Yet Zhu Yukai persisted, "Please, help me." Li Qing turned to Zhu Hobing, who knelt beside his father, asking, "Father, do you truly wish to lie down now? While I still live, I wish to feel." Zhu Yukai nodded with great difficulty. Zhu Hobing, with teary eyes, turned to Li Qing, saying, "I apologize for the trouble, sir. What a predicament." Li Qing inhaled deeply and, with the assistance of Zhu Hobing, gently urged Zhu Yukai forward. Subsequently, they laid Zhu Yukai flat within the coffin. The family promptly gathered around, supporting the edge of the coffin, peering inside, creating a blockade so dense that Li Qing was pushed aside. He could only rise on tiptoe to gaze at Zhu Yukai within. "How is it?" Zhu Yukai tugged at the corners of his mouth and casually responded, "Comfortable." Li Qing smiled faintly, for the first time perceiving that death might not be a cause for sorrow. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable envy towards Zhu Yukai. Indeed, it was profoundly comfortable, as if he had laid down to sleep after a long day. Chapter 496. Uncontrollable forces. Zhu Youcai's gaze shifted from Li Qing to his descendants. His expression serene, neither joyful nor sorrowful. His murky eyes remained fixed for what seemed like an eternity until he appeared weary and slowly closed his eyelids. His pale beard stirred gently with the faintest breath, almost imperceptibly, yet those gathered closely could discern it distinctly. No one dared to speak or weep. After an undetermined time, The beard ceased to move. Zhu Yukai lay quietly in the coffin, his countenance tranquil, resembling a peaceful slumber. Trusting in the affairs he left behind, he imparted nothing further at his life's end, akin to a person settling into bed at night, confident that come dawn, they would awaken as usual. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Hobing attempted to call out softly. There was no response. He tried once more, yet still, there was no answer. The younger generation understood that the old gentleman had truly departed. Suddenly, someone let out a wail, and soon the cacophony escalated like thunder igniting a fire. Spiraling out of control, it was a tumultuous uproar, devoid of rhythm. Li Qing stepped away from the mourning hall, ascending to the high platform of the Wang residence. The Han Wang residence buzzed once more, and within half an hour, it was draped in white mourning attire. An hour later, civil and military officials donned their mourning garments. Wailing inconsolably, Li Qing observed from a distance, calmly witnessing the continuous flow of activity at the Han Wang residence. Regrettably, the next day dawned as usual, yet the one who had slumbered did not awaken. Everything unfolded as previously rehearsed. The performers sang the same tune, and the banquet featured the same dishes. Only this time, it was no longer a rehearsal. Mourning and vigil after 27 days, Zhu Yukai was finally interred. Life at the Han Wang residence continued as though nothing had changed. There was merely one less person within the mansion, and outside, a new grave had emerged. Following a period of mourning, life gradually returned to tranquility. As time progressed, the memory of the departed would inevitably fade, until they were scarcely mentioned. With the passing of spring into summer, life resumed its course. Zhu Hobing, having completed his tasks, joined Li Qing for a journey to Malacca, and as the de facto Han Wang, his temporary absence bore no impact on Jiaoji. Early summer transitioned into the height of summer, after which they ventured to Longjumen. After acquiring the knowledge he sought, Li Qing returned to Jiaoji by mid-autumn. He remained true to his promise, assisting Zhu Hobing with his health, while also refining his plans for Jiaoji. Zhu Hobing was most cooperative. The newly appointed Han Wang inherited the fine traditions of his lineage, persisting in implementing straightforward governance, thereby continuing the developmental trajectory Li Qing had once envisioned for Zhu Gaoxiu. Seemingly rigid, yet truly seeking progress with a steady hand. In comparison to the Grand Ming Dynasty, Jiaoji remains diminutive, lacking in profound heritage, and is utterly unfit to withstand upheavals. The governance proposed by Li Qing serves as a panacea. He envisions Jiaoji's developmental trajectory as one that relies on the Ming Dynasty. By clinging to the might of the Ming, it can emerge as an influential elder among the smaller nations of Southeast Asia. Of course, Li Qing plays the Ming card, a strategy well known to generations of Han kings, and there is no sense of discontent in this approach. As the seasons change, under Li Qing's subtle influence, Zhu Hobing spontaneously reignites the fervor for land reclamation. Simultaneously, support for coal mining intensifies, for Jiaoji will soon possess numerous steamships. With a new ruler comes ambition. Particularly under the hereditary system, there is a natural inclination to achieve notable feats. Not to mention, Li Qing does not seek to ensnare him. All is laid bare, allowing Zhu Hobing to make his own decisions. The Zhu family has seen generations pass, yet none have revived under his medical prowess. Nevertheless, this does not tarnish his reputation as a divine healer. Whether emperor or prince, all desire his presence to restore their vitality. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. On the second day of the second month in the 35th year of the Jiajing era, after enjoying dragon beard noodles, Li Qing expressed his intent to take leave. Zhu Hobing felt a deep reluctance. Li Qing's guidance had proven immensely beneficial and had greatly alleviated his burdens. However, he recognized that such a busy individual as Li Qing could only afford to remain in Jiaoji for so long, and it would be unwise to deplete the goodwill cultivated by their ancestors. Lacking anything of substantial value to offer, he decided to bestow upon the gentleman a vast expanse of arable land. Zhu Hobing retrieved a pre-prepared land deed and presented it to Li Qing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing replied, "Keep it. When the Ming requires it, we shall supply ample grain. This is a separate matter. As long as the Ming needs grain and Jiaoji can provide, the supply will certainly be forthcoming. This is a gesture of goodwill from Hobing, and I kindly ask you to accept it. 10,000 acres may not be excessive, yet it is not insignificant either." However, Li Qing was not so avaricious. Even were he inclined, he would not be swayed by such trivialities. He remarked, "With my departure, I fear I shall have no opportunity to return for several years. What use is this land if I cannot cultivate it? Zhu Hobing considered this and suggested, then let us proceed this way. I shall have someone cultivate it, and the profits generated will be set aside for you. Li Qing chuckled softly. I am aware of the generosity of your Han lineage. There is no need for such measures. I did not come to Jiaoji for monetary gain, yet it would be inappropriate to let him toil without compensation. Zhu Hobing insisted earnestly. We are well aware of the immense benefits you have brought to Jiaoji. If you refuse, it would be a disservice to me. Very well. As you wish, let the profits be stored for me. Li Qing conceded, shedding his reluctance. Zhu Hobing sighed with relief and chuckled lightly. You should accept this land deed. At least it serves as a token. Li Qing accepted it with a gesture, stating, regarding the steamships, I shall inform the Li family upon my return. They should arrive by summer at the latest. 10 medium-sized steam cargo ships and 2 large ones. Will that suffice? Ah, it will do, Zhu Hobing replied with an awkward smile. Though there will certainly be even more advanced vessels in the future, this is indeed a considerable addition. Li Qing chuckled and nodded, saying, rest assured, the prices set by the Li family will only exceed the cost marginally, ensuring absolute affordability. However, when it comes to indulging in meat, do refrain from smacking your lips. In due course, the court will also progressively sell a number of steamships to various vassal states. When that time comes, we shall see how the court prices its offerings compared to those of the Li family. Fear not, I will not allow the Li family to face hardships. By the way, the promotion of Tai Chi for health should be encouraged. It entails minimal cost. Additionally, it would be prudent to reduce alcohol consumption and avoid excessive indulgence in romantic pursuits. Li Qing added, this is not to say you must abstain entirely. Moderation is key in all things. Very well, I shall remember that, Zhu Hobing responded with a smile. I have never been one for excess in drink or women. That's splendid, Li Qing replied with a smile. I shall take my leave now. Please do keep an eye on the farmland acquired by the Li family in Malacca, particularly the merged fields of Longyemen. Of course, after all, these are officially assets of the Han Prince's estate. Zhu Hobing acknowledged with a nod and a smile. Li Qing gave a slight nod and turned to depart. In March, spring had arrived. The sun shone brightly, and Jinling finally felt the warmth. At Weiwu Tower, Li Qing approached the counter and gently rapped on the surface. Zhu Wei, who had been dozing, lazily opened one eye, and upon recognizing Li Qing, he opened the other. Oh, it's Uncle Li. Long time no see. Your charm remains undiminished. Where is your father? My father? Zhu Wei yawned and replied with a hint of annoyance. He is currently more affectionate towards his nephew than he is towards us 3 brothers. He is likely engrossed in the newspapers at this hour. Call him back. Prepare a separate table with fine dishes to be sent to the private room. All right. Zhu Wei watched Li Qing ascend the stairs and muttered to himself. A thrifty younger cousin and a frugal Uncle Li, both quite respectable. Despite his words, Zhu Wei complied with every request. After all, even his father seemed to hold a certain fear of this Uncle Li. How could he dare to disobey? In the private room, as sumptuous dishes were served one after another, Li Qing cast aside his reservations and began to feast heartily, alternating between sips of wine and bites of meat, his mouth glistening with oil. With his ravenous appetite satisfied, waves of physiological pleasure washed over him. Li Qing comfortably squinted his eyes, reclining against the back of his chair. His face tilted upwards as he mused. In this life, the essence lies in the pleasures of eating and drinking. Truly, a profound saying. After about 15 minutes, Zhu Hozhao arrived, exclaiming, You have finally returned. Li Qing was taken aback, his eyes widening slightly as he leaned forward. What has happened? Zhu Hozhao settled into the seat across from him and sighed. Indeed, something has occurred, but it bears no relation to your presence. Natural disasters are beyond our control. Your being here cannot alter that. Li Qing's expression turned serious as he inquired, Pray tell, is it a case of crop failure? Not quite, Zhu Hozhao clarified. If it were that severe, even in Jinling, many lives would be lost. Indeed, Li Qing nodded slightly. What kind of disaster is it? A seismic event. Upon hearing this, Li Qing felt considerably reassured. With such a vast expanse as the Ming Dynasty, earthquakes were a frequent occurrence. Compared to droughts and floods, the repercussions of an earthquake were relatively minimal. After all, droughts and floods could devastate entire provinces, whereas the impact of an earthquake was confined to a much smaller area. Such uncontrollable events leave no recourse for anyone. Li Qing accepted this without difficulty and asked, How many citizens have been affected? Zhu Hozhao solemnly remarked, I cannot provide specifics, but I am aware that this situation is extraordinary. There have been palpable tremors reported in Jinling, and the capital is no exception. Li Qing, who had just managed to calm his nerves, felt anxiety resurge within him as he asked, which areas have been affected? Many provinces have suffered calamities to varying degrees. Noticing Li Qing's urge to lash out, Zhu Hozhao forced a smile, saying, This is not the central court. How could I know the intricate details? Earthquakes, especially significant ones, are natural disasters that, due to the destruction of roads, have an alarmingly low transmission efficiency of information post-event. Li Qing took a deep breath and inquired, Is the court providing disaster relief? Zhu Hozhao nodded, stating, The court has allocated substantial funds and grain and dispatched numerous officials to the affected regions to oversee relief efforts, comfort the populace, and provide medical assistance. However, it is evident that the severity of this earthquake surpasses anything seen in nearly 2 centuries since the establishment of the Ming Dynasty. Li Qing felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet, lamenting the occurrence would serve no purpose. He quickly gathered his thoughts and asked, What about the newspapers? Zhu Hozhao looked surprised. What? Oh, it's nothing. He replied with an awkward smile. I assumed you would immediately rush to the capital. Indeed, I shall go at once. But there is still a little time, Li Qing responded. Has the emperor noticed anything? Chapter 497. Great calamity, it seems he has. Zhu Hozhao replied. The Eastern factory has sent personnel claiming to audit accounts. Various state-run enterprises, including the weaving bureau and shipyards, have been inspected. The rigor of these checks varies. Additionally, some private enterprises have been scrutinized, including newspapers. Li Qing pondered, Are you suggesting such a grand display is merely a ruse, primarily targeting the newspapers? I only speculate. Zhu Hozhao replied. The scrutiny of newspapers is also inconsistent. If the emperor were genuinely focused on newspapers, his approach would not be so benign. Yet, if he were not targeting newspapers, it seems illogical to inspect a fledgling publication while ignoring major merchants. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I suspect he too is merely unsure of how to proceed. Li Qing slightly nodded. No disturbances? None. Then that is satisfactory. Li Qing exhaled softly, saying, You must pay close attention to the newspapers. This matter has far-reaching implications. Zhu Hozhao nodded. I would be attentive even without your prompting, though I will certainly avoid being overly radical. Li Qing remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well, I trust in your capabilities. I must take my leave now. Where are you headed? To the capital. I thought you might first return to the courtyard for a gathering with everyone. Given the magnitude of this disaster, who has the heart for socializing? Li Qing retorted with wide eyes. Zhu Hozhao took a deep breath, firmly stating, The event has transpired. Fretting is futile. The court is actively engaged in disaster relief. Once in the capital, it would be wise to exercise restraint. This is not a battlefield, and you cannot single-handedly provide relief. Do not behave as if you are in a contest with the ministers. Focus on your role as a prominent leader. In the capital, within the royal palace, Zhu Hozhong gazed at the incessantly delivered reports of the calamity, his expression growing increasingly somber, yet he felt powerless to alter the situation. At that moment, a young eunuch rushed in. Not waiting for Zhu Hozhong to express his anger, he preemptively announced, Your Majesty, the Duke of Yongqing has arrived. Zhu Hozhong was taken aback. Shortly thereafter, Li Qing entered. What is the situation regarding the disaster? These words barely allowed Zhu Hozhong to feel any joy, as he pointed to a stack of memorials set aside on the imperial desk and waved his hand dismissively. The young eunuch bowed and discreetly exited. Li Qing, remaining silent, stepped forward to quickly peruse the documents. The memorials from the governor of Shaanxi and the viceroy of Huguang left him increasingly alarmed, his expression darkening with each passing moment. The provinces afflicted by disaster numbered as many as 6, and the counties alone, just from the documents on the desk, exceeded 15. Without time to scrutinize the specific figures, Li Qing directly inquired, As of now, how many counties have suffered? Zhu Hozhong replied solemnly, 87. How many counties? 87. Zhu Hozhong repeated expressionlessly, fatigue etched across his face. Li Qing fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, he asked, How much grain has been allocated? Allocations are made daily, but I have yet to compile the specifics. Zhu Hozhong replied with a bitter smile, murmuring, This tremor has cost us years of progress. At this juncture, monetary concerns seemed secondary. Li Qing inhaled deeply, questioning, What do the ministers propose regarding disaster relief efforts? Who would dare oppose such matters? Zhu Hozong remarked. In the face of great calamity, how can one remain unperturbed? A single misstep could incite civil unrest. At such a critical juncture, no one would dare speak out. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's expression softened slightly. Where is the epicenter? Shanxi. Which specific county? We have yet to receive confirmed information. The earthquake was too severe, and communication is exceedingly slow. The most devastated areas have been so ravaged that not only are the roads impassable, but the escape routes for people have been largely destroyed, Zhu Hozong lamented. In this situation, one must see it for oneself to grasp the specifics. Li Qing refrained from anger, understanding the gravity of the situation. Approximately when did it occur? Based on the information at hand, it likely happened a few days before the new year, Zhu Hozong replied uncertainly. Has it been this long? Zhu Hozong sighed deeply. The news only reached the capital over a month later. However, relief supplies and personnel have already arrived in some counties. Li Qing felt his head spinning. Taking several deep breaths to stabilize his emotions before stating, we must exert every effort for disaster relief, regardless of the cost. Otherwise, following this calamity, a great plague may ensue. With so many counties affected, the thought of an outbreak is simply unimaginable. Of course I understand this. Zhu Hozong, overwhelmed with concern, retorted somewhat irritably. It is easy to speak of such things. Anyone could say it. Mid-sentence, Zhu Hozong found himself momentarily silenced. Li Qing refrained from using force. Instead, he urged him to calm down. After a quarter of an hour, Li Qing lifted the restriction. Zhu Hozong, not holding a grudge, regained his composure and said, "This is not merely a case of a few counties suffering from drought, where one might simply allocate some grain. This is an earthquake. The people have not only lost their sustenance, but also their homes, their entire livelihoods obliterated. Furthermore, the difficulty of transporting relief supplies is immense, nearly akin to conducting a military campaign. Currently, we know of 87 counties affected, but the true number of those impacted may well exceed 100. Do not rush." Li Qing suppressed his anxious emotions and spoke gently, acknowledging that such an incident was unforeseen and unwelcome. However, since it had occurred, it must be addressed with seriousness and thoroughness. He observed that Zhu Hozong was genuinely weary and visibly burdened. His hair had turned grayer since their last encounter. Haste makes waste. Let us not rush, but first calm ourselves, he advised. Gradually, with Li Qing's comforting words, Zhu Hozong regained his composure, nodding softly. Li Qing continued, for the time being, our resources should suffice. The greatest dilemma is not the issue at hand. Even if we have enough for now, it will be a temporary reprieve. Zhu Hozong interjected. After this year, the court's finances will undoubtedly plunge into deficit. At such a moment, there was no point in dwelling on that concern. But listen, the new steamships are already being constructed. The previous ones have been sold directly. Furthermore, tea has opened lucrative markets in Western countries. I have yet to inquire in detail, but conservatively estimating, one voyage could yield over 300,000 taels in profit, which the Li family can distribute, with all profits reverting to the court. He paused, adding, moreover, countries such as Jiaoji, Malacca, and Longyamen can supply vast amounts of grain to the Ming at remarkably low costs. With the influx of positive news, Zhu Hozong finally calmed down. Is this truly the case? Do you think I venture out merely for amusement? Li Qing retorted. Zhu Hozong was momentarily taken aback and humbly replied, you labor far more than I. Enough with the sentimentalities, Li Qing stated earnestly. This money must be spent. If we do not allocate funds for disaster relief, we will have to divert them to suppress civil unrest. Should a rebellion arise on such a grand scale, the stability of this prosperous era would be at stake. If it spreads to Jiangnan, the losses from maritime trade alone would be incalculable. Spend it, spend it. Zhu Hozong nodded, understanding the rationale. Li Qing felt a sense of relief and said, summon the 3 scholars. Their collective wisdom will be invaluable. He paused, adding also, call in the physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute. It would be best to devise a universal remedy to mitigate the outbreak of any plagues. Li Qing reassured him. The sky has not fallen. I will not stand idly by. We shall confront and resolve this together. Encouraged by Li Qing, Zhu Hozong finally perked up, exhaling deeply as his weary eyes regained their sharpness. Very well. I owe 700 words, and I shall rectify that immediately. Chapter 498, Desiring, Needing. And Morley looked toward his often infuriating kin and remarked, may I inquire about the esteemed opinion of the Duke of Yongqing? The esteemed opinion is to employ the garrison soldiers to oversee disaster relief, Li Qing replied. Indeed, while the reduction in warfare has significantly diminished the combat capabilities of the current garrison, they are still soldiers, and their physical prowess far exceeds that of the frail scholars. Su Jie, somewhat taken aback, quickly concurred. The Duke of Yongqing speaks with wisdom. Disaster relief is not merely about setting up porridge shelters. The devastation wrought by the earthquake is unimaginable, and rescue efforts necessitate a considerable number of strong individuals. Having said this, he turned his gaze to the emperor. At this moment, Zhu Hozong had completely regained his composure, his political acumen once again shining through. He did not rush to speak, instead looking toward Yin Song, and inquired, "What are your thoughts, Yin Qing?" Yin Song clasped his hands together and pondered, saying, "In my humble opinion, the esteemed Duke Yongqing is correct in his assertions. Yet the concerns raised by the esteemed scholar Li are not without merit. The malevolence inherent in human nature must not be overlooked." Zhu Hoxiong nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. "I believe a compromise can be reached," Yin Song continued. "Regarding loyalty, the soldiers from the Weisuo under the fubbing system naturally surpass those recruited. However, when it comes to their treatment, the soldiers of the Weisuo are considerably less compensated than their recruited counterparts. Are you suggesting an elevation in the treatment of the Weisuo soldiers? Indeed, that is one possibility, though it is not strictly necessary." Noticing the emperor's subtle expression of discomfort, Yin Song quickly amended his statement, asserting, "Your Majesty, in fairness, it is true that with higher compensation, mistakes are less likely to occur. After all, the cost of errors is significantly greater when the rewards are substantial. However, it is not the case that all Weisuo soldiers receive inadequate compensation." Zhu Hoxiong nodded slowly and turned to Li Qing. "What does Duke Yongqing think?" Scholar Yan's insights are indeed profound. Li Qing replied, "In our Ming Dynasty, each prefecture has its designated Wei with a commanding officer overseeing 500-600 soldiers. Beneath the Wei, there are Qianhu units, each commanding 120 soldiers, along with Baihu, banners, and small flags. There is a vast array of Weisuo in the Ming. From this pool alone, we can draw a substantial number of senior officers and soldiers who are well compensated and come from generations of military households. Ensuring their loyalty is unquestionable. Furthermore, we may allow them to each bring a contingent of lower-ranking soldiers who could receive allowances for their travel. This would facilitate the oversight of loyal senior officers over their subordinates, stabilizing the situation while also significantly reducing financial expenditures. What do you think, Your Majesty?" Zhu Hoxiong replied with a slight smirk, "Excellent. Truly, Duke Yongqing possesses remarkable insights. However, there is no need for such convoluted discourse. Speak plainly." The three scholars exchanged discreet smiles, choosing to feign ignorance. Zhu Hoxiong declared, "Let this plan be enacted. You three should later deliberate on which Weisuo will be responsible for disaster relief, and subsequently, discuss the arrangements for post-disaster resettlement." However, before Li Qing and the others could respond, Zhu Hoxiong provided his own answer. "I believe we can arrange for these disaster victims to be relocated to the western regions. What do you all think?" Li Qing was inclined towards this notion, but he understood its impracticality. The three scholars exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a sense of helplessness. Su Jie sighed. "The emperor's intentions are commendable. Since the intentions are good, we must find ways to execute them effectively." Zhu Hoxiong interjected, "You often speak of the burdens of the sovereign and the humility of the ministers. However, now, as I express my concern for both my role as a ruler and as a subject, one must possess a sense of honor." The three dared not argue and turned their gazes towards Li Qing. Li Qing sighed softly. "Your Majesty, the integration of the western regions has only just begun, and the populace has yet to accept it. Forcing them to relocate there may incite public outrage. Furthermore, after the earthquake, how can the people be expected to travel safely? The journey is long, and many may perish along the way. Surely not everyone has been injured?" Zhu Hoxiong queried. "Let those unscathed go. This could very well spark civil unrest," Li Qing replied. Zhu Hoxiong, feeling vexed, chose to remain silent. Li Qing understood that Zhu Hoxiong sought to maximize benefits, a desire he shared, yet the approach remained unrealistic. "Let us proceed gradually. Indeed, Your Majesty, the concerns of the Duke of Yongqing are not without merit. At present, we are undeniably lacking the necessary conditions." The three rarely aligned with Li Qing, yet this time, they find themselves compelled to support him. The emperor's strategy for maximizing benefits seems utterly unattainable. It cannot simply be resolved through mere contemplation. Solutions are conceived by human intellect. Have you all pondered this? Li Qing remarked, haste makes waste. Our immediate priority must be to alleviate the disaster and swiftly provide for the populace to restore calm. As for the management of the western regions, that can wait. We are out of funds, Zhu Hozong lamented. Once we attend to the disaster relief, what resources will the Ming have left to manage the western territories? There is also the integration of the northern regions and the expansion of education. While initiating these efforts may be straightforward, halting them proves infinitely more challenging. The expenses are unceasing. It is not the scarcity we fear, but the inequality. Consider education. If we cease our efforts, how might those places yet without schools perceive it? The three exchanged knowing glances with Li Qing. Though words were unspoken, the undercurrent of reproach was unmistakable. Look at the mess you've created. Li Qing retorted, what are you staring at me for? Struggling to suppress his anger, he continued. Earning money is meant for expenditure. Our fiscal revenue in the Ming has not yet reached its zenith. Selling tea from Western nations and marketing existing steamships are both avenues for revenue generation. We shall surely recover. Anyone can make claims, Zhu Hozong grumbled. Do you all believe it is unwise to seize this opportunity to manage the Western territories? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed, as the three scholars nodded in agreement. Zhu Hozong's temper flared. At that moment, a small eunuch approached with his head bowed, murmuring, Your Majesty, the physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute have arrived. Zhu Hozong took a deep breath, summoned them. Yes, Your Majesty. Before long, a group of physicians entered, and upon seeing the three scholars of the cabinet gathered, along with Li Qing, they finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Please, everyone, be at ease, Zhu Hozong said, waving his hand in irritation. Qing, Li Su, accompany me to the inner chamber for a discussion. Duke Yongqing, you are also a skilled physician. You shall oversee matters here. Li Qing inclined his head in acknowledgement. Turning to the assembled physicians, he addressed them. You are all undoubtedly aware of the circumstances. After a great disaster, a significant epidemic is bound to follow. Preventive measures must be meticulously prepared. Each of you hails from esteemed medical lineages, truly the creme de la creme. Devising a universal preventive remedy should not pose a challenge. Should it? Those who gain entry into the Imperial Medical Institute are undoubtedly capable, yet the elevated status of the patients often inhibits their ability to perform freely, rendering their skills seemingly inadequate. After all, should a medical dispute arise, it could prove fatal. In reality, these physicians are far from inept, Li Qing asserted. In the face of impending calamity, how can we, as healers, not dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly? The physicians nodded in unison. Within the corridors of power, Li Qing's reputation may be lacking, with many harboring disdain for him, yet this sentiment does not extend to the physicians. In truth, the Imperial Medical Institute has always held a favorable view of Li Qing, and not merely a passing one. The Duke of Yongqing is a man of integrity. He dares to treat ailments that others would shy away from, and to prescribe remedies that others would hesitate to offer. For this alone, he deserves their respect. Furthermore, given that the patients in question are merely common folk, what further deliberation is necessary? A physician promptly spoke, stating that the foremost measure in epidemic prevention is isolation, followed by medicinal baths, and then the wearing of medicinal pouches. He swiftly presented several methods of prevention along with the necessary herbs. Li Qing, however, remarked that while isolation is essential, both the medicinal baths and pouches are excessively costly. He sought more affordable alternatives that also possess remarkable efficacy. The scale of the disaster is vast, and the number of affected individuals is extensive, necessitating consideration of costs. Not only must the solutions be economical, but they must also avoid scarce resources. The materials required must be plentiful in the Ming Dynasty. Upon hearing this, even those who held Li Qing in high regard felt a tinge of irritation. How could one expect to have it all? Yet, contemplating the magnitude of the calamity, they found themselves at a loss for words. As medical practitioners, how could they remain indifferent in the face of such a great disaster? Nonetheless, Li Qing's demands were indeed stringent, making it a challenging task. Another physician inquired, Does Lord Yongqing have any insights? Li Qing, with a hint of resignation, replied, I possess no profound insights. Were I to have them, I would not impose upon you. His focus lay elsewhere, primarily on individual cases. At that moment, a voice emerged from the back of the crowd, stating, I have an idea. Instantly, The crowd parted to allow the individual to step forward. Li Qing raised his gaze to see a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, whose face was unfamiliar. The man continued, "If you can meet the few requests I have, I shall procure any rewards you desire from His Majesty." The middle-aged gentleman, seemingly not adept in the art of flattery, bypassed formalities and directly proposed, "I believe we can reduce costs by employing air to eliminate the virus, utilizing mugwort, atractylodes, and pig hoof shells to create smoke, which has the efficacy to dispel illness and toxins. Additionally, we can supplement this with pills, such as combining atractylodes and red dates, mashing them into pill-sized portions. This approach would be remarkably economical and convenient, while also saving the fuel required for decocting the herbs, allowing wood and charcoal to be reserved for porridge." Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then skeptically inquired, "Are you certain this method is genuinely effective?" The man responded, "How could I dare to speak carelessly about such a significant matter?" Yet, Li Qing remained cautious, turning to others and asking, "What do you think?" No one dared to make a hasty judgment. The stakes were too high, and if they were to be mistaken, they would surely bear the blame. Li Qing, accustomed to this dynamic, accepted their reluctance to take responsibility. With a gentle sigh, he said, "Please consider further solutions. You, come with me." The physicians bowed in agreement. The middle-aged man also inclined his head and followed Li Qing. Upon entering the inner hall, Zhu Hoxiong, who was engaged in discussion with the three scholars, paused. While Yin Song and the others looked curiously at Li Qing, or more precisely, at the physician beside him, Li Qing turned and said, "Please repeat to His Majesty and the three scholars what you just articulated." Chapter 499. Li Shizhen. If one could still uphold their opinions in the presence of the emperor, it at least indicated that the individual was not speaking without purpose. The middle-aged man was straightforward. After bowing to the emperor and the three scholars, he reiterated his proposal. The three scholars, though lacking in medical knowledge, could certainly comprehend economic calculations, and upon hearing his words, they exclaimed that it was indeed feasible. Zhu Hoxiong found it quite agreeable and, smiling, declared, "Let us proceed with this plan." Observing Li Qing's slight frown, Zhu Hoxiong inquired in surprise, "Does Lord Yongqing find this approach unsuitable?" Li Qing gently shook his head, expressing that it was not inappropriate, but rather that many imperial physicians were hesitant to confidently assert the efficacy of this prescription. What are those people like? Others may not be aware, but you should know," Zhu Hoxiong remarked dismissively. "Li Qing's medical skills are commendable. Previously, when I caught a chill, a single dose of his medicine restored my health." Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Li Qing was referring to the physician beside him, and could not help but regard the man with newfound respect. The fact that a single dose was able to cure indicated that it was not merely a gentle remedy. It was rare for one to dare to administer potent medicine to the emperor. Zhu Hoxiong then inquired, "Li Qing, do you have absolute confidence in this?" "Your Majesty, epidemics are unpredictable, and I do not dare to make definitive claims. This method is primarily tailored to meet the requirements of the Duke of Yongqing, focusing on the most common ailments. Ultimately, it is essential to personally assess the afflicted areas before making a conclusive decision." "Very well," Zhu Hoxiong nodded. "For the next few days, you shall refrain from visiting the Imperial Medical Department and instead rest at home. Afterwards, you will accompany the Duke of Yongqing to the disaster-stricken area." The middle-aged man was taken aback momentarily and replied with cupped hands, "I humbly obey the decree." Seeing that the emperor had no further instructions, he took his leave. Li Qing felt that Zhu Hoxiong was somewhat frivolous, possibly with ulterior motives, yet lacking direct evidence. He decided to suppress his suspicions for the time being and discuss them with him when they were alone. Li Qing pulled up a chair and inquired, "Have we finalized the division of labor? The civil officials will oversee financial matters, the military will manage disaster relief, and the censors will supervise. The Imperial Guard and the Eastern Depot will monitor the censors, deploying personnel based on proximity to the disaster sites." Zhu Hoxiong succinctly outlined the plan and asked, "Do you have anything to add?" Li Qing smiled and replied, "The civil officials managing the finances is fitting, as that is within their capacity." The three scholars felt a flush of embarrassment, understanding that Li Qing's comment was laced with sarcasm, and they chose to remain silent. "Since there are no further additions, let this be established," Zhu Hoxiong, appearing somewhat fatigued, declared. "You may all be on your way. But do tell those physicians to return to the Imperial Medical Department for discussions. Now that someone has taken the lead, they likely lack the motivation to press on." and we need not have them cluttering this space. I take my leave, the ministers responded. The 3 scholars rose, paid their respects, and nodded to Li Qing before exiting the inner chamber. Zhu Hozhong pinched the bridge of his nose, noticing that Li Qing also wore a frown. He could not help but chuckle. I understand your displeasure at civil officials reaping the rewards, but given the circumstances, governing the realm ultimately relies on the literati. Although the 3 scholars appear to be in a favorable position, their responsibilities are far from easy. If they do not secure some benefits for their subordinates, they themselves will not find satisfaction. Such is the nature of power dynamics, is it not? Li Qing, pouring himself a cup of tea, retorted with irony. As you would say, the crying child receives the candy, correct? In truth, I harbor no objections. It is indeed the reality of the situation. Taking a sip of tea, he added softly, my primary concern remains the epidemic. Is there not a solution? Zhu Hozhong responded. You merely wish to save costs and seek bargains. Li Qing replied brusquely. One must be cautious lest the desire for small savings leads to greater losses. Zhu Hozhong sighed. The affected area is vast, and the number of suffering civilians is immense. Our preventive measures must strive for both quality and affordability. Otherwise, there will not be sufficient funds. But we cannot cut corners for the sake of saving. I am well aware of that, Zhu Hozhong stated. In truth, your relative possesses commendable medical skills. He is not merely a folk practitioner, but also hails from a family of esteemed physicians. Li Qing gazed in disbelief. Who taught you such a knack for speaking off the cuff? How is it that I speak so freely? The emperor, burdened with myriad affairs, how could he possess such intimate knowledge of a mere physician? With a roll of his eyes, Li Qing continued, if memory serves me correctly, this physician has only recently arrived, has he not? I do not recall encountering him during my previous consultations with the crown prince. Indeed, he has just come aboard. Yet my assertions are not mere fabrications, I assure you. I speak no falsehoods, Zhu Hozhong replied with a wry smile. You are well aware of the temperament of those in the Imperial Medical Department. It is not that their skills are lacking, but rather that they are overly cautious. Moreover, I am no longer in the bloom of youth, and with your absence, I had no choice but to issue a decree to recruit some adept practitioners from among the populace. This individual has an extraordinary background, which piqued my interest. Extraordinary? Li Qing inquired. He was recommended by the king of Chu. Zhu Hozhong responded. If a feudal lord did not possess absolute confidence in the recommended candidate, would he so readily endorse him? Thus, I took the liberty to inquire further, and indeed, this Li Shizhen possesses remarkable medical prowess. The king of Fushun recently welcomed a son, yet the heir fell victim to a peculiar ailment that no esteemed physician could cure. With but a single dose of medicine, Li Shizhen restored him to health. What does that signify? Not only is he skilled, but he is also confident, or perhaps audacious. Indeed, it is that very boldness that I admire in him, Zhu Hozhong remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Who among the common folk would dare to tackle such a hot potato? Confidence is born of ability. Hence, when I fell victim to a cold, I specifically requested him for treatment. Remarkably, it worked. I assure you, he did not deceive me. If you wish, you may seek verification. Li Qing pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Then let us proceed to gather the necessary medicinal ingredients according to his prescription. Very well, Zhu Hozhong replied with a smile. Among the ingredients, pig's hoof is particularly difficult to procure. You may issue a separate decree for that. Oh, and do inform the Duke of Chao and Jinling, who is a major pig farmer, to facilitate this. Furthermore, notify the Li family to dispatch 10 medium-sized steam cargo ships and 2 large steam cargo ships to Jiaoji, while also arranging for the Li family to import a substantial quantity of grain from Jiaoji. Additionally, the efficacy of this prescription remains uncertain. The Imperial Medical Department has been idly waiting, so let them continue their research to ensure comprehensive preparation, Li Qing instructed. Zhu Hozhong noted everything diligently. You are not intending to depart at this moment, are you? Is there a problem? Li Qing retorted. The elixirs have been depleted. They were gone long ago. Were you unaware? He offered a wry smile. Very well. I shall prepare a sufficient supply for you. I merely wish for you to rest an additional day, Zhu Hozhong insisted earnestly. Li Qing, lacking faith in any punctuation, replied curtly, I shall return to Lianjiaten. Instruct Huang Jin to prepare more medicinal materials. I will concoct them today, and you shall take them first thing tomorrow morning. Do not be so hasty. This journey has been quite taxing, and I have yet to extend you a proper welcome. There is still ample time for a meal and some drinks before you commence your preparations. Perhaps it is best to forego that. My spirits are rather low. Li Qing sighed. This recent natural disaster has been truly unprecedented, unparalleled in the 11 dynasties, and such a monumental earthquake has not been observed in history. It leaves one feeling despondent and helpless. Zhu Hozhong fell into silence as well. This journey has exhausted me. I shall return to rest. Please hasten Huang Jin's preparations. Li Qing declared, turning to leave. I offer you this opportunity. Should you miss it, do not blame me. Zhu Hozhong stood in stunned silence for a long while before breaking into a chuckle. You dog of a man, I knew it was you. Li Qing was indeed exhausted and fell asleep the moment he touched the bed. When he awoke again, Huang Jin was peering at him with a large face and small, piercing eyes. You startled me, Li Qing exclaimed. You were sleeping so soundly, Huang Jin replied, handing over a key. Next time, there's no need to jump over the courtyard wall. Just enter through your own door. Li Qing yawned, accepted the key, and inquired, Is everything prepared? All is ready. Just waiting for you, Huang Jin assured him. Li Qing rubbed his face, threw off the covers, slipped on his shoes, and made his way to the courtyard. Indeed, everything was set up, even sweet potatoes were prepared. Stretching lazily, Li Qing said, You start the fire, I'll sort the herbs. We need to work quickly and produce more this time. Huang Jin, looking disheartened, asked, Are you going to be away for a long time again? You know what has transpired. Can I feel at ease and relaxed? Li Qing replied softly, I'll be back frequently to ask the emperor for funds. Huang Jin nodded silently. Go ahead and start the fire. I will certainly return often. It's not as if we won't see each other. You are not yet old. And there will be plenty of opportunities to meet. Huang Jin scratched his head and chuckled. That's true, but I just feel you are working too hard. It's important to take a break. There are too many people in need of disaster relief, and your strength alone is limited. It won't be detrimental to the overall situation if you are absent. Li Qing rolled his eyes. You underestimate my value. My role is quite significant, you know. How significant can it be? Huang Jin queried. I can relay information swiftly across various regions. Li Qing responded. You're 400 in debt. Make sure to settle it soon. Chapter 500. Two extremes, Li Qing mused. What are you talking about? Huang Jin asked. Nothing. Let's get to work. Li Qing raked his fingers through his hair, unable to find a satisfactory explanation, and squatted down to begin sorting the medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, Huang Jin also began his task, stoking the fire vigorously. By the end of the third hour, they had successfully produced enough elixirs for 2 years. Sitting on the stone steps beneath the eaves, Li Qing and Huang Jin munched on roasted sweet potatoes, enjoying the taste while feeling a pang of sorrow within. The emperor has aged considerably over the years. Huang Jin remarked softly. It has indeed been arduous. Li Qing nodded gently. However, I am far from the time to relinquish my responsibilities. I will wait until things stabilize, until the crown prince has a secure future and possesses the necessary capabilities. If he wishes to step back, I will not hinder him. Can I speak of these matters with the emperor? Huang Jin inquired. Yes, you may, Li Qing replied. Ah, good. By the way, is the competition for the crown prince's position intense? It was fierce for a while, but the emperor has quelled it, Huang Jin explained. Primarily, the emperor is still uncertain and hesitates. It may also be that he thinks it's not the right time to establish a crown prince. Li Qing continued to enjoy his roasted sweet potato. Is the Jinling newspaper related to you? Did he ask you to inquire? No, I was merely curious. The emperor is certain you are involved. Li Qing smiled lightly. What do you think? I believe it's not you. I think the emperor is overthinking it. Li Qing chuckled softly. You are quite correct. This matter indeed has nothing to do with me, as I have no leisure for such affairs. Just keep it to yourself. Don't speak on my behalf, as that will only make him think you are acting against him. Sighing heavily, Huang Jin said, in truth, I have always felt that there is a thorn between you and the emperor. You have never genuinely opened your heart to discuss matters. Li Qing did not deny it. Instead, he remarked that differing stances naturally lead to divergent philosophies. When philosophies diverge, meaningful dialogue becomes elusive. There are certain truths left unspoken. Yet both parties are tacitly aware of them. Although they have never been completely forthright with one another, they have consistently chosen to seek common ground while preserving their differences. Indeed, this mode of interaction has proven to be quite satisfactory. You still believe the emperor is mistaken, do you not? It is not a matter of right or wrong. Li Qing gently shook his head. Many matters in this world cannot be simply judged in such binary terms. The emperor is a sagacious ruler. Huang Jin interjected, this time, you truly speak from the heart. Li Qing responded, indeed. Wang Jin teased. Just this once? Well, there are moments when I indulge in minor falsehoods. Though they are always benevolent lies, Li Qing said, taking another bite of sweet potato. You may venture a guess. Perhaps you might hit upon the truth. Wang Jin, somewhat disgruntled, bit into his sweet potato and replied, I shan't guess. Your eyelashes are all devoid of secrets. I refuse to invite unnecessary suffering upon myself. Li Qing raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, that is true wisdom disguised as folly. What true wisdom? It is sheer folly, Wang Jin sighed. I am merely fortunate. Had it not been for the Emperor, Liu Bing, or you, I would not be where I am today, let alone the position of head of the Imperial Sacrificial Office. I would not even qualify to be an attendant. Your role as head of the Imperial Sacrificial Office is akin to mere decoration, Li Qing remarked. What is wrong with that? Wang Jin responded. There is nothing wrong, yet I feel surplus, as if I am of no assistance. Li Qing tilted his head slightly and said, Is this not a stroke of luck for your master? Wang Jin was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Enter. The door swung open, revealing a visitor who took Li Qing by surprise. Zhang Baigui? Li Qing blinked, then chuckled. You should now be addressed as Zhang Zhuzhang. It is merely a title, Zhang Baigui or Zhang Zhuzhang. It depends on the Marquis's preference. Zhang Zhuzhang said with a smile as he entered, carrying food and drink. Greetings, Huang Gong Gong. Wang Jin nodded and rose to retrieve a large jade bottle filled with elixirs. You two continue your discussion. I must hasten back to the palace. Take care. Huang Gong Gong, Zhang Zhuzhang said, stepping aside to allow him passage. Once the courtyard door was securely closed, Zhang Zhuzhang elaborated, under normal circumstances. Baigui should not intrude so boldly. However, given recent events, it seems the Marquis will not remain in the capital for long. Having received the Marquis's favor, I felt it remiss not to visit upon hearing of his return. Such a trivial matter hardly constitutes a favor, Li Qing replied. Whether I am present or absent, it does not hinder your ascent to greatness. For reasons unknown, Li Qing suddenly recalled Hai Rui. These two are indeed polar opposites. Li Qing inquired, How have your days been at the residence of the Prince of Yu? Has it been smooth sailing? Zhang Zhuzhang understood that the inquiry transcended mere lectures. He set down the food box and sighed. A single misstep leads to a cascade of missteps. A flourish upon brocade cannot compare to providing warmth amidst the snow. Li Qing pondered this and asked, Are you referring to that esteemed Gao Gong, Gao Hanlin? Precisely, Gao Gong, Li Qing responded with curiosity. Are you unable to contend with him? Zhang Zhuzhang offered a rueful smile. The position of heir apparent remains undetermined. How can one engage in infighting? Furthermore, Gao Hanlin is exceptionally talented, and I hold him in high regard. There is no animosity between us. We appreciate each other's abilities. It is merely that the Prince of Yu harbors excessive wariness towards me. Is it because you previously instructed the Crown Prince? Not entirely. Zhang Zhuzhang gently shook his head. Li Qing pondered for a moment and suddenly remarked, But did the Emperor's inquiry not reach the ears of Prince Yu? Zhang Zhuzhang was taken aback and promptly denied it. What else could it be? Li Qing chuckled, adding, I didn't expect that I inadvertently aided him, as Prince Yu believes you were sent by the Emperor to monitor him, which is why he has distanced himself from you. Am I right? Zhang Zhuzhang forced a smile. Admiringly replied, Nothing escapes the discerning eye of the Marquis. Indeed, that is part of the reason. However, let's be clear, without your introduction, Baigui would not have entered the Emperor's sight, nor would he have even had the opportunity to be distanced. Li Qing gently shook his head, saying, With Su Jie around, how could you possibly lack such a qualification? After a brief pause, he continued, I will depart tomorrow and cannot be of much help. Yet I believe you do not require my assistance, as you possess no moral scruples. Zhang Zhuzhang chuckled awkwardly and replied, The Marquis has misunderstood. Baigui would never overstep his bounds. It is merely a gesture of gratitude for your previous kindness. Li Qing smiled and said, You should still refer to me as such. You are no longer that Zhang Baigui from before. Ah, indeed, Zhang Zhuzhang replied, opening a food box to hide his embarrassment. Before long, his expression returned to normal. Observing this, Li Qing felt increasingly convinced that this prodigious Zhang Zhuzhang would make his mark. Indeed, a person like Zhang Zhuzhang was exceptionally suited for the bureaucratic sphere. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Li Qing inquired, If I were to entertain hypotheticals, should you one day truly ascend to the position of the First Minister of the Cabinet, wielding power surpassing that of Yen Song and Su Jie, would you still desire my presence in the realm of power? Zhang Jujing was taken aback. You speak of hypotheticals. He replied with a dry chuckle, nodding. After a moment's contemplation, he earnestly declared, I hope so. The truth? Indeed, the truth. From the depths of my heart. Truly from the depths of my heart. Li Qing did not respond affirmatively, merely stating, when that day comes, you may not feel the same. However, Zhang Jujing countered. What use is it to contemplate? Pray tell, in this world, who could possibly challenge the eternal Qing Marquis? Zhang Jujing, curious, asked, why does the Marquis inquire so? It is nothing, just a casual question, Li Qing replied, picking up his chopsticks and urging, no more pretense, let us eat. Ah, very well, Zhang Jujing acquiesced. Though his mind was occupied with pondering why Li Qing had posed such a question. Time was limited, and Zhang Jujing did not linger long. After sharing food and conversation, he took his leave with the food box. He sought no favor, merely wishing to maintain a connection with Li Qing, lest the forgetful nobleman gradually forget him. The following morning, as Li Qing finished his morning routine, Huang Jin arrived, accompanied by Li Shizhen. Did you not sleep well? Li Shizhen greeted, bowing respectfully, I am well. Thank you for asking, Eternal Qing Marquis. I did not expect to set off today, and thus, I stayed up a little late last night. Noticing the bundle on Li Shizhen's back, filled with the shape of books, Li Qing surmised he had likely been poring over medical texts late into the night. He said, if you are truly tired, you may rest here for a while. I have a demanding journey ahead. Li Shizhen smiled dismissively. It is no trouble. Then let us be off, Li Qing said. This is the travel allowance from the emperor, Huang Jin added, handing over a large bag. Li Qing was taken aback. Why is it so generous this time? Huang Jin merely chuckled awkwardly. Li Qing opened a corner to take a peek and could not help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement. For it was not merely a handful of silver notes, but an entire collection of Ming Dynasty banknotes. Although Li Qing endeavored to restore the credibility of the banknotes, their purchasing power paled in comparison to that of the Hongwu era. This substantial bundle appeared considerable, yet its value was less than that of 2 silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels. Observing the generosity of Li Qing, he muttered a remark and decided to carry it on his back, not one to refuse a gift. Take care on your journey, Huang Jin said, only to feel it was inappropriate and quickly amended his words to, safe travels. Li Qing nodded and replied, inform the emperor upon your return that the sky has not fallen. We shall surely weather this calamity. We must remain calm, for anger does not resolve issues but rather exacerbates them. Indeed, be cautious on your journey, Li Qing affirmed. Li Shizhen clasped his hands in respect, and the two departed. Huang Jin watched their retreating figures for a moment, then locked the door, sighing, such weary lives we lead. Li Qing, the emperor, and Liu Bing, all burdened. While I am of little assistance. He then inquired, may I ask, Lord Yongqing, where is the first battle headed? Though a novice in the bureaucratic realm, Li Shizhen was familiar with Li Qing, the Duke of Yongqing, as the Imperial Medical Bureau held him in high regard. Shangxi, Li Qing replied. Li Shizhen, not one for excessive words, nodded and refrained from further questioning. Yet as they walked, Li Shizhen sensed something amiss and could not help but voice his concern. Though the earthquake has damaged the roads, we are still far from the disaster zone. Should we procure horses to hasten our arrival? No need. We shall quicken our pace once we leave the city, Li Qing responded. Oh, I meant that riding may not necessarily be faster. It could prove burdensome, Li Shizhen remarked, feeling perplexed. Have you eaten? Li Qing suddenly inquired. Not yet, Li Shizhen replied, shaking his head hesitantly. Neither have I. Let us dine first, Li Qing stated, heading towards a small eatery, adding, this meal shall be our only proper one on this journey, so let us savor it. In the modest restaurant, Li Qing slurped his noodles, and 3 empty bowls were already stacked together, leaving Li Shizhen in astonishment. Lost in thought, another bowl was placed on top. Waiter, bring 4 more bowls. Li Qing called out. I can manage only 1 more, Li Shizhen stammered. 5 bowls. Li Qing insisted. Li Shizhen thought to himself that while a small breakfast of noodles was not excessive, typically 1 bowl sufficed. No one would indulge in excess in the morning. As the waiter brought 5 more bowls, Li Shizhen couldn't help but feel it was a bit wasteful. Will you finish it all? He wondered. Reality soon proved him wrong. Before he had finished his second bowl, Li Qing wiped his mouth, declaring he was done. Time waits for no one. Hurry and eat. I shall purchase some pancakes next door. All right, Li Shizhen replied, taking a deep breath and sipping the noodle broth, then picking up his chopsticks to continue his struggle. It was not until a full quarter of an hour had passed that Li Qing returned, bearing an oversized package. "Waiter, the bill," he called. "It has been settled," Li Shizhen replied. Li Qing, looking exasperated, said, "It could have been reimbursed, yet you insisted on paying. What am I to do with you? By the way, you seem capable of reimbursing me now," Li Shizhen thought, though he couldn't quite grasp Li Qing's logic. However, 10 bowls of noodles were not exorbitant, so he kept his thoughts to himself. "Lord Yongqing, do you truly not need to ride?" Li Shizhen inquired. "Have you not heard my story?" Li Qing replied. "I have heard a few tales." Li Shizhen remarked that the legends surrounding the eternal youth marquis were numerous and utterly astonishing. It mattered not if one did not believe now. Once outside the city, conviction would surely follow. Under the bright sun and within the confines of the city, Li Qing could not afford to draw too much attention, thus he opted for a brisk pace. Yet, even his rapid strides necessitated a light jog from Li Shizhen to keep pace. Upon exiting the city and traversing a considerable distance, Li Qing suddenly halted and turned to the perspiring Li Shizhen, stating, "We must quicken our pace." Li Shizhen was met with no explanation, as Li Qing busily began to load various bundles upon his shoulders. In no time, Li Shizhen was laden with all manner of items. Stunned, he stammered, "My lord, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not? It is not a matter of strength. Rather, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to move swiftly like this. If you carry the burden, I am the one at a disadvantage." Li Qing rolled his eyes and retorted, "Enough of your prattling. This is a matter of utmost urgency and cannot be delayed." Before Li Shizhen could voice another protest, he found himself hoisted up, realizing that at such a critical juncture, there was no room for hesitation. "Just hold on tight." As Li Shizhen opened his mouth to speak, he found that the very wind rushed into him, rendering him speechless. The sudden acceleration left his mind momentarily blank, but as he began to acclimate, the surroundings blurred into a whirlwind, rapidly retreating behind him. Dizziness enveloped him, and every sight appeared distorted. The inability to articulate his discomfort was profoundly unsettling. "Endure this unusual circumstance," Li Qing's voice resonated beside him. "If it becomes unbearable, close your eyes and lean on my back. It may alleviate some of your distress." With no words to express his plight, Li Shizhen complied. However, he did not anticipate that this endurance would last for 7 or 8 hours. When Li Qing finally came to a stop, it was already the dawn of the following day. As the morning light graced Li Shizhen's face, he felt as if he had been reborn. Even without engaging in any activity, maintaining a single position for such an extended period was undeniably taxing, let alone the high-intensity journey that had left him feeling utterly disassembled. After a night devoid of sleep, he was beset with discomfort, yet simultaneously, he was filled with trepidation. As one hailing from a family of physicians, he understood that no human could endure such extremes. "You truly are a marvel," Li Qing exclaimed. "Quickly attend to your basic needs." Li Shizhen hesitated before laboriously setting down several heavy bundles. Trembling, he retrieved a needle case from his belongings, intending to administer a few acupuncture needles to himself. However, his hands quaked violently, rendering him unable to coordinate his efforts. "Allow me," Li Qing said, taking the silver needles and expertly inserting 2 into Li Shizhen's form to invigorate his meridians and stimulate blood circulation. After a while, Li Shizhen finally regained his composure and asked, "My lord, is it true that you have lived since the Hongwu era? What do you think?" Li Qing replied, handing him a flatbread. Li Shizhen accepted the bread, murmuring, "As a physician, it is difficult for me to believe such a person exists, yet there appears to be no better explanation." Li Qing smiled and said, "It is not that I lack compassion. The circumstances are such that I must impose upon you." Li Shizhen nodded in understanding and took a bite of the cake, saying, "My lord, since you are skilled in medicine, why burden yourself with another? As the saying goes, every profession has its specialty. The Imperial Medical Department has 13 specialties, and I am not adept in this area. My medical expertise lies more in extending life." Li Qing paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Aren't you hungry, my lord? It's fine if I don't eat." Li Qing sighed and added, "It would be best if you ate less as well. It would make our journey more comfortable." Upon hearing this, Li Shizhen found the cake in his hand suddenly unappetizing. After a few more bites, he set it down and cupped his hands, saying, "I need to attend to a pressing matter." "Go ahead." Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Li Shizhen returned, taking a deep breath and stating, "We can set off now." Li Qing contemplated for a moment, then placed his hand on Li Shizhen's chest. What are you doing, my lord? Do not be anxious. Relax, Li Qing instructed, channeling his vital energy to alleviate Li Shizhen's fatigue. Although Li Shizhen still possessed youth and a decent state of health, he was not a soldier by training, and his physique was insufficient for such a rigorous journey. Soon, Li Shizhen felt an unfamiliar flow of energy coursing through his meridians. As the warmth traveled, his exhaustion dissipated like a mouse fleeing from a cat. After a short while, Li Qing withdrew his hand. Do you feel much better now? Li Shizhen exclaimed in astonishment. What was that? There is no time for explanation. Consider it my unique skill. It is not conventional medicine and lacks universality. It is not a method that can be learned by just anyone, Li Qing replied, taking a deep breath. Are you ready? Li Shizhen nodded slowly, shouldering his bags. I am ready. Li Qing spoke no further, and, with Li Shizhen on his back, they sped away. At that moment, Li Shizhen finally understood why Li Qing referred to the horse as a burden. A sense of inexplicable emotion welled up within him. If the legends were true, then he was indeed receiving exceptional treatment. The stark contrast of the so-called living Yama, as described by the officials, was profoundly moving. Day after day passed, with each day comprising 12 hours. Except for a brief slowdown when they passed an unavoidable town, they maintained a relentless pace for the remaining 11.5 hours. Within just 5 days, the two arrived at their intended destination. Here we are, Li Qing gently set Li Shizhen down, gazing at the ravaged landscape, lost in thought. Li Shizhen slowly opened his eyes, staggering to sit on the ground. He could not take a moment to ease his fatigue before being struck by a profound shock. What does it mean when heaven collapses and earth quakes? What does it mean when the earth turns over? This is it. The ground was like a spider's web, riddled with cracks. Some fissures were mere feet wide, while others spanned dozens of yards, and even larger ones were visible from afar, appearing to stretch endlessly deep. Towering mounds of earth rose high, and deep chasms lay before them, with dust swirling in the air. There were no verdant hills or flowing waters, nor any signs of human life. After a long silence, Li Shizhen took a deep breath and said, "Let us hurry to Huaxian." Li Qing remained silent. "This is Huaxian," Li Shizhen exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" He gasped. How could this be? Suddenly realizing something, he fell silent. Li Qing had never anticipated that an earthquake could be so devastating. For the first time in his life, he felt a profound reverence for nature. The destructive power of this event far surpasses that of a nuclear bomb. One cannot help but wonder how immense a nuclear device would need to be to cause such devastation. Li Qing struggled to contain his wrath and sorrow. It is not difficult to imagine that when the earthquake struck, the populace had no opportunity to escape, nor even a moment to react. One moment they were safe, and the next they were buried alive. The scene was not gory, yet it was undeniably tragic, more harrowing than any bloody spectacle Li Qing had ever witnessed. Li Shizhen felt similarly. Earthquakes are not unprecedented disasters. They are often heard of, but such a magnitude of tremor is unprecedented in recorded history. The physical fatigue they felt could not compare to the exhaustion of the spirit. Both men experienced a sense of being utterly drained. After a while, Li Qing grasped Li Shizhen's arm, channeling his vital energy while saying, "A county is not merely a village or town. Even the most cataclysmic earthquake cannot topple everything. Rest here for a moment. I shall scout the area and call you if I make any discoveries." Li Shizhen took a deep breath and replied, "My lord, there is no need to expend your energy on me. Save it for your investigations. A brief rest is all I require. I can manage without this little bit of strength." Li Qing insisted, "Though considerable time has passed and the likelihood of aftershocks is minimal, we cannot disregard the potential for landslides. Your responsibility is significant. I shall return by nightfall. Do take care of your safety." After providing him with vital energy and acupuncture for a full quarter of an hour, Li Qing admonished, "Remain vigilant to changes in your surroundings. Do not let your guard down." "Yes." Li Shizhen nodded earnestly. "My lord, go with peace of mind. I would never gamble with my own life." Li Qing nodded slightly and swiftly departed, soon disappearing beyond the ravaged landscape. Li Shizhen surveyed his surroundings, filled with silent screams. The harrowing scene evoked an unexpected sense of despair in him, a man who had always believed in his medical skills. Chapter 502. The pursuit of wealth in the Hall of the National Master, a once quiet place now teemed with high-ranking officials, including the 6 ministries, 9 ministers, and 3 scholars from the cabinet. At the head table, the emperor's expression was somber, and the powerful figures surrounding him remained silent. The mere mention of money had left everyone perplexed. The discussion regarding the financial condition of the Ming Dynasty had not even commenced before it fell into a stalemate. Though the specifics of the disaster were unknown to these officials, the information they possessed was sufficient to deplete the treasury of its accumulated wealth. Truth be told, none of them were eager to spend this money. Yet, no one dared to voice this sentiment. The emperor refrained from speaking out, and these politically correct officials were even less inclined to do so. Who would dare to declare their unwillingness to aid the people? While expressing such sentiments might bring temporary relief, the repercussions would undoubtedly follow. Consequently, each one feigned ignorance while being acutely aware of the situation. Zhu Hozong observed the way everyone averted their gaze, their unease palpable. Not one person dared to meet his eyes, which only fueled his irritation and frustration. However, being a man who valued his reputation, he could not bring himself to speak too bluntly. At that moment, Huang Jin entered with measured steps, announcing, "Your Majesty, Prince Yu requests an audience." Zhu Hozong glanced at Su Jie, who remained unflinching, eyes fixed ahead, embodying a calm demeanor. A slight smile crept onto Zhu Hozong's lips as he declared, "Let him enter." Having spoken, he cast a glance at Yin Song, who seemed to sense it, raised his eyes to meet the emperor's gaze, and imperceptibly nodded. Observing this, Zhu Hozong lifted his teacup and took a sip, leaning back slightly, his expression becoming less aggressive. Shortly thereafter, Huang Jin, who had just exited the hall, returned and announced, "Your Majesty, Prince Jing requests an audience." "Summon him," came the reply. Zhu Hozong's demeanor softened. As he lowered his head to sip his tea, the lines on his face relaxing considerably. The prominent officials were initially taken aback, then enlightened, soon displaying expressions of regret. A quarter of an hour later, Prince Yu and Prince Jing arrived together. The officials rose to pay their respects, and after the customary salutations, Prince Jing, Zhu Ziyun, spoke first. "In light of the great calamity befalling our Ming, I, your son, am truly distressed. However, I possess no exceptional skills. Yet, as your loyal subject and son, how could I possibly remain indifferent to your worries and the suffering of the people? I have gathered surplus assets from my household, amounting to 10 measures of pearls, 2 dough of gemstones, 10,000 strings of cash, 3,000 taels of silver, hoping to contribute a modest effort to alleviate some of your concerns, father." Zhu Ziqian hastily added, "I too have come to relieve your worries and aid the suffering populace. Your grace towards me has been abundant, and though I do not relish extravagance, I cannot refuse your gifts. Therefore, I have stored them in my residence, unwilling to act recklessly. In this time of calamity, how could I indulge? I willingly donate 20 measures of pearls, 5 dough of gemstones, 30,000 strings of cash, 30,000 taels of silver, 1,000 taels of gold, 3 boxes of antiques and paintings, and 1,000 bolts of silk." Meanwhile, Prince Jing Zhu Ziyun was left dumbfounded. Wait, is this not a bit excessive? Was it not agreed that we would demonstrate our responsibilities as loyal subjects and sons to inspire the officials in the capital to contribute voluntarily? Your actions here seem to upend that arrangement, he exclaimed, frustrated and anxious, yet realizing the moment was not conducive for hesitation, he quickly added, "Father, I have heard your concerns regarding the funds for disaster relief. It is not that I am enamored with gold and silver, but your affection towards me surpasses that of Prince Yu. Thus my contributions must exceed his." Zhu Hozong slowly set down his teacup, a look of delight gracing his features. As he mused aloud, seemingly to himself, yet also addressing the officials, "My sons have truly grown up." The officials, feeling a weight in their hearts, acknowledged the strain this placed upon them. They collectively bowed, expressing, "Both princes exhibit exceptional benevolence and filial piety. This is indeed a fortune for the Ming Dynasty. We, who thrive on your grace, cannot neglect to share your burdens." The various high-ranking officials, understanding the necessity of maintaining appearances, were compelled to offer substantial donations. The 6 ministers, the director of the Court of State, the left inspector of the censorate, the minister of the Supreme Court, and the 3 scholars of the cabinet, successively quoted their contributions. Altogether, these amounted to 70,000 taels of silver. Including the prince's donations, the total reached an impressive 300,000 taels. However, Zhu Hozong did not find himself particularly elated. While the sum appeared significant, it paled in comparison to the expenses at hand, and most of it originated from his sons. Moreover, accepting the officials' contributions in full would not be politically prudent. Nevertheless, the political objective had been achieved. With a gentle expression, Zhu Hozong smiled and said, "Please, be seated." The ministers expressed their gratitude and returned to their respective positions. Zhu Hozhong pondered for a moment and remarked, "My lords, your devotion to the nation and its people has not gone unnoticed. Logically, the treasury still possesses surplus funds, and these matters should not strain our resources. However, I must not dampen your fervent sincerity." After exchanging a few formalities, Zhu Hozhong shifted his tone, stating, "This calamity is a test from the heavens for the Ming Dynasty and for us, the sovereign and his ministers. If we endure this trial, we shall see the dawn of better days. Trust in me, all efforts shall yield rewards." Implicitly, he conveyed that if they managed this task well, their contributions would be returned in full, along with a reward, contingent upon their ability to rally more individuals to join the ranks of benevolent donors. Being seasoned politicians, the courtiers discerned the underlying message. With the sovereign burdened by the nation's woes, we, his ministers, feel a profound sense of shame. In times of national crisis, we must contribute both financially and physically. The ministers responded unanimously. Zhu Hozhong smiled and nodded, saying, "All benevolent donors, be they officials or merchants, must be meticulously recorded, and the list shall be posted throughout the city, so that the public may recognize these charitable souls." Pausing, he instructed that the 6 ministries collaborate on this matter, with the censorate assisting, the Tongshengxi documenting, and the Dalisi verifying, ensuring that not a single individual is overlooked. The ministers complied. Zhu Hozhong emphasized, "This must be a matter of voluntary participation. Compulsion is utterly forbidden. The emperor is as benevolent as the heavens, and we shall not tarnish his wisdom." The 6 ministries and the 9 lords felt a heavy weight in their hearts, secretly distressed. Zhu Hozhong, with a light-hearted smile, remarked, "In these extraordinary times, my lords, you must endure a bit more hardship." "Your Majesty, you humble us. Fulfilling our duties is not hardship," they responded. "Very well," Zhu Hozhong replied with satisfaction. "But you must also balance work with rest. Do not overexert yourselves." "Huang Jin," he called, "present me with my elixirs, one for each of our esteemed guests." "At once," Huang Jin replied, retrieving the prepared vials and distributing them accordingly. The emperor had long since made his pursuit of immortality known, and the courtiers were well aware of the elixir's origins. Despite their dissatisfaction with Li Qing, they recognized that he was merely troublesome, not inept. The elixirs may not be miraculous, but they were certainly superior to many other nourishing concoctions. Time was of the essence, and Zhu Hozhong declared, "I shall not keep you any longer. Once this matter is resolved, I will host a banquet to reward you all. To serve the nation with loyalty, how could we dare to seek rewards?" The ministers replied, bowing once more and offering their respects before taking their leave. Zhu Hozhong glanced at his 2 sons, nodding slightly. "You should also return and make your preparations." "Yes, we take our leave," they responded. The National Teachers' Hall soon returned to tranquility, leaving only the 4 of them, Zhu Hozhong, his sons, and Huang Jin. Zhu Hozhong cast a knowing glance at Huang Jin, who, attuned to the emperor's unspoken thoughts, promptly exited the hall, dismissing the attending eunuchs and taking up a position as the guardian at the door. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Hozhong declared, "At this moment, it is just the 4 of us here. Once we leave this hall, I shall recognize nothing, and you need not acknowledge anything either." The 4 bowed in agreement, understanding the emperor's intent to set aside political correctness and engage in candid discourse. "Yin Song, you may begin," he instructed. "Certainly," Yin Song replied, bowing slightly. "The territory of the Ming is vast, and its populace immense. One side boasts over 20 million, while the other barely exceeds 1 million. The weight of their lives is evident. We must save those in need, but we cannot neglect the 20 million for the sake of 1 million. "I second that," the ministers echoed. Su Jie respectfully remarked that relocating the disaster victims to the western regions was unwise, yet indiscriminate charity was equally unacceptable. It was imperative to ensure that the allocation of the court's funds yielded tangible value. Li Ben sighed softly, echoing his colleague's sentiment, stating that the current state of the Ming Dynasty was hard-won and should not be jeopardized for minor gains. Zhu Hozhong's expression turned stern as he declared that aid was essential. The resources expended on saving lives were bearable, but the aftermath posed greater challenges. He inquired if the esteemed ministers had any counsel. Su Jie pondered before suggesting that coal mining was a commendable option. Li Ben felt a twinge of discomfort, retorting, "Had not Su, the grand scholar, previously proposed relocating the victims to Hunan and Shandong provinces? Was it not due to the presence of Li Qing?" Su Jie cleared his throat and responded that upon further reflection, such a course of action did not seem prudent. The influx of millions of disaster victims into the heartland posed significant risks. With land ownership firmly established, sustenance would be a challenge, and it was unreasonable to expect the court to provide perpetual support. Furthermore, constructing homes for each family alone could cripple the treasury, a fact that Li, the grand scholar, surely recognized. Li Bin fell silent. The figures mentioned were indeed an understatement. The actual number of victims far exceeded that. Zhu Hozhong contemplated that no matter how coal mining operations were expanded, they would not require such a vast workforce all at once. Yen Song suggested that improving water management and controlling the Yellow River could also absorb a considerable number of refugees, particularly given the river's historical propensity for flooding. Even in the affluent Ming Dynasty, our ancestors placed substantial emphasis on its governance, and during the Hongzhi era, it nearly led to calamity. Yet, that still fell short. Suddenly, Li Bin had an epiphany and clasped his hands in reverence, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have a method that could effectively utilize a significant number of the refugees." "What is it?" "Planting trees." Li Bin proposed an extensive afforestation initiative throughout the Ming Dynasty, beyond just agricultural lands. Zhu Hozhong paused. Then his eyes sparkled with excitement as he repeatedly affirmed the brilliance of this counsel. Yen Song and Su Jie, after careful consideration, also nodded in agreement. The atmosphere lightened momentarily, but Zhu Hozhong then presented a new dilemma. The populace, stripped of all possessions, would experience a profound psychological shock while utilizing their labor. It was crucial not to extinguish their hope. Zhu Hozhong remarked that the people were not afraid of toil but feared instability. They needed hope, particularly considering the potential complications in managing the Yellow River. The three men were naturally aware of the emperor's concerns and found themselves momentarily overwhelmed. After a lengthy pause, Yen Song spoke up. "I have a strategy, albeit one that may seem harsh." "Speak." Yen Song inhaled deeply and stated with difficulty, "We should create an unattainable hope for the disaster victims, transforming them into a resource that would ultimately benefit the Ming. By the time they realize the futility of their aspirations, it will be too late. Even if they desire to rebel, they will lack the strength." Zhu Hozhong's expression shifted subtly, but he refrained from immediate rejection, turning to Su Jie and Li Bin, asking for their thoughts. The two remained silent for a moment before nodding slowly. Zhu Hozhong also fell into contemplation. As the emperor and the sovereign of the empire, this represented the most viable option. It would not only secure national development, but also safeguard the interests of a greater number of citizens, facilitating a seamless transition through turbulent times. Rationally, this is what a politician ought to pursue. To sacrifice a small portion of individuals for the greater good has long been the political ethos spanning millennia, devoid of any notions of cruelty. No emperor would ever decline such a proposition. Deep within, Zhu Hozhong held a strong agreement with this sentiment. Yet he found himself unable to quell the conscience awakened by Li Qing. Moreover, with Li Qing present, it would likely be arduous to actualize such a matter. After a prolonged internal struggle, Zhu Hozhong gradually shook his head and remarked, "It is still imperative to provide the common people with a home. Although Yen Qing's suggestion is commendable, it would tarnish the court's reputation. I bear the blame. What crime has Yen Qing committed?" He pondered. "He too acts for the sake of the Ming and for the welfare of the populace." Zhu Hozhong gently waved his hand, stating, "I harbor no ill will towards Yen Qing. We must contemplate alternative solutions." The emperor, embodying the benevolence of heaven, elicited a moment of self-reflection from Yen Song, who then added, "The affairs of the state are arduous. We must consider the plight of the disaster-stricken while also fostering the development of the Ming, without sacrificing the interests of the masses. I propose that the court provide shelter for the victims, but the people must labor in exchange. We should first establish simple, inexpensive large straw huts, ensuring separation of genders and ages, yet maintaining proximity for opportunities to meet, thus igniting their determination." Su Jie interjected, "I concur. We can better utilize everyone's strengths. For instance, women can work as laborers, the elderly can care for children, and even adolescents should be engaged. Idleness breeds contemplation, and excessive contemplation often leads to troubles. I too support this." Zhu Hozhong felt a slight relief wash over him, his expression a tapestry of emotions, partly grateful that he had not succumbed to moral decline, yet also vexed for not being resolute enough. After a lengthy pause, he declared, "Let us settle on this overarching direction. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty. The three responded in flattery. Yet Zhu Hozhong found little solace in their praise, sighing. With limited resources, we must thoughtfully consider avenues for revenue generation. What Li Qing proposed could yield additional income for the court. However, if we wish to sustain our current growth, it is utterly insufficient, woefully so. I do not wish for the Ming to fall into stagnation. After a brief silence, he added, I believe none of you wish for that outcome, do you? The three bowed in agreement. Su Jie remarked, I believe the precious currency painstakingly salvaged by our ancestors over several dynasties could be put to good use now. I concur. Yin Song nodded, echoing the sentiment of Duke Yongqing, who stated that currency is meant to be spent, like preparing for famine in plentiful years and providing aid in times of disaster. Now is the time to utilize it. I do not entirely agree. Li Ben, feeling it inappropriate to remain silent, countered, Your Majesty, while we can print precious currency, we cannot do so in excess. Otherwise, it would lead to significant losses. Losses? Zhu Hozhong furrowed his brow. Yin Song and Su Jie also appeared puzzled. Perhaps Scholar Li could elucidate further. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ben continued, to illustrate, if we were to release a steady flow of precious currency, we could introduce 10 guan gradually. However, if we were to release it all at once, we would only manage 2 guan. Your Majesty, the value of precious currency does not reside in the currency itself, but rather in the perception of the people. If they believe it holds value, it does. And vice versa. An excessive release of currency would lead the populace to spontaneously disregard it, even before a decline in purchasing power occurs. Observing that the sovereign and his ministers still struggled to grasp this notion, Li Ben felt compelled to be more explicit. Everyone harbors psychological expectations. How do you think the people would react to a sudden influx of currency? The common folk will undoubtedly ponder that with such a vast release today, the purchasing power of the currency will inevitably diminish rapidly by tomorrow. Consequently, they shall hastily spend their precious notes, opting instead to hoard copper coins or silver. Both the spenders and the receivers share this sentiment. Once panic spreads, the market will be flooded with the newly issued currency, compounded by the court's incessant release, leading to an inevitable collapse. Li Ben solemnly declared that this was not mere alarmism. With the unchecked printing of money, such a scenario is virtually unavoidable. Being astute individuals, they grasped the gravity of the situation from his meticulous explanation. In that moment, not only Yin Song and Su Jie recognized the severity of the issue, but even the typically composed Zhu Hozhong found himself in a state of disarray. This was his, and the Ming court's, final trump card, yet before it could be played, what was once a powerful hand had devolved into a mere 3. One can only imagine the turmoil of emotions. The atmosphere fell into silence once more. This time, even these politically astute old foxes found themselves at a loss for ideas. As they exchanged glances, they saw reflected in each other's eyes a shared bewilderment. You look at me, and I look at you, until ultimately, all three, the emperor and his ministers, turned their gaze toward Li Ben. Li Ben inquired, You have raised the issue. Naturally, you ought to resolve it. The three men wore expressions devoid of emotion. Li Ben felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Steeling himself as he asked, Your Majesty, did the Duke of Yongqing say anything to you before his departure? In terms of economic insight, Li Qing was no match for the Duke of Yongqing. Zhu Hozhong remarked, Let us not mythologize the Duke too much. He is not significantly superior to you. Li Ben replied, In light of such a grave matter, esteemed Scholar Li should not hold back. Su Jie added, Among the three of us, it is only Scholar Li who truly connects with the Duke of Yongqing. After all, you are kin. Encountering such a relative has indeed brought misfortune upon me. Li Ben thought, feeling despondent yet compelled to speak. I believe we could mobilize the power of the Merchant Guild. Indeed, Zhu Hozhong responded. The Merchant Guild's voluntary contributions are part of the plan. Once the capital leads the way, I shall issue an edict summoning the guild members to the capital. However, that alone is far from sufficient. Li Ben, in a flurry of anxiety, scratched his head, struggling to articulate. Then there remains but one course of action. What is it? To eat the grain of the next year in advance. Zhu Hozhong's temper flared, his frustration evident as he retorted, You would have been better off remaining silent. This is something anyone could conceive. Li Ben, burdened with the weight of unexpressed frustration, replied, I truly have no better solution. Perhaps we could sacrifice a bit of development? Think again. Zhu Hozhong glared, Come back with a well-thought-out proposal. Despair and indignation enveloped Li Ben as he contemplated further, eventually arriving at a notion that, while not a solution, was an idea nonetheless. To eat the grain of the next year, the court would consume the wealth of the affluent in advance. Li Ben eagerly inquired, "What does your majesty think?" Zhu Hozong was momentarily bewildered, glancing at Yen Song and Su Jie, who mirrored his confusion. Li Ben hastily clarified, "While we cannot release an abundance of currency all at once, we can sustain its release over time, utilizing time as a means to create space. Spending the wealth of the affluent first, and then gradually repaying." Zhu Hozong paused. Then his expression brightened as he grasped the concept. His previous hand of 3 had transformed back into a royal flush. This feeling of regained happiness compelled Zhu Hozong to laugh. "Yes, that is indeed the logic. However, how can we ensure that the affluent cooperate amicably? That is the simple part." Li Ben remarked that the transactions among members of the guild should increase in monetary value, compelling them to submit larger deposits. Su Jie furrowed his brow and said, "Isn't this akin to the reckless issuance of excessive currency? While it may appear similar, the outcomes are fundamentally different." Li Ben explained that, first and foremost, transactions among guild members must utilize the court's currency to remain lawful, a principle already accepted by the members. Furthermore, affluent individuals possess considerable wealth and resilience against risks, unlike the common folk who may easily succumb to panic. Lastly, the court does not impose mandatory participation. Zhu Hozong inquired, "Not mandatory?" Li Ben chuckled awkwardly. "If one is unwilling, they may withdraw from the guild and forfeit the benefits of membership. The court will settle their dues." Su Jie scoffed, "What if everyone withdraws? Then all accounts will be settled," Li Ben replied with a smile. The underlying reason for members' withdrawal is their fear that the court may lack the capacity to settle accounts. The Ming court is indeed capable of settling its debts. They will surely regret their decision and seek to rejoin. If such a scenario unfolds, it could prove advantageous as the court might seize the opportunity for further gains. Li Ben asserted that as long as guild members harbor the belief that the court is capable of settling accounts, they will not readily exchange currency, for they still require it for transactions. Consequently, such a substantial sum of money could be at the court's disposal. Su Jie countered, "But a debt is still a debt." "Indeed, debts exist, yet repayment is feasible," Li Ben responded. "Firstly, the court can continuously issue currency to repay debts. Secondly, sustaining development ensures tax revenue. With consistent growth in fiscal resources, repayment will be effortless." Su Jie paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhu Hozong, however, was struck by a brilliant idea. He contemplated the notion of defaulting on debts, not in the sense of evading this particular debt, but rather using this method to continually enhance credibility, thus converting that credibility into monetary resources to perpetually sustain the Ming Dynasty. He suddenly perceived that living off borrowed resources might not be such a detrimental strategy. If one could subsist for 10, 100, or even longer on such resources while having the option to default, why not embrace it? In the distant future, should the court's finances falter, extracting resources from merchants might serve as a viable escape route, a strategy employed throughout history. In comparison, the court's approach appears remarkably appealing, at least for a considerable period. "Excellent," Zhu Hozong exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. "Li Qing, your extraordinary talent is evident. I entrust this matter entirely to you." Subsequently, Zhu Hozong composed himself and stated gravely, "For such merit, a century hence, you shall be deserving of the posthumous title of Wenzheng." Li Ben was momentarily taken aback, and then felt an exhilarating rush of blood. Wenzheng, he thought. It represents the pinnacle of ambition for civil officials, a title pursued fervently since its inception. Struggling to contain his excitement, he replied, "I would lay down my life and limb to honor your majesty's trust." Chapter 504. The dire situation. Li Qing, agile as a nimble monkey, navigated through the intricate terrain. After nearly a quarter of an hour, he stood atop a tall, raised mound of earth. Gazing into the distance, he beheld a vast expanse of gray and yellow. After carefully examining the topographic map prepared for the journey, Li Qing could not discern the exact location of the county office, only able to form a rough estimate. With a heavy sigh, he marked the map and continued onward. To swiftly grasp the particulars of the county, detailed information could only be acquired by visiting the county office. Otherwise, he would be groping in the dark. Fortunately, Li Qing was swift in his movements, and with ample time at his disposal, he had plenty of room for trial and error. A county is neither too small nor too large. Although the original landscape had been nearly obliterated, remnants of rubble from the earthquake occasionally emerged, allowing him to infer his current position and approximate the county office's location. After half an hour, Li Qing finally encountered living souls. In a basin formed by the earthquake, dozens of men, women, and children huddled together, seated on the ground, their bodies covered in dust, remaining eerily still. The adults and children alike were frighteningly quiet. Li Qing leapt down to their midst. It was only then that the vacant stares of the crowd regained a flicker of life, only to dim once more upon realizing that he was unarmed and did not appear to be a government official. Li Qing approached slowly and crouched before an elderly man, inquiring, "Good sir, which direction is the county office?" The old man struggled to sit up, his face etched with hope as he asked, "Do you have any bread?" Feeling a mix of embarrassment and sorrow, Li Qing replied, "I will procure food for you shortly. Please tell me where the county office is." Upon hearing that there was no food, the old man seemed to lose even the strength to speak, resuming his previous posture to conserve energy. With no other option, Li Qing insisted, "I am an official sent by the court to provide disaster relief. I have come to save you. His Majesty has dispatched me, and many others are on their way. I must locate the county office to mobilize the officials for your rescue." The elderly man's incredulity was palpable as he murmured, "Does the emperor know we experienced an earthquake?" "Yes, the emperor is aware, and the court is mobilizing all resources for rescue efforts. Soon, a substantial supply of bread will arrive." Li Qing patiently reassured him before asking once more, "Where is the county office?" The old man trembled as he lifted a hand to point in a direction, saying, 20 miles to the southeast." "Ah, very well," Li Qing replied softly. "Persevere a little longer. Food will arrive by tomorrow." At his words, a commotion erupted. Women sobbed, and children wailed. Li Qing, unable to provide comfort, urged, "Hold on until tomorrow evening at the latest. Just hold on, and food will come." With that, he hastily departed, not daring to glance at the nearby skeletal remains. As he drew closer to the county town, the number of survivors increased. The remaining victims had gathered in low-lying areas, although it was perilous. They had no choice but to seek shelter from the scorching sun. Yet, more hauntingly, hands and feet protruded from the debris. Li Qing had no idea how many were hidden from view, nor dared to contemplate it. So he pressed on with increasing urgency. By midday, Li Qing finally entered the town, yet the scene within was scarcely better. The devastation was evident everywhere, with collapsed buildings strewn about. Nevertheless, the state of the surviving populace had improved somewhat. At the very least, they were not on the brink of death. The reasons are manifold. In the county, there exist wealthy families and landlords. The earthquake struck with alarming swiftness, leaving the affluent with no opportunity to respond to the unforeseen calamity. Thus it was only natural that they would be plundered. Li Qing journeyed to the county office, but was unable to find the magistrate. After a brief moment of contemplation, he surmised the magistrate's whereabouts, at the granary. Indeed, the magistrate was alive, steadfastly guarding the state-operated granary of the Ming Dynasty. "Halt!" commanded the magistrate, a man of approximately 50, whose demeanor was polite, yet carried an air of authority. He warned, "Advance another step, and I shall have you apprehended. Any resistance will be met with lethal force." Yes, a dozen constables unsheathed their blades, their intentions unmistakably menacing. "I come from the capital, sent by the emperor," Li Qing declared, wishing to avoid escalating the conflict. He halted and brandished his insignia, stating, "Behold this." The magistrate, skeptical yet intrigued, instructed an aide to retrieve it. One officer stepped forward to take the insignia and returned it to the magistrate, who cast a glance at it, his expression shifting dramatically, his fingers trembling. "Steady now. Do not drop it," Li Qing cautioned. Yes, the magistrate stammered, hastily returning the insignia. He bowed deeply and inquired, "Are you a special envoy?" Li Qing smiled faintly, replying, "Having seen the jade tablet, does it truly matter whether I am a special envoy?" Indeed, the magistrate responded. "I was merely considering adhering to protocol, but given the urgency of the situation, let us dispense with such formalities." Li Qing waved his hand dismissively and glanced at the state of the granary, which had unfortunately collapsed entirely. Without further ado, he advanced to inspect the damage, and the magistrate followed suit, explaining the circumstances. After a brief assessment, Li Qing questioned, "There is still a substantial amount of grain here. Why is it not being distributed to the people?" Meeting Li Qing's icy gaze, The magistrate recoiled slightly and replied, "Your Excellency, the earthquake has caused immense devastation, and the number of afflicted citizens is staggering. However, if we were to distribute freely, how long could it possibly last? How much aid have you provided? Answer me." Li Qing's voice was frigid. "You have seen the insignia. There are no restrictions. Should you dare utter a single falsehood, I shall have your head. Please, Your Excellency, do not be enraged. As it stands, not a single grain has been distributed." The magistrate confessed, "What you may not understand is that I too face difficulties. With such a formidable earthquake, when aid from the court will arrive is uncertain, and thus, I must be prudent," implying that the court's assistance was uncertain indeed. Li Qing furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this your justification?" "Yes," the magistrate replied, steeling himself. "Your Excellency may not comprehend the peril of desperate citizens. When driven to hunger, they may dare to bite the hand that feeds them, and I must consider the long-term consequences." As Li Qing's anger surged, the magistrate hastily interjected, "Your Excellency, do you see any citizens dying en masse from starvation?" Li Qing paused, taken aback. "May I have a moment to speak, Your Excellency? I have my own difficulties that are hard to articulate," the magistrate implored. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing followed him aside, granting him the opportunity to explain. Though he insisted, "You had better provide me with a reasonable justification." Indeed, the magistrate inhaled deeply and stated, "As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a poor priest." The calamity struck suddenly, causing a catastrophic breakdown of order. I managed to preserve the grain, which in turn ensured the loyalty of my subordinates. Only by safeguarding them could I maintain any semblance of order. Otherwise, this county would have descended into chaos long ago. Admittedly, the situation is already chaotic, yet the common folk at least dare not openly rob the government, choosing instead to sacrifice the local gentry. The county magistrate smiled bitterly, remarking that had he not acted thus, his own head would have already been displayed as a trophy. If he were solely motivated by self-interest, why would he endure such hardship in this place? Li Qing suppressed his rising anger and replied, "Do not flatter yourself. In the aftermath of such a massive earthquake, where could you possibly flee? Even if you wished to escape with your wealth, the refugees along the way would leave you with naught but bones." The magistrate was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. Li Qing sighed and inquired, "Is there any nearby assistance available?" "Assistance? Everyone is as helpless as clay idols. Who can spare a thought for anyone else?" The magistrate replied with a tinge of bitterness. "The earthquake was so severe that travel has become exceedingly difficult. Otherwise, I fear they might even come to our county seeking grain." Li Qing felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Though he found the magistrate irksome, he could not condemn him from a moral high ground or punish him. At the very least, as the magistrate had stated, order had not completely disintegrated, and the citizens had not perished in droves. "Are you aware of the situation outside the city?" Li Qing asked. The magistrate dryly responded, "With the chaos within the city, I genuinely cannot attend to the citizens outside. It is not that I am neglectful. It is simply that the people within have yet to receive their share of grain from the government. If I were to take resources to aid those outside, I would surely be torn apart." He paused, acknowledging that while the population outside the city was greater, they were too dispersed. Even if he wished to provide relief, there was no way to reach them. Such an endeavor would consume unimaginable resources, and in the end, it might be better to do nothing at all. Li Qing took a deep breath and said, "I understand your predicament. I will not hold your previous actions against you, but from this moment on, any inaction on your part will not be tolerated. Do not blame me if I turn ruthless." "You speak of the Lord Yongqing," the magistrate interjected. "Surely, you would not harm a fellow dignitary." Li Qing smirked, declaring, "The emperor has dispatched me to aid the victims of this disaster. Should I fail in this task, I shall face grave repercussions. If you hinder my efforts, I could easily have you killed. Of course, you may attempt to kill me, but I wonder if you would be willing to drag your entire clan into the fray." The magistrate was a mix of anger, urgency, and despair. "You must be reasonable," he implored. "Reasonable?" Li Qing retorted sternly. "How many more lives would be lost if I were to discuss reason with you? You may sacrifice the wealthy landowners, but why should I not sacrifice you? Do you dare raise a hand against me?" The magistrate faltered. With a heavy sigh, he conceded, "I shall heed your commands. Lord Yongqing, I will do my utmost to cooperate, and I implore you to grant me a chance to survive." "That is more like it," Li Qing replied. "As long as you follow my directives, I assure you that you will not meet your demise. Perform your duties well, and you may yet retain your position as magistrate." The magistrate was skeptical about retaining his post, considering the vast number of lives lost and the county reduced to ruins. If he could have fled, he would have done so long ago. The esteemed individual from the capital is indeed more cunning than he. Now, we can only proceed step by step, Li Qing remarked. Mobilize everyone you can and prepare the food. I shall return tonight to commence the relief efforts tomorrow. Li Shizhen, taken aback, turned around to see it was Li Qing, and inquired, what is the situation in the city? It is not very good, yet not entirely dire, Li Qing sighed. Let us discuss further upon entering the city. This relief mission is of great gravity, and you must be mentally prepared. I understand, sir, Li Shizhen replied. As they traversed the basin area once more, Li Qing paused momentarily to break the bread he carried into pieces, distributing them among the refugees, informing them that the county magistrate was opening the granaries to distribute grain. Upon returning to the city, Li Qing requested the magistrate to arrange accommodations for Li Shizhen and then began to urge him to mobilize his subordinates and their families to work tirelessly to prepare meals. Sweet potato flour, wheat flour, and rice flour were mixed to create flatbreads, which were convenient to carry and had a long shelf life, making them the ideal choice for disaster relief outside the city. Although the earthquake had consumed most resources, firewood for cooking was plentiful, with shattered doors, beams, and windows scattered everywhere. Before long, dusk fell. Noticing that Li Qing had no intention of leaving, the magistrate remarked, "Man is made of iron, and food is steel. Your Grace, you must not wear yourself down. Let us return for a meal. I have arranged a feast at my home, and we can discuss matters while dining." "Is there not food here?" Li Qing retorted. How could I allow your Grace to dine on such fare?" The magistrate chuckled awkwardly, whispering, "Your Grace occupies a high position, surrounded by beauty and luxury. Naturally, you are unaware of the shadows that linger in lesser places. Some matters must be discussed privately." Li Qing replied, "Go and instruct them to work in shifts. It must not cease, as tomorrow you, the magistrate, must personally inspect the results." The magistrate chuckled and assured, "Rest assured, Your Grace, I am no mere paper magistrate. None would dare pull tricks under my watch." The inadvertent display of his fierce demeanor reassured Li Qing somewhat. In times like these, his ability to maintain composure suggested that this magistrate possessed considerable skill. Li Qing surveyed the surroundings before continuing, "The individual I brought is Dr. Li from the Imperial Medical Academy, who has treated the Emperor. For safety's sake, would it not be prudent for him to reside in your home? A physician who has treated the Emperor? Oh, how fortunate I would be to host such a miraculous healer." The magistrate responded enthusiastically, "Your Grace's guest room has been prepared. Whatever you desire, I shall not falter, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire." Li Qing merely smiled knowingly and said, "Your convenience is my convenience. Follow my instructions, and you shall survive. Should issues arise, the responsibility is mine, and should there be merits, a portion shall be yours." Indeed, the magistrate agreed. The earthquake had indeed wrought havoc upon the magistrate's residence, which was only temporarily reconstructed. It was not opulent, yet quite satisfactory. The high walls encircled the courtyard, and there were nearly 20 guest rooms, even accommodating the servants. Witnessing this scene, Li Qing felt a renewed confidence in this magistrate, who embodied the spirit of resilience amidst adversity. Given the circumstances, it is only natural that one cannot dwell on the various actions of the county magistrate. In chaotic times, strict measures are required. In such a situation, a harsher approach may indeed yield results. While the common people beyond the city walls suffer from hunger, the magistrate here enjoys a lavish meal, 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a jug of wine, provoking a sense of moral guilt in Li Qing. Observing Li Qing's gloomy demeanor, Lord Yongqing, seizing the moment, remarked with a forced smile, "It is not often that I indulge in such luxuries. I am merely benefiting from your esteemed presence, Lord Yongqing." Reluctant to be overly critical, Li Qing offered an escape, saying, "It is quite extravagant." "Oh no, I feel I have imposed upon you, Lord Yongqing," the magistrate replied. Li Qing picked up his chopsticks, took a sip of wine, and said, "After our meal, please organize the resident registration map of the county's populace to facilitate disaster relief." "Such a map exists, but it may not be of much use." The magistrate chuckled awkwardly. "The earthquake has drastically altered the landscape, making it nearly impossible to identify locations anew. That is of no consequence. Simply provide me with the existing map, and I shall devise a solution Li Qing stated. Very well, I shall retrieve it shortly. The magistrate nodded in agreement, pouring more wine for Li Qing and raising his cup, declaring, "A toast to you, Lord Yongqing." Li Qing clinked his cup with the magistrates and remarked, "This disaster is unprecedented, and the government's relief efforts are equally unprecedented. Cherish your position. Your future depends on your performance. Whether you continue to serve, ascend, or face punishment lies within your hands. Do not let despair take hold. The government is wealthy, and the emperor cares for his people." Upon hearing this, the magistrate, who had been idly awaiting his fate, suddenly felt a spark of hope. Is that truly the case? Who am I? Lord Yongqing, is it not so? Li Qing replied with a smirk. If I have come to this place, would the relief efforts be any less substantial? The magistrate smacked his forehead repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, that is quite logical. Allow me to raise another toast to you, Lord Yongqing." With a hint of humor, the magistrate lowered his cup, cautiously inquiring, "Are you indeed the Yongqing Marquis of Jinling? Is there another Marquis of Yongqing in the Ming Dynasty?" Li Qing countered, "Is there any other?" Then he chuckled again, adding, "Are you curious why a young man holds the title of Yongqing Marquis? Or perhaps why the Li family of Jinling does not conduct business as usual, but rather intervenes in such matters? Or do you suspect that I am an impostor?" "I would not dare." The magistrate hastily shook his head, chuckling nervously. "Though my position is humble, I possess a discerning eye. The insignia cannot be forged. Nor would anyone dare to attempt such a thing. It was merely a casual inquiry." Li Qing chose not to elaborate further, contenting himself with his food and drink. After a while, he asked, "Where is my room?" The magistrate promptly set down his chopsticks and rose, saying, "Please, follow me, Lord Yongqing." The room was commendably tidy. With clean bedding, Li Qing felt satisfied to have such accommodations in a disaster-stricken area. "Let the physician, Dr. Li, stay here," he instructed. "I shall be too busy to occupy the room myself." "Ah, indeed, Lord Yongqing's dedication to the people is truly humbling." The magistrate flattered, then tentatively inquired, "Is Dr. Li also from the Jinling Li family? Does that matter?" "Ah, no, it is of no consequence. Those sent by the court are akin to imperial envoys. Who am I to neglect them?" Li Qing nodded slightly and said, "You should rest early. I will call for you at dawn. After such a long day. Shall I find someone to massage your shoulders or give you a back rub?" "No need." Li Qing's tone was icy. "Rather than expending great effort to curry favor with me, it would be far more prudent to dedicate your energies to disaster relief. Should you perform well, the accolades will naturally follow. If you falter, what merit can you claim?" The county magistrate, feeling the heat of her words, nodded begrudgingly and said, "I shall take my leave." The following day, before dawn had fully broken, Li Qing rose. Upon stepping outside, she spotted the magistrate, clad in formal attire and awaiting her presence. "Breakfast is prepared and simply awaits your arrival. Given last night's oily meal, it would be wise to opt for something lighter this morning. Let us dine at the main kitchen," he suggested. Li Qing stretched lazily, indicating that everything was ready. The magistrate promptly produced a thick ledger, stating, "All the details are contained herein. This is what we shall use for tax collection." Li Qing accepted it, briefly perused its contents, and tucked it securely in her cloak as she exited, inquiring of the magistrate who followed closely, "How many subordinates can you mobilize for disaster relief? Or rather, how many can you truly command?" "All of them," he replied earnestly. "I mean those who will fully execute your commands without pretense." "Indeed, all of them," the magistrate affirmed. "To save the people, we must first save the officials. In the aftermath of the earthquake, I have treated my subordinates exceptionally well, not only considering their own welfare, but also that of their families. This is the fundamental reason I have managed to maintain order thus far. Moreover," he added with a hint of pride, "I have served as magistrate here for 15 years. My authority still holds weight." Li Qing nodded slightly, acknowledging, "You are quite a figure. You flatter me, Lord Yongqing." The magistrate chuckled awkwardly. "These are merely minor strategies, not worthy of your esteem." Li Qing smiled and inquired, "How many individuals do we have in total?" "Counting the clerks and miscellaneous workers, there are approximately 300, the magistrate answered. "If you find that insufficient, I can certainly increase the numbers." "Will the additions be effective?" "Absolutely. Why would they not be?" The magistrate responded with surprise. "One can lead 2 or 3. It is no trouble at all. If we bring in their families and relatives, they can earn more grain, so why not?" Li Qing contemplated this and replied, "However, we must not expand blindly. Exercise caution to ensure no detrimental elements infiltrate our ranks. The county magistrate smirked coldly and declared with arrogance, in this region, no one dares to deceive me. I am no incompetent soul reliant solely on the gentry. Glancing at this audacious magistrate, Li Qing found him somewhat agreeable, though only in the context of the current circumstances. Despite their brief interaction, his character was already laid bare. You need not worry excessively about provisions. Over a month ago, the court commenced organizing disaster relief. I estimate that food supplies should soon arrive in the affected areas not far from our county. Act boldly in your relief efforts. Before supplies run out, additional provisions will be on their way, Li Qing stated. You must inform the populace promptly to stabilize their spirits. It is inefficient to send them out of the city for relief. We can only provide them with some rations and let them enter the city themselves. This way, we can manage the relief efforts uniformly and save costs. You must open the city gates today. The magistrate hesitated, asking, Lord Yongqing, can we guarantee this? If it cannot be assured, it would be better not to mention it at all. It is assured, Li Qing asserted. You must announce it swiftly to prevent an influx of disaster victims into the city, as the local populace might mistakenly believe their rations have been seized, thereby inciting conflict. Very well, I shall announce it shortly. Li Qing, aware of his lingering doubts, remarked, I would never deceive you. To deceive you would be to ensnare myself. I am here for the sake of merit. How could I possibly betray you? Excellent. Upon reaching the granary, I shall have the news disseminated. Li Qing smiled gently, saying, You are indeed a wise man. Only the astute can traverse the long road ahead. Ah, yes. I am grateful to Lord Yongqing for his support, the county magistrate said, nodding vigorously. The prospect of the intangible bounty was utterly enticing, and the magistrate savored it wholeheartedly. Chapter 506. The earth consumes its people. It soon became evident that the magistrate had not exaggerated his position. As the two arrived at the makeshift kitchen erected near the granary, the flatbreads were stacked high like small mountains. Li Qing requested a sack and began to fill it, while the magistrate hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Speak freely, Li Qing urged. Lord Yongqing, the truth cannot remain hidden. The citizens of the city will soon learn of this and flock here for assistance, the magistrate lamented. It is not a matter of scarcity, but of inequity. Previously, I could withhold aid, but now that we have begun the relief efforts, we cannot solely assist those outside the city. Otherwise, we shall face an immediate uprising. The magistrate continued, In truth, the citizens within the city have not yet reached the brink of despair. But that does not prevent them from coveting what is in the pot while eating from their bowl. Let us extend the relief efforts to all, Li Qing suggested. Easier said than done, the magistrate replied with a wry smile. While the granary is well stocked, the populace is far greater in number. You have been a magistrate for over a decade and have witnessed the ravages of natural disaster. You must have some estimate of the number of victims and the consumption of grain, Li Qing stated. Just tell me directly how long we can sustain this. At most, 15 days. Then let it be 15 days. I assure you that supplies will be replenished by then, Li Qing declared. What if? There is no what if in such matters, Li Qing reassured him. You are merely a magistrate, while I am Lord Yongqing. Do you truly believe I would gamble away the reputation of the Li family, which has been cultivated over generations? If I lacked absolute confidence, I would prefer to revel in comfort at home. The magistrate pondered this and conceded that it made sense. I believe in Lord Yongqing, but I must caution you. This is a disaster area, and these are suffering citizens. As the ancients said, when the granaries are full, one knows etiquette. When food and clothing are sufficient, one understands honor and disgrace. The victims will not be reasonable. They may even lose their humanity. If they can eat, I am the esteemed magistrate. If they cannot, I am but a dog of a corrupt official, deserving of 1,000 cuts. Not even you, nor the court, can instill fear in them. In the current situation, I can still maintain some control, but if the disaster victims enter the city, there will be but two outcomes. Either we feed the populace, which would resolve all issues, or my head will roll, and the city will descend into chaos. The magistrate's expression grew grave. Forgive my impertinence, but even you will not escape unscathed. You will share the same fate as I, Li Qing nodded slightly. I am not a sheltered youth, oblivious to the world. I am fully aware of what you speak. I will not perish, and if you follow my guidance, neither will you. Do you trust me? Alas, beyond trusting Lord Yongqing, do I have any other choice? The county magistrate forced a bitter smile, acknowledging that regardless of whether you come or not, this path must ultimately be traversed. It is merely a matter of timing. As you previously articulated, I cannot escape my fate. I can only coexist with Huaxian in life and death. Yet, I desire to live. I too wish to survive. Rest assured, I shall not let you perish. Your demise would only burden me further." As he spoke, Li Qing hoisted the burlap sack brimming with cakes onto his back and remarked, "The physician Li, who accompanied me, possesses considerable expertise in epidemic prevention. We must collaborate with him." "Indeed," responded the magistrate. Li Qing adjusted the sack and inquired, "Before our supplies are depleted, can you manage the influx of refugees?" The reply was unwavering. "As long as there is food, I am the county magistrate." "Excellent," Li Qing declared. "As long as your words align with your actions, you shall be duly rewarded." With that, he paid no heed to the magistrate's reaction and strode away. Carrying a sack was significantly swifter than shouldering a person, and in no time, Li Qing reached the designated area where he had previously received directions. He began distributing the cakes, one to each person. Those who entered the city were met with the county magistrate's grain relief efforts, ensuring their survival. The emaciated refugees devoured the cakes voraciously, as though they were the most exquisite delicacies in the world. In mere moments, they were all consumed, and the refugees gazed at Li Qing with hungry, yearning eyes. Fixated on the sack he bore, Li Qing, devoid of compassion, bluntly stated, "You will only find sustenance within the city. If you wish to avoid starvation, you must enter. The journey is long. Could we have another?" pleaded the elder who had guided Li Qing. "We have gone so long without food and lack the strength." After a moment's pause, Li Qing distributed another cake to each individual, asking, "Do you know how to enter the city?" Yes. The county town is vast and easy to navigate. I have been to the city and know the way," they replied. "Sir, could you grant us another?" The crowd buzzed with requests, and Li Qing swiftly handed out a second cake. No one reserved anything for themselves, whether due to insatiable hunger or the fear that any morsel not consumed would be claimed by others. Even the remnants of cakes not finished by children were quickly devoured by their parents. Li Qing was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, remaining silent as he turned away. He then proceeded to the previously identified gathering spot of refugees, distributing cakes one by one. In an ironic twist of fate, although the earthquake had wreaked havoc, destroying roads and altering the landscape drastically, most refugees still knew how to reach the city. Their reluctance to enter stemmed primarily from a fear of being harmed by the wealthy within. However, they overlooked the fact that amidst such chaos, the affluent had little time to recruit enforcers to confront them. This was not entirely their fault. Historically, during natural disasters, instances of the wealthy being plundered by the populace were rare. This ingrained mindset had led to the current predicament. Otherwise, even the most capable magistrate of Huaxian could not prevent the masses from entering the city. However, with the knowledge that the magistrate was providing disaster relief and that entering the city meant survival, the refugees hesitated no longer. Not a single one doubted Li Qing's words. In truth, the prospect of survival within the city held far more weight than the cakes Li Qing distributed. Under the impetus of survival instinct, even in the absence of sustenance, these disaster-stricken individuals would exert every ounce of their strength to enter the city. A bag of provisions quickly ran out. Yet Li Qing did not return for more. Instead, he utilized the records provided by the county magistrate to estimate the situation before verifying the locations of the refugees. The inefficiency of one person in disaster relief was glaring. Identifying the locations of the victims and mobilizing a larger group for assistance was the prudent choice. Li Qing traversed the boundaries of Huaxian, and with ongoing exploration, he deepened his understanding of the terror wrought by the earthquake. The earth devours humanity, not one by one, but entire villages at once. With little time to mourn the deceased, he marked locations while tirelessly searching for survivors. 3 months had passed since the earthquake, yet many of the fortunate survivors continued to live, albeit in hardship. The means by which they had endured thus far was a thought Li Qing dared not entertain. His inherent pessimism had momentarily shifted to a cautious optimism. At least they were still alive. After several days of relentless effort, Li Qing had covered the entirety of the county. He promptly returned to the city, where some refugees had already begun to arrive. Porridge kitchens had been established, efficiently distributing a concoction made from potato and sweet potato starch mixed with a small amount of rice flour. As for steamed buns and rice, only the minor officials, laborers, and the young men who had allied with the magistrate for maintaining order were deemed worthy of such provisions. The refugees, meanwhile, existed in a state of barely surviving. neither fully nourished nor utterly famished. While the delineation of social classes was undeniably unjust, without such divisions, the vast county would descend into utter chaos. In such times, ensuring the survival of the greatest number was the noblest act. The magistrate remained unchanged, exhibiting authority in public, lamenting the plight of the people, yet indulging in meat and drink behind closed doors, albeit discreetly. Given the circumstances, Li Qing refrained from criticizing him, offering some commendation and making certain commitments. In these tumultuous times, individuals like him were indeed invaluable. Li Qing presented the newly annotated records to the magistrate and conveyed additional matters. He then sought out Li Shizhen to inquire about the epidemic. Li Shizhen replied, "In recent days, I have surveyed the city, and the situation is far better than anticipated, showing no signs of plague at present." However, Li Qing understood that the absence of an epidemic was due to the magistrate's decisive actions. Outside the city, the earth fissures had claimed many lives, with some evidently buried while still alive. With a sigh of relief, Li Qing remarked, "The relief supplies from the court will take some time to arrive, yet the refugees are poised to flood into the city. Do you have any temporary measures in place?" "I have already instructed the magistrate to designate quarantine zones and have gathered a significant amount of quicklime. This should suffice for the time being," Li Shizhen responded, expressing gratitude that order had been maintained and that the situation was not too dire. After a pause, he asked, "Have you made any progress?" "Indeed, we have made strides. Large-scale relief efforts will soon be on the agenda," Li Qing stated. "However, we cannot linger here for long, as we must proceed to other severely affected areas. The provisions in this region cannot last for long. I shall first address the issue of food supplies. You too should take your time and resolve the hidden dangers here swiftly, so we can proceed to our next destination." Li Shizhen nodded and inquired, "Are you leaving now?" "My lord, time waits for no one. The quicker we act, the more lives we can save." "Please, endure a bit longer," Li Qing urged. "Once this matter is settled, I will commend you to the emperor, at the very least promoting you to the position of chief physician at the imperial hospital." Li Shizhen gently shook his head and replied, "After this, I have no desire to hold an official position." "What? Being a physician cannot save the people?" Li Shizhen firmly stated, "I wish to compile a medical text, one that encompasses numerous ailments, medicinal herbs, and prescriptions." Li Qing was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Are you truly resolved?" Li Shizhen nodded respectfully and said, "When the time comes, I implore you to speak on my behalf to the emperor for his approval." "In that case, I shall certainly do so," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Since you do not seek an official title, I shall request the emperor to reward you with some funds, allowing you to devote yourself to your writing." At this, Li Shizhen let out a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude to Li Qing. "It is nothing." Li Qing waved his hand slightly and cautioned, "If you wish to save the people, you must first ensure your own safety." "I will," Li Shizhen affirmed. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Remember to reassure the county magistrate. I will certainly return before the food runs out." Li Shizhen smiled and nodded. Chapter 507. Reaping Great Wealth After Bidding Farewell to Li Shizhen. Li Qing hastened towards Xi'an Prefecture. Over a month ago, the court had already begun implementing disaster relief policies, drawing nearby grain supplies. Even if not fully executed, there would at least be a significant amount of grain available. Xi'an Prefecture is not far from Huaxian, merely a 200-li journey. With some haste, the citizens of the town would not face starvation. Moreover, the 15-day deadline set by the county magistrate is rather conservative with the extent of his disaster relief efforts. It could last until the 25th. In Xi'an Prefecture, although it is only 200 li from Huaxian, the severity of the disaster is considerably less. The earthquake did not affect the entire area, but rather struck in a linear fashion. The horrific scenes witnessed elsewhere did not transpire here. Although collapsed buildings were visible, the ground did not consume lives. This brought Li Qing some relief. Upon arriving at the governor's office, he found that the officials dispatched for disaster relief had already arrived. Upon seeing Li Qing, the ominous figure, the officials could not help but feel a chill. The governor of Xi'an, unaware of Li Qing's reputation, attempted to maintain a facade of authority, while the imperial censor from the capital and the assistant minister did not dare to show any neglect, flattering Li Qing while also seeking to take credit for themselves. After acquiring a general understanding of the situation, Li Qing expressed his purpose. Huaxian is at the epicenter of the earthquake, and the situation there is dire. Food supplies are critically low and can last at most 5 more days. Dispatch someone immediately to provide assistance with food supplies. If you delay and people starve, the chaos in the city will be on your heads. 5 days. The governor of Xi'an, upon learning of Li Qing's background, no longer dared to act aloof. He replied nervously, "My lord, 5 days may be difficult. There is money and grain here, as well as military provisions. The 200-li distance can surely be overcome." Li Qing interjected decisively. "Huaxian falls under the jurisdiction of Xi'an Prefecture. Has your county provided any aid since the earthquake struck?" In Xi'an, the local magistrate, under the austere governance of the esteemed Lord Yongqing, lamented that the relief policies from the court had yet to reach this region. The official could only prioritize the greater good over minor concerns, a predicament not without its own sorrows. "Is there still any aid available?" he inquired. "There is none left," came the reply. "Well, that is fortunate," remarked Li Qing, casting his gaze toward the imperial inspector and the assistant minister who had arrived from the capital. "You are well aware of my temperament. One must understand the consequences of failing to administer disaster relief properly, correct?" "Indeed, we are acutely aware," they both nodded in unison. Li Qing inclined his head slightly and asked, "Are there any guards stationed at the military garrison?" "Yes, we traveled here together." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Works quickly replied, "I can lead you to them. There is no need for that. It would be more prudent to dedicate our time to disaster relief rather than indulging in tea." Li Qing sighed. "I shall return for an inspection. Should I discover any further laxity on your part, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I assure you, I will exert every effort and will not dare to slacken in the slightest." They hastily responded, fearing the wrath of this formidable figure. Li Qing chose not to linger in conversation and turned to depart. The magistrate of Xi'an, intrigued, asked, "Esteemed inspectors, how is it that Lord Yongqing appears so youthful? Is it possible that he has inherited his title in a subsequent generation from Lord Li Qing?" "Ah, that is a tale that requires time to unfold." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Works began, stroking his beard, eager to boast. However, a voice echoed from afar, "If it's a long story, best not to share it. Attending to our duties is of utmost importance. Be wary of the perils that may arise from careless words." The assistant minister paused, promptly halting his narrative, and redirected his focus. "Let us concentrate on our work and the relief efforts." The local officials were not privy to many of Li Qing's secrets, with only the southern provinces having more insight. However, armed with an imperial token and the endorsement of the capital's guards, Li Qing was able to instruct the military garrison to actively transport grain to Huaxian, ensuring a dual layer of security. Following this, Li Qing proceeded to the next severely affected county. It had been over 3 months since the earthquake, and the first batch of disaster relief funds was gradually reaching areas that had suffered less damage. This enabled the procurement of supplies from nearby regions that had received the aid. Naturally, Li Qing was not the sole individual contemplating and executing this strategy. The court had originally devised such a plan, supported by explicit regulations. The implementation was not arduous. However, local officials often lacked a sense of security, hesitating to extend assistance to others without ensuring their own provisions were secure. Consequently, Li Qing resorted to firm pressure. Fortunately, the first batch of officials dispatched by the court had taken their posts, and the county magistrates of the affected areas, akin to their counterpart in Huaxian, adhered to the principle of survive together or perish together, which ultimately preserved order and averted complete chaos. Through Li Qing's relentless intervention, order began to improve. In the capital, streets were adorned with lists of merit, showcasing the names of officials, wealthy merchants, and notable figures alike. Concurrently, members of the Merchant Association received urgent summons, hastily making their way to the capital under the protection of the guards. Zhu Hozhong administered justice fairly, even extending scrutiny to the Li family. In just over half a month's time, he gathered all members of the Merchant Association at the court. Not every affluent individual possesses the privilege of an audience with the emperor. Typically, it is the 3 scholars of the cabinet and the 6 ministers who extend their hospitality, tasked with the responsibility of ideological persuasion. Only the wealthiest among the wealthy, those of immense fortune, are fortunate enough to enter the palace and pay their respects to the emperor in the Grand Master Hall. Families such as the Li family of Jinling, the Yin family of Suzhou, and the Shun family of Baoding are among the elite, possessing fortunes in the millions, significantly impacting the fiscal and tax revenues of the Ming Dynasty. Notably, these 9 families contribute commercial taxes that account for over 20% of the total tax revenue of the Ming Dynasty. The phrase rich beyond measure hardly begins to capture their wealth. As Emperor Zhu Hozong gazed upon these affluent individuals, he couldn't help but consider the immense wealth that could be seized if they were all confiscated. The thought was tantalizing, yet he suppressed the urge to act rashly. Clearing his throat, he addressed them. As the ancients stated, in poverty, one cultivates oneself. In prosperity, one benefits the world. Your current fortune is a gift from the court as well as a result of the labor of the common people. Without tenants and workers, how could you amass such great wealth? Zhu Hozong felt no need to feign civility towards these individuals, save for a slight apprehension regarding the Li family of Jinling. However, facing imminent peril, he knew that Li Qing would not retaliate. The emperor's forthrightness left the gathered elite momentarily speechless, rendering their attempts at subterfuge futile. They could only nod in agreement. The Li family of Jinling graciously offered to donate 100,000 taels of silver to alleviate the emperor's concerns and ease the plight of the common folk. Subsequently, the head of the Xin family from Baoding pledged 80,000 taels for the same purpose. As the pledges continued, 50,000, 30,000, 40,000, the total contributions from these magnates swiftly approached 300,000 taels. When coupled with the donations from the cabinet and the 6 ministries, the total was projected to exceed 450,000 taels. After a simple calculation, Zhu Hozong estimated that the overall contributions would amount to no less than 600,000 taels. While this sum was substantial, it still fell short of the expenses required. However, he could not openly demand more funds. Zhu Hozong was not concerned with saving face, but rather with not alarming these wealthy benefactors, as he would still need their continued support. The commercial and industrial sectors of the Ming Dynasty were flourishing, and in the near future, maritime trade would ascend to new heights. With the advent of steamships, communication between the Ming Dynasty and foreign nations would become increasingly frequent, while reduced transportation costs would render their profits even more substantial. Zhu Hozong painted a picture of a promising future, subtly indicating that the court would extend support to these families. Upon hearing this, the wealthy individuals transitioned from forced smiles to genuine laughter. Engaged in significant enterprises, the difference between a tightened or relaxed court policy was monumental. Over time, the financial disparities could amount to millions. Calculating in this manner, not only would they not incur losses, but they would also reap considerable gains. One after another, they beamed with joy, exclaiming, "The emperor is wise." Yet, the emperor's subsequent remarks swiftly extinguished their merriment. As the commercial and industrial sectors continue to thrive, it is inevitable that your family business will expand significantly. Consequently, there will be a greater need for currency notes, and the silver notes previously issued by the court may no longer suffice. Before he could finish his thought, Zhu Hozong shifted his tone, saying, "Of course, if you believe the silver notes are sufficient, you need not purchase more. They can be exchanged at this very moment. Entirely at your discretion." Zhu Hozong spoke earnestly. "Shortly, I shall issue an edict, ensuring that you will not face any difficulties from the court. This measure is solely to facilitate your business dealings with one another, nothing more." The wealthy merchants exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhu Hozong did not pressure them. Instead, he smiled and said, "Take your time to deliberate and provide me with an answer within 3 days. If you owe 400, please make amends promptly." Chapter 508. All are calculating. Li Qing smiled slightly and remarked, "This is merely the Li family's decision and holds no bearing on others. The choice is a matter of personal freedom." With that, he left, indifferent to the thoughts of those remaining. The other wealthy merchants looked at one another, momentarily uncertain. They were reluctant to invest further, yet did not wish to relinquish their status as members of the merchant association, not only due to social standing, but also because of the enticing benefits it conferred. Not to mention, simply becoming a member of the association ensured that local officials would think twice before causing trouble, significantly reducing unnecessary expenditures. However, the dilemma arose from the fact that the Li family, as the largest stakeholder, had withdrawn their investment. If they did not follow suit, what would they do if the court intentionally defaulted or encountered a deficit, forcing them to renege on their obligations? In a moment of indecision, the head of the Xin family from Baoding turned to the head of the Yin family from Suzhou, saying, "Brother-in, being in Jiangnan, you have always maintained a good relationship with the other Li family in Jinling. Would you be willing to introduce us?" "That would be futile." The head of the Yin family replied with a slight shake of his head. In terms of rank, Duke Chao's status surpasses that of Marquis Yongqing significantly. Yet in terms of strength, Duke Chao does not compare to Marquis Yongqing, and their ties are quite close. If the Li family of Marquis Yongqing withdraws their investment, Duke Chao's family will undoubtedly follow suit. The Shen family's business is closely linked with that of the Marquis. Perhaps you should gauge the Marquis's intentions? Alas, the head of the Shen family sighed. Our industries are intertwined, but predominantly led by the Li family, as you have just witnessed. Do you think I can sway the will of the Li family head and Marquis Yongqing? The head of the Yin family fell silent. The other wealthy merchants felt the weight of the situation. As long as the Li family did not withdraw their investment, they would have some assurance and not fear the court defaulting. After all, if calamity struck, there would be someone to bear the burden. Given the Li family's contributions to the court in taxes and their generous donation of the steam patent, the court would be reluctant to openly default on the Li family. But now, with this prominent figure poised to withdraw, should they follow suit, they would lose the privileges of merchant association membership. Conversely, if they chose not to withdraw, they risked their deposits being rendered worthless. At that moment, one individual hesitantly whispered, "Could it be that the Li family has received some forewarning, prompting them to cut their losses?" If that were indeed the case, then one should not savor the meat too openly. One person countered, expressing the belief that Lord Yongqing did not merely receive wind of the situation, but rather surmised that this recent earthquake would thrust the court into a fiscal deficit. I find this assertion unconvincing. The court's revenue is so substantial that it seems improbable for a single earthquake to precipitate a deficit. Such a scenario is indeed plausible. I too perceive the potential for such an outcome. Indeed, while the court's tax income is considerable, its expenditures are equally substantial. The costs associated with the western regions, the northern deserts, and the establishment of numerous academies represent significant public expenditures. Furthermore, the earthquake was quite severe, reportedly affecting a substantial portion of the Ming Dynasty to varying degrees. In addition, there are the salaries of officials, expenses for the military, and a myriad of other costs. The court's expenditures are vast beyond our comprehension. Yet, could it truly come to that? Throughout history, no dynasty has thrived as splendidly as our Ming, and its tax revenue far exceeds that of any predecessor. Regardless of the expenses, a deficit should be implausible. The prosperity of the Ming Dynasty is, after all, a consequence of the court's financial investments. I concur, the Ming's tax revenue is unparalleled in history, yet so too are its expenditures. A group of individuals engaged in hushed discussions, yet after much deliberation, they failed to reach a conclusion. Ultimately, they turned in unison towards the head of the Shen family, who had the closest ties with the Li family, inquiring, "Brother Shen, what are your intentions?" The head of the Shen family pondered for a moment and replied, "Patience breeds resolution. The emperor has granted us 3 days, so there is no need for haste. I believe we should observe how Lord Yongqing acts." Words and actions do not always align. The wealthy individuals exchanged glances, finding consensus in this viewpoint. After bidding each other farewell and sharing their temporary addresses, they returned to their respective establishments in the capital to rest. Li Qing entered the courtyard. Inside, young Bao was sprawled on a lounge chair, mimicking his great-grandfather with his legs crossed, and immediately sprang up to run towards his grandfather, asking, "Grandfather, have you seen the emperor?" Li Qing chuckled. "If the emperor summoned me to the palace, how could I possibly avoid him? What does the emperor look like?" Little Bao inquired with intrigue. "Go study in the study." Li Qing replied with mild irritation, "I need to discuss some matters with your grandaunt." Disappointed, Little Bao nodded and turned to leave. Li Qing approached the stone table beneath the persimmon tree. "Little aunt, what do you think?" he asked. Li Xuan'er set her books aside and responded. The emperor did not say much. Aside from his charitable contributions, he mentioned the planned additional guarantees. Li Qing glanced at the books beside his little aunt and asked, "Are you planning to present these to the emperor?" "Absolutely not," Li Xuan'er stated unequivocally. "This is your father's work on the heart-mind philosophy, which elucidates the logic of capital. In terms of capital operations, it is even more profound than what your great-grandfather understood. It should not be entrusted to the emperor lightly." Pausing, she sighed gently. "The emperor has changed far too much, yet he ultimately cannot escape the logic of my self-interest serving the greater public good. Bestowing this upon him would be more of a calamity than a blessing." Li Qing, perplexed, asked, "Then what do you propose?" "The book cannot be given to him, but certain aspects of its capital operations can be disclosed. This is both for the court's benefit and for the people." Li Xuan'er replied, "The development of the Ming has reached a bottleneck. It is time to initiate a new paradigm." Li Qing, unsure of his little aunt's intentions, asked, "Does great-grandfather know of this?" Li Shui'er fell into silence, slowly shaking her head as she murmured, "Alas, he is indeed far more conservative than your father, excessively so. Is it really inappropriate to speak to the old master? Whether to speak or remain silent, as your father articulated in his writings, capital will inevitably gravitate towards that point. If I do not inform him, I shall bear the blame." Li Xian, however, was unconvinced and urged, "Aunt, you should definitely mention it to him. Sooner or later, we will reach this juncture. Taking the initiative will yield better results and greater benefits. Why not embrace it?" Li Shui'er replied softly. "The evolution of capital will not be swayed by anyone's will. Taking the initiative can also yield more profit and assist in future revaluation." Li Xian attempted to speak further, but Li Shui'er raised her hand to halt him. "If your father were in your position, he would make the same choice as I." Sighing, Li Xian lamented, "Nephew merely wishes for you to avoid such hardship and potential blame." "Not necessarily will there be blame," Li Shui'er smiled, deftly shifting the topic. "How do those wealthy individuals react? Upon hearing that the Li family intends to withdraw its investment, it must be quite disconcerting." Li Xian pondered, "Aunt, do they truly plan to follow in the Li family's footsteps and withdraw their investments?" "Undoubtedly, it is inevitable," Li Shui'er asserted. "Currently, the Li family serves as the ballast of capital. The Li family has long been a barometer for capital. Should we genuinely withdraw our investments, panic will surely ensue, and no one will dare to gamble. Not just them, but all members of the business community will follow suit." Li Xian could not help but worry. Could this spiral out of control? Li Shui'er chuckled. "When it comes to understanding people's hearts and strategic foresight, the emperor surpasses both you and me by leaps and bounds. Once redemption occurs, the initiative will firmly rest in the emperor's hands." With keen interest, Li Shui'er asked, "Do you believe that after this payment from the court, the reputation of the court will skyrocket in the eyes of these affluent individuals? The wealthy will rush to make substantial additional investments to make amends for their previous missteps?" Li Xian forced a smile. "Nephew, trust your judgment, aunt." "How dull." Li Shui'er rolled her eyes and resumed her reading. Li Xian smiled wryly. "Now, the Li family has become the one to offend." "Not so," Li Shui'er replied without looking up. "Regardless, the Li family stands to suffer the greatest losses. Those wealthy individuals will merely view you as inexperienced, not as malevolent. After all, the act of withdrawing investments could be seen as arrogant, especially at such a critical juncture. It could be considered undermining the court." Li Xian thought, so, while he worried about Aunt for so long, she was calculating him instead, seemingly aware of his thoughts. Li Shui'er scoffed, "Your business acumen is rather lacking, which aligns with your persona. Only you would commit such a thoughtless act without raising suspicions." In a fleeting moment, Li Xian felt that the unfortunate tendencies of the Zhu family had wafted into the halls of the Li family. Zhu Hozhong, dressed in civilian attire under the service of Huang Jin, gazed at himself in the bronze mirror and softly remarked, "I have aged a bit more." "Not at all. Your Majesty is in the prime of life," Huang Jin replied. "That phrase has become quite familiar to my ears." Zhu Hozhong chuckled. "Well, it is the truth," Huang Jin said, smoothing her gown. "Shall we depart now?" Zhu Hozhong stretched and nodded. "I have long heard that the true helmsman of the Li family in Jinling is the sister of the former Yongqing Marquis. Since I have the rare leisure, I must seek her counsel. In this world, aside from Li Qing, who else is worthy of having the emperor request guidance?" Zhu Hozhong chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Being an emperor and engaging in commerce are two entirely different matters. The essentials of life, firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea, are not inexpensive. Money is indeed a valuable resource, and the Ming Dynasty must engage in trade as well. Are the palanquins and guards prepared?" "Yes, they are. Let us proceed." Clang, clang, clang. Huang Jin had just knocked on the door and had not yet called out when the courtyard gate creaked open. Looking up, he found no one there. "Where is everyone?" Little Bao inquired. "Is the eunuch looking for my grandfather?" Huang Jin glanced down and finally noticed the little fellow, chuckling. "Not looking for your grandfather. But tell me, is your great aunt at home?" "Yes," Little Bao nodded. At that moment, the palanquin curtain was lifted, revealing a man in his 50s, exuding an air of nobility and strength that surpassed anyone he had ever encountered. The little one immediately thought of the emperor, but hesitated to speak out of fear, standing there in a daze. Chapter 509. A discussion between aunt and nephew. "You are Li Xiaobao, are you not?" The man, with a head full of gray hair, yet a visage resembling that of a middle-aged individual, spoke in a gentle voice, like a refreshing spring breeze. The little boy relaxed slightly, but still refrained from speaking freely, as the person before him did not wear the customary Ming yellow attire. Yes, my nickname is Li Xiaobao, and my given name is Li Bao. The middle-aged man chuckled. What a delightful nickname. It truly reflects your youth. At that moment, Li Xian and Li Shuer exited the sitting room. Li Xian immediately bowed, saying, "Your servant pays his respects. No need for formalities." Zhu Hozhong waved his hand lightly and proceeded directly to the stone table. Huang Jin closed the door and followed suit, leaving little Bao standing there, feeling somewhat at a loss. Just half an hour ago, he had been curious about the emperor's appearance. Now that the emperor had truly arrived, he felt exceedingly awkward. Zhu Hozhong took a seat and smiled, saying, "There is no need for restraint. I have come today without any specific directives. Please have a seat." Li Xian and Li Shuer complied and moved forward to sit. The little one, feeling an inexplicable urge to join them, was shot a glare by his grandfather and reluctantly retreated to the study. Children, after all, need not be so formal. This child is somewhat unruly. I fear he may act inappropriately before the sovereign, Li Xian explained. Zhu Hozhong nodded slightly, saying, "Be cautious not to frighten him. Li Qing, please go and soothe him. I do not wish to appear as the villain." Certainly, Li Xian began to speak, but was met with a sharp glare from his younger aunt, leading him to understand. He awkwardly rose to take his leave, heading to the study just like his grandson. "Huang Jin, please boil a pot of tea." "Yes, at once." Huang Jin bowed and hurried away. Only then did Zhu Hozhong turn his attention to Li Shuer, nodding as he spoke. "I have long heard that many of the scientific achievements of the Li family are attributed to the efforts of the Li family's young lady. Truly, a heroine among women." "Your Majesty, you flatter me," she replied. "Oh, there is no need for modesty. Merit is merit," Zhu Hozhong said with a warm smile. "Do not stand on ceremony. Treat me as an ordinary person. I have no ulterior motives for my visit today. I simply wish to engage in conversation with you." Li Shuer nodded in agreement. Since the Hongwu era, the Li family, or rather the Yongqing marquisate, has existed, initially inconspicuous like many noble families. After the departure of Li Qing, the affairs were managed by Duke Chao, and subsequently, Li Qing's disciple Zhu Hozhong remarked that it was only during your generation that the family's wealth truly flourished into a colossal entity. Li Shuer listened intently. "When it comes to business acumen, none can rival your elder brother, yet unfortunately, I have been too occupied to engage him in meaningful conversation." Li Shuer responded, "The accumulation of the Li family's wealth is not solely due to our efforts. However, your Majesty is indeed perceptive. My elder brother has significantly contributed to our family's prosperity." "Huh, you are not far behind," Zhu Hozhong replied. "In comparison, however, there is still a considerable disparity." Li Shuer gently shook her head and said, "Your Majesty's visit today is not solely for idle chatter, is it?" Zhu Hozhong chuckled lightly, sighing, "From the smallest household to the mightiest nation, all are dependent on the essentials of life. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. You are aware of the current circumstances. The financial revenue of the Ming Dynasty is robust, yet it involves significant inflows and outflows. In recent years, while the surplus may appear substantial, the expenditures are even greater. Alas, the court is not as easy as one might imagine. The advent of steamships has further stimulated economic development, and in the future, we may enjoy lasting dividends. However, compared to the inevitable expenses of the Ming, we shall increasingly find ourselves stretched thin. I am growing old, and I cannot place my trust in such a vast Ming dynasty." Li Shuer remarked, "Your Majesty, in the prime of spring and autumn, should one not be overly cautious?" Zhu Hozhong sighed. "A person without foresight will certainly face immediate troubles. Li Qing is commendable in many respects, yet he is too radical. In certain matters, he is overly conservative, resulting in the court often existing in a state of contradiction. I am greedy, and he is even more so. Yet, sacrifices must be made." Zhu Hozhong took a deep breath and inquired, "What does Miss Li think?" "Your Majesty is wise," Li Shuer nodded. Zhu Hozhong, however, did not continue the conversation. Li Shuer felt compelled to say, "Is your Majesty seeking a new source of revenue?" "Miss Li, you are indeed astute." Pinpointing the issue precisely, Zhu Hozhong replied, "Individuals require money to live, and nations need funds to operate. The financial situation of the Ming Dynasty is indeed vast. Furthermore, the ongoing harsh climate, and continuous natural disasters. Particularly the recent earthquake have affected not merely hundreds of thousands of people as reported, but the true toll is far greater. The challenges and costs of disaster relief far exceed those of drought, and more critically, we face a populace in need of constant aid while simultaneously being unable to engage in production, leaving many agricultural lands untended. With so many people unable to work, the government's management costs and the resources required to help them rebuild their homes are staggering. Li Shuer nodded silently, acknowledging, indeed, the expenses are exorbitant, and the current money-burning policies of the court are numerous and cannot be halted. Pausing, she asked, "Is your Majesty truly willing to forego certain expenditures? As long as we can ensure a good quality of life and continue to thrive, what harm is there in relinquishing a few things?" Zhu Hozhong replied with a bitter smile, "It is easier to indulge than to restrain. Frankly speaking, I only wish to amass wealth, and more wealth." Li Shuer took a deep breath and said, "If that is the case, there is indeed a method that could usher in a new era for the Ming economy." "Oh." Zhu Hozhong could not help but lean forward, while Miss Li reassured him that it was perfectly fine. "Engage in more." Zhu Hozhong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled ruefully. This approach has long been in practice. Li Qing has always been dedicated to it, and the court has similarly engaged in expansion. Currently, the Ming Dynasty has nearly reached its limits. With this recent earthquake, for a considerable time ahead, the Ming will not augment its resources, but rather diminish them. Li Shuer suggested, "Expand overseas." Zhu Hozhong's expression shifted, his brows furrowing. Were it not for the fact that she was a member of the Li family, and a significant decision-maker at that, he might have erupted in anger. Li Shuer calmly articulated, "Just as with crops in the fields, the larger the area cultivated, the greater the harvest. That is not the same." Zhu Hozhong sharply identified the crux of the issue, stating that increasing overseas ventures would inevitably inflict irreversible harm upon the Ming Dynasty itself. It was far too reckless, and I would not consent, nor would Li Qing. Seemingly aware that he was letting his temper get the better of him, Zhu Hozhong softened his tone, saying, "The Ming cannot afford to engage in colonial practices. Expanding overseas equates to diminishing the Ming. Although the Ming is strong, should the nations abroad unite in resistance after expansion, coupled with the decline of the diminished Ming, it would be akin to playing with fire." Li Shuer countered, "The Ming can reap its rewards before it becomes a formidable threat. The Ming still possesses a deep mode of protection. This is not insurmountable." "You are mistaken. People tend to rely on established pathways. The Ming is already living in luxury. If we indulge further and times become hard, what then?" Zhu Hozhong frowned and added, "In business, you are more adept than I, but in matters of state, your understanding is still too shallow. You have no grasp of the consequences such actions will entail." Li Shuer did not argue but stated, "Your Majesty, while smuggling is not sanctioned by the court, has smuggling truly been eradicated?" "What do you mean?" Zhu Hozhong finally felt a flicker of irritation. "Are you threatening me?" "Neither daring nor intending to, nor seeking personal gain at the expense of the state," Li Shuer replied. "Throughout the Li family's development over the past century, when have we not considered the court? When have we harmed its interests? Be it fertilizers, steamships, or ironworks." Zhu Hozhong's anger gradually subsided, and sensing he had overreacted, he chuckled lightly and remarked, "Miss Li, your proposal to expand overseas is hardly a wise move. Your Majesty, you still do not grasp my point. Regardless of your thoughts or the court's actions, including his, they cannot halt this impending reality," Li Shuer asserted. "This will inevitably occur. Much like smuggling, despite stringent laws, why do individuals still dare to take risks?" Zhu Hozhong's expression darkened, yet he found no words to counter. Li Shuer continued, "Before something is deemed illegal, there are no taxes to be paid." Zhu Hozhong was taken aback, pondering her words for a moment. "Elaborate." Li Shuer pondered for a moment and remarked, "We cannot rush into expanding overseas markets. Our primary focus must remain on the Ming Dynasty for the time being. Take silk as an example. If we were to relocate sericulture abroad, the silk production of the Ming would surge dramatically. Your Majesty, you are well aware that with the ongoing adverse climate conditions, the output of raw silk is bound to diminish gradually." Li Shuer continued, "By allowing overseas production to supply raw materials to the Ming and subsequently transporting them back home, we can not only generate increased tax revenue, but also create more job opportunities. When the populace has disposable income, they are inclined to spend, thereby stimulating various industries and further enhancing tax income. Furthermore, the advent of steamships has significantly reduced transportation costs. As Li Schwerer elaborated, the lines of Zhu Hozong's face softened, and he could not help but smile. If this approach proves viable, it would be splendid, he remarked. Li Schwerer responded, for a considerable time. This strategy will indeed yield positive results. However, as time progresses, certain drawbacks will inevitably emerge. The primary issue is that overseas production costs will be substantially lower. Zhu Hozong replied solemnly. Then we must ascertain whether the court will consent to this. Li Schwerer chuckled and refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, the Ming holds pricing power. Maximizing profit is paramount. Subsequently, we can counter capital with capital. Ultimately, rather than being reactive, it is far more beneficial for the court to take the initiative, thus maximizing its gains while preemptively mitigating some of the disadvantages. Zhu Hozong narrowed his eyes slightly, swiftly processing Li Schwerer's words and mentally reviewing the implications. After a considerable pause, he nodded slowly and praised. Miss Li's wisdom undoubtedly surpasses that of countless young men. Your Majesty flatters me, she replied modestly. Not at all. Your insight is indeed commendable, Zhu Hozong exclaimed with hearty laughter. After a while, he ceased laughing and inquired, is Li Qing aware of these matters? He anticipated this situation, yet he remained exceedingly cautious about taking proactive steps, even feeling a degree of resistance. Li Schwerer answered frankly. Zhu Hozong contemplated for a moment, then nodded. This certainly aligns with his disposition. Following this, he smiled again. Li Qing always finds a way, and that day is still far off. However, the current challenges demand immediate attention. With a serene demeanor, Zhu Hozong concluded, in the future, we can only endure some hardships for Li Qing.